Sima Yu felt that Mo Yu always acted like a child with Diaija around, as he would compare everything. After getting tortured by Mo Yu, she gave him a hive of scarlet bees to stop him from nagging. I can now follow you since you don't care about this anymore. Mo Yu continued as she was still unhappy. All right, I'll tell you something to cheer you up, how about that? What kind of information can you get from the region ruler's manor? Sima Yu said, disinterested in what he had to say. It's regarding the whereabouts of Mother's guards. Mo Yu said. You know about it. Your cousin got me to tell you, but too many things happened last night that I'd forgotten to tell you. He found out where Leng Feng's and a few of the guards were. Although he couldn't find out the exact location, they were last seen at Phoenix Ridge region 50 years ago. That place is near the Abyss of Hell. Mo Yu said. Near to the Abyss of Hell, seems like they guessed that Mother is at the Abyss of Hell. Sima Yu said worriedly, it will be troublesome if that's the case. She researched about the Abyss of Hell previously. No one would be able to come back alive if they decided to go there. If Lang Feng and the others went to the Abyss of Hell, she wondered if they would come back alive or dead. With her power, Ghost King wouldn't allow her to go there, but now she hoped that they didn't go there either. There's another one. Mo Yu interrupted her thoughts, someone else is finding out about them as well. Someone else is looking into it as well? She tapped her fingers. Who would care about someone who used to be Mother's guard? Why would they want to find out about him? Did you find out who it is? Wu Lingyu asked. No. That person is very secretive, we haven't managed to find out who's behind it. Mo Yu continued, do we go there? Sima Yu gave it a thought and said, not for now, we don't know where they are now, even though they were there 50 years ago. We won't be able to find out anything even if we get there now. We'll talk about it when cousin gets more information. Sounds good. Phoenix Ridge region is very huge as well, it'll be the same as looking for a needle in a haystack if we go there. Wu Lingyu responded. I'm more worried about the other group of them. Diaija said that he had already sent someone to investigate and he asked you to wait here as he will update you if there's anything. Mo Yu said. What about cousin? He went out of the city. I think he went to check on the mess you created yesterday. Although they had captured everyone, it would be better to check through the whole district and he could use this time to check on the Soul Clan that the Shu Yu had sent. Sima Yu got happy as she knew what Diaija was thinking. This was a good opportunity. He could just use the enchanted music sect as an excuse. Although the Shu Yu members would be alert, they wouldn't know that he was actually checking on them. I've had enough rest for today, let's go for a walk outside the city. She continued, we've been in Springbrook Pavilion the whole time and haven't got a chance to meet the people outside of the city. Your cousin wants you to wait here. Aren't you afraid that he'll get angry if you go outside? He's not here anyway. I'm only going out to investigate the enchanted music sect. Sima Yu said stubbornly. Mo Yang rolled his eyes, who would believe her? However, he went with her anyway. He was bored of staying in the region ruler's manor now that Diaija was here. Now that he had taken over the matter, he could be with her again. Sima Yu went to Enchanted Music Sect's usual spot right after she got out of the city, but there was nothing left except debris. Some of the residents were curious and surprised, as they heard from the guards that the space was constructed by Soul Clan and thanked the Duke for protecting their safety. No one actually knew who was the one who did it. Do you feel unjustified? Mo Yang asked. NOVLAB // What's there to feel unjustified about? Cousin made this arrangement to keep me safe. Sima Yu didn't care about these little credits and was touched that Diaija had protected her. She would have had a lot of problems if the Enchanted Music Sect members knew that she eliminated the forces here. They stayed there for a while and went to the weird village. There, they saw a guard capturing some of the villagers from afar. Didn't he say to investigate it in secret? Why did he capture those men? Wouldn't this alert the enemies? The men that he captured weren't only the ones that you suspected, there were some innocent beings as well. Wu Lingyu continued, if we mix them up like this, they might suspect something, but they wouldn't take any action now. We will be rewarded as long as we get something from interrogating someone here. I'm only worried that they wouldn't give cousin the time. Sima Yu wasn't optimistic about it. Those from the Soul Clan were restless these years, they were worried that it might become worse. Qing Han, the ruler of Soul Region, and grandfather's power were almost the same. If grandfather could gain more power than both clans, he would be able to settle down. If not, with the ongoing trend, there might be more wars. She saw these people being captured by Diaija and she went back after walking around. That night, she heard that Diaija brought some men out to capture others. On the second day, Diaija came over with some information. 9 out of 10 people that were caught were from Shu Yu, the others who were aware of it had escaped. However, Diaija was still satisfied with the results because they wouldn't be able to catch anyone in the past as Soul Clan didn't know how to account for themselves and they were ordered not to leak out any information. Otherwise, they would die. So even if they were caught, they wouldn't get anything either. This time with Sima Yu's method, they extracted information from their memories directly as it was faster and accurate. Not only did they know about the people here, they even found some leads. They would be able to crush Shu Yu's plan as long as they followed these leads. When Shu Yu heard about it, he was so angry that he flattened one of the mountains. How dare Dia capture our men? He stared angrily at the men knelt down before him. Immortal Hex region had so many people, but only a few came back. Not only was the plan interrupted, but it might implicate all the other plans. One was from the Western Verge region and the other one from Immortal Hex region. Both important places fell through, which meant that the problems they were facing right now had a big impact on them. Master, this is strange. The man who knelt on the floor said, our men definitely wouldn't expose anything, but how did Dia know about the rest? They even eliminated the enchanted music sect and our forces. This is indeed strange. Shu Yu rubbed his chin. What are your thoughts on this? I saw it by accident that Mo Yang and a few men were at the village in the daytime. Shu Yu frowned. You're saying that Mo Yu is participating in this issue and has come? Wasn't he always at odds with Dia? He has a bad relationship with Dia, but it involved someone by his side. Who is that? If I am not mistaken, she is the young princess from the ghost region that many people are talking about recently. The child that Yuku Luo had in the human realm, Sima Yu. I've seen that she looks extremely similar to Yuku Luo. Then there's a 90% chance that it is her. Shu Yu said, I've also heard about what she's done in the ghost region. Her character is really very much like her mother. At that time, he had followed Xiao He and accompanied Qing Hun to the ghost region to propose a marriage. There he met Yuku Luo, and she was truly a woman with a fiery personality. Sima Yu had caused quite a bit of a ruckus in the ghost realm, and every single one of them was a large-scale one. Dia treats this young princess very well. The difference between what happened in the past was also that Mo Yu and herself participated. That is why, Your Highness, you can guess that this probably has something to do with her. Sima Yu her. Shu Yu muttered Sima Yu's name, and the person kneeling on the ground trembled from head to toe. He knew Shu Yi's personality and knew that, whether or not Sima Yu had anything to do with this situation, he would have committed her to memory. However, they dared not to say anything. They were able to find a person who would be the target of his anger, and they would be stupid to turn the focus to themselves. The few of you'll receive your punishment when we return. Shu Yi's anger had subsided quite a bit. Based on his usual standards, he would have killed off those who had survived. Now that he had only asked them to go back to receive a punishment, it was letting them off lightly. It seems like the act of shifting the blame was very useful. Shu Yi waved his hand and those people left immediately. They quickly left before he changed his mind. The two guards standing behind Shu Yi saw that they had escaped so quickly that they barely left a shadow behind. They really wanted to tell them, though, that though their situation was different from before, even if they returned, they would only be left half alive. Master, I have already met with those two groups of people. What should I do next? Shu Yi pondered about it for a moment, saying, we'll see the situation. If these are the only two places that have been destroyed, we just have to change them a bit. If they really have a way to find out about the other things, then that will really be troublesome. After a short moment had passed, two more groups from the Soul Clan were pulled out as well. Shu Yi was certain this time that Dia had managed to find a method to confirm who his people were. His other troops couldn't continue to stay on. Otherwise, every one of them might end up trapped here. Dia was extremely happy recently. With the method that Sima Yu had taught him, during his interrogations, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. He would just have to torture them until they exhausted their mental strength. The information he obtained was quick and reliable. There was no way that he would capture the wrong people. This was something that was impossible last time. It was just a pity that the remaining groups had run away too quickly. Otherwise, he would have reaped an even bigger reward. During this period of time, Sima Yu was in semi-secluded cultivation. She didn't need to focus too much on the Soul Clan, so she could focus on cultivation. After 2 months had passed, Dia came to look for her. He told her that he was almost done settling the issues here and the remaining men had already escaped. He had to leave for the imperial capital now as well, so he came to ask if she wanted to go with him. Sima Yu rejected him, saying that she wanted to return after cultivating. Dia saw that Mo Yu was with her and that Mo Yu and the others were here too, so she would definitely be safe. That was why he did not insist that she had to follow him. After nagging her for a bit, he left with his men. Sima Yu didn't think that she would suddenly have a compulsive urge to want to cultivate. She casually saved a group of people who actually had such a big plot. After Dia left, she prepared to continue on her journey. Before she managed to return to the room, Pai Ling came to the inn. The way that she looked at Sima Yu had improved so much. Thinking about how she had once thought of her the same as the other princesses made her blush with shame. Region Ruler Ling? Sima Yu didn't think that she would come at this period of time, so after she and Wu Lingyu checked them out of their rooms, she went to the hall with Pai Ling. Young princess, we have to thank you for what happened this time. If not for you, I would not have known that so many from the Soul clan were actually among us. It seems like we have lowered our guard too much recently. Pai Ling said. The most important thing is that nothing happened and that it's in the past. Sima Yu said. NOVLRB//JN. Millimeter. Pai Ling smiled. Young princess, are you preparing to leave? Where are you headed to next? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll just choose a direction to walk in once I'm out. Sima Yu said. Since you don't have any particular direction to head towards, young princess, why don't you head to the Faceai region? Could it be that something happened there? Pai Ling nodded. I heard that the underworld beasts have been rather restless over there at Dark Cloud Mountain. Many people have rushed over. The underworld beasts of a place will not become restless for no reason. Something must definitely have happened. It was possible some sort of treasure appeared. Sima Yu understood that Pai Ling had purposely come to give her this information. She smiled, then I'll go take a look. Right now, everyone only knows that there's some activity happening, but they don't know why. That's why, it's possible that it's dangerous. However, with Uncle Mo Yu by your side, you should be safe. Thank you for coming specially to tell me about this. At this time, Wu Lingyu had already finished returning the rooms and walked over. Because it belonged to Duja, they didn't spend a single cent despite staying here for such a long time. Pai Ling saw that he was already done and bid her farewells. What were you talking about? Wu Lingyu asked. The place that we're headed to next. Sima Yu said, she said that there's something happening with the underworld beasts over at Dark Cloud Mountain. She even knows about what's happening at a place so far away, which means that something big must be happening. In any case, we haven't figured out where to head to next, so why don't we head there to take a look? The others had no objections, so they took a teleportation area over directly. They changed teleportation arrays 3 more times and finally arrived at the Faceai region. When they arrived at Dark Cloud Mountain, there was no need to ask how they knew where it was, because there were just too many people over there. Sima Yu's group followed behind a large group. They saw so many people walking past them and sighed, there are just too many people heading there. With so many people, how could they not discover anything? What if the item is taken away before we even manage to head over? It won't. It's because there's no resolution to the issue that so many people are heading there. Mo Yu said. That's strange then. Sima Yu touched her chin. 3 to 4 months have already passed since we found out about it. Nobody has managed to find anything after so long. This proves that this situation is really weird. If there's anything to find, we'll know once we head over there. Mo Yu didn't care much for things like treasure. Millimeter. With someone like you who is so adept at treasure, I'm guessing that we won't return home empty-handed. Sima Yu patted his shoulder, as if she was depending on him. Mo Yu was speechless. Why did he feel like she was treating him like a treasure-hunting dog? What kind of comparison was this? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu and the others walked towards Dark Cloud Mountain and met many people along the way. Those people walked in a huge group. It was rare for people to come as a small group. All of them put on some sort of disguise. Actually, Sima Yu simply stuck some beard onto Mo Yu, making it hard for others to recognize him. They took a flying beast that they rented and flew for a few days before reaching Dark Cloud Mountain. Upon reaching the Dark Cloud Mountain's entrance, the flying beast refused to enter. Thus, Sima Yu and the others let the flying beast return and decided to walk in on their own. NOVLRB//in. Sima Yu stood at the foot of the mountain, looked at the long stretch of mountains, and asked Mo Yu, now that we're here, do you feel the presence of any precious treasure? I don't feel anything. Mo Yu said. I'm really curious, what's with people from the Mo clan? Why are you all so sensitive towards the presence of treasures? Sima Yu looked at Mo Yu with curiosity. Actually, it is nothing much, our ancestors have the bloodline of the underworld beasts, so we are more sensitive towards the presence of treasures. Mo Yu answered. Isn't that similar to Little Tu, said Sima Yu, he is also sensitive towards the presence of treasures. Why didn't I think of it? But Little Tu only started feeling the presence after strengthening his bloodline. Those from the Mo clan people possess the Ghost clan bloodline. Our bloodline is strong. It is indeed strong. Sima Yu admitted. However, compared to you, it is still a little lacking. Mo Yu said. Sima Yu didn't think that they would suddenly talk about her and was stunned. Based on the image that she saw back in Chaos World, the people in the 9th Underworld who came from the Little Black Lotus realm were born from the river. Their blood was naturally stronger than average. After it was passed down for generations, it was already dulled down, but she still couldn't deny their status. She had never seen people that came from the 9th Underworld clan. She was curious as to why her grandmother would marry her grandfather back then. She was not in her palace, neither did she die, so where was she now? Why was there still no news from her even after something so major happened to Mother? It was said that this grandmother did not stay in the palace for long. She left after giving birth to Mother. It felt like she had intentionally gone to have a child with the Ghost King. If she had a chance to meet this grandmother, she would definitely have to ask her more. Senior brother, is what you said true? The underworld beast's unusual actions doesn't mean that there is a treasure here. Yes. Are we still going in? Of course. Is it possible that there is no reason behind the unusual situation? Even if there is no treasure, there must be a reason. Not bad. Moreover, did you guys not realize? Recently, some important people have come. This place must be more complicated than we feared. Who's eavesdropping? Sima Yu and the others were thinking about what they had heard about the treasure, and they didn't think they would be caught so fast. Although, they couldn't hide their breath either. They walked over from behind a big tree and saw a group of shocked people. We were just passing by, we didn't have the intention to eavesdrop. You claim to be passing by? At all times where you could have passed by, you passed by when we were talking about the treasure. What a coincidence. Moreover, you guys were hiding behind a big tree sneakily. Who would believe you? One of the girls sneered at them, as if mocking their ridiculous excuse. We were already resting here for a while until you came to talk about this. Besides, we did not intentionally hide our breaths, and what you were talking about is no secret. What's there to eavesdrop? Sima Yu rebutted. We were already resting here for a while until you came to talk about this. Besides, we did not intentionally hide our breaths, and what you were talking about is no secret. What's there to eavesdrop? Sima Yu rebutted. Ridiculous. She retorted, for people like you, even killing you isn't enough. TSK, so fierce. Sima Yu scanned her from top to toe. You have an underworld sensibility, yet such vicious words come out from your mouth. Looks like the place you live in didn't teach you well. Impudent. Who are you to insult her? Another man spoke up. Did I say anything wrong? Sima Yu looked at them innocently. If she didn't have someone backing her, would she be so arrogant with her abilities? Talking about background, she was the one who should be arrogant, but look at how low profile she was. I will kill you now, see who. Junior sister, retreat. The man held the girl back, and pulled her behind his back, and bowed to Sima Yu, and said apologetically, I am Shui Ying, my junior sister has been spoiled by our master's wife and doesn't know her boundaries. She has offended the few of you. After we return, I will be sure to educate her properly. Senior brother. She did not think that her own senior brother would say something like this, and she was filled with shock, agony, and dissatisfaction. However, looking at his current expression, she knew that he was already angry and she did not dare to say more. She could only glare at Sima Yu. Sima Yu did not intend to do anything to them because of a few words they said, and merely nodded her head and left with the others. After they left, Shui Ying recovered from his bow with a gloomy look on his face that made him look scary. Senior brother. Everyone was afraid to see him this way. Senior brother, why did you stop me? The girl said unhappily as she pouted her lips. Junior sister, those people were not ordinary people. If you continued attacking, I fear that you might have died even before going near her. Shui Ying said. They only had a few people, and we have so many more. Shui Shan did not feel like she had almost died. Although they only have 5 people, I could not gauge any of their level of ability at all. This means that their abilities are higher than mine. Moreover, when you moved earlier, the 2 people standing behind the girl had eyes filled with the intention to kill. Shui Ying said. But how can you let them go after they insulted us like this? Someone said begrudgingly. How could I? Shui Ying's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Our divine shadow palace is not something that people can just trample over. We are just letting them live for a few more days. After a few days, when our masters return, we will wash off the humiliation from today. Senior brother is right. If we go against them now, we would only be like a pebble in their way. What we must do now is to search for the reason behind the abnormal activities of the beasts, so that we can tell the masters when they come back. Someone added on. Fine, we'll let them live for a few more days. When father and mother return, we must show them what we are capable of. Shui Shan said spitefully. Yes, let's go. We can't be too far from them. If we lose them, Dark Cloud Mountain is so big and we will have trouble finding them. Sima Yu did not think of their intentions. Even if she did, she could not be bothered. They were merely like ants, yet they thought so highly of themselves. What she was more bothered about was why the beasts were showing abnormal behaviors. If it wasn't because of the presence of a treasure, then what could be the reason? They wandered around Black Cloud Mountain for a few days, but did not discover anything special. With regards to the activity in Black Cloud Mountain, apart from seeing some underworld beasts rampaging around, there was not anything really out of the ordinary. She caught a few underworld beasts to question them, but even they did not know what was going on. They just knew that there was some sort of power controlling them, causing them to lose their free will. She couldn't get any answers from them, so she had no choice but to let them go. Did your scarlet bees manage to find out anything? Mo Yu asked. Nope. Sima Yu shook her head. The information that they sent back merely said that the underworld beasts are acting a little strange. They haven't discovered anything particular in the area that they're gathering in, either. It doesn't look like any rare treasure is going to appear. Mo Yu had said earlier that there was no rare treasure here, so she wasn't too disappointed when she heard this news. She merely felt like it was more puzzling the more she investigated. It made her want to dig deeper into it. Boom dash. Sounds of confrontation came from afar, and they looked over. They realized that there were two groups of powers fighting each other. Even without seeing any sign of treasure, many people had died. At this time, a group of people ran over from a small pathway beside them, surrounding the five of them. When they saw the ground of people appear from behind, Sima Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. It seems like some people had intentionally come over to seek death. Shui Shan and the others walked out from the back of the group. When they saw Sima Yu's group surrounded, she raised her chin and said arrogantly, "Father, mother, this is the person." She cursed at me, saying that the people from my divine shadow palace are a group of people without education. She even said that we're too weak and not worthy of coming here, and that everyone who comes here will die. Not only that, they even want to kill your daughter. Father, mother, you have to find justice for your daughter. Shui Shan's father, Shui Shan, heard his daughter say this and his expression darkened. He looked at Sima Yu with eyes filled with mudder. "You not only cursed my divine shadow palace, but even tried to kill my daughter. Brat, you're really bold." Sima Yu saw how arrogant Shui Shan was and shook her head. "If I were you, I would be more than glad to be rid of a daughter like her. Her mouth is full of lies and has brought you to death's door. What is the use of keeping her?" "I didn't lie. You did curse at us before, and you did try to kill me. Father, if you do not believe me, you can ask my seniors. They were all there." Shui Shan was not afraid of her father asking them. In any case, they were all in this together. Even if he asked them, the results would still be the same. Shui Shan did not plan to ask for a confirmation either. No matter what happened before, she actually dared to bully people from the divine shadow palace, which meant that there was no need to let them off. "Brat, on account of the fact that you're still younger than my daughter, if you're willing to kneel down and admit to your mistakes and destroy your spirit energy, I can still let you live." Shui Shan's mother was always fiercely protective of her child. She was even unwilling to say a single harsh word to her, but this woman actually dared to kill her. If not because she was in a rush to look for treasure, she would definitely kill her. Sima Yu laughed when she heard those words. "You said that you want me to kneel down? And destroy my spirit energy?" "That's right. This is already considered a lenient sentence. Not only are you not deeply grateful, you even have this kind of expression?" Shui Shan's mother yelled when she saw Sima Yu's disdainful gaze. "The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. It's no wonder you are all the same." Sima Yu shook her head and clicked her tongue. "I wonder how people like you have lived till this day. Father, look. She doesn't care about us at all. She doesn't care about what mother has said at all." Shui Shan said, "There's no use in keeping people like her alive at all. Mother, you're too soft-hearted. Millimeter. She really is hateful. Let's just kill her, then." Shui Shan initially only wanted to give her a minor punishment. If she was willing to heed to their words just now, he would have let her live. Since she was so stubborn and even humiliated them to their face, he wouldn't give her any chance to live anymore. "Why are you all still so distracted? Aren't you going to attack her yet? Don't you understand what my father has said?" Shui Shan yelled at her people. Those people were used to obeying Shui Shan. Now that they heard her orders, they immediately attacked Sima Yu. How bold! Black Shadow and Huan moved with a flash, and one only heard the sounds of their underworld tool stabbing into the bodies before it stopped, and those people were now motionless where they stood. "What are you all still standing there for? Aren't you going to attack?" Shui Shan yelled. PFFFT-. Fresh blood sprayed out, and everyone who was initially standing started to collapse to the ground. Not a single person remained. Everyone had been massacred in a single breath of time. This scene was too much for them to handle, and those from the Divine Shadow Palace were stunned. These two people were actually so powerful. Shui Shan's expression had turned extremely ugly. Before talking about anyone else, even he was unable to see how these two people had done it. These two people were much more powerful than he was. Shui Shan was stunned. Were these people actually so powerful? She wondered whether or not her father would be able to defeat them. She looked at her father and saw that he had turned stiff. He did not move an inch from where he stood, and she knew that he had been scared as well. Divine Shadow Palace. Mo Yu's voice was light as he spoke their name. You truly are very bold. TSK, your position must be higher than the king. Otherwise, how would you dare to order the king's most beloved young princess to kneel to you and destroy her spirit energy? Young princess? Shui Shan and the others were stunned. This person was actually the young princess? How was that possible? Shouldn't the young princess be surrounded by royal guards? What was she doing here like this? At this time, someone who was following behind them suddenly shouted, "That's right, she's the young princess." That time, when I was outside, I saw them in the recording stone that recorded the incident at Sheep City. I took a long and saw the silhouette of that person. It looks very similar to her. Don't talk nonsense. There are many people who have similar silhouettes. How could that prove that she is the young princess? They were unwilling to admit that she was the young princess right now. Otherwise, what they did earlier on was enough to cause them to die 1,000 deaths. They recalled the power that had offended the young princess before, and they had been exterminated by the Ghost King. Shui Shan really regretted it now. Why did he come and kill these people just based on his daughter's words? There were so few of them and she didn't have the disposition of a princess either, so how was he supposed to know that it was her? Young princess. We were blind and did not recognize you. We were wrong. We beg you to let us return. Shui Shan's legs went weak and he immediately knelt down, kowtowing to Sima Yu. Didn't you want me to kowtow to you earlier on? Didn't you want me to destroy my spirit energy? Why have you stopped asking me to do it? Sima Yu said, Young princess, it's all because of my daughter's false words. How could I possibly allow you, young princess, to do anything like that? Too late. I gave you a chance to live, but you did not grasp the opportunity. I told you, you would regret having a daughter like her. After she finished speaking, Black Shadow and One stepped forward and killed every single one of them. TSK, young princess, you are exactly like your mother. You don't even bat an eye when killing. A voice sounded from midair, and its pressure suffocated Sima Yu. The pressure eased when Wu Lingyu put his hands on her shoulders. But it didn't disappear as Wu Lingyu blocked it. Mo Yu slightly frowned. This person appeared out of nowhere when he wasn't there just now, although he was only delayed for a bit, but after all he was still late. It seemed like whoever came this time and was able to identify Sima Yu came with ill intention. An elder walked out from space and followed by 4 other men from another space. They must have come here prepared seeing how lined up they were. 5 ghost hands, Elder Shan, Old He, Mother of Dark Cloud, Ancestor of Qin Clan. I didn't expect that Ghost Concubine could actually get your help. Mo Yu could guess what they were here for just by seeing them. We don't want it either, but we owe her a favor. 5-hand Ghost, who was the very first to appear, said, Is that favor worthy of your life? Mo Yu frowned. We don't have a choice either. We have to bear with the consequences since we owe her a favor. It is our life even if we have to hand it in. At least, we don't owe her anything anymore. Sima Yu looked at Mo Yu. It seemed like these few wouldn't be easy to deal with by seeing his sunken face. Looked like Ghost Concubine made a big effort just to attack with her. Blame it on our luck since we're nearby. Elder Shan sighed. HM? What do you mean? Mo Yu asked. Ghost Concubine gathered many people to attack young princess and we're coincidentally the nearest from here. Elder Shan continued, Mo Yu, for the sake of our relationship, we won't put you in a difficult position as long as you don't retaliate. Elder Shan, aren't you putting me in a difficult position just by saying that? Mo Yu sighed lightly. You know it, she is the someone that I want to protect. Then we will have to forsake all the relationships we used to have. Mother of Dark Cloud groaned. We'll burn more offerings for you next time. Mo Yu expressed his attitude. We won't know who will burn for who yet. Let's do it. 5 ghost hands shouted and attacked towards Sima Yu. Everyone moved along with him. Sima Yu could tell that these monsters were a level higher from Mo Yu, so she called out Emia. Emia and Mother of Dark Cloud fought and were barely a tie. They fought in an empty space as Sima Yu stood on the ground not knowing what their situation was, so she could only wait anxiously on the ground. This time, a group of men that were clad in black gathered from around and attacked Sima Yu immediately. Ghost Concubine thought that Black Shadow and the others were there in Sheep City with Sima Yu to stall for more time so she could summon Lightning Tribulation, but now she wouldn't have time to summon Lightning Tribulation as all the elites alongside her had been lured away. This way, she would be able to kill her. She was right, but not entirely. Sima Yu indeed depended on Black Shadow and the others to stall for more time to summon Lightning Tribulation, but it wasn't as if she didn't have any power at all. These people who came won't be able to kill her. Actually, Ghost Concubine was very thorough in her planning. She had gotten 5 elders to deal with her. If it wasn't for Emia, Mother of Dark Cloud would be fighting with her. With her power, she wouldn't be a match to the Mother of Dark Cloud. Moreover, she even sent some black-robed man to kill her under this situation. It was a thorough plan. Just that she didn't think that all the spirit beasts around Sima Yu weren't some amateur beasts. They protected Sima Yu to the extent that they couldn't even get close to her. Zap! Little Purple licked its own paw and dashed towards them as it purred. Sima Yu carried Little Purple and didn't move an inch with burnt bodies surrounding them. How did it? The rest of them surrounded her as they didn't dare to go close. How did she release lightning? And it was such a strong lightning that one lightning would be able to injure and kill many of them. Since you are so loyal to Ghost Concubine, I'll grant your wish. Sima Yu patted Little Purple. I don't have the time and mood for you, let's finish this quickly. She threw Little Purple into the air. Little Purple stretched its body unwillingly and lazily. Meow. Meow. It opened its eyes and was unhappy to see those black shadows. Tiny individuals like you all with no powers are the reason why I can't get a good sleep. Prepare to die. It pointed its paw as a bunch of black clouds started to materialize in the air. Although the power of lightning would be felt, the black clouds and tribulation clouds were different. No good, we've been locked on. These aren't tribulation clouds, everyone runs in different direction. Someone shouted while the others stood blanked as they ran in different direction. Hey, thinking of escaping? Ah. It's chasing. The black-robed men ran frantically as they shouted while looking up to the dark clouds above their heads. They weren't afraid of spirit energy nor fierce opponents, but they couldn't keep calm when it came to lightning. Someone condensed spirit energy and attacked the dark clouds trying to dissipate it, but it was useless. No, the dark cloud actually absorbed their power and became bigger. Zarp! The lightning struck accurately on those people. They didn't even have a chance to retaliate and became black charcoal straight away. It attracted a lot of people over as they were all dumbstruck by the scene. Is this a tribulation cloud? It's so powerful. This isn't a tribulation cloud. There isn't a tribulation cloud's aura. But it's more powerful than the tribulation cloud. Even if it was a tribulation cloud, they would be able to resist once or twice with their power, although the dark cloud was actually very small, but it was able to kill at once. Little Purple sneered after hearing what they said. As a top-grade purple lightning, how would a common lightning tribulation be compared with it? On a mountain far away, a little boy who was sitting on an old tree at the peak of the mountain looking at what was happening, threw away the walnut in his hands. Oh my god! It's finally here after waiting for so long. He shouted and jumped down from the tree and landed on the underworld lion that was keeping watch below. Go, let's go find her. Roar. Underworld lion roared and ran towards the black cloud while the little boy was waving his hands excitedly. Found it, finally found it. Phew, this woman is really hard to find. Sima Yu didn't know someone was running towards her. At the moment, she was stupefied by all the dead bodies. Since there weren't any rare treasures here, could it be the ghost concubine who planned all of this and lured her here just to kill her? After thinking about it for a bit, she felt like it wasn't too possible. If ghost concubine wanted to kill her, there was no need to do something so elaborate. If she knew where she was, she might have been killed long ago. On the other hand, in order to avoid causing trouble for herself, it would be even better to lay low. These people, however. She looked around her and found the ringleader. She saw his still rigid body and entered his mind. It turns out that it was just like 5 Ghost Hand said. He only let them come because they were in the area. Ghost Concubine knew that she had already left the palace a long time ago. She wanted to send people to kill her, but she couldn't catch up to her. Later on, she knew that she had gone to the Mo clan and had no choice but to wait for her to leave. Who knew that this wait would last 2 years? This time, when she had obtained the news, she had already left Immortal Hex City and headed for this place. To be able to look for her in such a short period of time proved that these people were far from ordinary. It was a pity that Ghost Concubine was still underestimating her. That is young Princess Sima Yu, right? That's right. To be able to use lightning so freely, apart from young Princess, there is nobody else. Who would have thought that young Princess would come here as well? These people want to kill young Princess? Who are those people? They're too daring. Aren't they afraid that the king will exterminate their clan? Someone who dares to oppose the king and is also dead set on killing young Princess? Apart from that person, who else could it be? Sure. Even if you know who it is, there's no need to say it. Aren't you afraid that if someone hears you, you'll die without even knowing how? What's there to be afraid of? Will those people dare to come over here right now? Sima Yu was here. If those people came here, they would just get struck by lightning. If they were smart, they would run and hide far away. That was why it was safer to be here right now. Boom, boom, dash. A loud boom was heard, giving those who were still undecided a shock. What's going on? What is that sound? It seems like there's a major movement from the underworld beasts. Everyone turned around to look and, when they saw the rolling sand hurtling towards them, they were so afraid that their legs turned to jelly. Beast tide. It's a beast tide. How could a beast tide suddenly appear? And it's even charging straight at us. What's going on? Could it be because of the lightning just now? Fool. If it were because of them, they would be hiding far away from here. That's true. Underworld beasts are terrified of lightning. Then why are they running towards this place? Who knows? Heavens, there are so many of them. What are you still staying here for? Aren't you going to run? Although everyone had come here in search of treasure, who would dare to stay here even under these kinds of circumstances? They would run first and talk later. Once the beast tide was over, they would return. The word run woke them all up, and those who came to watch the show ran away in all directions. There were those who saw that Sima Yu was still standing there, and they cried out, "Young princess! The beast tide is coming. Why aren't you running?" Sima Yu smiled at them and said, "Don't worry." That person was stunned. He didn't know whether he was affected by her smile or her confidence. He looked at her twice more, and saw that she had no intention to leave at all, and finally left. She had her purple cat, so she should be fine. At the very least, she would be able to take care of herself. Sima Yu arrived at the top of the mountain in a single leap. When she saw the surging sand, she knew that the beast tide this time was definitely huge. It was puzzling. It was obvious that a battle had just occurred here, so why would the underworld beasts charge towards this direction? Yu, someone's here. Little Purple crawled out from her embrace and said as he looked towards the beast tide. Are you sure? Sima Yu asked. Millimeter. I can feel a different aura. Little Purple said confidently. It looks like the situation this time is really being controlled by someone. Sima Yu saw the beast tide that was coming closer and closer, then we should see just who is in charge of all this mess. The beast tide was coming quickly, and they were able to clearly see the silhouettes of those underworld beasts. As expected, it was at this moment that the beast tide suddenly stopped. Everyone realized that something was off, so they also slowed down. They wanted to see what was going on. Someone has stopped them. Little Purple said, but you'd better go take a look. What's up? The person sitting on the lion. It's a child. He was able to control the underworld beasts and was a child. She immediately knew who this person was. The one who held the mythical dragon order. Now that someone had stopped it, it proved that someone knew that he was the one controlling it, and knew his identity as well. This meant that the people who had blocked him should be rushing towards the mythical dragon order. She really didn't think that she would meet this young kid here. If Mo Yu knew this, she wondered whether he would have battled in the void for such a long time. That child is in trouble. Little Purple said, and those people are very powerful. Let's go over to take a look. Sima Yu carried Little Purple and flew over there. She quickly saw a group of people surrounding that young boy. The young boy sat on the back of an underworld lion. When he saw the male in front of him, his eyes filled with rage. He tossed away the walnut shell in his hand and cried out, I still have to look for someone. Don't you block my way. Brat, hand over the mythical dragon order and we won't make things difficult for you. The man at the front covered his face, not allowing anyone to see what he looked like. That was true. If he managed to snatch the mythical dragon order, he would become the target of the entire ghost realm. At that time, he would not have picked up a treasure but a hot potato. No way. The mythical dragon order is mine. You are all bad people and always want to snatch my mythical dragon order. HMPH, there's no way I'll give it to you. The young boy stood on the back of the underworld lion. He had one hand on his waist and he pointed with his other, go, eat them. Raw dash. The underworld beasts flocked in, but they were not your average people. There were a few of them who were rather powerful and were not immediately killed when faced with so many underworld beasts. Instead, they managed to handle them skillfully. Do you think that it's enough just to control these underworld beasts? You've never grasped the mythical dragon order's strength before. It's a waste in your hands. You should obediently hand it over. Dream on. The young boy closed his eyes and the air around him seemed to quieten along with him. In a short moment, he suddenly opened his eyes and all the underworld beasts that came with him from the abyss of the mountain started to roar. Divine Paragon Beast. The expressions on their faces immediately changed. They didn't think that he would actually be able to control even Divine Paragon Beasts. If you're smart enough, then move away. I want to go to the one who released the lighting. If you stop me from finding the person, then I'm going to get them to kill you all right now. The young boy threatened. A few auras of the Divine Paragon Beasts pulsated over, showing that they would immediately charge over if they were not obedient. After hesitating for a moment, they still took their men and left. The mythical dragon order was important, but their lives were even more so. They didn't bring enough people with them this time. They would definitely bring more people with them the next time. Sima Yu heard what he said and was rather suspicious. The person who released the lightning? He wasn't talking about her, was he? Could it be that it really was like what those people said, that the one he was looking for all this while was her? It couldn't be, right? Sima Yu didn't yet come back to her senses before the boy suddenly hopped off the back of the lion and ran over to her. He raised his head and looked at her. Lady, you came over here from that direction. Did you see the person who released the lightning? You're not afraid of me? Sima Yu asked. He was so wary towards those people earlier, so why did he run over to her so easily? It's not like you're trying to kill me. Why would I be afraid of you? The young boy said, if you tell me where the person who shot the lightning is, I'll give you some walnuts. How about it? After speaking, he took out some walnuts and placed it in front of Sima Yu. Sima Yu saw the walnuts in his hands, and it was similar to the ones that she had seen back at the riverside. She took the walnuts and held them in her hands, without eating them, as she asked, I can tell you if you want, but you have to first tell me why you're looking for her. You caused such a big commotion, was it just to look for her? That's right. The young boy nodded, you took my walnut, so you should hurry and tell me where she is. You haven't yet told me why you want to look for her. Sima Yu said, I need her to save a life. The young boy replied, save a life? Why do you need her to save a life? You've never even met her before, how do you know that she can save you? Because? The boy suddenly reacted and shook his head, I can't tell you. Hurry up and tell me where that person is. They'll be gone soon. It was so difficult for me to think of a way to look for her. Sima Yu saw the way he frowned and knew that he was in a rush, so she stopped teasing him, saying, I'm the one who shot the lightning and the one you're looking for. Can you tell me now, you? The boy took 2 steps backwards and examined her from head to toe. You're difficult from how others described. Are you really the one who shot the lightning? Sima Yu released some of her lightning. They crackled in the palm of her hand, causing the boy to feel incredibly excited. Whoa, I finally found you. Sob sob, if I took any longer to find you, I would be dead. The boy said as he cried. If not because Sima Yu stopped him, he might have pounced on her already. Sima Yu looked at him a little puzzledly. Once he stopped crying, she asked, who is the one who told you that I would be able to save you? My second master. He is an extremely powerful divinator. The young boy said, he said that you would be able to save me. Why would I save you? Sima Yu hugged Little Purple and asked when she saw that he was so confident. Someone said that I just had to show you this and you would agree. The young boy took out a jade plate and handed it to Sima Yu. Sima Yu was immediately stunned when she saw the jade plate. She took it and examined it closely. Who gave this to you? The friend by my master's side. He said that I should show this to you when I saw you. He even wanted me to tell you that he's safe, but he just cannot return for the time being. The young boy looked at her with anticipation. You will save me, right? Sima Yu's tears fell. Millimeter, I will. Thank you. The young boy jumped up happily, then took out a few more walnuts and handed it to her. I'll treat you to some walnuts. Sima Yu saw that he was so happy and lowered her head to look at the jade plant in her hand as her tears fell. He said that he was fine, it was just that he couldn't return for the time being. It had been so many years and she finally heard news of him again. Grandmaster Uncle, if Master and the others knew that you had sent word back, I wonder how happy they would be. She muttered softly. This jade plate belonged to the old principal from the heavenly sect, Yuan Shao Jie, her grandmaster uncle. On it, she could sense the familiar aura, which filled her with countless memories. Ever since he had left with Jin, she had no news from them. She never thought that this strange little boy would find her with this authentication item. Sima Yu saw the underworld beasts surrounding them and said, since you found me, let these underworld beasts return. The young boy quieted down and said, that's true. You guys can return. Caw. Raw dash. The underworld beasts let out their various cries, as if in reply. Then, they turned around and left. All right. The young boy clapped his hands and hopped in front of Sima Yu. My name is Fu Shi. What is your name? You don't know my name? I don't. Second Master never told me. He merely said that he would send me to your world and that you knew how to use lightning and could save me. He never said anything else. Dushi said this. He even felt a little aggrieved towards this second master of his. Second master just loves pretending to be mysterious. He always speaks in halves. If he had told me who you were, would I have had to go through so much trouble to look for you? He just loves to say things like how the mysteries of heaven are not to be revealed, but it's all just pretense. Sima Yu saw his enraged little expression and laughed when she heard him cursing. Wasn't that so? Divinators always enjoyed messing with people using these sorts of phrases. She wondered whether or not they really weren't able to say it, or that they didn't know it either. However, based on the jade plate that the principal had given her, they should have known who she was. They just didn't want to tell him. My name is Sima Yu. Sima Yu said, you've been in the ghost realm for such a long time. Could it be that you've never heard of my name? You didn't know about my ability to release lightning? The young boy shook his head. I accidentally revealed my ability to control the underworld beasts, then they guessed that I possessed the mythical dragon order, so I've been hiding in this mountain for 2 years. Later on, I thought of a way to draw you to me. I was out of options. If I took any longer to find you, I would have died. Is it that serious? Sima Yu looked at him. His complexion was still good. He didn't look like he was about to die. It really is. Fushi said, don't be deceived by how well I look. I might die any day. Let me examine your body first. Sima Yu grabbed his wrist and examined him. When she examined it clearly, she couldn't help but widen her eyes in surprise. How old are you? I'm 250 this year. Fushi muttered. He really hated these numbers. When did you obtain the mythical dragon order? I was around 7 years old. Ever since then, my body stopped growing. If not because Master and the others did their best to think of a solution, I might not have been able to live until now. Fushi said sadly, it's a good thing that, a few years ago, Second Master suddenly said that he had found a way. Then, he sent me here. Sima Yu had found the issue with his body. If not because they had thought of many ways, he definitely would not have been able to survive to this day. Then, did your master tell you how you can be saved? He didn't. Dushi shook his head. However, Master said to look for the one who could release lightning. That should be related to this. You want me to zap you with lightning? Sima Yu asked. No way. That will hurt a lot. Fushi looked at her with terror. He was afraid that she would suddenly strike him. He would definitely die if so. Relax. Since you have my principal's jade plate, I won't kill you so easily. Sima Yu patted his head. I will only act after investigating it thoroughly. I feel like your smile is a little scary. Fushi shrunk his neck, muttering about how unreliable the person his master found was. How am I scary? I'm merely a little interested in you. Sima Yu smiled. This is the first time I've seen a condition like yours, so it's worth looking into. You want to treat me as an experiment? Fushi cried out. Sima Yu glanced at him. Do you have any other ideas? All right. He had none. He probably had no choice but to become her little experiment. There's no need for you to be so afraid. Mo Yu knows a little about the mythical dragon order as well. Once he comes down here, he might even know what to do. Sima Yu watched his smile transform into a grimace and said with a laugh. Mo Yu? You're not talking about that Mo Yu, right? Fushi's expression was one of worry and hoped that the Mo Yu she was talking about was not the same one that he knew. However, Sima Yu dashed his hopes with a smile. It's precisely the Mo Yu that you tricked before. How do you know him? Why don't we go on without him? Let's go right now. Dushi said as he scanned his surroundings, afraid that Mo Yu would suddenly appear. Just what did you do to him? You actually look so terrified. Sima Yu was incredibly curious about what happened between the two of them. One was terrified to this extent, while the other was hell-bent on finding him. It probably wasn't just any ordinary grudge. Nothing much, actually. Fushi said, I just sold him an extremely ordinary item before telling him that it was a treasure. I sold it for a high price. He had never seen that item before and, with my spirit energy, he naturally thought that it wasn't an ordinary item. However, upon careful examination, you would know that it's actually useless. Sima Yu understood now why Mo Yu was so angry. He was such a powerful figure in the ghost realm, but had been cheated by such a young brat. It wasn't a big deal, but it shamed him. Later on, I heard other people mention his name. Only then did I know that I had tricked such a powerful guy. I knew that this guy didn't care about the money, but cared about his pride. That's why he will definitely cause trouble for me when he meets me. That's why, Yu, let's hurry up and leave. Fushi looked at her pleadingly. Sima Yu shrugged. Too late, he's already back. Fushi jumped up with shock and looked all around him. Finally, he ran behind her and stuck on his head, asking, where? Sima Yu pointed to the sky and Fushi raised his head, only to see a few people coming down from above. Mo Yu looked at Fushi and immediately ran up to capture him. His face was so dark that it looked like poop in a latrine. Brat, you actually dare to appear in front of me. Let's see how I deal with you. As he said this, he slapped Fushi's butt. Yu, he's going to beat me to death. Save me. Fushi cried out. You're not a child, it's useless to cry. Mo Yu said as he hit him a few times. Don't hit him so hard, don't injure him. Sima Yu nagged Mo Yu. Yu, I belong to you now. If you don't save me, I'm going to die. However, these words caused Wu Lingyu, who was standing beside them, to turn solemn. You said you belong to her? That bone-chilling voice caused Fushi to break out into cold sweat involuntarily. Who was this? Why was he so fierce? Yu agreed to keep me just now, so of course I belong to her. In order to keep Mo Yu off his tail, Fushi chose to face Wu Lingyu's dark expression. From his point of view, Wu Lingyu was not as dangerous as Mo Yu, so it was more important to preserve his little life. Just as Wu Lingyu was going to explode, Sima Yu pulled him over, then said to Mo Yu, who wouldn't stop beating Fushi up, his body is extremely weak now, he'll die if you hit him a few more times. That's right. At the very most, I'll just give you that item. Fushi added on while nodding. It would have been fine if he didn't mention this, but Mo Yu's anger that had subsided flared up again, and he only let him go after beating him up a little bit more. Sima Yu showed Wu Lingyu the principal's jade token and said, "This is what he brought over, and that old man is still alive." Wu Lingyu saw the jade token and his ice-cold expression finally changed. Sima Yu told him what Fushi had told her, and it was only now that everyone understood the situation. It turns out that he had been the cause of anything, causing them to waste their time here. They even almost got killed. However, without him, they would not have known how the old principal was doing. "Mo Yu, you're rather familiar with the mythical dragon order, do you know how to save him?" Sima Yu asked. "What do you mean save? A person like him who is full of lies should just die." Mo Yu said lightly. Fushi pulled himself free from his grasp and ran to Sima Yu's side, sticking out his tongue at Mo Yu. "All right, enough, I'm being serious here." Sima Yu protected Fu 11. Although she knew that he was already 250 years old, the way he looked really was deceiving. Also, he was someone that her principal had introduced, so she had no choice but to help him deal with this. Tell me first, where did you come from?" Mo Yu asked. "This is a secret. I can't tell you," Fushi said. "Why can't you tell me? Everyone like me who is from that place cannot say the name of that place. That's the law." Fushi was obstinate about this. "Apart from that, you can ask me anything else. But I'm rather interested in that place. Only if I know where you're from will I be able to ascertain whether or not your body is the same as ours." "That?" Fushi hesitated, saying, "In any case, it's a lot higher in rank than where you are now. You just have to know that." Sima Yu and the others exchanged glances. It was a continent that was higher in rank than theirs. He also couldn't casually tell others about it. Then was that place. Wu Lingyu pulled Fushi's hand, and as he inserted his spirit energy into it, a hole immediately opened in his palm. Fushi grabbed his hand and cried out loudly as golden blood started to flow from his palm. Although it was little in quantity, it stunned everyone here. "As I thought." Wu Lingyu and Mo Yu spoke simultaneously. They exchanged glances, and the looks in their eyes were the same. They already knew the place that Fushi was talking about. It was the place that existed only in legends. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked at him puzzledly. What else did they know? Fushi was even more surprised. He looked at the both of them and asked, "How did you know?" "Very simple. According to the legends, those who have golden blood can only come from that place." Mo Yu said, "I just never thought that you would actually have come from there." It was no wonder Mo Yu didn't recognize the item that Fushi had taken out. Nobody had ever seen the things from there before. I won't say anything. No matter what you ask me, I won't answer." Fushi covered his mouth, acting as if he would never budge no matter what they wanted to ask from him. "Where is that?" Sima Yu asked. "It's a place that has been rumored to be where the gods reside." Wu Lingyu said, "I always thought that it was just a legend. I didn't think that it would be real." Sima Yu recalled the picture she saw back at the Chaos River. The creatures that came from the river eventually left. As to where they went, nobody at this present time knew. It was as if, apart from the 9th Underworld clan, the others had never seen them. Perhaps they really had gone to a higher ranked place. "Since the place you came from is even higher ranked than here, why have you not yet solved your problem?" "Sigh, I'm depressed just talking about it. However, there's nothing I can do since they have no idea." Fushi sighed. "Perhaps, if I had been here with my condition, I would have died on the spot. I might not even have been able to live till now." "That's true. Then, I'll go and investigate once I'm back. We'll see whether or not I can find a way to solve your problem." Sima Yu said, "Have all those people been killed?" "No." This answer caught Sima Yu quite unaware. She wondered if it was possible that this guy had changed. Mo Yu said that these people were all his old friends, so we merely injured them severely. We didn't kill them. However, this will only happen once. Wu Lingyu said. With this incident, they can be considered to have accounted to Ghost Concubine. Concubine. That's why, in the future, they will not make any trouble for you. Mo Yu explained. If this happens again, they will definitely be dead. Mo Yu huffed. Let's leave this place first. There are many people who have come. Sima Yu said. All right. They wanted to fly off, but Fushi grabbed onto Sima Yu's clothes, saying pitifully, take me, I can't fly. Wu Lingyu immediately grabbed his hand and pulled it down, saying icily, I'll take you. Fushi shrunk his neck in and secretly thought, why is this person so cold? He's too scary, NORVLRB/. He wanted to refuse as he didn't want him to take him, but Sima Yu had already flown off. When he saw that Mo Yu was the only one remaining, he thought that there was no point fighting it. What was he supposed to do if he was tossed down halfway? This guy's personality was too unreliable. He'd better follow this human ice block instead. They left Dark Cloud Mountain and, after leaving the group of people, Mo Yu called out Little Red and left directly. They flew for a long time before they finally arrived at a very eye-catching little city. They found an inn to stay in and Mo Yu very heroically booked the entire inn, bringing great joy to the steward. Fushi followed behind Sima Yu and said, Yu, when are you going to help me? Recently, he had been feeling like he was losing more and more control over his strength. He was afraid that he would really die one of these days. Sima Yu understood how worried he was. It was like how she was worried as she watched her strength grow. It was like a ticking time bomb that would explode at any moment. Relax, since I've promised you, I will definitely give it my best shot. She patted his head, however, I can't do it right now. Why not? We first have to shake off those who are tailing us. Without a stable environment, if I began your treatment, it would be a very irresponsible treatment towards you. Sima Yu sized, although those tailing us aren't going to pose much of a danger, it is still quite troublesome. There are people tailing us? Aren't they afraid of you and Mo Yu? Fushi asked. The two of them had identities that were far from ordinary. Weren't they afraid of dying if they tailed them like this? In order to obtain the mythical dragon order, there will always be those willing to face danger. Sima Yu said, you are someone my principal introduced, so I will help to ensure your safety. Fushi heard what she said, and looked at her a little blankly. The way she smiled made him feel at ease. Although her words were not said passionately, he could feel her sincerity. She said that she would protect him. He believed her. He smiled at her and his round eyes curved upwards, leaving only a small line. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was his true smile. You haven't rested well these few days, right? Look for a room and take a good rest. I'll call for you once I've dealt with those people. Sima Yu said. Yu, why do you treat me so well? Fushi said with his head raised. You are someone the principal introduced. I believe in him. He wouldn't introduce anyone substandard. Also, I understand the worry and anxiety that you feel. Sima Yu replied with a smile. You understand? That's right. I know how it feels to have an unstable power in your body. Why? Could it be that you've experienced it? That's right. I experienced it before. Do you know why I went to the ghost realm? It was because I did not have the ability to control the powers clashing in my body, and it would cause me to explode. That is why I know how you feel and will not let you go through that pain. Sima Yu comforted him, allowing his anxious heart to finally settle. How long had it been since he felt at peace? He watched her as she walked away, his lips quivering. His innocent eyes turned dark. She was really a lady that he couldn't see through. However, he liked her and wanted to draw close to her. Would she be different from those people? Wu Lingyu stood in front of him and blocked his line of sight, looking at him with an icy gaze. Fushi thought that he would say something, but he merely gave him a look and left. Really a guy with a huge appetite. Fushi muttered, I'm obviously just a small child, why is he so fierce to me? Despite saying that, he did not really feel that way. Perhaps, even if I can't fix my body, I will still be able to reap some rewards. He smiled and hummed a little tune, hopping and skipping his way to his room to rest. Just as Sima Yu had said, it had been a long time since he had properly rested. Although the underworld beasts could protect him as he traveled the mountains, he had never relaxed enough to rest. If he was not worried that someone would kill him, he was worried about when his body would explode. Right now, with her around, he could finally relax. He could also sleep peacefully. If even she couldn't think of anything, then perhaps he would just have to accept his fate. Oh, I've already finished eating the walnuts that I peeled. Once I'm back and have the time, I'll peel a few more and treat her to eat them together. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Many people had chased after them. They knew that. Although they couldn't help but exclaim that they were rather bold, they understood the law that treasure had towards people. It wasn't too strange that they would do this. That was why they didn't really plan on taking their lives directly. However, they quietly disappeared after staying in the inn for 2 days. NOVEL/B/4. As for where they disappeared to, nobody knew. After those people who were tailing them couldn't find them after looking for them, they had no choice but to leave with dissatisfaction. However, they did not give up. They just went to look elsewhere. Once everyone had left, Sima Yu's group appeared in the inn again. Alright, it's pretty quiet now. Sima Yu said to Fushi when she realized that everyone had left, now, let's look into your condition. Alright. Fushi was thinking about this long ago. Now that she was finally ready to start looking into his condition, he hopped over happily. Yu, what do you want me to do? Tell me about how you used to be. Then, tell me what your masters and the others have tried. Sima Yu said. When I was 7 years old, I once made a bet with a person. One of us would run to the ruins. Then, that's where we found the mythical dragon order. Then, my father told me that it was the divine dragon ruins. However, even though others had gone there many times, they couldn't find the mythical dragon order. I don't know how I managed to find it. Fushi was speechless towards this. If the others had found this mythical dragon order, then it would have been great. He would not have had to suffer for so many years. Sima Yu's eyebrows raised when she heard this and asked, based on what Mo Yu has said, the mythical dragon order sustains the majority of the divine dragon's strength. It also has a certain consciousness and obeys the will of the master. Who knows, it might have chosen you. Otherwise, how could the others have failed to find it so many times while you, a 7 or 8-year-old child, managed to find it? Sai, my master, and the others said the same thing. Fushi sighed. However, if it really chose me, why didn't it spare a thought for my body? Ever since he had formed a contract with the mythical dragon order, his body has stopped growing. Even up till now, he looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. His master had said that it was because the mythical dragon order was too powerful that his body could not bear it. Instead of allowing him to grow stronger, it actually pressured his body, preventing him from growing. Perhaps it had waited too long. However, there's no need to think about this. Sima, you guessed, did your masters do anything for you? Actually, my body has always been nourished by herbs. This is the list of items that I've used before. Fushi took out a thick stack of paper. Inside it listed a few herbs as well as some pill recipes. Sima Yu looked at those recipes with surprise. It contained the success rate of the pill, the necessary herbs, and the method. These? My master said that, since you are able to help, then this is our gift of gratitude. If you are able to treat me, there's an even bigger gift to thank you. Fushi said. Sima Yu did not have much expectations towards his great gift of gratitude. However, she liked the pill recipes quite a lot. She looked at them attentively, feeling like the usual ones could be used to strengthen the body, which was what she needed right now. However, this was not the time to study them. She continued to look at the remaining herbs and was incredibly awed at the ingredients needed. They were truly a lot more powerful than the herbs that she had encountered before. Your master is quite sincere. Now that I've seen these pill recipes, I can't not treat you properly. Sima Yu mentioned as she placed the paper on the table with her right hand knocking it lightly. Master really did mention it before. Fushi sat in front of her. He took out a few walnuts and placed them in front of her. Then, he took 2 of them and ate the inside. You really like walnuts? Sima Yu looked at the walnuts. She hadn't even eaten the ones that he had given her before. In the past, Master was the one who forced me to eat them. He said that these were good for me because I always didn't use my brain. Then, I just got used to it and liked it. Fushi said, try it. It tastes pretty good. Sima Yu took one. He had already opened it slightly, but she still had to use force to open it. She tried a bite of the nut inside and it truly tasted decent. As she swallowed it, she could feel the vigorous spirit energy release in her body. The thing that surprised her the most was that the spirit energy did not randomly dissipate, but entered straight into her bones. It seemed like Fushi's master had given these to him to strengthen his body. The shells on these are too tough, they're difficult to pry open. Fushi said, however, I found a chunk of iron recently. It's unexpectedly easier to use. That's why I use it to open them whenever I'm bored and continue eating. Can you give me these shells so I can study them? Sima Yu asked. Sure, I have no use for them anyway. Fushi's reply was straightforward. Are you going to use it to study its use as a tool? I heard that it's possible. However, I've never tried. Sima Yu truly did want to use it in tool refinement. These are my last few pieces. I'll open a few more for you. Fushi took out a pile that had not yet been peeled, then took out a dark black squarish lump of metal. With a push, a crack appeared in the tough walnut shell. After 2 more knocks, it split into half. Sima Yu was a little surprised at how sturdy the tool was. She knew just how hard this walnut shell was. Even Mo Yu and the others couldn't shatter them, but this lump of metal actually cracked it in a moment and split it in 2 to 3 moves. It was clear how powerful this lump of metal was. Fushi peeled a pile of it, then placed them in front of Sima Yu, saying, these are for you. Sima Yu looked at those walnuts and said, these walnuts aren't cheap, right? Are you giving them to me just like that? Others may find it difficult to get them, but I have many of them. You don't have to stand on ceremony with me. Fushi beamed at her as he spoke. I won't hold back, then. Sima Yu knew that he definitely had his own secret. Since he didn't want to say it, she didn't need to hold back on him. What are you guys talking about? Wu Lingyu and Mo Yu walked in from the courtyard. He saw that the two of them were talking and laughing happily in the pavilion and walked over to ask. We're talking about these walnuts. Sima Yu pointed at the walnut shells. I want to try and see if they can be used to refine tools, so he gave me a pile of them. These have all been deshelled. They're not easy to deshell. Mo Yu said. He has a metal tool. It's really useful. He managed to deshell one in just 2 to 3 moves. Sima Yu said. Oh? Most things aren't that hard. You brat, you couldn't have used a divine tool to deshell walnuts, right? Mo Yu asked. No way, right? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like a divine tool. Even if it was one, it'd be a useless divine tool because no matter how I use it, I don't get a response. It doesn't have a single bit of spirit energy, so it's just an ordinary piece of metal. Fushi said as he took out the piece of metal, placing it in front of everyone. When Mo Yu saw it, he took in a sharp breath. Mo Yu saw that lump of metal and his eyes were filled with a kind of disbelief. It couldn't be real, right? However, based on how it really looked like what he had once seen before. He took that lump of metal and took a deep breath before flipping it over. Below it, the indistinct but present word, North, burned into his eyes. It really is it. Where did you find this? He asked excitedly. Ah? I picked it up from under the mud. Fushi didn't understand why he was so excited, but it looked like he had really picked up a piece of treasure. Sima Yu looked at Mo Yu with even more surprise. When did he become so excited? Even Wu Lingyu looked like he was finding it inconceivable. What is this? You guys are so excited. She took the item from Mo Yu's hand, then inserted her spirit energy and realized that she didn't feel any reaction from it. Wasn't this just a useless piece of metal? Fushi looked at her curiously as well, saying, exactly. Could it be a piece of treasure? Northern Divine Seal. Mo Yu said, look at this. He flipped the Northern Divine Seal over and pointed out the very faint word, North, saying, the 4 Divine Seals all look the same. The only difference between them is the word written below. It really does look like that word. Sima Yu and Fushi rushed over. They saw that faintly discernible word, however, this word is really difficult to recognize. I couldn't make it out no matter how much I tried. I even thought it was some sort of decoration. Mo Yu, is this really one of the Cardinal Point Divine Seals? Sima Yu said with uncertainty. No matter how she looked at it, it looked like a useless item. Was she really able to use this to rescue her mother? This? I'm not that certain either. Mo Yu was a little hesitant. After all, the Northern Divine Seal has disappeared for many years already. What did you say? Sima Yu suddenly raised her voice and shocked Mo Yu, who was deep in thought. It was only now that Mo Yu realized what he had said. He inwardly chastised himself for blurting out something so major so carelessly. He wanted to laugh and brush it off, but Sima Yu was staring directly at him, preventing him from continuing what he wanted to say. He could only look pleadingly at Wu Lingyu. Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu as well, saying, you knew this as well? He insisted on telling me. Wu Lingyu saw that the aura surrounding her had changed and he hurriedly walked up to grab her by her shoulders. At this moment, her body had already started to tremble uncontrollably. Yu, don't be anxious. Didn't you already find it? If this really is it, wouldn't you have found one coincidentally? But what if it isn't real? Look, it's a useless piece of metal. It doesn't even have any spirit energy fluctuations. How does it look like an ancient divine tool? Sima Yu raised her head and looked at him. If this isn't real, then what do I do? What happens to Mother? Is there even any more need for me to press on? Wu Lingyu had never seen her acting like this before and did not care that others were around as well as he hugged her rightly. He patted her back and comforted her. If this isn't real, then there is no need to worry either. Even if we have to stake our lives, we will break that ancient seal and rescue your mother. Look at how many years you've made me wait. I've been waiting to marry you after she is rescued, so how could I let this stand in my way? Also, I have a feeling that this is 80 to 90% real. Really? That's right, look how hard these walnuts are. I can't even shatter them when I use my spirit energy, but it can split it in an instant. How could an ordinary item be so powerful? Wu Lingyu analyzed, that's why I have a feeling that it is real. After speaking, he glanced at Mo Yu, who immediately agreed with him, that's true. The average spirit tool isn't so powerful. That's why you shouldn't worry yet. Let's examine it first. Fushi saw the way Sima Yu had changed so abruptly and had a shock. He asked, Yu, what's wrong? Do you want this? I'll give this to you, okay? Don't be this way. After saying this, he even placed the Northern Divine Seal in her hand and lifted his head to look at her. Nothing could happen to her. She was the only one who could save him. If anything happened to her, what was he to do? Sima Yu took the Cardinal Point Divine Seal and took a deep breath, forcing herself to relax, saying, how can we ascertain the authenticity of this? N-O-V-B/. I'm afraid we will have to let your grandfather confirm it. Mo Yu said, if we can place those two divine seals together, we should be able to tell whether or not it is real. Then we're going to head back to the palace. Sima Yu said, Fu Shi, come with me to the palace. Once we confirm this, we'll settle your issue. Is that all right? Fu Shi looked at her, is this very important to you? Yes, this is what I've been fighting for all these years. If this is fake, She didn't know what she would do. All right then, I'll go with you. Fu Shi said, however, you have to keep me safe. Sima Yu smiled a warm smile and nodded, Millimeter, I will definitely protect you. Mo Yu and Wu Lingyu saw that she had calmed down and took a deep breath. It was a good thing that this item was around when she found out about it. At the very least, it allowed her to fulfill her wishes. If they found it to be fake later on, then she would have more time to prepare her heart and at the very least, wouldn't fall apart. Lucky. They were lucky. When he thought about it, the way Mo Yu looked at Fu Shi became a lot more gentle. They had to thank him for this. If not because he had brought this item with him, they wouldn't have known what to do. Fu Shi could sense Mo Yu's kind gaze and raised his chin at him, insufferably arrogant. Without waiting for Mo Yu to reply to him, he turned around and refused to look at him. Mo Yu pursed his lips. This damn brat. Since we're going to return, then let's go now. Sima Yu said, let's use the quickest method to head back. As Mo Yu and the others were making the arrangements, Fu Shi finally had the time to ask her, Yu, are these Cardinal Point Divine Seals very important to you? What do you need them for? They're extremely important. Sima Yu nodded, my mother has been imprisoned in the abyss of hell and, because of the mischief of some Evilders, they sealed my mother with an ancient seal. I can only break it if I use the Cardinal Point Divine Seals. My mother has already been sealed for more than 100 years and I've always wanted to rescue her as soon as possible. However, my grandfather said that he will only tell me where she is after I've obtained all the Cardinal Point Divine Seals and have broken through the ranks of Underworld Paragon. Thinking about it now, he must have known long ago that the Northern Divine Seal had disappeared for many years, which is why he used this to placate me. He wanted me not to lose my will to fight. I see. I hope that this lump of metal is real. Fu Shi only understood now why she had been so devastated. If it were him, to know that all he had been fighting for was a waste, he might have reacted the same way. Thank you, Fu Shi. Whether or not it was real, he had given this item to her. She was grateful for his kind intentions. Previous chapter. Fu Shi saw Sima Yu's serious gaze and beamed at her with a light smile, I really like you. It makes me really happy to be able to help you. Sima Yu rubbed his head, I will definitely find a way to solve your problem. Millimeter, I believe you. Fu Shi also nodded seriously. He believed her, a person he had barely gotten to know. He would have found it strange in the past, but right now, he really did believe it. If those people back there knew about it, their eyeballs would definitely have bulged. Very quickly, Mo Yu came back and told her that they could set off. Black Shadow and Huan were a little surprised as to why they would leave so quickly. However, they did not ask anything and just left with her. Those in the palace knew that she wanted to learn through experience before coming back and thought that they would not see her for a few tens of years. They didn't expect her to return so quickly. Young princess. Shiyu looked at Sima Yu, incredibly happy. Young princess has returned. Lingyan ran over excitedly and bowed towards her. She bowed towards her and stood in front, unsure where to put her hands. Young princess. Yang Hui and the others had more restraint, but the clear smile on their lips was evident of how they really felt. Sima Yu saw that they were all doing well and were not missing any arms or legs and could finally stop worrying about them. They didn't come and cause you any trouble, right? No, because Ghost King sent word that, before you left, you said that nobody was allowed into Youthful Palace. Earlier on, His Highness wanted to come, but Ghost Concubine's men called him back. Shiyu replied. Oh? Sima Yu didn't think that even Ghost Concubine would call Yu Hao back. However, she could guess what she was thinking. If she killed her while she was outside, the heavens were large and the Emperor far. The Ghost King would not be able to do anything to her anyway. After all, he would have no evidence. However, if they came to cause trouble for her in the palace, under the eyes of the Ghost King, it would be difficult to give an account. November, L.B. /. Furthermore, standing from her position, she merely had a few palace maids and was not worth her time. Young princess, did you not initially send word saying that you would only return after gaining some experience outside? Why have you returned so quickly? Yushi asked instead because she did not want Sima Yu to worry about them. Because something happened. So I came back earlier. Sima Yu sighed. Is grandfather still in closed-door cultivation? That's right, ever since young princess left, King went into closed-door cultivation. He didn't even come out to judge the inter-dynasty competition that passed. This was something that had never happened before. Leng Yun said, in the past, no matter how busy he was, even if he was far away, he would rush back to be the judge. However, this time, perhaps because he senses that he is going to advance in rank soon, he has been in closed-door cultivation. However, that doesn't really seem to be the case. King is already half a step into the emperor rank. He can't advance any further than that. That was true. Based on the way the world saw it, this was really the case. There were no emperors in this realm. After advancing half a step into the emperor rank, they would have no way to advance in rank anymore. This was something everyone in this world knew. It was precisely because of this that Ghost Concubine wasn't worried at all that the Ghost King had gone into closed-door cultivation. No matter how hard he cultivated, he would have no way to improve. That was why, if he wanted to torment himself, then he could go ahead. In any case, if he wasn't around, she had more monopoly of power. Just like the dynasty competition before. In the end, most of the people who participated were her people. Many who support the king have also flocked under her banner. Once he's out from the dynasty competition, he'll be even more helpless towards her. Sima Yu was the only one who knew that there was an emperor rank in this world. That was because Feng Yu Yang had used a secret method to ascend to the emperor rank. Although it was not acknowledged by heaven, it was still truly an emperor rank. Since she could do it, so could he. However, before he had managed to succeed, she definitely couldn't say a word about it. Furthermore, it was better for them to think this way. At least they would not interrupt his cultivation. So you are actually the young princess of the ghost realm. Fushi looked around youthful palace, saying, although the things here look simple, they're all treasures. Your position in the ghost realm is rather high, eh? Does that mean you can do whatever you want in ghost realm? Do you think I look like that kind of person? Sima Yu smiled. Nope, you look like you have a very big enemy. Fushi said. You guessed it right. That enemy is in the palace right now. What? In the palace? That's right, the most powerful woman in the palace. What? You then why did you run back? Aren't you looking for death? Relax, she dares not touch me here. Sima Yu said with confidence. Why so? You just need to know this. Sima Yu said, but that's only when I'm here. When I'm outside it's a different story. Young princess, this child is. Yushi asked. His name is Fushi, a child I got to know when I was outside. He's going to stay here for a while. Yushi, make arrangements for him and Ling Yu to stay together. Sima Yu instructed. Yes, young princess. Yushi was very curious about Fushi, but seeing that Sima Yu had no plans to tell her about him, she did not ask any further. Instead, she said to Fushi, little boy, I'll take you to rest. Fushi looked at Sima Yu, a little reluctant to leave. Sima Yu said to Black Shadow and Huan, you guys stay with him. Fu 11, aren't you curious as to why Ghost Concubine dares not to touch me in the palace? They'll tell you if you go with them. Although Fushi didn't really want to leave her, he was very curious why Tai was so. Hence, he could only leave with Leng Yun and the others. After he had left, Sima Yu said to Yang Hui, can we look for grandfather now? King has been in seclusion all this time and refuses to meet anyone. Although you have returned, I do not know whether or not he will meet you. Yang Hui said with uncertainty. The king seemed to be in strict seclusion this time, refusing to see anyone. He didn't even appear at the great meeting and he heard that he didn't meet Ghost Concubine the last time she went to look for him, which meant that it was even more unlikely that he would meet anyone else. However, young princess was very special to King. So, he was unsure whether or not he would meet her. Sima Yu was a little hesitant. The Cardinal Point's divine seal was very important to her and she really couldn't wait to find out the results of it. However, the cultivation was very important to Ghost King. Also, she didn't know which point he was at in his cultivation. Whether or not he was in a crucial point. If she interrupted him at this point, it would delay him. That wouldn't do either. After hesitating for a moment, she still decided to head over to where the Ghost King was cultivating. At this time, the guards at the door had changed shifts and bowed to her respectfully when they saw her. Young princess. Is grandfather still in seclusion? Sima Yu asked. Yes. Did grandfather come out at all ever since I left? No. Oh. She looked towards the direction of the door and hesitated. In the end, she did not go over. She said to the guards, "Once grandfather is out, tell him that I have returned." "Yes, young princess." Sima Yu once again looked over with reluctance before leaving sadly. It was still better to wait for him to emerge before talking about this. Previous chapter. Fuxi was currently listening to Lengyun describe how Sima Yu had defeated Ghost Concubine the last time. When he heard what she had done and scared the whole group of people, he couldn't help but laugh. He really couldn't tell that she actually had such a devious side. "What are you guys laughing about?" Sima Yu walked over and asked when she saw Fuxi doubled over in laughter. "Talking about you." Fuxi said, "You actually hurt that old witch and she could only sit there and take it. Just thinking about it makes me happy. You blend in so quickly." Sima Yu couldn't help but smile when she thought about it. "Why have you come back so quickly?" Huan asked. "Grandfather is in closed-door cultivation. I didn't want to disturb him." Sima Yu said, "I'll talk to him when he's out. I'm going to examine your body first." She already understood his situation earlier on and was also clear on what his master had done for him. What she had left to do was to understand his situation. "You want to deal with my situation first?" Fuxi was a little surprised. Wasn't she incredibly anxious before? He thought that she would deal with her issue before his. He didn't think that she would still put others first. "Let's take a look first. We'll talk about the other issue once grandfather is out." Sima Yu led Fu 11 to the house before telling Yu Shi and the others to stand guard. Fuxi could sense her spirit energy wandering around his body. Although she possessed dark energy, it didn't feel cold. Instead, it was warm and very comfortable. After a long moment passed, she finally pulled out and her eyebrows furrowed. "How is it? Is there hope for me?" Fuxi was careful in his questioning, afraid of hearing a negative reply. Second Master had said that she was his last hope. If even she pronounced a death sentence on him, then he was really out of options. "I don't have a solution right now. However, I can sense that the energy in your body is going to go out of control soon. I will think of a way to suppress it for the time being. Then, I will help you think of a way to let it fuse with your body." Sima Yu said, "You're lucky that your master used a lot of good quality items on you all these years. They mostly strengthened the foundations of your body, giving you a fighting chance. How are you going to suppress it?" "I'll seal it for the time being." Sima Yu said, "If we do it this way, you shouldn't use your mythical dragon energy in the meantime. If I can't, then so be it. In the palace, you will protect me." Fuxi was confident in his reply. Sima Yu smiled, "Millimeter. I will protect you." "Alrighty. Go ahead then, I don't want to worry all day either." Although Fuxi spoke boldly, the tremble in his brows revealed the fear in his heart. "I can't do it. Mo Yu all in you. Choose one." Sima Yu sighed. Fuxi hesitated but chose Mo Yu in the end. Although this guy hated the fact that he had once tricked him, he would not settle the accounts with him at this point in time. As for the other guy, he was way too jealous. In the event that he was upset that he was with her and was unable to control himself for a moment, what was he supposed to do? Sima Yu didn't find his choice strange as she called someone to call Mo Yu over. When Mo Yu found out about it, he readily agreed. If not for Fuxi, the issue with the Northern Divine Seal would have been very troublesome. That was why it was not a big deal to help out in this small matter. With a slight effort, the energy in Fuxi's body was sealed. "I'm finally at ease." Fuxi could sense his body relaxing and did not have to worry every day. "Don't be too happy just yet. This will only hold on for a few months. Even if the energy of the mythical dragon had entered only a small portion of your body, it would have been difficult to deal with." Mo Yu poured an ice-cold bucket of water over his joy. "Furthermore, if we haven't figured out a way to deal with this after these few months, you'd better go home to say one final farewell to your family." Fuxi wasn't surprised to receive this piece of news. He sat on the chair and swung his little legs, saying calmly, "If not for this, I would have died anytime either way. At least, this way, I can pass a few months peacefully." Sima Yu could see the desolation in his eyes, but did not say anything to comfort him. At this time, apart from helping him to find a way to cure him, anything else she said was pointless. "I do have an idea," the originally silent Wu Lingyu said. "What idea?" Everyone looked over. "I remember from your memories, there was something like an electric shock treatment that could help someone whose heart had stopped," Wu Lingyu said. "You're telling me to use electric therapy?" Sima Yu asked. Since his second master got him to look for you, who could use electricity, this might be the reason why. However, this is merely a guess, Wu Lingyu said. "Then how will she do it? Will she use lightning on Fuxi?" Lengyun felt pain just thinking about it. Fushi thought about the lightning that would strike him and felt that one was probably enough to turn him into ashes. He glared at Wu Lingyu, thinking in his heart that this guy must have said this on purpose. Whoever used electricity to rescue a person? He must be using this as an excuse to get rid of him. However, Sima Yu's eyes shone as she said excitedly, it might actually work. You wouldn't really strike me with lightning, would you? Fushi looked at her pitifully, hoping that she was merely saying it. Lingyu is right. Lightning therapy is really not a bad idea. Sima Yu gave him a comforting idea. Lightning can start a heart that stopped beating and might be able to help you recover your ability to grow. We can give it a try. Ah? You really want me to be struck by lightning? If I can't even handle a single strike, won't I die? Fushi looked at her fearfully, hoping that she could come up with another idea. Relax, I won't strike you with the sort of lightning that you're thinking about. Sima Yu said. NOVLRB/4. Next chapter. Sima Yu immediately smiled and pointed at him. You don't have to be like this, right? It's not as painful as you imagine it to be. Eh? Fushi blinked his eyes in surprise, feeling like something was off about his body. His arms and legs wouldn't move as he willed. What's happening to me? Sima Yu shook her head saying, the pills I made you eat. You just ate them without asking me anything. Isn't it because I trust you? Fushi said, however, what did you make me eat? Numbing medication. It can make you lose your senses temporarily. It will numb a lot of the pain during the shocks. Sima Yu explained. There's a pill like that? Haven't you felt the effects of it? Sima Yu got Yang Hui to lay him on the bed. Yu, if you strike me here, won't you damage the entire youthful palace? Will you give those people a shock again? It's not like what you're thinking of. Sima Yu shifted the long stool beside the bed, then held onto his hand, saying, although I've numbed your body, it's possible that it won't eradicate your pain completely. So you have to hold on. Also, once the numbing medicine wears off, there might still be pain. I got it. Fushi said. Also, to start off, I will use the lightest current to test your ability to withstand it. During this time, Lingyu will keep an eye on your condition. If anything happens, you have to tell me. Sima Yu instructed. All right. When Fushi heard her saying these things, he knew that it was not the type of lightning that he was thinking of and was a lot more relaxed and not as terrified. Sima Yu took off his clothes while Wu Lingyu stood at the side and inserted his spirit energy into his body to keep an eye on his condition. I'm starting now. Sima Yu said as she formed some lightning between her hands. Fushi watched as the lightning danced along her palms and gulped. As it danced in her palms, he placed both hands across his chest. The pain that he thought would come never did, and he didn't feel even a bit of it. That was why he did not know whether or not there were any changes in his body after being shocked. The results of all the fortifications your master did for your body are showing. Sima Yu said, I'm going to increase the strength of the current. The current that she released earlier on was something that the average person would be able to withstand. However, his body did not react in any particular way, which meant that this amount of current was nothing to him. She increased the current, then poured it into his body before directing it towards his major organs. Ooh, a dash. Although the pills had numbed his consciousness, Fushi could sense some pain. If not for the numbing, he probably would have fainted from the pain. Sima Yu released one wave of it before resting for a moment and continuing. It took 5 rounds before it finally ended. Wu Lingyu was currently linked with Fushi. Although he could also release electric shocks, the ones that Sima Yu could produce were still a little stronger than his. Lingyu, I'm done. You can rest. Sima Yu said as she saw that his complexion was a little off. Wu Lingyu nodded and retrieved his spirit energy before going to the side to rest. Sima Yu examined Fushi and realized that the parts of his body that had stopped growing had reacted a little. Although he had not yet begun to grow, this was proof that there were results. When she told Fushi the results, a smile broke out on Fushi's face. They had finally found a solution. When are we going to do this again? He urgently wanted to grow right now. We have to wait at least 5 days. Sima Yu said. I have to wait such a long time? Can't we do it earlier? There's nothing wrong with my body, so why do I have to wait for such a long time? Don't be anxious, and don't celebrate too early. Sima Yu said, you can't feel anything now, but just wait till the effects of the medicine wear off. You'll be in pain. 5 days is a conservative estimate too. Ah? Fushi's expression soured. He thought that it was fine now that it was over. Sima Yu took out a pill and fed it to him, saying, this is to heal your injuries. However, don't count on it to ease your pain. Oh. Fushi replied. Although she made it sound serious, he still felt happy. How many years had it been? His body was finally about to begin growing again. It really made him excited. However, shortly afterwards, he was unable to smile as his body was racked with so much pain that he felt like he was going to faint. Why has it already started hurting? Medicine that numbs the pain isn't good for the body after all, so the shorter it lasts the better. That is why I didn't do it for too long before. Sima Yu said, this was also your first time. It'll get better as you get used to it. Are you certain that it won't get more painful the more you do it? Fushi grit his teeth. Sima Yu seemed to sense that he was going to split his lip and stuffed a piece of cloth into his mouth to stop him from biting himself. This was how I handled it. She flashed back to her past and was filled with nostalgia. For your case, I'm still the one controlling the lightning. The first time I was struck, I thought I was going to split into two. Later on, I slowly got used to it. You're very powerful. I'm not powerful. I just had no way to retreat. It was also not like it's something I could stop having just because I wanted it to stop. Sima Yu said, on the bright side, I managed to form a contract with Little Purple with the help of my contracted beasts. Only then did I not turn to ash every time there was a lightning calamity. However, even now, every time I go through a calamity, I will allow a portion of the lightning to strike my body and allow the lightning to temper my body. Fushi's eyes shone. Would he be able to be like this in the future? Sima Yu could see what he was thinking and laughed. I'm giving you this treatment now, which is also helping to temper your body. In the future, you'll be a lot stronger at defending yourself against lightning as compared to others. Thank you. Fushi's voice was muffled against the cloth and his words were unclear. Your body stopped growing long ago. If you start to grow in the future, I'm afraid that it will hurt as well. You have to know this, so you won't be flustered later on when you encounter it. Millimeter hum. As long as I can grow, even if it hurts all the time, it doesn't matter. Fushi said. NOVLAB/. You should rest well. Once your body recovers, we'll continue. All right. The intense pain racking his body let him give up on undergoing the next step of treatment immediately. If he went through this again, he would lose his little life. After Sima Yu was done with him, she went to Wu Lingyu's side and pulled his hand to help examine him. Not too bad, you'll be able to recover after eating some pills and having some rest. Let Fushi have a good rest, let's head out. Wu Lingyu left with her, and Fushi huffed as he watched him leave. This guy, apart from being a little strong, he also looked pretty decent. Fine, he would stop hating him. Hiss, it really hurts. Thinking about how he didn't even know how many times he would have to go through this, he felt terrible. He suddenly wondered whether or not his masters knew about this, which was why they didn't tell him anything. Previous chapter. Fushi lay on the bed for 2 days as the pain slowly faded away. However, Sima Yu did not immediately start his next round of shock therapy. She waited for a few more days, and when his body was fully recovered, started the second round of treatment. After the second round was over, Mo Yu came over. He saw Wu Lingyu resting by the side along with a pale Fushi and Sima Yu, who was packing up. You? Sima Yu raised her head and looked at Mo Yu. You're here. This is the second round, how was it? Mo Yu asked. Take a look for yourself. Sima Yu said. Mo Yu raised his eyebrows and came beside Fushi. He raised his hands and inspected him, saying casually, not bad. You've already started improving in such a short period of time. I'm guessing that you will be able to start growing again soon. Indeed. Sima Yu nodded and saw Fushi's pale face. She said a little puzzledly, actually, Fushi's condition is troublesome, but it's also simple. He just had to seal away his mythical dragon powers and stimulate his body to start growing again. You're right. However, since even we were able to think of this solution, why did his masters and the others not? That's not possible, right? Aren't they even more powerful over there? Could they really not have thought of it? Sima Yu asked with confusion. Master said. Fushi's eyes opened and he said weakly, they couldn't touch the energy in my body. Only those who use divine beast energy can. For great divine beasts? That's right. Fushi said, you have a divine beast, right? That's why you were able to consolidate the energy into one place and get Mo Yu to seal it up for me. I see. And you guys didn't go out and look for other divine beasts? I'm not sure what happened that year, but of the 4 great divine beasts, the divine dragon died and condensed all the energy into the mythical dragon order. The other 3 divine beasts were also scattered throughout the world. After a few thousands of years, it was not easy to look for the 3 divine beasts. Fushi explained. You're saying that the battle that happened back then occurred in your world? Sima Yu asked. That's right. Fushi said, Master said that the battle that the divine beasts had gone through left them with severe injuries. If they did not want to emerge on their own, nobody would be able to find them. It turns out that your masters knew long ago and your condition could only be treated by someone who had the 3 divine beasts. Beasts. That means that your second master is a real phony trickster. Why? Although my second master usually messes around, he is still pretty accurate when it comes to other things. Fushi said. Look, since he knew that only someone with 3 of the divine beasts would be able to rescue you, then that also means that you have been tracking the divine beasts all this way. It just so happened that our principal went over to your side and became friends with your second master. Wouldn't he know, then, that I had the divine beasts? Sima Yu analyzed. But master didn't know that you came to the ghost realm. Also, your principal didn't necessarily know that you had divine beasts, too. That's true. Sima Yu nodded. However, I heard that to meet the related person is also a divinator's medium. Maybe principal is that medium. That's very possible. Fushi accepted this point of view as well. I heard second master mention it before as well. I wonder where the 2 divine beasts are. Sima Yu rubbed her chin. I'm rather curious about the other 2 divine beasts as well. I'm thinking that they probably aren't with us now. Wu Lingyu said, the fact that you have a divine beast with you is something that everyone knows. If they were here and knew about this, they probably would have come to look for you. That's true. It seems like I won't have the chance to meet them. Sima Yu said a little ruefully. That's not for certain. You just have to come with us over there. Fushi said, Master said that the 4 great divine beasts will all return in the future. At that time, you will be able to meet them. They'll all return? Sima Yu shook her head. Crimson Flame never mentioned anything before. Crimson Flame? Your contracted beast is Crimson Flame? The divine vermilion bird? Fushi was so excited that he wanted to sit up, but the pain on his body forced him to grit his teeth in pain. Millimeter. Sima Yu nodded. She saw his eyes shine and rejected him immediately. You can't meet him. The last time I almost died and, although I managed to save him, all my contracted beasts suffered serious injuries. Crimson Flame is in closed-door cultivation and I cannot interrupt him. Also, if everyone who came managed to meet him just because they wanted to, then he would not be able to live a peaceful life. Fushi replied with an oath dispiritedly before becoming excited again. What about your flame? I heard Crimson Flame's fire is very powerful. Can you let me see that? That request was easy to fulfill and she opened her hand, allowing the vermilion bird to dance in her palm. Fushi's eyes grew large and wanted to reach out his hand to touch it, but Sima Yu avoided him and scolded him. Could it be that you don't want your hand anymore? I forgot it in my excitement. Fushi kept his hand and lay back on the bed. I really didn't think that I would be able to see the Nirvana fire. TSK, those guys praise their own flames all day, saying how powerful they are. Once they meet you, I'll see how cocky they can be. Let's not talk about the future. You should properly rest right now. Sima Yu said, really? Your wounds obviously hurt you so much you shouldn't be moving, but you still dared to try and touch it. If your body ever recovered to normal but you were left with only a stump for a hand, how am I supposed to account for it? I was just excited. Fushi was a little scared of what he had done just now. It was a good thing that Sima Yu had been alert and immediately moved away. NOVLRB/. Alright, you should rest. Sima Yu left with Wu Lingyu, leaving him alone to stew in his excitement. Sima Yu returned to her own palace and thought about Crimson Flame, all the while remaining silent. She wanted to look for Crimson Flame and ask him questions about whether or not he would want to head over there in the future. However, he had never willingly spoken to her about them before. Even if she asked him now, he wouldn't necessarily answer her. She recalled how he used to react in the past. There were times his gaze would wander around, which meant that he probably wanted to return to take his revenge. If he really wanted to return for his revenge, she would probably go with him. No matter who their opponents were, she would walk down this road with him. You don't have to worry. Crimson Flame is not a reckless person. If he had made a decision, then he would have thought it through carefully. Wu Lingyu comforted her. Millimeter. Sima Yu nodded, but based on his personality, he wouldn't be willing to tell me anything. The great battle that occurred between the 4 divine beasts that year caused a huge loss to their opponents. No matter who his opponent is, we don't even know if they're still around. Mo Yu said, before we know the situation clearly, you and Crimson Flame should not act blindly without thinking. Crimson Flame won't. At this time, Yushi came in from the outside and bowed, saying, Young princess, 99th princess is here. Previous chapter. Sima Yu looked at Shi Yu. Who is this 99th princess? How many princesses are there? 99th princess can be considered as young princess's cousin whom the king had personally sealed her as a princess. Shiyu explained. In the past, the 99th princess and princess were almost the same age and they were close, but after she followed His Highness back to the dynasty, they rarely came back. Then ORVLRB//in.C//om. Then is there anything in particular that she is looking for me for? Sima Yu questioned. I think she knows that you're back and wants to meet you. Shiyu continued. Young princess, do you want to meet her? Since I'm already at Youthful Palace, let's meet her. Sima Yu made a sign to Shiyu as she welcomed her in. 99th princess, welcome. Sima Yu heard Shiyu's voice and lifted her head up to see an enchanting lady in a red dress walking in. Little aunt? UWAN went blank after seeing Sima Yu. Yu greets the 99th princess. Sima Yu slightly bowed in greeting and stood up. UWAN came back to her senses as she smiled and said, they said that you and your mother look alike. I thought I saw her for a moment when I saw you. You both really look alike. 99th princess, you. We're of the same generation, just address me as cousin WAN. UWAN said. All right, cousin WAN. Sima Yu readily accepted it as she didn't like calling out long forms of address as well. The king, father, and I knew you were back long ago, but we couldn't come back early to see you as we were busy preparing for the competition. I was thinking that I could see you at the competition, but I didn't expect that you weren't in the palace. That's why I came over quickly when I received the news. I appreciate your thoughts, cousin WAN. Sima Yu said formally. Thinking back, I agreed with little aunt that we'd get married and have kids together. I didn't expect to see you grow up so quickly. UWAN said with a sigh. Sima Yu didn't know what to say, so she smiled. She was only her elder cousin, so why did she sound like she was an elder? UWAN didn't notice that as she even asked her about a lot of things. Sima Yu would answer everything she asked. I heard that you wanted to save little aunt? UWAN asked. Sima Yu was in doubt. How did she know about this? You don't have to be surprised. Deija and I are still on good enough terms to talk about this. UWAN explained. Sima Yu now understood that they had to be close enough that he was able to tell her about such secret matters. It was so rare for someone like him to have someone he was close to. Initially, we weren't on good terms. UWAN explained, we both couldn't stand each other, but after little aunt's problem, we were able to sit down and have a good talk. Despite that, all we talked about was just the information that we received. So this was the case. They were both close to mother, so when mother got into trouble, they were able to sit down and discuss how to save mother, which meant that they were on the same boat. Yes, I want to save mother. Sima Yu admitted. Is the 100 Ghost banner still with you? UWAN questioned. You know about the 100 Ghost banner too. She even knew that it was with her. Of course I know about the 100 Ghost banner. I was the one who gave it to Deija secretly. Initially, I asked him to collect all the ancient war souls when he was in the Immortal Land, but he came back telling me that he lost it. It was only after much probing that he finally told me about your existence. UWAN mentioned this through gritted teeth as she was still unhappy about how Deija had lied to her about losing the 100 Ghost banner. The 100 Ghost banner is with me. Since she already knew it from Deija, she didn't want to hide it either. Then pass it to me for a while. UWAN said. Yinlin said that I'll need this to save mother. I won't be able to agree to it if cousin WAN wants to take it back. Sima Yu rejected. She wouldn't agree no matter what UWAN wanted to do with it. She couldn't take this risk if anything happened. You're thinking too much, I'm not going to do anything with it. UWAN continued, I found an ancient battle place and I've confirmed that there are still war souls there. That's why I'm thinking of using the 100 Ghost banner to capture them. There are many souls in there and we'll be able to put it to good use when we save little aunt. Cousin WAN? Sima Yu didn't think that she would do that. That place has not been discovered by anyone yet, but those soul clansmen are looking for these ancient souls, so it'll be problematic if they found it. That's why we have to take this opportunity to rush over there. UWAN said. UWAN. Deija's flustered and exasperated voice came from outside and they saw Deija's dark expression while he walked in when they turned to him. Why are you being so fierce? It scared me to death. Deija's face was scary when he got angry, but UWAN glared back at him as she wasn't scared of him. How many times have I told you that you can't tell you about this? But you just ran into the palace immediately. Do my words mean nothing to you? Deija shouted. By the time you get the 100 Ghost banner, a lot of time will be wasted. UWAN continued, You will give it to us if she knows what we want it for. Diaja rolled his eyes at her and sat beside Sima Yu without talking. Cousin, what excuse were you going to come up with to get the 100 ghost banner from me? Sima Yu asked. HMPH. Diaja was unhappy. UWAN didn't know her well. All in all, she wouldn't give the 100 ghost banner to UWAN as this was the first time they met. But if Diaja asked for it, she might have considered it. Where is that ancient battlefield? Sima Yu asked UWAN. It's in a little realm. UWAN continued, that little realm is attached to the ghost realm, that's how we accidentally found it. Where is the little realm then? It's... UWAN paused as she looked at her and said, Why are you asking in detail? You want to go? Since I already know about it I'll definitely not let those ancient souls go. Sima Yu said. What, just leave this to us? That little realm is not safe to go to. UWAN said. Is that place dangerous? Sima Yu looked at Diaja instead of UWAN. So you intended to hide it from me and bring the 100 ghost banner to collect the souls, am I right? Yes. Now, he couldn't even hide it from her anymore. Cousin, you're already busy. The problems at Soul Region caused enough trouble for you. Let me do this on my own. Sima Yu said. She wasn't familiar with UWAN. Although she found her nice after talking to her, she couldn't risk it. Hence, the best way was to go to the ancient battlefield to collect the ancient battle souls herself. Previous chapter. UWAN now understood why Diaja chose not to tell her the truth. I'll tell you the truth, that place is very dangerous, I think it is better if you don't go there. Although you have very strong bodyguards, we fear the unknown. It's just in case. UWAN said. NOVLRB/. If anything were to happen and her bodyguards couldn't protect her, what were they going to do? Cousin WAN. Cousin didn't allow you to tell me about it because he wouldn't be able to stop me once I knew about it. So, you don't have to say anything else. Tell me about that little realm. I will go and return quickly. Sima Yu said. UWAN looked at Diaja. She watched as his expression darkened, and she knew that she may have been in the wrong this time. I'll go with you. That place isn't easy to find. UWAN told Sima Yu, the initial plan was for me to go anyways. But let her follow you. Even though she isn't the nicest person, sometimes she does manage to contribute. UWAN rolled her eyes at him. Even when he wanted to compliment her, he did not say it nicely. Sima Yu hesitated for a moment and nodded her head. Then I will have to trouble you, cousin. Do you need to prepare anything? When can we start the journey? UWAN asked. I need to attend to some matters, just wait a moment for me. Sima Yu said as she headed to the palace. She found Mo Yu and the others and decided to tell them personally about her leaving the palace. We don't have any problems with that, but is Fushi going too? Black Shadow asked. Fushi. Sima Yu took a look at the two big eyes of the little child staring at her and told Mo Yu, Fushi, stay with Mo Yu for a while, all right? Wait for me to return, I will come back for you. Fushi was not from the Ghosts clan, but he still had the mythical dragon order in his body.
Was still watching them, so he was unable to leave the palace. Bringing him to the war site wasn't realistic either, and she would be distracted as she would need to take care of him wherever he went. He just went through the electric therapy, so he couldn't walk for too long. Fushi also understood that he was considered a burden to her now. Hence, he agreed to her arrangements. But won't it affect his recovery this way? Mou asked. Initially, I was planning to observe for a while after his second treatment was done, and then continue with the following treatments. But recovery is a long and persistent process, so we will not be able to see the effects within a short period. I will rush back within 2 months. Said Sima Yu. Fushi's body only had half a year left, so she did not have much time to delay. But she still had her worries. If anything happened, then Fushi. Wu Lingyu walked over, held onto her hands and said, actually, you can leave him in my little realm. If any problems arise, I can let you know immediately. Can you? Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu with joy. If he agreed, then the problem would be solved. Although I don't really like the brat, since you want to treat him, I have to support you. Wu Lingyu said. Thank you, Lingyu. Sima Yu smiled at him with gratitude and said, Fushi, then you'll just go into Lingyu's little realm. This way, there will not be any delay. Alright. Soon after, Wu Lingyu opened the little realm and brought Fushi into it. Sima Yu then led them to look for Wan to follow her on her journey. Yuan did not bring many people. Altogether, there were only 20 of them. However, she said that these people had their own abilities, and they could defeat hundreds. Based on Yuan plan, they would only need to spend a few days to reach the entrance of the little realm. They found this little realm unintentionally. I asked them to go out to check on the ancient battlefield, and I didn't think that they would search all the way out here. Yuan explained to them. After hearing the news, I went in to check and there were, indeed, ancient spirits. However, those who were guarding inside told me that this little realm is also connected to the Soul region, so people from there are able to enter as well. Prior to this, though, people from the two regions have yet to bump into one another. Those from the Soul clan have a strong desire towards spirits. If they knew that there were ancient spirits here, I'm afraid that they would come to snatch them, said Mou, who came because he was bored. Indeed. That's why we wanted to get the 100 Ghost banner sooner, to capture all the ancient battle souls. Yuan said. She used a boundary-breaking stone to open the little realm. Once they entered, they saw some high-ranking people from the clan. Once those people saw her, they immediately came up and bowed in front of her, Princess. How's the situation in the little realm? Yuan asked, seeing their injuries, she furrowed her eyebrows, what happened? In response to Princess, the people from Soul clan have indeed arrived. The guard had his head down and said, and they have already entered the ancient battlefield. What did you say? Aren't you guys guarding this place? The one that came from the ghost realm is Yenya. Yenya actually came? Yuan's heart sank. Seeing their defeated spirits, she said, forget it, it was not easy for you guys to stay alive after meeting him. Who is Yenya? Sima Yu asked. He is the second master of the enchanted music sect. Mou said, his sound attack is perfect. If a single piece of leaf lands in his hands, it could become a weapon to kill someone. If even you are saying the same thing, it means that he isn't someone simple. Enchanted music sect's second master. I wonder if he knows about what happened in Immortal Hex City. Sima Yu felt like she wouldn't be able to get along with the enchanted music sect. It doesn't matter whether he knows about it or not, he isn't someone we should offend. We should be careful. Yuan said. Actually, she wanted to get Sima Yu to return immediately now that she knew that Yenya was here. However, she recalled what Deja had told her, so she decided to forget about it. She figured that Sima Yu would not understand even if she told her about it. How many people did they bring with them, and how long have they gone in for? Sima Yu asked. They did not bring many people, just 3. But all 3 of them were incredible. They have already gone in for almost half of the day. Then we will still be able to catch up with them if we go in now. Sima Yu said and continued, Cousin Wan, since the opponent is using music to attack, we should not bring your people in. Sound attack was very effective towards groups. If they brought those people with them, they would be of no use, and they would sacrifice themselves for nothing. Yuan also understood, so she agreed after considering it for a bit. Indeed, sound attack was different from others. Even if they wanted to enter and act as bait, it would not work. There was no reason to take them along. In the end, she chose only 4 people to follow her in. Sima Yu's group entered with 4 guards in the front to lead the way, while the others followed behind. Once they entered the ancient battlefield, they felt the temperature drop as an eerie and chilling chi surrounded them. Some even formed their own spiritual intelligence such that when they saw them, they took the initiative and attacked them. However, they were eliminated by Sima Yu's flames. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Tip, you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Novel bin read light novel, web novel, Korean novel and Chinese novel online for free. You can find hundreds of English translated light novels. The ancient battlefield here could not be compared to the one at the Immortal Lands, but it was still dangerous. Firstly, those auras had spiritual intelligence, and then there was that scattered and smashed spatial area. If one lost their focus even slightly, the scattered and smashed space would rip them apart. Careful, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Sima Yu shouted loudly, as she lashed out her spiritual energy and shaped it into a rope. She tied Yuan and the 4 people in front together, used her strength and pulled them back. The clothes of the guard that was walking at the front suddenly flew up and it started to break apart from the center. It unraveled from the middle and everyone watched as this piece of clothing was ripped into pieces before disappearing. Yuan had not been so deep into the ancient battlefield before, so she was not familiar with the situation here. There were a few times where she had almost fallen into the smashed and scattered space. This time, it was Yu who saved her again. Thank you, Yu. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to leave this place alive. Yuan said with gratitude. You're welcome, you're doing it for my mother anyway. Sima Yu said, however, we have just entered the ancient battlefield, but there are already so many smashed and scattered spaces. As we draw nearer to the center, I fear there will be more. Although it has its dangers, there are also benefits to this. Wu Lingyu said, this way, Yenya and the others will not be able to move along quickly. Indeed. Sima Yu agreed with him and she said to Yuan, Cousin Wan, the road ahead will be much more dangerous. You guys are not familiar with spatial areas, so why don't you retreat? It will be safe if you head back the same way we came. Her words were not direct, but everyone understood what she meant. If they were not sensitive to the spatial areas, it would be easy for something like that to happen again. Firstly, it was more dangerous, secondly, they would be a burden and slow the group down. If Yenya and the others did not move quickly, it would be hard for them to catch up as quickly as possible. Bringing 5 people was indeed inconvenient. Although Yuan Wan was worried about her safety, she understood that she would not be of much help if she stayed. Thus, she agreed immediately, right, we will not follow and burden you. Yenya isn't someone easy to deal with, you have to be careful. We will. Remember to take the further route when returning. Sima Yu liked this cousin more now, although she always viewed herself as more superior. Alright. Yuan Wan took her people and returned via the route they came. Sima Yu and her group continued to progress forward. She didn't know which direction Yenya went, or where he had walked to, so they needed to increase their speed. With 5 people less, their group's capacity had decreased by a lot. In this place where there were so many gaps in the spatial area, it was more convenient. Every time they encountered gaps, they could respond quickly and avoid them. At the same time, a few hundred kilometers away, Yenya was bringing 2 people along while heading towards the core. Yenya, we have already walked for so many days but we haven't seen anything at all. Are you sure that there are battle spirits here? Xia Han said critically. If you do not believe me, you don't have to follow me. Yenya said nonchalantly, he didn't care for Xia Han at all. Yenya, what's with your attitude? We are carrying out duties for the general, if you mess this up, beware that the general will not let you off. Xia Han shouted. Yenya did not even take a glance at him, you are under Shao He's command, I am not. If anything happens, Shao He cannot put the blame on me. Aren't you an array master yourself? You can go on your own, you don't have to tag along with us. If I could go on my own, why would I need you? Xia Han looked at Fei Yi, who was beside Yenya. Everyone in the Seoul region knew that this person was very well versed when it came to arrays. His knowledge regarding spatial areas was perfect. On the way here, he has already discovered many smashed and scattered spaces and space gaps, saving his life many times. If he didn't follow him, with his standard, he would have been able to get as far as 2 meters into this place. He hated that this talented person only listened to Yenya and refused to be used by the general. Otherwise, why would he need to bring Yenya here? Thinking of how arrogant Yenya's was, he fumed with anger. One day, he would crush him under his feet. Someone came as well. Fei Yi, who had been silent up till now, suddenly spoke. Xia Han sensed his surroundings. No one was around, so he said with distrust, I don't feel the presence of anyone nearby, how do you know? There is a slight disruption in the space, Fei Yi said. Alright, since this rascal said it this way, then it should be true. Since you can sense the person, it seems like the person is also a strong array master. Yenya said, I wonder who it might be. Could it be Deja and Yuan Wan? If it is them, we should make use of the gaps in this space and deal with them here. If the ghost realm loses Deja, their ability will drop drastically. Xia Han said excitedly. The people they had bumped into previously were Yuan Wan's people. He wanted to deal with all of them, but Yenya had told them to hurry and collect the battle spirits instead of wasting time there, so he gave up. If Deja and Yuan Wan had come again, then he would not let go of the opportunity. Yenya looked at Fei Yi, but Fei Yi shook his head. He could only feel the presence of someone coming. As for who it was, he could not sense that. However, just like what Yenya said, judging by how fast they could catch up, they must have an incredible array master as well. On the contrary, he wanted to meet this array master. Let's just wait here, Xia Han said. No, we should continue to move forward. Yenya rejected his suggestion, I know you want to kill Deja, but the person that came may not be Deja. We should go capture the battle spirits first. Since they have come here, they must be here for the battle spirits as well. Once we've taken away the battle spirit in the heart of this ancient battlefield, they would have arrived. You're right. Let's go to the center and wait for them. Xia Han agreed, so the 3 of them continued to progress forward. Fei Yi was even more serious than before. Many dangers were avoided beforehand, accelerating their speed. At the same time, Sima Yu also felt their presence. Yenya and the others are just in front. They should have already discovered us, they have sped up, she said. They must have brought Fei Yi along. Mo said. Who is Fei Yi? He is the Seoul region's best array master, he doesn't belong to any influence. He is Yenya's friend and only listens to Yenya. Even Qing Hun's words have no effect on him. Qing Hun would allow such a person to exist? Sima Yu was a little taken aback. He didn't belong to any influence. Even a ruler would not want to miss out on someone with such talent, yet Qing Han allowed him to have such a close relationship with Enchanted Music Sect's second master. Apparently there have been orders to have people capture him, but the whole army ended up being defeated. Mo explained. Among all the occupations, the one with the strongest ability was still the array masters. One attack could kill many, moreover, they could attack and defend simultaneously. Their fighting abilities were extraordinary. From the looks of it, Fei Yi was incredible indeed. Previous chapter. No matter how difficult it is to deal with Fei Yi, it will not stop me from finding the ancient battle souls. Sima Yu said, they have sped up. I think they want to rush in front of us to capture the ancient battle soul. They might set some traps for us in the process. Then we will have to speed up as well. If they capture the ancient battle souls, we would have wasted this trip, Black Shadow said. Yes, we must speed up. Sima Yu said, however, we will not continue going this way. We're not taking this route? Then which route will we take? A detour. In this small space, Fei Yi and her could feel the presence of each other. If they chased after them, they were only giving Fei Yi a chance to kill them. They might as well take a detour. Although it would be wasting their time, it was safer and Fei Yi would not be able to judge their speed according to her position. Hence, they no longer walked in a straight line, instead they traveled via the pavement that was slanted in another direction. They disappeared. Fei Yi said. This means they are no longer tailing us. Xia Han said, since we managed to shake them off so quickly, it looks like their array master cannot be compared to Fei Yi at all. Fei Yi ignored his flattery, and said to Yenya, there is another possibility, they are no longer traveling via this route. How could it be? They must know that we have entered this place. Since they know that we are in front of them, if they didn't take this route, how could they possibly catch up to us? Xia Han said disapprovingly. This route was the route nearest to the battlefield. If they didn't take this route, they would have to take a detour, which was a longer route. Judging the current situation, it did not seem feasible. Let's not care about them for now. We shall go and capture the ancient battle souls, Yenya said. As long as the ancient battle souls are captured, then the mission this time is considered completed. It didn't matter if they took this route. Once the ancient battle souls were captured, it wouldn't matter what tricks they played. They continued to progress forward. The nearer they drew to the center, the more unstable the spaces became. They had no choice but to slow down. They walked carefully this way for a few days. According to our previous calculations, we will reach the center of the battlefield with only half a day more. Reaching here, we would be able to encounter the ancient battle souls. Fei Yi said. Then we should hurry. Xia Han could not contain himself when he thought that he would be able to obtain the ancient battle souls. Yenya took a glance at him. He could not understand why Xiao He chose someone like him to be a commander. He had seen the top 10 commanders. Each of them had outstanding talent, so why did it not apply to him? We can't speed up even if we wanted to. Fei Yi said, the space here is very unstable. Once it collapses, this little realm might not be able to withstand it. If this little realm collapses, the ancient battle souls will disappear along with it. Alright, Xia Han did not speak anymore. Either way, if they could not speed up, the people behind would also be able to overtake them either. Half a day later, they had indeed reached the center of the battlefield. Once they entered the range, they saw a few ancient battle souls drifting around. Ancient battle souls and people from the Soul region had not much differences. They were both considered spirits from the afterlife. However, because they have been in this small and cramped space for too long, their consciousness began to fade over time, so they could only float around foolishly. If they could take control over them now and make them into slaves, they would not able to go against them even when they regained their consciousness. Yenya, we previously agreed to split however many ancient battle souls here in half. General is still waiting for me to bring the ancient battle souls back to report, so I will capture these two first. Xia Han said. Up to you. Yenya was too lazy to argue with such a person, it was only 2 ancient battle souls. Once Xia Han received a definite answer, he took out a soul stone, wanting to capture the 2 ancient battle souls. The soul stone had no effects towards the ancient battle souls at all. Normal ancient battle souls would subconsciously enter the stone once they encountered the soul stone, but the 2 ancient battle souls glanced at the stone with no intention to go in. They actually refused to enter the soul stone. Xia Han was taken aback. The soul stone had a big attraction for ancient battle souls with no consciousness, but these 2 could actually resist the temptation. No, it should be mentioned that this little temptation was nothing to them. Yenya and Fei Yi were also surprised. They really were ancient battle souls. Even after so many years, even after time had faded their consciousness and they had become muddle-headed, they were still so strong. Yenya started to take an interest in the ancient battle souls. He felt that they were worthy to be his subordinates. I do not believe that you can really resist. Xia Han said while using his spiritual energy and propped the soul stone above them. He released his spirit energy, wanting to capture them in. However, the 2 ancient battle souls were still at their original spot, not moving an inch. Although his underworld skills made them feel uncomfortable, they still refused to enter the soul stone. Actually, they also had no idea how long they had been floating around for. They also didn't know why they had to float around here, but they just refused to go into the black stone. Their intuition told them that they should not enter that thing, and something dangerous would happen if they entered. Xia Han increased his spiritual energy and the 2 ancient battle souls furrowed their brows, they waved their hands in frustration and Xia Han immediately flew away, almost falling into a spatial fault. It was Yenya who pulled him up at the last minute, saving him. These ancient battle souls are too strong. Xia Han touched his chest, feeling scared but a little excited. They were such strong ancient battle souls. If he captured them, his ability would be able to overtake a few others. They're not easy to deal with. Fei Yi told Yenya. Indeed, it's not suitable to attack them directly. Yenya said while taking out a jade flute. He placed it at the side of his mouth and blew into it lightly. The ancient battle souls' eyes were still very clear. Following the sound of the flute, their vision slowly blurred, as their eyes finally turned sorrowful. Their bodies emitted traces of despair as they looked up at the soul stone and flew into the soul stone together. Only when Yenya placed the jade flute down did Xia Han begin to regain his consciousness from the music attack. He immediately flew across to pick up the soul stone. I really need to thank you this time. He nodded his head at Yenya, these words of gratitude had not much sincerity. Yenya scoffed at his current behavior. His long fingers held onto his jade flute as he said faintly, Commander, you have seen the ancient battle souls here. The only fear is that, looking at your ability, it seems like you won't be able to capture them. Xia Han immediately held his soul stone tightly, looked at him vigilantly. What are you trying to say? We came to an agreement that these two are mine. I have no intention to snatch yours. Yenya said. Then what is your intention? What I am trying to say is that you will need my help from now onwards, so shouldn't you help me too? Yenya gently touched his jade flute, not looking at him. What do you want me to help you with? Xia Han let out a breath of relief after knowing that he was not after the ancient battle souls. N/O/vel/b forward/. Yenya smiled and said, actually, it is not a big matter. I heard that you have seen Qing Hun's cardinal points divine seal. I only want to ask you what the divine seal looks like. Xia Han took 2 steps back in shock and looked at Yenya in horror. You have plans to take the master's divine seal. Do you want to die? Yenya laughed. Why are you so nervous? I was only asking how the thing looks like. How is that wanting to take it? Who would dare to go against master? That's right, although Yenya is strong, he would not dare to go against master. Xia Han said, but I don't think you should hear about the cardinal point's divine seal. If you are mistaken by the master, not only you, but even your enchanted music sect will cease to exist. Yenya's fingertips were moving along the jade flute's holes. When he heard what he said, he was not disappointed. He only looked forward and said, we should continue to move along. Seeing that he did not ask any further, Xia Han walked over and continued moving forward with them. Towards Qing Hun master's matters, it was better if no one asked him about it. If he was the slightest bit inattentive, he would be beheaded. Yenya was actually plotting against the main master. Nobody would know how he died in the future. However, he has nothing to do with him. He only needed his help to capture the ancient battle souls at this moment. Fei Yi looked at Yenya worriedly. Yenya gave him a look to show that it meant nothing. Since he dared to mention this at this time, he was not afraid of what Xia Han would do. They continued to move towards the center. Midway, they encountered a few ancient battle souls. Every time, it was Yenya who helped Xia Han to capture them, but Xia Han did not remember the agreement to split the ancient battle souls as he took all the ancient battle souls for himself. Yenya and Fei Yi only observed. They did not say anything, feeling that it was too low class for a commander to do things this way. There are many people in front. Fei Yi said. Then we should hurry over. Xia Han sped forwards as had acquired quite a few ancient battle souls, so he was in such good spirits that he could fly. Yenya and Fei Yi followed behind. Why are you giving in to him? I heard that he is only one of the top 10 commanders due to his connections, but he does not have strong abilities. Why must we give him any respect? Fei Yi could not continue to witness this situation. With such a person, their personal value would drop. Relax, he won't be able to strut around for long. Yenya said nonchalantly. Don't tell me you want to. No. Although I don't mind him dying, I need his help to help me do some things. Yenya said, you need to tolerate it a little more. If it was not because of you, I would not even come here. Fei Yi said, I will try my best to ignore him, but the space here is very fragile. You have to be careful, don't fight against the ancient battle souls directly. Their ability is not strong enough. Once you touch it forcefully, the space might collapse. I know, I have my boundaries. Yenya said. Fei Yi knew that Yenya did things steadily, so he didn't say much. He merely followed behind him while reminding him of any danger. What a strong aura. Xia Han, who was walking in front, felt sudden chills despite his excited tone. It looks like we are already nearing the main battlefield. Nearing the main battlefield meant that there would be more ancient battle souls. Yenya's eyes shone much brighter as well. He didn't care about the random ones, but he liked them in big groups. Whoosh whoosh N/O/vel/b4. Next chapter. Insanely pampered wife, divine. Previous chapter. What's the matter? Black Shadow returned while carrying Xia Han, who was only left with a single breath. The trembling space made his heart palpitate. The space is starting to collapse, probably due to the might of your powers. Sima Yu looked at the 4 people who were battling at a distant place. Is it that easy to collapse it? Mo Yu frowned. If the space collapsed at this moment, the force would be very big. If they were the slightest bit careless, the few of them would be heavily injured. That's right, we have to leave quickly. Sima Yu said. She took the 100 ghost banner and absorbed Xia Han into it. Then, the 3 of them flew towards Wu Lingyu and the others. Be careful. The space was trembling, and the previously cracked faults had become bigger. These cracks will keep getting bigger. They might not be able to last for much longer. We have to hurry and leave. Sima Yu was a bit anxious. Although Wu Lingyu and the others realized there was something wrong with the space, however, whoever stopped now would give the other person a chance to kill them. No, this way, everyone will die. Sima Yu said to Black Shadow and Mo, now we can only try. What? Before Black Shadow had finished asking the question, Sima Yu drew him and Mo into the spirit pagoda. Seeing the split space, she took a deep breath and closed her eyes. She disappeared from her original spot and appeared beside Wu Lingyu. She stared at Fei Yi. Without giving him a chance to react, she held onto Wu Lingyu's hand and disappeared in front of him. Fei Yi's pupils shrank. He didn't think that Sima Yu could appear so quietly. Moreover, it was very dangerous to use this skill with the current state of the space, but she actually dared to use it. He always thought that Wu Lingyu was the great array master. He didn't think that the person was actually her instead. Fei. Yenya flew towards him and looked up. Sima Yu had already bought Huan and left from where Yenya was. He didn't think that she was so bold as to use such a method to end their battle. However, now he had no time to sigh. The space is collapsing soon, we have to leave quickly. He flew towards Yenya. We don't have the time to return to the entrance, can we just tear the space apart to leave? I'll try. Fei tried to open up the space, but it was of no use. Instead, it made the space tremble even more. On Sima Yu's side, although she did not have the ability to break open the space, she had two people by her side that could. Wu Lingyu combined his energy to open the space, and the two pulled Sima Yu along and flew out. Fei and Yenya were further away, and the two of them were also injured, so they could only watch them leave. Just when they were starting to lose hope, a rope flew towards them from the exit, wrapped around the two of them, and pulled them out 1 second before the exit closed. Boom dash. They had yet to fully leave but the space was already collapsing. Phew dash. The 5 of them already saw the exit at the crucial period when the space was collapsing. Luckily, they were all alive. Yenya and Fei lay on the floor but they still had lingering fear. They were actually rescued. They rested for a while, and Wu Lingyu was the first to stand up from the ground. Sima Yu felt pain on her whole body. This was my first time seeing a space collapse. Don't move, wait till your body recovers. Why did you want to save them? At the last minute, it was her that gathered her spiritual energy to form a rope. When Yenya and Fei entered the space's passage they saw Sima Yu disperse her spiritual energy to form a rope. I just felt like saving them. I don't believe you. Wu Lingyu flicked her forehead. Do you want to discuss with the array master about his powers? Since you already know, why did you still ask me about it? Sima Yu did not deny it. Actually it was when I saw you and him battling. His powers were very familiar, but I could not remember what it was, so I subconsciously decided to save them. I don't know if we've saved 2 ungrateful people. Wu Lingyu snorted coldly. That won't be the case. Sima Yu struggled to sit up. Wu Lingyu had no choice but to help her up, letting her lean on him. After Sima Yu sat up, she looked at the 2 of them who were lying on the floor and said, the injuries on the 2 of you are more serious than on me. If you agree to not take revenge on us, I will save the both of you. Fei and Yenya remained silent. Look, what happened with the ancient battle souls is already over. You can't snatch them back anymore. Other than what happened back at Immortal Hex City, we do not have any more grudges. The both of you are not under the Soul Clan or Xiaohe, so we are not considered enemies. Sima Yu said, furthermore, what happened back at the Immortal Hex City was your fault. Yenya bore the pain and forced himself to sit up to level his eyes with Sima Yu. Although she had a body full of injuries, both of her eyes were still glistening. Anyone who looked would be mesmerized. What you said is right, we are not on opposite sides. The injuries were too unbearable, making his mouth twitch. Just like what Sima Yu said, he was not someone who was under the Soul Clan or one of Xiaohe's men. There was no point in resolving something that could not be resolved. The only grudges they had to do with what happened back at Immortal Hex City. However, that little loss was nothing compared to his and Fei Yi's lives. Sima Yu saved them and even gave them a way out. For someone who was so young, he admired her for having such courage. Fei Yi had no previous grudges with Sima Yu, they previously just stood on opposite sides. Now that Yenya said it this way, he did not have objections. Also, he admired her understanding about the spatial areas. It was better not to become enemies with a person like her. Seeing the 2 of them this way, Sima Yu took out a bottle of pills and threw them over. Yenya gave 1 pill to Fei Yi and ate 1 pill himself. Yenya knew that since Sima Yu had saved them, he had no need to worry what she would do once they had recovered. That was because she was not afraid of them at all. Even if he wanted to do something, Wu Lingyu and Huan, who were by her side, was able to defeat them. Much less needed to be said about the numerous ancient battle souls in her 100 Ghost banner. The ancient battle souls were so powerful that any few of them were enough to give them a real headache. We're out. I wonder how cousin Wan and the others are doing. Sima Yu was worried about Wan. She didn't know whether she managed to leave this little realm before the space collapsed. They should be fine. Wu Lingyu comforted her, based on their distance, they should be able to return in a few days. If the space was unstable, they would have known to come out of there. The outside of the little realm's entrance was the most unstable place. As long as they were able to come out from there, they would be fine. I hope that's the case. Otherwise, once we managed to rescue Mother, I wouldn't know how to explain what happened. Did you really store Xie Hun into the 100 Ghost banner? That's right. I did what I said. Sima Yu sighed, I'll let that Xiaohe do his best to cause trouble for my elder cousin. Cousin? Deja? Yenya's eyebrows furrowed. She wanted to store Xie Hun for this reason. Ever since I got to the imperial capital, cousin has been very busy. Yenya and Qing Hun have been restless and have been settling all sorts of issues over at the border. So what if it's Xie Hun? Sima Yu huffed. I didn't think that the death god, Deja, would have a protective little sister like you. Yenya said ruefully, it's no wonder he pampers you so much. He was still rather suspicious when he obtained this piece of news. Deja was someone who would kill even the grandsons of his enemies, but he pampered Sima Yu to such an extent. Earlier, he thought that it was because she was Yu Kuluo's daughter. Thinking about it now, it might have been possible when they first met, but right now, the reason he pampered her so much was because she was who she was. Although I don't have a strong opinion towards the Soul Clan or Ghost Clan, the elders of the Soul Clan are always restless. If they come to cause trouble, it will be difficult. Sima Yu said. Based on her current state, she could only be considered to be on the side of the Soul Clan. However, her identity belonged here. Those who knew that she had a soul body still did not treat her as one from the soul clan. When Yenya and Fei Yi heard her explanation, they were even more impressed by her. I wonder where we've fallen. Fei Yi, can you figure it out? Yenya asked. I can't. Fei Yi shook his head. Yenya wanted to get him to calculate the distance based on the little realm and the outside, to determine where they were in the ghost realm. However, the spatial area between the little realm and the outside world was too different and he wasn't clear on it either. Fei Yi, they say that you're the best array master in the ghost realm. Once you're healed, let's compare notes, how about it? We can. Fei Yi agreed, and to be precise, he was anticipating it quite a bit as well. That's settled, then. Sima Yu lay in Wu Lingyu's embrace. She felt really tired and wanted to sleep when she suddenly heard the loud sound of an earthquake. No way, right? Could it be that we're about to encounter an earthquake right after escaping the crumbled space? They were quite heavily injured right now. Boom, boom, dat. The sound got closer, and the earth shook even harder. It's not an earthquake. Wu Lingyu said, but I'm afraid that it might be even more troublesome than an earthquake. Everyone looked towards the direction that he was looking in and saw some huge underworld apes. Sima Yu did not have any reaction when she saw the underworld apes and people. However, Yenya and Fei Yi's expressions were ugly. We actually landed up here. According to logic, this shouldn't have happened. Could it be that the surrounding space also changed when the space we were in crumbled? It seems like it'll be difficult for us to run today. What's wrong? Do you know where this place is? Of course I do. Look at those underworld apes. There's white fur on the necks of every single one of them. Only in an unregulated zone like this would white-necked apes appear. Unregulated zone? Where is this place? In the ghost realm, there is only one place. The ghost realm and soul region and even hell can't care about this place, which is the common boundary of the three realms. However, the real reason is because of the people who live here. Are they very powerful? The people here really are very powerful, but how can they overpower three realms? It's because of their identities. Sima Yu still didn't get it. What did it have to do with their identities? The people who live here are those who once truly ruled the ghost realm, the ruling 9th underworld clan, which is a rather highly ranked clan. However, this place has long lost its glory. What really restrains the three realms is the relationship these people have with the three realms. No matter which realm the person is from, the moment they try to plot against this place, the other two places will suppress them. To say it simply, it used to be because the clan here was powerful, but it's now because the three realms act as regulators for each other. Sima Yu said. Places that intersected three areas would usually have these kinds of uninhabited places. Because this place is special, the average person cannot enter it. Those who come in on their own are usually caught and never allowed to leave. Even if your grandfather, Qing Hun and the others wanted to come, they would only be able to come here after revealing their identities. Now that we're here and have even been discovered, sigh. Yen Ye's words revealed his helplessness. They were heavily injured right now, so if they were to fight with others, they would be completely unable to resist. Even if they managed to escape later on, in a place like this, they wouldn't be able to survive for long. Those white-necked apes headed towards them, showing that they had already discovered them. If it's really like what you said, we have no choice but to act according to the circumstances. Sima Yu did not fall into despair like they did. Based on what she sensed earlier on, her spirit pagoda was still functioning well. Mou and Black Shadow were still in there, along with all of her beasts. I heard that the white-necked ape is very arrogant and isn't willing to serve humans, but these people actually have so many of these white-necked apes. I wonder which clan they're from. Fei Yi wondered. If the ones who came were good people, that would be better. If they were strong and unreasonable, then they were in trouble. We'll know once they reach here. Sima Yu said, I say, if we have to fight and I save you again, who would have saved your lives twice? Fei Yi and Yenya were silent. They saw the smile in her eyes, which told them that this favor that they owed her would be difficult to repay. Very quickly, the white-necked apes brought their people over. These people don't have the auras of this place at all. They're trespassers. Based on our rules, we should kill them all immediately. They only cared about their reason for being here and not their identities, yelling about killing them the moment they arrived. Yenya and the others were solemn. It seemed like it would be hard for them to escape today. He exchanged glances with Fei Yi. If it really reached that point, they would focus on escaping first and talk about the rest later. As long as they could hide for 2 to 3 days, the wounds on their bodies would be able to heal and they could think about escaping. Sima Yu looked at them. She was thinking of waiting for them to start attacking before calling out her people. Her thoughts were similar to those of Yenya and Fei Yi. She would solve the current situation before all else. They could think about what would happen later. Wait. The man who sat in the middle raised his hand and stopped the other two. He said, all of them are heavily injured. We don't have to rush into killing them. Sima Yu and the others sighed. As long as not everyone wanted to kill them, they had a chance to talk. Brother and I, no matter whether or not these people are injured, it's strange that they have suddenly appeared here. We should not let them off. I never said that we should let them off. Zhou and I said, but all of them are injured, so who injured them? Where are the people who injured them? If they have hidden away, at the very least, we can obtain some information about them from these people. Brother and I is right. We can't kill these people so carelessly. We should at least find out the situation. Someone agreed. Sima Yu and Yenya exchanged glances. They had the same thought, nobody was to speak. These people seem to be heavily injured. It seems like they're going to lose their consciousness and won't be able to speak. Are we going to take them back with us? Let's take them back and lock them up. Zhou and I instructed. Lock them in jail, don't let them escape. White-necked ape walked up and grabbed one in each hand. Their palms were almost as wide as a human was tall, and it enveloped the entire person. Let's go back to the clan. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were initially hugging, so the white-necked ape grabbed both of them in one hand when it grabbed them. Wu Lingyu protected her when the white-necked ape grabbed them so that she wouldn't be injured by the white-necked ape's strength. We're going to the clan just like this? He transmitted his voice to her. It wouldn't be good for us to fight now. We might as well rest for 2 days. We can also use the time to understand more about the situation. Even if they went to their clan, once they had recovered, they might be able to escape, but we'll be in a prison cell. That's no problem. With you around, all places are the same to me. Her words filled Wu Lingyu's heart with sweetness and he couldn't help but hug her a little tighter. The white-necked ape that was holding onto them felt some movement in its hand and lowered its head to take a look. Yenya and Fei Yi were held in the hands of another white-necked ape. They opened their eyes and happened to see each other. Resign ourselves to fate? Let's not move for the time being. After looking into each other's eyes, they immediately decided what to do. However, going to jail was something that they had never done before. It felt like they had walked for a very long time. Young master, young miss, didn't you say that you were going out to visit? We saw a few intruders when we weren't too far from here. That's why we captured them. Intruders? Then why did you not kill them directly but capture them instead? They suffered similar injuries, so we wanted to capture them to interrogate them to see whether or not others had come where. Understood. Their voices woke Sima Yu up. However, she did not open her eyes. Bang dash. The main door closed and the 5 of them opened their eyes at the same time. This prison cell is rather large. Sima Yu saw that there were only 4 houses. Seeing how disappointed you are, it seems that this environment isn't enough for you. A little disappointed. I thought that I would really be able to feel what it was like to be a prisoner. In a place like this, those intruders who are discovered are usually killed on the spot. Why would they lock them up? It was probably because they had a higher level of respect for Sima Yu than before, but Fei Yi spoke more than he did before. However, Sima Yu did not know this. Instead, it was Yenya who looked at him pointedly. We can use this time to recover. Yenya said, but, why is your pill so effective for us from the Soul Clan? Although these pills were for healing, they were different for the Ghost Clan and Soul Clan. It was obvious that the pills she had given them were for the Soul Clan members, so why did she possess pills that could treat those from the Soul Clan? Just eat whatever I've given you. Why are you asking so many questions? It was a good thing that Wu Lingyu had pulled on her and he was already very close to the exit, so the amount of damage he received was less and his wounds were less serious. Yenya and Fei Yi were very curious. She was the young princess of the Ghost Clan but she had pills that could treat those from the Soul Clan. It was strange no matter how they thought about it. Suddenly, they recalled that she used to be from the human clan, but they could not detect a single trace of her human aura anymore. Could it be that you possess a soul body? Yenya and Fei Yi were shocked by this guess. The young princess of the Ghost Clan actually possessed a soul body. It was equivalent to her being part of the Soul Clan. Just how shocking would it be if they spread this piece of news? So what? It's fine as long as grandfather doesn't mind. Sima Yu did not deny it. If I said that I was part of the Soul Clan, would Qing Hun dare to admit it? That's true. Your wounds are so serious. Don't talk anymore, you should rest well. Huan took the initiative to ignore how they were twined around each other as he sat cross-legged to focus on healing. These people would not come to treat them, but they probably would not come to interrupt them either for the next 2 days. Because they guessed that others were around as well, they would probably use these 2 days to search for these non-existent people. As for them, these 2 days were their window of opportunity. Just like they had guessed, nobody came to disturb them for the next 2 days. With the help of the healing pills, they recovered quickly and their superficial wounds had healed by 30 to 40%. It would be great if something happened that caused them to neglect us a little longer. If we had a few more days worth of time, we would be able to recover 70 to 80%. Yenya said. They had only recovered by 30 to 40%. If they had to fight those people, they had a low chance of defeating them. Sima Yu felt the same way. She started to wonder if she should give them something to find that would cause them to forget them. They had actually gotten these people to discover that some people had entered this place. This was really. Sensing that she was radiating with joy, Yenya asked her, did you receive some good news? They were initially coming to interrogate us just now. Sima Yu said, this is considered good news? But then, those who were on their way here turned back. Sima Yu continued, really? Why? Because they really did find some outsiders. Sima Yu said, and those people obviously refused to be killed by them. Hence, they're fighting back right now. Most of the people from this clan have gone to hunt them down. Wu Lingyu and the others looked at her with disbelief. Was there really something so coincidental? These people had been discovered at this point in time, so these people would naturally think that they had been the ones to injure them. If those people worked a little harder to avoid being caught, then these ones would not think of them but would focus on capturing those people instead. This way, they would have even more time. Pfft, I wonder who is so unlucky. The fact that they managed to break into this place proved that they were rather powerful. Sima Yu also felt like these people were pretty unlucky. I hope that those people will be able to hold on for a while. That's true. However, the fact that they were able to hold out till they reached here proves that they do have a bit of ability. I hope so. You guys should recuperate properly. Although Sima Yu said this to them, she did not continue resting. Aren't you going to rest? I want to do a few other things. She took out her 100 ghost banner and began to refine the ancient battle souls inside it. Although these ancient battle souls had been absorbed, she did not yet have full control over them. Have you thought it through carefully? Yenya looked at her gravely. Once you reveal the existence of the 100 ghost banner, you will face a lot of troubles later on. The 100 ghost banner was a coveted treasure in the entire ghost realm. Once they knew that she possessed it, there would be many who would try to steal it from her. Those who don't care for their lives can come and try. In any case, my 100 ghost banner can still fit many people. Sima Yu said nonchalantly. She was really domineering. Yenya thought about how there were so many ancient battle souls and could feel his heart ache. These guys were clearly his, but she had stolen all of them away. Who asked him to fail to account for the 100 ghost banners' appearance no matter how many times he calculated? Sima Yu knew what he was thinking, and she even said gratefully to him, now that you mention it, if not for you, I would not have had such a bountiful harvest of ancient battle souls. Thank you. Humph. Yenya huffed icily, ignoring her. Now that you mention it, your enchanted music sect is really powerful. You were able to control such a large wave of souls. Sima Yu understood a little bit about using sound attacks, but she did not know that it had the kind of effects he had. How else do you think our enchanted music sect climbed up the ranks? Yenya snorted lightly. Not everyone got into the sect by relying on connections like Xie did. The notes you played looked different from the ones Chen Yao did. Do you all play unique tunes? Or can it be any tune? Sima Yu asked. Why are you asking so many questions? Do you want to learn it? Yenya raised his eyebrows. It wouldn't be bad if I really could learn it. It's always good to have more skills. You want to hail me as your master? If I dare to, will you accept me? Sima Yu laughed. Yenya's expression darkened. Firstly, it was due to her attitude. Secondly, it was because even if she dared to hail him as her master and he dared to accept her, he wouldn't be able to. Although she saved his life, she was still the young princess of the Ghost Clan. If others found out about it, it would give Qing Hun something to use against him. Actually, it would be fine if you just gave me some pointers. Sima Yu looked at him. If others scolded you for it, you could just say that you helped me out a little to repay me for saving your life. Who would be able to blame you then? You even helped me think of an excuse. Are you so certain that I'll teach you? Yenya said, it seems like you were harboring this thought all the while since you rescued me. If I said that I didn't, would you believe me? No way. Then there's no need to talk about this anymore. In any case, the result would be the same. You might as well study more about your 100 ghost banner. Sima Yu didn't get mad. She still had to make the most of her time to refine those ancient battle souls. Not too far away from where they were, a group of people were hidden in the chain of mountains. Many were injured, and the group cut a sorry sight. Su Yu, the leader, had an expression darker than the bottom of a pot. His aura was icy cold and nobody dared to get near him. Commander, this is too strange. A guard who was beside him said, nobody discovered us on the way here, so how did they find us the moment we arrived? Furthermore, based on the information we managed to find, these people were sweeping this area. It seemed like they already knew that we would come here. This situation really is odd. Another person agreed, Commander, could someone have leaked this information? Are you saying that someone amongst us is a spy? Su Yu looked at the others and his eyes narrowed. The one? It won't be any of my men. Su Yu said, if you have time to make wild guesses, you might as well think of a solution as to how to break out of this encirclement. Previous chapter. Su Yu was actually depressed. When he was in the ghost realm, his plan had run into difficulties. In order to atone for it, he thought of coming to look for a type of medicine that Xiao he had always wanted, the pure snow lotus. Because they had a guide, the journey here had been smooth and nobody had discovered them. They didn't expect that they would be attacked again and again after arriving here. Furthermore, these people had come so quickly. It was as if they had been camping nearby. Commander, there are more people coming. The guard on duty cried out. Su Yu glared at the person who was guiding them and his gaze was cold. You have one day. Get those people off our tail, or don't even think about staying alive. Yes, yes. The person felt a chill after being stared down as he hurriedly replied, let's go that way. It seemed like he had to bring forth his true skill in order to stay alive. However, they had not managed to walk out of this place even after 7 to 8 days. These guys seemed to have received some piece of intel, such that they were found no matter where they hid. It was like, there was really a spy among them. However, they had checked and none of them were suspicious. They went through it over and over again, but they had eliminated everyone. Since it wasn't an issue with themselves, then what was going on? Unable to figure this out, everyone felt suffocated. They put all of this blame on the person guiding them and felt like he didn't take them on a good route. There was one that Su Yu almost killed him out of rage, but his guards eventually advised him not to. They were doing just fine before, and they had to give him some credit. They were also unfamiliar with this place where he lived. If they killed him, then it would be even more difficult later on. Su Yu was furious with nowhere to vent, and he could only randomly vent. It was too bad that he was simply too powerful and leveled the entire half of a mountain, which attracted the people nearby. They then had no choice but to escape non-stop. Meanwhile, Sima Yu was in jail and laughed until her belly ached when she received the news. Who would have thought that the unlucky ones would be Su Yu and his subordinates? She had gotten her scarlet bees to follow them, and once they found them, they would leave a trail to make it so they were chased endlessly. However, these people were really so powerful. They had actually dragged it on for so many days, which allowed their wounds to recover almost fully. She was also almost done with refining the ancient battle souls in her 100 ghost banner. Yenya secretly pitied Su Yu. This guy had power, good strategy, and insight. He had a high reputation as a commander. It was a pity that he had met Sima Yu. Back at Immortal Hex City, Deja had used him and the situation as a reference, so he was naturally aware of what happened. He naturally knew what Su Yu's plan was as well. The situation at Immortal Hex City and here both faced an abrupt end because of Sima Yu. You could even say that she was his nemesis. Fei Yi had a good relationship with Yenya. Naturally, he had also heard that Sima Yu had foiled Su Yu's plan. On the surface, it looked like Deja was the one who had done it, but Su Yu and the others knew that she was the real perpetrator. Thinking about how they had fought with her in the beginning, it seemed like they had come off worse in the exchange. This woman was young, but she was shocking. If you were talking about power, she had power. To talk about backing, she had it, brains too. She also had so many underworld beasts and so many quality items. Her luck was exceptional as well. To make an enemy out of someone like her was someone only someone stupid would do. It was no wonder she had left the human realm at such a young age. She was just too lucky. These were speculations on his part, based on what he saw. If he only knew about what she had done all those years before, he probably wouldn't just call her an evildoer, he would just cry out with injustice. Since we're almost fully recovered, it's almost time to leave. Everyone looked at her with no idea what she was talking about. Sima Yu smiled at Yenya, saying, have you thought about the situation I talked to you about before? Is there really anyone who asks for a repayment in kindness in this way like you do? A kindness done in this lifetime should be repaid in this lifetime. Yenya pursed his lips. So you're saying that I should even be thankful for your consideration? I don't need your thanks, just tell me about your sound attacks. Yenya. Fei Yi saw Yenya furrow his eyebrows and look pitifully at him. She was right, Yenya was someone who did not like to owe anyone anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Master Xia Han about the ancient battle souls just because he owed him. Although she was asking him for this, they wouldn't know it if he was unwilling to tell them. Now that he owed her such a huge favor, he had actually already decided. Actually, it's not impossible for me to give you a few pointers. Yenya sighed, but the essence of my sect is not something that I can explain clearly in just 2 or 3 sessions. That's no problem, I'll just learn whatever I can. Do you know how to play any instruments? Yes, the bamboo flute, guzheng and vertical flute. Yenya set up a soundproof barrier and said, play a little for me. Sima Yu took out a bamboo flute and played a few notes. As Yenya listened, he nodded, saying, your fingers are skilled. It looks like I do not have to teach you the basics. In this case, I'll just teach you the arts of my music sect. How much you can learn depends on you. Alright. Yenya spoke very seriously. Although he merely thought of giving her a few pointers, he would never do anything half-heartedly. Sima Yu was very serious as well when she heard him. She had thought that Yenya would skimp while teaching her, but she didn't expect that he would teach her so seriously. Hence, she learned it properly and practiced according to his teachings for a day and actually managed to learn it. Yenya saw that she had managed to play an entire attack, and although she was not very adept at it yet, the fact that she managed to do it in a single day showed that her talent was exceptional. It was no wonder that she learnt so many skills. She had this kind of talent. It was impossible not to be in awe of her. In order to avoid owing her anything, he spent the next few days filling her head with the tricks of the trade. Sima Yu learnt them all and, although she was unable to do those very complex attacks, what she would have in the future was time to practice this art. At this moment, she still did not know that Yenya's sound attacks were the most powerful in the enchanted music sect, which meant that she was also under his branch now. By learning this skill from him, she was now under his brand. N/O/vel/b/in.c. Someone is here. Wu Lingyu warned them, and Yenya dispelled the barrier. After waiting for a few tens of days, these people had finally remembered about them. These people were so kind. They locked them up for over 10 days and forgot about it as they went to deal with who they thought were intruders, but did they ever think that it was 2 different batches of men? Later on, they understood that it was not that they had forgotten about them, but that the ones who had captured them were sent out again in a rush, and didn't have the time to report them to their clan. That was why they were neglected up till now. Clank. The lock was opened as Zhou Enai brought some men in. He told the ones who were locked up for 10 over days and had fully recovered, bring them out. The Zhou clan members came over to open the prison gate. Sima Yu got up and dusted the dust off their clothes and said, we'll walk on our own. Zhou Enai didn't want to make it difficult for her either, as he turned around and left. Those that surrounded Sima Yu left as well. Perhaps it was because they were too confident of their own powers and thought that these 5 people couldn't escape as they were in the clan, so he didn't even tie them up. He brought them out just like that. They looked around the Zhou clan. There were mountains on one side and water on the other, with mist lingering around that reminded them of a paradise in the human realm. These people think they are much better than anyone. They feel that they're different from mortal life, that's why they want to stay in this kind of immortal atmosphere. No speaking. Someone shouted. Yenya twitched his lips as he stopped talking. Fine, who gave a damn about commenting? Zhou Enai brought them to the living district and there were a lot of people there. Everyone looked at them angrily. Apart from their previous criticism, they seemed more angry than before. Sima Yu knew what they were angry about. Suyu was Xiao He's lower commander, and they escaped while they were surrounded by 3 layers of people. Those people wouldn't be able to do anything to them as they were out of their territory, but they would be a laughingstock to others as they were useless and couldn't even catch outsiders. This was more infuriating than having outsiders. These people and the others must be in contact, so they would be able to find out their identity if they asked them. Zhou Enai brought them to a simple wide house with 10 people inside. When they walked in, they stared at them sharply like a blade. Patriarch, we've brought them here. Zhou Enai bowed in greeting. Thank you. Go and take a rest since you still have injuries and you just came back. The old man with white beard said. Patriarch, it's my fault that I didn't have time to interrogate them after I captured them. I want to stay here to see if they will tell us any useful information. Zhou Enai said. Alright, you can stay. Zhou Enai sat at the last seat as he shouted at the clan members who escorted the criminals, kneel. You didn't say much as they didn't have the right to get them to kneel. Huan glanced lightly at him as the person who spoke felt numb to his scalp. The Zhou clan members weren't happy. The way Huan stood looked like a guard. The status of these people must be remarkable since a guard of theirs could be so grand. But so what if they were remarkable people? This was the unregulated zone. Who would dare to behave atrociously in this place? Who are you? Why did you intrude into our Zhou clan's territory? What is your motive? Who are the ones that hurt you? Zhou, the patriarch of Zhou clan, questioned. Old Master Zhou, if you talk to us nicely, we'll also cooperate and tell you what you want to know. If you are thinking of trying to kill us after you question us, then I shall give you a piece of advice, which is to save your energy, as the people outside that keep watch are nothing to us. Sima Yu said. Are you threatening us? Zhou clan's great elder Zhou said. How is this a threat? We have nothing against each other, so there is no need to create an awful scene. Sima Yu shook her head. Truth to be told, we came here by accident and we don't have any ill intentions towards you. Although you came to us shouting and tried to kill us, it seemed like you provided us with a safe place to recuperate. As for ourselves, we're actually very friendly. They had obviously captured them with intentions of interrogating them, but they forgot about them, which allowed them to stay in the prison for 10 days and recuperate from their injuries. Humph, a group of kids from the younger generation? How dare you negotiate with us? How bold. Do you think you can go out easily after you enter here? How can we not have the courage since we've dared to come out? Sima Yu wasn't affected by their threat at all and looked at Zhou and said, Patriarch Zhou said, what do you say? No one in the past was able to walk out alive after trespassing into this unregulated zone. Who are you to negotiate with me? Zhou asked. Sima Yu shook her finger. We're not negotiating with you, I just want to choose a path that benefits both of us. You think that we're no match for your clan, but can you guarantee that we wouldn't use your clan as a scapegoat in a life and death crisis? Just the few of you? I just have to get someone to deal with you and it's settled. Someone sneered as he didn't believe what she was saying. Let me get this across. The injuries we have were not inflicted by anyone. It was inflicted when the spatial area collapsed. Sima Yu continued, so, Patriarch Zhou, do you think I have the right to speak now? Zhou clan members took a deep breath. They heard of their situation from Zhou and I earlier on and knew that they had critical injuries, but they didn't expect that the injuries were inflicted when the spatial collapsed. If that was the case, they would have to reassess their power. Anyway, who would be able to stay alive if they were in their shoes? Initially, they thought they were just some intruders, but they didn't expect that they were some elites. Zhou assessed Sima Yu and thought that she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had met her. Did you really get thrown into the unregulated zone when the spatial area collapsed? N/O/vel/B/forward/forward, that's right. Otherwise, who would be seriously injured despite having no signs of battles in our surroundings? Sima Yu said. Zhou looked towards Zhou and I. Yes, at that time, only 5 of them were lying on the ground with no signs of fighting. Zhou and I answered. With such serious injuries, there was no way that they would appear on their own. If there were a fight, there would be traces of it around. Humph, who knows if this is a trick to get into our clan? Someone guessed. The Zhou clan members were about to believe her but found it reasonable when they heard from that point. What if they were trying to trick them? Sima Yu rolled her eyes. Are you stupid? Wouldn't you take the opportunity to kill them if an outsider came with such serious injuries? Only idiots like you would think that way. The Zhou clan wanted to be angry but did not dare to. If they followed her words, wouldn't they be admitting that they were stupid? And what she said made sense. Even if they made use of their sympathy, they wouldn't injure themselves to such an extent. Everyone had fallen unconscious. If they killed them then, they would not be able to defend themselves. So, even if they wanted to make use of their sympathy, it was too much. This means you were indeed thrown here, the great elder said. That's right. So for the time being, you do not need to think about the conspiracies you have come up with. Sima Yu said. Why does it matter? All of the intruders need to be killed. Someone disagreed with the settlement. At a glance, this person looked like someone who enjoyed fighting. Zhou clan's second elder, as the second elder, you are not thinking for your family's stability and safety but only of fighting and killing every day. Are you not afraid that you might implicate your family one day? Sima Yu retaliated. How did you know that I am the second elder? The second elder was sure that he had not seen her before, but yet she could recognize him. This meant that they did their preparation before coming. Not only do I know that you are the second elder, I also know that your injury was caused by Suyu. Oh, he's just the Soul Clan's commander. Sima Yu said. How did you know that we and people from the Soul Clan? The second elder looked at her in shock. Who exactly are you? How did you find out about all these things? Right now, the Zhou clan did not believe that she came with no agenda. Otherwise, how would she have known about these things? At this moment, everyone was looking at her with distrust. Why are you so nervous? Sima Yu felt tired from standing. Just when she was about to move her legs, Wu Lingyu took a chair and placed it behind her. She smiled at him, sat on the chair, then looked at them calmly without explaining anything. Both parties remained still. Yenya was tired from witnessing this, so he took out a chair to sit on as well. However, this chair was a much flashier and luxurious seat. The back of the seat was filled with different gemstones, comparable to a king's chair. Sima Yu looked at his seat and tried to control her mouth from twitching. She did not think that he was such a flashy person. The Zhou clan looked at Yenya, secretly frightened. What is this person's background? Doesn't seem to be Sima Yu's subordinate. Buzz buzz buzz. A faint sound came from outside, followed by the shouts of the people outside. Ah, why are there so many bees? Densely packed scarlet bees were flying outside. They were not attacking anyone, but they were everywhere. Only a small number of them flew into the council chamber, landing on Sima Yu's shoulder. One of the clan members came in from outside, and shouted, "Patriarch, there are many bees flying in from outside. No need to panic. Do not attack them." Zhou Zhou said calmly. The clan member saw that there were also scarlet bees in the house. Knowing that the patriarch knew about it, he took his leave. Zhou Zhou looked at Sima Yu. She was playing with the scarlet bee on her palm. She was very calm and filled with confidence. She had no signs of anxiousness from being thrown into jail. "We have talked for so long, I still do not know the name of this great lady." Sima Yu. Sima Yu. When they heard her last name, they knew that she was not from a big family or strong influence, so why could they not look directly at her when she only had this aura? Don't think that she is some nameless second generation, she is the Ghost King's most beloved princess. Yenya reclined on his chair, showing signs of laziness. Since when did the Ghost King have a princess with a different surname? Ghost King had sealed quite a number of princesses, but all of them had the surname of Yu. Since when did he have a princess with a different last name? That's true, she's only been in the ghost realm for slightly more than 10 years. Although she had quite the reputation outside, the news probably did not travel here. Yenya said slowly, but even if you do not know about her, you must have heard about her mother, Ghost King's youngest daughter, Yu Kuluo. What? She is Yu Kuluo's daughter? Everyone in the Zhou clan was shocked. The Zhou clan's patriarch finally knew why she looked so familiar. She looked very similar to her mother. He had once seen Yu Kuluo from afar years ago, but since they were of different ages, he did not link them together. Speaking of which, the Dark Princess used to be kind to us. We did not know that it was a benefactor's daughter that we were delaying today, my apologies. Zhou Zhou stood up and bowed toward Sima Yu. Patriarch, since when was the Dark Princess kind to us? The rest were not aware of it and they thought that he was spewing nonsense. Many years ago, when the ancestor was reaching his limits. In order to refine a medicine for him, we went to search for the medicine elder to ask for a type of medicinal ingredient. Do you still remember? Zhou Zhou asked. Of course I remember. If the medicine elder did not give us the ingredient, the ancestor would not have survived and be alive now. The second elder said. Then you should be able to remember that we had visited many times, but he refused to let us in. Zhou Zhou said, the medicine elder was dismissive towards the things they brought over, and many times it was the medicine elder's disciple who asked us to leave, till the very last time. Zhou Zhou recalled. The great elder seemed to remember something, and said, Patriarch, could that be the lady from that day? That's right. Zhou Zhou nodded his head. When we went over that day, we were stopped outside as usual. At that moment, a lady was looking out of a window of the pavilion. Then, we heard a lady's voice, saying that we had come over many times, that meant we urgently needed that medicinal herb. Since the old man had so many, why was he not giving us any? After a while, the master elder's disciple took the medicinal herb that we needed and came out. When we were leaving, I heard the two disciples talking about something regarding the Dark Princess. Indeed, you have always mentioned that there was a lady. I didn't think that it would be her. The great elder said with a sigh of regret. Yes, we did not hear news of her for a long time. I didn't think that one we would encounter next would be her daughter. Zhou Zhou said. They did not think that it would turn out this way, so the Zhou clan felt a little awkward at that moment. The person that wanted to interrogate previously was actually their benefactor's daughter. Looking at her now, they felt ashamed. By the looks of it, there will be no need to fight today. Yenya did not think that the situation would take a turn so abruptly, and it was obvious that the Zhou clan remembered the favor that Yu Kuluo did for them. No fighting, no fighting. Since the young princess is the Dark Princess's daughter, you are naturally my guests. Moreover, didn't you say that you did not intrude on purpose? How can we hold on to this and not let go? Zhou Zhou said. Zhou Hui, go and prepare the Forest Billows courtyard for our guests to stay in. A lady stood up immediately and went to prepare. Zhou Zhou said to Sima Yu, young princess, since you are already here, just stay at our clan for a little while. Do give us a chance to do the honors of playing host? Sima Yu looked at Wu Lingyu, seeing that he had no objections, she agreed. She kept her scarlet bees aside. The group of densely packed scarlet bees flew in, making them suffer from trypophobia. After keeping the scarlet bees, she said to Zhou Zhou, Patriarch Zhou, I want to hear about something from you. Zhou Zhou dismissed the clan members. Since they did not need to interrogate her anymore, there was no need for them to be around. What do you want to ask me about, young princess? Sima Yu took a look at Yenya and Fei Yi. Fei Yi wanted to leave, but Yenya sat on his flashy chair and had no intention to leave. When he saw Sima Yu looking at him, he raised his eyebrows, insisting on not leaving. These people acknowledged Yu Kuluo's kind deed. The relationship was between them and her, it was not for them. In case they changed their minds and decided to attack them again, he was too lazy to have to fight them. The Triangle District had many people who were not sane, he had seen them before. Sima Yu saw that he was not leaving, but she did not chase him away. She asked Zhou Zhou, Patriarch Zhou, I wanted to ask you, is the 9th Underworld Mountain far from here? Under the 9th Underworld Mountain was the 9th Underworld's clan. They were once the real rulers of the Ghost Realm. Zhou Zhou and Yenya were taken aback by her sudden question. Why did she ask them this? What's the matter, Patriarch Zhou, can you not speak of this? Sima Yu asked. It is not that I can't tell you, it's just that I did not expect you to ask about this. Zhou Zhou said, going to the 9th Underworld Mountain, are you looking for the 9th Underworld's clan? Yes. Sima Yu admitted. It's not that I do not want to tell you, but I actually don't know either. How could it be? Aren't you from the same area? How could you not know where the ninth underworld mountain is located? The ninth underworld mountain has not appeared for many years. Although there is still news about them going around, it is all in the past. Now, very few people know the exact location of the ninth underworld mountain. Even those who know, can't enter it. It is said that no outsider has entered the ninth underworld mountain for over a few hundred years. Zhou Zhou said. A few hundred years? Isn't that too much of an exaggeration? Could it be that there are people that entered, but news did not travel out? Wu Lingyu guessed. No, it is said that if you want to enter the ninth underworld mountain, you must possess the blood of the ninth underworld clan. Moreover, there are people protecting the ninth underworld clan from the outside. They said it themselves, it has been long since they went in. Zhou Zhou said confidently because this was something that everyone in the Triangle District knew about. Sima Yu touched her chin, not knowing if her grandfather had gone in already. And her mother, did she go there before? Was her grandmother in the ninth underworld mountain now? Young princess, do you want to go to the ninth underworld mountain? Zhou Zhou asked. I do. Originally, she didn't think about this. However, when Yenya said that the ninth underworld mountain was also in this district that day, she suddenly had a thought that she probably could go and take a look. Initially, when her ancestor passed her the underworld's power, he wished for her to lead the ninth underworld clan to prosperity. Now that she had reached this step, how could she let this opportunity go? TSK, I would advise you to give up. Yenya snorted a laugh, not everyone can go to the ninth underworld mountain. Didn't you hear? You must have the blood of the ninth underworld clan to enter. I'm just thinking, can't I? Sima Yu looked at him, I say, I want to stay and be a guest here, but do you still not want to return to your soul region? Xia Han got lost on your watch, so Xiao He and the people behind him will not let you go, right? You're still not going to go back and settle the situation? The gloating look on your face can't be any more obvious. Can't you contain it a little? You already know that he won't let me off, so all the more reason that I can't return now. Wouldn't I be asking for trouble? So I need to hide here with you. Yenya said that he was scared, but he showed no signs of being worried at all. If you want to pretend, you should do it more professionally. He belongs to the Soul Clan. Then how did you end up with the young princess? Zhou Zhou asked. We met in the Little Realm. Then his identity is, although we can invite you to be our guests, but we have to know about your identity, this is the rule here. He is Enchanted Music Sect's second master, Yenya. Sima Yu said. Then, she pointed to Fei Yi and said, this is the Soul Clan's best array master, Fei Yi. You guys are Yenya and Fei Yi? You know them. Then I do not need to introduce them any further. Of course I know Yenya and Fei Yi. It's just that I have never seen them before. Zhou Zhou laughed. Unexpectedly, that rascal Zhou and I had captured so many incredible people at once. It was no wonder they were so confident before this. With Yenya and Fei Yi around, even if they killed them, they would have to compensate for many clans. Luckily, the young princess was not someone who was fond of fighting. Otherwise, the consequences would be unbearable. You don't have to worry about us, we will be with them. Yenya said. At this moment, Zhou Hui came back and said that the guest house was ready, so they could invite the guests over now. Zhou Zhou personally sent them over, urging them to tell them if they needed anything. He even said that he would personally bring them around for a tour. Patriarch Zhou, you're busy. You do not need to worry about us. When we feel like going out for a walk, we will. If there are any restricted areas, do let us know beforehand. Sima Yu said. Alright. Zhou Zhou told them about the restricted areas in the Zhou family, and said that if they needed him, they could call him. When Zhou Zhou decided to leave, Sima Yu called him and said, Patriarch Zhou, the person who escaped your place is called Su Yu. He is one of the top 10 commanders under Xiao He. He came to the Triangle District to look for some kind of treasure. Now, he has already left your territory. She has told them the person's identity and even told them where he was. It was up to them if they decided to chase after him. Zhou Zhou thanked them and left. I say, why did you want to remain here? Yenya asked her. I just felt like staying. Sima Yu replied to him, I say, why did you follow me and choose to stay here? Just felt like staying. Yenya used her words to reply to her, making her furious. Actually, she knew that since they had come all the way here, how could they leave so easily without first understanding the situation fully? That was not like them at all. Do you still want to go against Su Yu? Yenya asked. Humph, so what if I'm going against him? Do you want to help me? Sima Yu snorted coldly, or do you plan to tell on me? None of the above. Yenya stretched his body, and said lazily, I prefer to watch the show. Since you want to follow me, then don't create any troubles for me. Let me speak the ugly truth. If anything happens to you, I will not help you. If there is anything else, please go ahead and help yourself. Sima Yu finished talking and went into the house with Wu Lingyu. Once they entered, she said, Lingyu, quickly call Fu Shi out and take a look at his situation. Wu Lingyu opened the little realm and brought Fu Shi out. MOU, Lingyu, you're finally letting me out. Have you guys been fine these few days? Fu Shi asked once he came out. Wu Lingyu got injured and he could feel it in the little realm, so he was very worried. He kept wondering if anything bad happened to her. He has not fully recovered yet. I'm fine. Sima Yu smiled at him, you sit tight, let me check on your body N/O. Fu Shi sat on the chair obediently for her to check on him. He could feel the difference but he didn't know how much he had recovered. Sima Yu smiled with her eyes after checking on him, seems like it's working, your body has already started to grow. Have you felt any dull pain recently? Yes, I can feel the bones aching, especially the joints. But I wasn't worried as you told me previously that it might happen. Fu Shi answered. Now that you're growing, your problems are half gone. Sima Yu said. What about the other half? Do you think that it'll be over just because you started growing again? Sima Yu retreated her hands. Mou seal can only take care of you for half a year, now that it has already been 2 months, meaning that you have 4 more months. In 4 months, we have to get your health to be strong enough to at least hold the power in your body. After the seal is gone, it will have to fuse perfectly with you or else you won't be able to use the power. Fu Shi was touched as she thought about it thoroughly. Don't be touched yet, let's do the shock treatment for today. Then I'll prescribe the medicine bath for you. Sima Yu continued, you have to bear it through with gritted teeth. Seeing you like this makes me panic. Fu Shi had an ominous feeling. It's not that scary. Sima Yu said, but the smile on her face showed otherwise. Fu Shi wanted to protest, but he couldn't. It was for his own health after all, so he had to pull it through regardless. Sima Yu got him to lie on the bed as she did the electric shock on him as usual and got him to rest after that as she prescribed the medicinal bath for him. But she saw Yenya once she opened the door. What are you doing? Why do I sense lightning? Yenya asked. Saving someone. Sima Yu moved aside for Yenya to see Fu Shi. Fu Su would end up following her so she shouldn't hide him, but she didn't find the need to explain anything. Who is this little boy? How did he appear here? Yenya asked. Sima Yu briefly told him that he was in a little realm and said, I have other things that I need to do. With that statement, now that you know about it, you may go now. What are you going to do? I can help you. Sima Yu. Yenya was ultimately chased away by her. How could she let him see what she was about to do? She understood that Yenya was just curious and wanted to know more about her and her situations. She was stupid to let him come here. She knew that there were natural hot springs here, so she went to take a look and thought that it would be better to use that to prescribe medicinal baths. So she took a wooden pail to get the water from the hot spring and poured the refined medicine in it. The sky was dark after she did all of this. She got Wu Lingyu to carry Fu Shi over, remove his clothes and put him in. Wu Lingyu stripped Fu Shi naked, leaving his underpants on, and threw him in the water. Excruciating pain made Fu Shi scream, but he tolerated it as his face of smile turned pale from the pain. Actually, his body was already painful after the numbing shock was over. Now that he was thrown into this, he was no longer able to feel his body anymore. Sima Yu pushed a small table over and said, this medicinal bath is very effective, although it is very painful. Moreover, your body just got shocked, it will be double effective. But at the same time, the pain will be doubled as well. Fu Shi lightly nodded, he had to bear with it if he wanted to live. Sima Yu was sympathetic to seeing how painful he was. She took a towel and put it in his mouth. Don't bite and injure yourself. Fu Shi bit the towel, everyone could hear the painful sound he made. Wu Lingyu took a glance at him with approving eyes. He knew how painful this medicinal bath was. He was ruined by Old Man Devil multiple times. Moreover, he was shocked just before this with his body full of injuries, but he didn't make a sound other than just getting into the water. It seemed like this young lad had strong willpower. I'll now help you to insert the needles, so that it will double the speed of absorption and relieve some pain at the same time. Fu Shi lightly nodded his head while Sima Yu inserted the needle where he was exposed. His skinny shoulders and scalp were filled with needles. How do you feel now? Much better. Fu Shi couldn't pronounce properly as he was biting the towel, but Sima Yu could make out what he was saying. It was still painful even though it was lesser. No one knew when it would stop. When he was going to lose his consciousness, he felt someone carry him and wiped his body, gently placing him on a soft bed. And he ended up going into a deep sleep. The night was considered the worst night he ever had for the past few years. In the past, everyone around him doted on him so much and didn't bear to have him in pain. As long as he was unwell, everyone would pity him for very long. Wonder if they would be furious if they knew what she was doing to him now. He didn't suffer in vain. After a day and night of deep sleep, he woke up and realized that the injury from the shock had already recovered by half as it wasn't painful anymore. Ouch, he felt a little heavy and dizzy. Thinking of what he had been through, he couldn't help it but trembled in fear. He hadn't been in such pain in his entire life other than accepting the mythical dragon order. Sima Yu pushed open the door seeing that he was awake. You're awake? Just in time, wake up and have some porridge. Fu Shi saw her holding a tray and felt a little hungry when she said that. He sat up to realize that he didn't wear any clothes and blushed. Sima Yu held her laughter seeing how he was shy and put the porridge on the table with her back facing him as she sat down. Which part of your body have I not seen before? Quickly, the porridge is getting cold and it will affect the effectiveness of the medicine. Fu Shi's face turned redder. Even if he looked like a child, his heart was 250 years old. He would be embarrassed with that said. Even though he was whining in his mind, he quickly put on a set of clean clothes as he went to wash up and sat beside Sima Yu. Sima Yu had already prepared the porridge for him. A bowl of medicinal porridge with 3 plates of healthy vegetables. n/o/vel/b/c//om. Comments. In fact, he knew in his heart that one reason why Sima Yu was so kind to him was that she had promised to save him, not to mention, he was introduced by the old principal. But the more important reason was that he gave her the Northern Divine Seal. If he hadn't had this, she wouldn't have been so dedicated to him. Brother Lingyu is really blessed. He envied Wu Lingyu that he could get the love of Sima Yu. I'm very blessed too. Sima Yu saw him finish the porridge in a few mouthfuls and scooped more for him as she said firmly, you can only eat this for now. You just woke up and your body has undergone drastic changes, so it's better that you eat less now. Alright. Fu Shi drank 2 small bowls of porridge, and felt a warm gush radiating from his stomach to the whole body, which made his initially chaotic mind sober. You are amazing. I feel like you can do everything. I don't know everything, I'm not omnipotent. It just so happens that what you've seen happens to be what I know. Sima Yu said, well, now your job is to properly digest and absorb the medicinal power in your body. We will continue in a few days. Fu Shi felt a little embarrassed when he thought of the pain of the electric shock and medicated bath. Sima Yu smiled and said, can you feel your current body's condition? Huh. When he heard her, he immediately went to check and found that his body was much stronger than before. The effect was immediate. He was pleasantly surprised, and said excitedly, why, this is amazing. This process is very painful, but you have to grit through it. After all, we are running out of time. Sima Yu said. Fu Shi liked what she said, especially the part when she mentioned we. It was obvious that this was his business alone, but she treated it as a matter between the two of them and it made him feel closer to her. I have already agreed with Patriarch Zhou that I want to stay with him for a few months. If you want to go out, you can't walk around, you know? Alright, I know. Only after reminding him a few more times did she leave. Fu Shi's injury was not completely healed. When she left, he crawled back to bed and lay down to rest. He lay on the bed, looking at the top of the mosquito net, then lifted and looked at his hand, squeezed, released, squeezed again and then giggled. It's really, very nice. He finally saw the hope of life. Finally, I don't have to worry about when my body can't bear it and I will die. Very, very nice. Sima Yu returned to her room. Wu Lingyu was reading a book inside, and when he saw her, he snorted, you are so good to him. You can even accurately grasp the time that he is going to wake up and even specially cook porridge for him. Or maybe I should also get hurt. Alright, if you are injured, then I will also cook porridge for you. You can try. Sima Yu replied to him. Maybe at that time, there won't be any porridge but a cane for punishment instead. Sima Yu gave him a look of warning. When she thought of Fu Shi, she would think of the Northern Divine Seal, and she felt a little bit depressed. Hey! She couldn't help sighing. If she tells her after confirmation that the Northern Divine Seal in her hand is not true, what will she do? Don't worry. Wu Lingyu held his hand. I can't even think about it, but I just can't help it. I will be there no matter what. If there is really no way, then I will call everyone from the Devil Realm, turn over the entire abyss of hell. I will definitely be able to save your mother. How can the Devil Realm be so violent because of my business? Although she said that, she was still very happy that he said it. What do you mean that this is your business? It's obviously mine. I'm still waiting for your mother to come out so I can marry you. This is something that concerns my lifelong happiness. Wu Lingyu said seriously. Pfft, what a glib tongue. Sima Yu poked his head and finally smiled. Wu Lingyu hugged her, let her sit on his lap, stole a kiss and said, I behaved so well, should I be rewarded? Didn't you already reward yourself just now? Sima Yu glared at him. That's not enough. After he said that, he leaned in closer and sealed her lips. When Yenya and Fei Yi came over, they only saw Huan looking at the sky in a daze in the courtyard. She is not available now. Huan said. I have business to discuss with her. Come back later. Huan refused to let the two pass. Then let's wait here. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu separated when they heard the movement outside. Sima Yu glared at him, her gaze full of blame. There was no need to think about it, her lips must look red and swollen. It doesn't matter. Wu Lingyu wiped her red lips, smiling charmingly. Yenya and Fei Yi waited for a while. Sima Yu opened the door and asked, is there anything wrong? Yenya saw her lips even more red than before, and immediately understood why Huan would stop him. Fei Yi and I are planning to go out for a tour, do you want to be together? Yenya asked. Sima Yu didn't want to say it, but she didn't care about Fu Shi's affairs now, so she asked Huan to protect him here, and she and Lingyu went with her. When they are here, it's better to go out to get a better understanding of the situation. Huan wanted to go with him, but he couldn't ignore Sima Yu's order. Thinking that she now has ancient battle souls, she agreed. As soon as Sima Yu and the four left the courtyard, the Zhou clan knew about it. Zhou thought for a while, didn't let people bother them, just let people pay attention to their situation. Since they chose to go out on their own, they still don't bother. Patriarch, she can do whatever she wants. Even if the young princess is the daughter of the Dark Princess, there's no need to treat her so well to such an extent. The second elder was impatient and asked directly. You are so temperamental. Zhou pointed at him, we are kind to her, so naturally we won't suffer. Isn't it just repaying kindness? Is it necessary? The second elder didn't understand. We are here too, even if it is a princess, we don't have to be too flattering. But what if she has a connection with the 9th Underworld clan? 9th Underworld clan? How could it be? Why not? Are you so sure? Zhou asked. Could it be that, what do you know about Patriarch? The second elder asked. n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. I'm just guessing. Zhou said, if she has anything to do with the 9th Underworld clan, it's better that we treat her better now than wait for the relationship to break out and then treat her better. But, what if she has nothing to do with the 9th Underworld clan, or the relationship between them is not good, or even troubled? Wouldn't it cause us trouble? What will be the trouble? At that time, we can also say that we are good to her now, isn't it because her mother was kind to us? We are just repaying our kindness, and we are not involved in their grievances. The second elder's eyes lit up. It's still the patriarch that is thoughtful. They had schemed so well, but it didn't take long for them to regret it and was caught off guard by reality. Previous chapter. In the end, Sima Yu concentrated on treating Fu Shi and rarely went out. However, Yenya and Fei Yi often went out. In the first month, she gave Fu Shi a shock treatment every half a month, an intensive medicinal bath once every 10 days, and an ordinary medicinal bath once every 3 days. In the second month, it became one shock treatment every 10 days, an intensive medicinal bath every 5 days, and an ordinary medicinal bath once a day. In the third month, one shock treatment every 5 days, an intensive medicinal every 3 days, and an ordinary medicinal bath every day. In the fourth month, everything else remained the same. The shock treatment was changed to once every 3 days. As her treatment escalated, Fu Shi's body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only had he grown taller, but his aura had grown a lot as well and he no longer looked like a small kid. Fu Shi now had a certain degree of resilience to the electric current. At the initial current intensity, he would have to lie down for 10 over days to half a month to recover, but now he only felt pain. Yu, I think I can break a big rock with one palm now. Fu Shi waved happily in the bathtub. Don't move, I'm not done yet. Sima Yu smacked his head, and continued with her treatment. He. Fu Shi smiled and retracted his hand, quietly letting her administer the needles. After Sima Yu kept all the silver needles, she turned around to pack up, and said to him, you can get up now. Thinking about it, the first time he passed out directly, and now he could stay awake the entire time, this progress was indeed rapid. Ugh. There was no sound of rustling and wearing of clothes but Fu Shi's painful groan. She turned around and saw Fu Shi clutching the bathtub in pain. What's wrong with you? She walked over to check immediately. Fu Shi grabbed her hand, his face pale. Yu, the power of the mythical dragon is, it's going to come out. Sima Yu had already estimated that such a thing might happen during this period, so when she heard this, her worry was halved. It turned out to be this. She retracted her hand and took out a golden pill and stuffed it into his mouth. This was refined for you before, and it can help you absorb the power of the mythical dragon. When you collect all the power, you will truly have it. Fu Shi felt that after taking the pill, those powers really seemed to be quieter, but they did not fully surrender, they were still resisting, running amok in his body, charging through his meridians, internal organs, and every inch of flesh and blood. He tried to control them and lead them to the Dantian, but the power of mythical dragon was so fierce that he couldn't control it at all. He remembered that when he was 7 years old, he also experienced this kind of pain. It should be said that it was even more painful. He fainted at the time and didn't know what happened, but when he woke up he knew that it was his master and the few of them that had saved him, and they had been in seclusion for a long time. Only now did he truly realize how much energy and effort the masters had spent in order to control the power of the mythical dragon. If he can survive this level, he must treat them better in the future. If he could really survive this level. The more he suppressed, the stronger the mythical dragon's power resisted. When he felt that he was about to lose control, a scorching force wandered in from his wrist. He opened his eyes with difficulty, and saw Sima Yu's bright eyes with encouragement in them. Don't panic. She said softly in a calm voice. His originally desperate and flustered heart suddenly calmed down. For his entire life, he had never once forgotten these eyes and this scene. Sima Yu imbued the vermilion bird's flame into his body with spirit power, although there was only a small strand of energy, but every second consumed her spirit power. Soon, she lost energy. She took out a bunch of pills to eat, and then controlled the power of the flame to approach the dragon. Those powers that were originally jubilant in Fu Shi's body, perhaps with the consciousness of a dragon, were first excited when they saw the flames of the vermilion bird, then calmed down, and she guided them into his dantian. After a little bit of energy entered, the rest followed in. Sima Yu saw that the remaining power had not rioted, and then retreated safely. The moment vermilion bird flame left Fu Shi's body, she couldn't support her body and fell backward. Fu Shi opened his eyes and saw her falling to the ground, trying to get up, but found that he seemed to be controlled by something and could not move at all. At the same time, Wu Lingyu suddenly appeared next to her, hugged Sima Yu who was in a coma before he looked at Fu Shi and said, don't let her efforts go down the drain. He then hugged her and put her gently on the bed, took out a pill for her to eat. Seeing her unresponsive, he deepened his gaze. Fu Shi understood what Wu Lingyu meant. If he stopped now, then the mythical dragon's power may be out of control again, and what Yu did for him would all be in vain. He had no way out now and could only continue on with gritted teeth. Thinking of this, he settled down and continued to guide his spirit power to his dantian. With the infusion of power, he felt that his strength was steadily increasing. This was the strength that belonged to him. Finally, he was no longer the host of these forces. After he completely absorbed the power in his body, his whole body aura completely changed. When he opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and it took a while to converge. He waited for his body's breath to stabilize. He immediately got out of the tub, put on his clothes, came to the bed, looked at Sima Yu, and asked, how is she? Excessive mental energy consumption, she's completely exhausted. Wu Lingyu replied. It's all because of me. Fu Shi blamed himself. If it wasn't for guiding the power in his body, how could she be like this? Wrapped the vermilion bird flame with spirit power, just thinking about it, how much energy would it take? Not to mention protecting him from injury, and guiding the power of mythical dragon to his dantian. She really did a lot for him. This is her own choice. Wu Lingyu said lightly. If he was said to blame him for making her go into a coma, it goes without saying that he did, but this was of no use. Although Wu Lingyu said so, Fu Shi still felt sorry for her and asked, do we need to do anything? There's no need. He refused simply and neatly. Ouch, he was very hurt. Wu Lingyu ignored his feelings and continued, go and pack all those things. Fu Shi wanted to guard Sima Yuyu, but all it took was a glance from Wu Lingyu and Fu Shi left obediently. When Huan came in, he saw that Sima Yuyu was still not awake. He took out a jade bottle and said, let her drink this n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wu Lingyu didn't know what it was, but knew that Huan would not harm her, so he fed her the liquid inside and drank it. After she drank everything, her breath was much calmer, but there was no sign of waking up. Huan saw Wu Lingyu looking at her intently and said, she's been hurt too deeply to wake up so quickly. After half a day, Sima Yuyu turned faintly, and when she opened her eyes, she saw Wu Lingyu's worried eyes. Previous chapter. Yuyu, how do you feel? Head, it hurts. She had a weak voice, and she felt as if there were thousands of needles pricking her as soon as she spoke. Of course it hurts, you have overdrawn your mental power. Huan said with a black face, you have always had your own measures, how could you just? Seeing Sima Yuyu still smiling at him, all the rage contained within him could no longer be lashed out. NOVLB //JNN. Is Fu Shi alright? She asked. Looking at your half-dead self, you still can care about others? Yenya emerged from the side and harumphed coldly. He knew that Sima Yuyu had done these things for Fu Shi, but he didn't expect that she would endanger herself into such a situation. And that little guy was obviously not an ordinary person. Seeing him today, his whole person was obviously different. Well, I like it. Sima Yuyu glared at him, if it wasn't for her current weak body, she would never end it just like that with him now. Yuyu, I'm here, I'm fine. Fu Shi came to the bed, looking at his red-rimmed eyes, the faint blush at the tip of his nose and his moist eyelashes, it was obvious that he had cried. Except for his two masters, no one has ever treated him so kindly. Although those people admire his status, how many of them were sincere? And she almost lost her life for him. When he thought about this, he felt like crying again. Sima Yuyu saw him well, smiled slightly, and then fell into deep slumber again. Fu Shi saw her fall into a deep slumber like this, tears started streaming down again. He never knew that he would cry when he saw a person so weak. Little brat, she saves you, and you repay her. You should have experienced this many times, don't tell me that you cry every time. Yenya teased. I don't. Then why are you crying? I mean, those people don't treat me like this. Fu Shi said, I have seen more than 100 doctors and healers, but no one treats me this way. He also paid them high remunerations, but they all just each got their desired things and left. Maybe even if they cared for him, but no one did anything for him to such an extent. There was only her, so he only cries for her. Later, Zhou and the others also came to visit her. Although they were curious about how she could make herself like this, everyone was willing to help them out, so they said some kind words and left. Later, he sent a lot of medicinal materials useful for mental power. Wu Lingyu collected all the medicinal materials, and refined a pill for Yuyu to take. Sima Yuyu slept for 3 full days before waking up. Wu Lingyu was wiping her hands, and seeing her open her eyes, he asked in a raspy voice, you're awake? Well, how long have I slept? Sima Yuyu stretched out her hand, trying to rub her aching head, but there was already a pair of hands massaging her temples. If you include the first time you lost consciousness, then 4 days. Wu Lingyu gently massaged her head, how is it? Is it more comfortable? It's more comfortable, but I still feel nauseous and want to vomit. I am dizzy and have a headache. Sima Yuyu leaned on his palm. No more such things like this in the future. You scared us all. Although Wu Lingyu didn't say it, Sima Yuyu knew that he was angry. I know, there is no next time. Sima Yuyu said, but I thought I would go to the Chaos World again. The last time she was mentally overdrawn, she went to the Chaos World and was brought out by him. At that time, she hadn't realized that she was very dependent on him. How is the Chaos World so easy to go to? That time was just a coincidence. Wu Lingyu said. Lingyu, I think it is not a coincidence that I will go to the Chaos World, but there should be a reason. Sima Yuyu said, maybe it is related to my identity. You mean the 9th Underworld clan? Yes. The 9th Underworld clan is actually the Black Lotus clan, and Black Lotus originated from the Chaos River. Whether it is or not, you can't verify it now. Alright, don't think so much, do you want to take a break? Wu Lingyu asked. No more, my head hurts even when I sleep. Sima Yuyu shook her head slightly, where is Fu Shi? How is his condition? He has completely recovered. He has absorbed the power of Mythical Dragon, and his body is growing normally. He came to you for healing, and now that he is healed, he can leave. Wu Lingyu said. Sima Yuyu was startled, he is leaving. It should be soon. Fu Shi heard him outside, and curled his lips. Sima Yuyu's mental strength was injured, so she didn't know that he was outside. This guy must know it, he told him this on purpose. He doesn't want to go back. He wants to follow her. He walked in and said with a smile, Yuyu, you are awake. If you don't Don't wake up again, I will have to apologize. Will it? Sima Yu sat up, your new life has just begun, are you willing? For you, of course I am willing. Fu Shi said seriously. But are you leaving now? Go? Where to go? I want to follow you. Fu Shi said with conviction, Yu, do you want to drive me away? You're all fine, don't you leave. Your master should be waiting for you, right? Wu Lingyu raised an eyebrow and hurried away. It looks all right now, but who knows if there will suddenly be a problem later. After all, no one has experienced this. If something happens, what should I do? I can't find you at that time. Fu Shi looked at her pitifully. That said, you really haven't experienced this situation right now, and there is no record. It is not completely certain whether you are healed. Sima Yu said, then observe for a while. And I guess, you have absorbed mythical dragon. The power of yours, your blood may change in the future. Will it stimulate the blood in my body? Will I become a dragon? Fu Shi called. Sima Yu was surprised, you have dragon blood in your body? It is said that it was in the ancestors, but no one has seen it before. Fu Shi said. I think it's very likely. After all, mythical dragon order won't choose you for no reason. Sima Yu said, if this is the case, you have to observe what is happening behind you. Don't rush back. All right. Fu Shi responded, and then smiled at Wu Lingyu. Humph, that smile was a very proud one. Yu, are you awake? Yenya's voice came from outside. Sima Yu cast a look at Fu Shi, and Fu Shi went out immediately. Soon, Yenya walked in with a child covered in blood. Seeing Sima Yu awake, he put the little child on the stool and said, look, can this little child be saved? The little child looked about the size of Fu Shi. He was covered in injuries, his facial features were no longer visible, her clothes were torn and ragged, and there was nowhere that looked well. He leaned softly on the chair, and he had already passed out. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Sima Yu looked away from the child, looked at Yenya and asked, what's the matter? Where did you bring him back from? Why are you so indifferent? They are both children, but your attitude towards Fu Shi and this little kid is so different? Yenya asked. I'm still having a terrible headache now, so how do you want me to deal with it when you suddenly appear before me to treat a wounded kid? Sima Yu frowned, if he's from the Zhou clan, it will be better to leave it to the patriarch. He is not from Zhou clan, but someone whom I met while wandering outside. Seeing him so pitiful, I brought him back. Yenya said. You are the dignified second master of the enchanted music sect, renowned for killing countless people, and you will actually have compassion for a child? If you were me, would you believe this? Sima Yu rolled her eyes at him. Of course, I will believe it. If you aren't going to explain things clearly, then you can solve the trouble you brought yourself. Sima Yu leaned on Wu Lingyu, still very weak. Well, I didn't say any nonsense either. I picked him up from outside. When he saw her close her eyes, he said quickly, when I was on my way back, I saw two children along the way. They were being chased by someone with bad intentions, and the big one was desperately trying to protect the small one. For a moment there, I felt soft-hearted, so I saved him. Sima Yu stared at Yenya for a while. All right, I'll give him a diagnosis. As she said that, she got out of bed and came to the little boy. Seeing him riddled with wounds, she shook her head and said with emotion, such a small child, yet he was dealt with such serious wounds. Move him over to your bed. Why move him to my bed? Wait, did you just agree? Yenya was a little surprised. Didn't you think of yourself for a moment? The expression in your eyes was lost for a while. Sima Yu returned to the bed. If you don't want him to go to your bed, then move to Fei Yi's bed. Fei Yi stared at Yenya with a ferocious gaze of, I dare you to give it a try. Isn't there still a room next to you? Just stay here, so you don't have to run that far. Are you still hurting? Yenya finally placed the child next to Sima Yu. Soon, Sima Yu followed and saw that Yenya had removed all his clothes. She took his pulse first, and then took out 2 pills for him to eat. She then took out the medicine box and dealt with all his injuries. When she finished this, she was even weaker and had no energy. Alright, I have done everything I can. Take 1 pill a day and give the rest to time. She put away the remaining gauze, and trembled. Wu Lingyu hurried to her side, bent over to pick her up, and took her back. You are not allowed to get out of bed for a month. 1 month. I will get moldy. 2 days. Half a month. 5 days. 10 days, no less. Otherwise I will tie you to the bed. Well, 10 days is 10 days. He is letting her be so willful, how can 10 days be enough for her to heal her injuries? Fu Shi muttered. However, with her temperament, it is good to be able to stay in bed for 10 days. Fei Yi commented sharply. That's true. 10 days, this person should be alright? I hope it won't cause any trouble. He looked at the child who was wrapped up like a mummy, remembered those who chased him, and prayed in his heart for them not to chase over so quickly. This little kid really has a problem. Fu Shi called, I'm going to tell you. Do you think she doesn't know? Yenya glanced at him calmly and said, she knew it before the treatment. Then why does she still follow you along in your willfulness? This is called, saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-floor pagoda. Where was he willful? You, a little brat who doesn't learn well all the time, learns to sprout such nonsense? I'm afraid you will cause trouble and affect her healing. If you get into trouble, solve it by yourself, don't disturb her. Fu Shi turned around and left. This aura, TSK, is that still the same good kid in front of Sima Yu? But now he was a little worried. Those people seem to have set their sight on this pair of siblings and he was afraid that they will find their way here soon. He could only hope that it will not affect her recovery, otherwise it is estimated that Wu Lingyu and Huan will come to chase him to the ends of the earth. Sima Yu was put on the bed by Wu Lingyu, lying obediently, tugging at his sleeves and looking at him with a smile. Lingyu, I want to sleep. Then go to sleep. Wu Lingyu said coldly. You stay with me. I have something to do. I want to hug you to sleep. I can't sleep if you are not there. Sima Yu looked at him aggrievedly. If he were to reject her again, tears would probably come out. Wu Lingyu looked at her, the eyebrows were full of fatigue, no matter how angry he was, it was because of distress. Distress. He sighed, took off his shoes, and lay down beside her. Sima Yu smiled, as she snuggled and rubbed his arms like a kitten, and then lay on his shoulders to sleep. n/o/vel/b/c/o. OM. Wu Lingyu lay on the bed, with his left shoulder as a pillow, and his left arm wrapped around her body. Sima Yu lay on her side, holding his waist with her left hand, not sleeping well. Wu Lingyu wanted to touch her cheek with his right hand, but after thinking about it, he changed to holding her left hand. The anger in his heart couldn't vent, and in the end it could only turn into a long sigh. After Sima Yu was completely asleep, he thinned his numb arm back, took a pillow and put it on her, and got out of bed by himself. He found Yenya and said, "What is going on with this kid?" Yenya looked at him seriously and knew that he couldn't hide, so he could only tell the matter as it was. He thought that Wu Lingyu would get angry after hearing things, but he didn't expect Wu Lingyu to turn around after listening, but it made him a little baffled. He left just like that? Without saying anything? He just wants to know it. Fei Yi guessed. This man, really? Yenya wanted to say something, only to find that he was speechless to this man. He pampered her a little too much, he was worried and angry in his heart, but he still followed her willfulness, and when she was settled, he came to treat her again. They both were men, but he couldn't do this for a woman. Sima Yu slept very comfortably this time, maybe because of the effect of the pill, or maybe because the immediate thing was temporarily solved, or perhaps because her body needs to recover quickly and sleep was a good way to restore mental strength. In short, she slept well, until she was awakened by a loud noise. She opened her eyes and didn't know how long she had slept, but she felt refreshed this time. I don't know what Lingyu made me eat, how could I recover so quickly? She sat up and heard a noise outside, mixed with the cry of a child. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comments. Bad guys. You bad guys. You let my sister go. The child cried out. Patriarch Zhou, this little kid was bought by us as a slave, this matter. I advise you that it's better for you to not dabble into it. This. Sect Master Yen, since this person belongs to them, do you think it would be better for them to take him back? Zhou hesitated, and chose to stand on the opposite side. I saved this child, so does it mean that if you want to take him away, I'll let you do as you please? Although Yenya wanted to toss away the little kid who was hugging his thigh with snot and tears all about, but when he saw him shivering, he still held back. Yenya, this is not your enchanted music sect. Do you know what will happen to you if you offend us? A sharp voice threatened. Yenya snorted, not paying attention to their threat. Yenya, are you going to give us face and exceed? Can you afford my face? Yenya looked at him contemptuously. Yenya. Someone yelled, he was insulting them. Yenya, we are kind to you now, but it is because you are guests of the Zhou clan. If you insist on opposing us, then don't blame us for being impolite. Oh? What are you going to do? Catch us back? Humph. The man snorted coldly, and then said to Zhou, Patriarch Zhou, please leave this matter alone. If my patriarch knows about it, I'm afraid it will anger the Zhou clan. Patriarch Zhou, you don't want to be an enemy of us for a few outsiders, do you? Patriarch Zhou really regretted it to death at this moment. He originally thought it was just to entertain you and the others, nothing would happen, and he could get closer to them. Who knew that they would clash with a big clan here? Blame it all on Yenya, why did he want to save this kid back? Patriarch Zhou? The other party shouted when he saw him not talking. Zhou hesitated for a while, said sorry to Yenya, and took a step back. This step expressed his meaning very clearly, the Zhou clan would not intervene in this matter. What they wanted to do, they were free to do so. Yenya was not surprised by Zhou's actions. People like him would always choose what they thought would be good for them. But, soon they will taste the bitter fruit of their choice. And these people were not surprised by Zhou's choice. The Zhou clan was just a small clan here, how dare they resist a big clan like them? Go. No matter what, I want this person dragged back today. NOVLB //JNN. With his order, those people immediately tried to grab the child. Yenya took out his jade flute and was prepared for battle. Did I give my permission to battle here? Wu Lingyu had been standing by the corridor, watching Yenya confront them with cold eyes. Now as Yenya was about to engage in battle with them, did he say something to stop it? Yenya looked back at him and shrugged, this is not what I thought. You have seen it. I have always tried to reconcile. Useless. Wu Lingyu said with disgust, not knowing whether he was saying that Yenya had been found by someone, and he was useless, or he was saying that it was useless to solve this matter today. Who are you again? Wu Lingyu ignored the person who spoke and said to Yenya, I said, you can't bother her. Sorry, you. Creak. Sima Yuyu's room door was opened. She walked out from inside, looked at the people in a courtyard, and said, what are you arguing about? It disturbs people who are sleeping, you know? Is it bothering you? Wu Lingyu walked over and took her shoulders. Well, I guess I've slept enough. Sima Yuyu smiled at him. How long have I slept for? 7 days. 7 days? I slept for that long? She thought it would be 3 or 4 days at most, but she didn't expect 7 days. I added some tranquilizers to the pill that you took. That's it. I was wondering how I could sleep so well. I thought this sound wouldn't bother you, but it still woke you up. The effect of the medicine has almost been absorbed. Are you still uncomfortable? I've recovered fully. That's good. It should be said, it's nice to have you there. The expressions of those men were not very nice when they saw that they had been thoroughly ignored. Don't worry about those two, bring the child here first. Yenya smiled at Sima Yuyu, since you are awake, then I don't have to exercise any restraint already. Sima Yuyu pursed her lips, although I am curious about who these people are talking about and what happened, let's wait for you to solve it. Alright. A smile appeared on Yenya's face. Although Sima Yuyu didn't know what was going on, she guessed it. This meant that she agreed with him. Anyway, she believed him now. Was it because he was with her now? Regardless of the reason, this trust now makes him happy. He put the jade flute to his lips and the melodious melody of the flute rushed towards those people with a lingering vigor, which actually carried a real attack. Boom. The ground of the courtyard was directly smashed into a pit, and those people avoided it at the last moment. The sound attack of Sect Master Yen is really extraordinary. The opponent was very angry, an outsider actually dared to resist them. Yenya stopped talking nonsense with them and continued to play. The notes flew out one by one, driving those people into a desperate situation. Patriarch Zhou, are you just going to stand by and watch like this? Those people couldn't resist, and shouted at Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou didn't expect that they would fight as soon as they said, and they were still on the Zhou clan's territory. It was not yet decided whether to help or who to help, the Zhao clan had already been called out. You don't need to call him, no matter what, he won't help you today. Zhou Zhou, do you want to be our enemy? Young Master Zhao, how could I be an enemy of the Zhao clan? You can't talk nonsense about this. Zhou Zhou explained quickly. Then why didn't you help? Hey, if she didn't wake up just now, he might still help. But now, that's what she meant. If he did it, he would put the Zhou clan in an ungrateful situation. Yenya explained to them kindly. The Zhao clan looked at Zhou Zhou, and Zhou Zhou nodded. It is true. The Dark Princess has been kind to us, so I can't just stand by and do nothing. So, you still intend to fight us? No, young Master Zhao, you misunderstood. I mean, the Dark Princess was kind to us, and my Zhou clan must pay back the kindness today. As for the future, the Zhou clan will not intervene in these matters. Zhou Zhou felt that his heart was bleeding. The moment he said those words, it meant that he would have nothing to do with Sima Yuyu in the future. Then his efforts over the past few months have all been wasted. Not mentioning other things, the medicinal materials alone that Sima Yuyu spent during the period of injury were enough for him to feel distressed for a long time. Sima Yuyu had known Zhou Zhou's calculations for a long time, so seeing Zhou Zhou's distress, she didn't sympathize. How could he get such a result if he hadn't tried to calculate her in his schemes? However, young princess, even though I won't help them this time, I can't let you kill them. Zhou Zhou added, and you won't be able to live in Zhou clan's manor anymore. Regarding these things, please forgive Zhou for not being on your side. Sima Yuyu smiled at the corner of his mouth, nodded, and said, we have been imposing on the Zhou clan for so long, and it's time to say goodbye. Zhou Zhou felt hot on his face and his heart felt cramped. Yenya, we are all leaving, don't you solve the matter quickly? Sima Yuyu said. Alright, I have to fight seriously now. Yenya finished speaking, put the jade flute away, and took out another jade flute. The Zhao clan, who was barely able to hold it just now, was quickly defeated. Just when Yenya was about to give them the final blow, Zhou Zhou moved. He broke up the notes of Yenya and said, Yenya, I said that today, we can't kill anyone. Yenya closed his hand, well, although before, it was to repay kindness, you still entertained us for a few months after all. I will still give you this face. Fu Shi, are your things packed? Sima Yuyu said. It's already packed. Fu Shi replied obediently. Then let's go. Sima Yuyu turned her head and looked at Zhou Zhou, Patriarch Zhou, thank you for your hospitality. You have paid back my mother's kindness today. If there is a conflict in the future, we won't hold back. Goodbye. Huan opened the space tunnel and Sima Yuyu walked in with her entourage. Seeing them gone, Zhou Zhou hurried to help the Zhao clan. This Yenya, when I go back to report to the Patriarch, I must let him die in a manner where he would not even have a place for burial. Zhao Rui was supported by Zhou Zhou, only to feel pain all over his body. He shook off Zhou Zhou's hand and shouted, Patriarch Zhou, did you let them go like this? I will tell the Patriarch about this when I go back, and see if your Zhou clan can bear the anger of the Patriarch. Zhou Zhou hurried to show an amiable smiling face, young Master Zhao, you have also seen it. Isn't it impossible for me? I didn't know that they had offended the Zhao clan before. We have already paid off the kindness of Dark Princess, and we will no longer be biased. If the Zhao clan needs anything in the future, my Zhou clan will be willing to risk any danger and not shrink from any sacrifice. Zhao Rui snorted coldly, but his anger also diminished by quite a bit. Big brother, now is not the time to be angry, it is imperative to catch them quickly. Someone stepped forward and reminded him. You're right. Zhao Rui said, Patriarch Zhou, you didn't care about it just now, and now that they have left, your repayment of kindness has been fulfilled. You also said just now that if we have a need, you Zhou clan will be willing to risk any danger and not shrink from any sacrifice. Now, I ask you to hunt them down, will you? Zhou complained and cursed 1,000 times in his heart, but did he dare not disagree? However, they were outsiders after all, and the Zhao clan was powerful in this area. He called the Great Elder and told him to take people to hunt down Sima Yu and others. Except for the child that the Zhao clan wanted, the rest it did not matter if they were dead or alive. The Great Elder was outside the entire time and knew what was going on. Although he felt that they had just left Zhou clan's manor, he immediately sent people to chase them down. This was changing their faces very quickly, but he didn't have the guts not to do it. So he went out and ordered some people to find Sima Yu and their whereabouts immediately. Zhao Rui was satisfied with the Zhou clan's attitude. He rubbed his aching chest and said to the Zhao clan, let's go back. Young Master Zhao, you are all still injured. Why don't we send someone to the Zhao clan and tell the clan about the incident? You can go back when the injury is better. Zhou said. No, I have to report on many things in person. Zhao Rui ignored Zhou Zhua and left Zhou clan with his Zhao clan. Once they left, the Great Elder stepped forward, looked at the courtyard destroyed by the battle, sighed, wanted to say something and felt an impeccable fluster in his heart. Well, come to think about it, that the Patriarch's heart was suffering more than him. It's, alas. Sima Yu and the others came out of the space tunnel before they had traveled far. Yenya looked at the surrounding scenery and said, this is not out of Zhou clan's territory. We have gone so far, is the Zhou clan that big? Sima Yu asked. It's not that the Zhou clan is that big, but Huan has chosen their furthest direction. During this period of time, Yenya had felt the Zhou clan's scope thoroughly, so he could tell at a glance. Then this luck is really good. Sima Yu said, well, if we aren't out, so be it. They were not afraid of the Zhou clan anyway, even if they were chased, it doesn't matter. No need to make themselves seem like a fugitive. Where shall we go now? Yenya asked. You have to figure out things before you can determine the direction of the next step. The sun was too strong and Sima Yu came to the next big tree and sat on the exposed roots of the tree, waiting for them to tell her the whole story. Wu Lingyu came to her and sat down, Fushi ran to her other side and sat down, took out a few shelled walnuts, stuffed half of it into her hands, and then ate the rest on his own. Sima Yu took the walnuts and didn't eat them, just fiddled with them in her hands. Wu Lingyu peeled them carefully and placed them in her hand. Yu, his name is Hai Shi, and his sister is Hai Xing. Yenya pushed Hai Shi to Sima Yu and said, what the hell is going on, you should ask him. Yenya, do you think that if you use a child to block me, I won't settle the bill with you? Sima Yu glanced at him, or, is it the best choice for me to be separated from you now? Don't. If you are separated from me now, then didn't you save him in vain? Yenya felt that he could bend and stretch, much better than before. If there wasn't Hai Shi's matter, he would be able to blend well here like a fish in water. But with Hai Shi, although he could guarantee his own safety, he may not be able to protect Hai Shi well. Let's talk about it first, what's going on? Sima Yu took Wu Lingyu's peeled walnuts, ate one, and fed one to Wu Lingyu. Hai Shi, it's up to you. Yenya patted Hai Shi on the head. Although Hai Shi was very young, he was very clever. He saw that Sima Yu was in charge. He came to her, knelt down with a plop, and banged his head 3 times on the ground. I know that my injury was cured by you, thank you. Actually, my sister and I were auctioned and purchased by the Zhao clan. Hai Shi's words made Sima Yu a little surprised. Since you were auctioned off and purchased by the Zhao clan, then you belong to the Zhao clan. Sima Yu said, but, there are such kinds of auctions now. A lot of underground auctions will auction things that cannot be seen, and even some people, Yenya said. Since you have been selected for auction, it means that you have the value of being auctioned. Sima Yu touched her chin, what is your value? Hai Shi lowered her head and did not speak, bit his lower lip, his heart tangled. Sima Yu looked at Yenya, and Yenya shrugged. He didn't know this. When he asked before, it was the same situation and Hai Shi didn't say anything, even if he threatened to send him away. Sima Yu is not in a hurry, anyway, if she doesn't know this kind of thing, it was a good thing for her. Having said that, it may be pulled into the water instead. Hai Shi looked up at Sima Yu. She didn't care much about his secrets. There was no curiosity, no inquiry, no dodging in her eyes, only clarity. He decided to bet with himself. If he won, he could at least save his sister. If you lost, the big deal was to lose himself. Boy, if anyone in this world can save your siblings, she is the only one. Hey, Yenya, don't put a high hat on me. Sima Yu threw the walnut in her hand at him. Yenya stretched out his hand to catch it, played with it in his hand, and said, I didn't put a high hat on you, I'm telling the truth. Oh. You said that I was the only one who could save their siblings. Doesn't that count as wearing a high hat for me? Sima Yu hummed, then tell me, why am I the only savior? Look, those who have the strength do not have your heart, and the ones with the heart have no strength. Only you have the heart and strength, and are bold and have a hard background, so you are not afraid to break the sky. Yenya carefully counted. Stop it. Sima Yu called to him, how can I listen to you? It doesn't seem to be a compliment to me. Why not? Yenya said, these are your strengths. Only you have combined all these conditions, so you are the only savior. But how can I tell from your words that I am a person who is afraid that the world will not be chaotic? That is your misunderstanding. Yenya said with certainty. Hey, you can believe it. Sima Yu didn't bother to pay attention to him. Haishi's struggling heart finally made a decision. He kowtowed to Sima Yu again and said, young princess, I don't know where you are, but if you can rescue my sister, I'm willing to follow you. It seems to follow me, it's great for me. Sima Yu raised her eyebrow. Actually, in fact, my sister and I are both human cauldrons. Haishi's words caused the air to freeze for a moment, and the wind blew, leaving only the rustling of leaves. Haishi raised his head and glanced at Sima Yu, then lowered his head and continued, although I am still young, I will always grow up, and then. Stop it. Sima Yu knew why he had said that he was willing to follow her earlier, and dared to think of becoming a cauldron when he grew up. She looked at Yenya and Fei Yi, and they were obviously shocked by the words. It turns out that this is the reason he hasn't said it. Your sister as well? She asked. Yes. Haishi nodded. It is because of the blood lineage that runs in our family, so many people are cauldrons, and this was also the very reason why our family was destroyed. Those who were not cauldrons were killed and those who were cauldrons were snatched away. The younger ones like my sister and I were sold to the underground auction house. He thought of the scene of his clan being destroyed, and his body couldn't help shaking. Tears streamed down his cheeks, but he didn't let himself cry. If their clan was strong, they would not have been annihilated. If he had the strength, his sister would not have to sacrifice herself and fall into the hands of those people. If he did not die, then he must become strong enough to kill all those people and avenge the family. But, would he ever have the chance to have that day? He lowered his head, he didn't know the expressions on the faces of the others and he was a little worried. He had already expressed his opinion to her just now, but her reaction just now was different from what he expected. She was not happy, excited, nor interested like how they were in the eyes of others when they knew of his identity. He used to hate the expressions of those people, but now he was disturbed because she did not have it. If there was, it means that he was still useful to her. He could use this as a condition to ask her to help rescue his sister. If she doesn't want him, what conditions did he have for her to help? Thinking of this, he felt despair in his heart. Sigh. A sigh came from the top of his head, and then he was dragged up by a gentle force. He looked up and saw her pitying eyes. Young princess. He called him involuntarily. Sima Yu sighed again and said, your body is your own, not someone else's. If you can cherish your body well in the future, I will help you save your sister. If you always think of relying on your body to be used by other people in the future, then you won't be worth your sister's desperate effort to let you escape. Haishi's tears fell again. At first, he was just crying quietly, but seeing Sima Yu looking at him seriously, he suddenly cried out and rushed into Sima Yu's arms, crying so much that his whole body was trembling. Wu Lingyu's face turned black again. Sima Yu patted Shi Hai on the head and said, he is just a child. Lucky, or he'll already be dead. Wu Lingyu stared at Haishi, trying to pull him out. Haishi wailed, crying out all the fear, despair and helplessness of this period, and a patch on Sima Yu's skirt was soaked in it. Obviously he is just a little kid, why are there so many tears? You are full of murderous aura, who can believe you at first sight? You really? Yenya narrowed his eyes at him, I saved him anyway. Not only did I save him, but I also stayed with him for so many days, humph. Sima Yu glanced over, expressing her meaning with her eyes, then, come over and change with me, forget it. Yenya smiled at her. He also has a habit of throwing things off, and he is determined not to do things that he can't do by himself. Shi kept looking at Haishi, the walnuts in his mouth rattled. He was also a kid and wondered if he could also resort to this trick. But he was not a true child with his age and he will be sent flying by the guy who always has a cold chilly face when he was around. Haishi cried for a long time, but Sima Yu and the others did not comfort him. Only when he was silent and lying motionless on Yu's lap, everyone realized that he was asleep. Wu Lingyu glanced at Huan and Huan stepped forward and carried him away. Then our next step is to go to Zhao clan? Yenya asked. No. Sima Yu shook her head, what we have to do now is to get rid of those tails. Yenya paused for a while before saying, it's so slow to catch up. I thought they wouldn't come. The Zhao clan won't let the Zhou clan get away so easily. Sima Yu's mouth raised a mocking smile. Zhou and I thought that he would not be involved in this matter under the banner of repaying his kindness, and he was too naive in his thoughts. If he did go against them when they were still in the Zhao clan might not say anything, but now, the Zhou clan can't get off the boat anymore. I'll do it. Fei Yi stepped forward. Alright. Sima Yu was very happy that he took over, I just happened to want to see how powerful Soul Domain's #1 is. Fei Yi didn't speak, but took out the array stones and arranged them casually. Although this action seems random, it was actually filled with profound mystery. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows and said, once the master makes a move, it's really different. Fei Yi smiled rarely, and there was a little shyness in his smile. It's just a piece of cake for you and Yenya looked at them in surprise. Are you shy? No way. You've got it wrong. Fei Yi said lightly, but his eyes were a little evasive. You derived this from the ancient array, right? Sima Yu asked. No wonder she felt that his previous use of the array technique was a bit familiar, but now that she looked closely, she finally understood it. If you can tell, it shows that you have a deep research on ancient arrays. Fei Yi did not deny it, and all that can be seen are extraordinary strengths. It can't be counted as deep research, but I have learned a little. Especially when studying the fragments of the 10 ancient arrays, Wu Lingyu and her did research some ancient arrays. She had to say that the power of the ancient arrays was much more powerful than the current arrays. What she learned was the array of the 100 changing doors, and the current array was much more powerful, but compared with the real ancient array, there was still a gap. The Zhou clan is here. Huan reached over and carried Haishi. He was really tired and had just found hope, so he slept soundly and showed no sign of waking up. Then we will see your effect. Sima Yu said. Zhou clan chased them, and their expressions were ugly when they saw the empty valley. It seems that they have already left. Are we a step too late? Guess so. I didn't expect them to run fast. We chased them when we got the news, but we still didn't catch up TP them. She took so many of our things, how can we let them go like this? Thinking of the things Sima Yu had taken away from their clan over the past few months, they felt distressed. Zhou and I, what's the matter with that kid? Since this matter is not revealed, let's not ask. Zhou and I was also in the chasing team, thinking of Sima Yu, he frowned, all we have to do now is to catch them up and bring the child back. The patriarch said that except for that kid, the life and death of the rest don't matter. We don't care whether or not they are dead or alive, as long as we get back the things she took from us. The child is the key. Zhou and I said, if something happens to him, we can't explain to the Zhao clan, so if you die, he can't die. Understand? We understand. Let's go, since the news has only just been delivered, they couldn't have gone far. They walked a few meters ahead, and the scenery in front of them suddenly changed. The green hills and turquoise waters turned into a scorched ancient battlefield. One by one, ancient battle souls crawled out of the ground and walked towards them staggeringly. Heavens, what are these things? Who are these people? Where are we now? Cackle. The thunder in the gloomy air started to startle them. Heaven, it's the lightning tribulation, why is there lightning tribulation here? Don't panic, everyone, these are not true, we are now caught in an illusion. Yes, we are now in the illusion. These battle souls and this battlefield are all illusions, they are not real. The elder who was in charge of leading the team affirmed. It turned out to be an illusion array. Who arranged the illusion array here? It must be Sima Yu and the others. Someone said bitterly, I didn't expect them to cause such trouble for us before they fled. It was a waste that we treated them so well before, and treated her like a benefactor. That is, if I catch her, I must cut off her limbs and peel off her skin to make bone noodles. Alright, don't say all these irrelevant things now. Let's find a way to get out first. Zhou scolded. The person being reprimanded was very upset, but now he did not dare to talk back. But he still thought about the suggestion just now. He must not let her die so easily. Wu Lingyu was standing outside the array, hearing what they wanted to do to Yu and also skinning her till her bones surfaced. The anger was escalating, but the air pressure around his body was getting lower and lower. Very good, they chose their own way of death. If Fei Yi's array didn't kill them all, he had already figured out how to deal with them. Fei Yi stood beside him, as if he had guessed what he was thinking, and said, they won't survive. In the array, the Zhou clan didn't know that Sima Yu and the others were outside. They saw these ancient battle souls in front of them. Don't be afraid, these are all fake. Don't worry, just treat it as if you didn't see it. Stab. The figure with the spear inserted into his body interrupted his prayer. How come? Boom. Until the moment he fell, he didn't know how this happened. This is an attacking illusion array. Zhou and I cried out, how can it be an attacking illusion array? There is no spirit power fluctuation like an attacking illusion array at all. What? Another person was attacked by the ancient battle souls and died, and his screams made those doubts meaningless. This was the attacking illusion array. Although they don't know why this is different from the others, they have no time to think about it now. Previous chapter. Boom. There was a clap of thunder in the sky. When the Zhou clan heard this terrifying sound, many people were directly paralyzed. The attacks of the ancient battle souls were all real. Does it mean that this lightning tribulation was also real? If this lightning strikes them, could they still survive? Boom. Arg. Some people from the crowd screamed again, not because of being struck by the lightning, but because they were frightened by the lightning tribulation and felt their bodies go weak, and they had completely forgotten the existence of the ancient battle souls. Don't be afraid, everyone, this tribulation cloud is illusory and will not cause harm. Otherwise, it would have attacked long ago. The elder shouted. As the backbone of a team, he shook his arms like this. Everyone's condition was indeed better, but before his voice completely dissipated, a lightning fell from the sky and struck him straight. What he said just now turned into a joke. But the power of the lightning was not great, so the elder did not die. But his expression was very ugly. He has a feeling that the lightning seemed to fall down just to slap him in the face. Sima Yu burst out laughing and said, this lightning is quite humane, but the power is a bit weak. Well, next time I will improve. Fei Yi listened carefully. This lightning was indeed just one for fooling people, in order to combat the resistance of those in the array. Who asked those from the ghost realm to be so afraid of lightning? With this, those people would be annihilated much faster. However, this lightning attack was indeed weak, so it was not enough for someone who was well versed in playing with lightning. Well, I must also make such an interesting thing in my illusion array, it's fun and effective. Sima Yu said with a smile. Why don't you tell me how to improve the strength of the lightning and I'll share with you how to arrange the lightning? Fei Yi tentatively said. Alright. It's a deal. I like talking to people like you. Sima Yu said with a smile, after Hai Sheng has been rescued, we will discuss the array. Good. In the array, the Zhou clan were all frightened by lightning. Coupled with the attack of the ancient battle souls, they soon fell and most of them died. As for those who are still alive, they were also covered in wounds and have no fighting power. Sima Yu wanted to say or just let it go, these people were also ordered to act, but seeing Wu Lingyu keep watching them, she still swallowed these words. Thinking about what he said before, she still felt that it would be better for these people to die directly, at least to die happily. If they fell into his hands, it is estimated that they would be skinned and their limbs cut off. That was an end that was worse than death. Until the last person died, the Zhou clan did not get out of this illusion array. It should be said that Fei Yi's illusion array attack was strong and the effect was fast, and they didn't give them time to figure out how to solve this illusion array. Sima Yu watched as Zhou Ni fell, sighed, turned and left. Everyone else followed her. Fei Yi waved his hands and took back the array stones. The mountain of Zhou clan's corpses were exposed, and the Zhou clan would soon be discovered. They left the Zhou clan's territory, and none of them knew where the Zhao clan was. They wanted to find someone to ask, but they didn't know who owned the territory and they hadn't seen a single person after walking for a long time. Half a day later, Hai Shi, who was nestled in Huan's arms, finally woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw Huan's cold face, which made him shiver. Ha ha ha, Huan, you're always pulling such a long face, look, it scared Hai Shi. Yenya just saw this scene from the side and couldn't help laughing. Huan looked down at Hai Shi, and saw that he was awake, and put him on the ground. Thank you. Although Hai Shi was frightened, he still mustered the courage to thank him. No. He hugged him because Sima Yu meant it, not because of him, so he didn't need to thank him. Sima Yu turned her head and saw Hai Shi was frightened, waved to him, and said, Hai Shi, come here. Hai Shi ran over, and subconsciously grasped Sima Yu's cuff, like a lost child. I didn't ask you before, how old are you? Sima Yu asked. 7 years old. My sister is 10 years old. Hai Shi replied. 10 years old is exactly the age that those people like most. It can be used as long as you raise it for another 3 or 4 years. 10 years old may not be entirely safe, I don't know if. No. My sister is still pure now. Hai Shi said with affirmation. Why are you so sure? Because the bloodline of the female cauldron will only awaken at the age of 13, and one will be considered a real cauldron after the bloodline has awoken. For the man's awakening, it is at the age of 12. Hai Shi replied. In other words, you and your sister are not considered as real cauldrons right now. Why would those people auction you? If you don't awaken your bloodline when you reach the age, then won't those people lose out? Sima Yu voiced her suspicions. Because of this. Hai Shi pulled up his sleeves, and there was a pink crescent-shaped birthmark on his forearm. This is a birthmark that identifies those with the bloodline. The male in the family will have a crescent moon while the females have one in the shape of a flower. As long as there is this, the bloodline will be awakened of age and one would be considered a cauldron. Sima Yu touched his head and said, you are not a cauldron. This is just a physique. Its advantage is that it allows you to cultivate quickly and rarely encounter bottlenecks. This is the real effect of your bloodline. Those who are sloppy will use your body in sloppy ways, understand? Although Hai Shi didn't quite understand what she meant, he understood it according to his own thoughts. It's all for his own good. He nodded heavily, I know, I won't call myself a cauldron again. Really, such a good boy. Sima Yu rubbed his head again. Fu Shi watched from the side, pouting. This guy looks about the same size as himself, but why does Sima Yu touch his head instead of his own? He wanted to move forward, Sima Yu also touched her head like this, and as soon as he took a step, he was thrown aside by his collar. He waved his fist at Wu Lingyu and protested silently. Wu Lingyu looked at him, but refused to let him approach. You. Fu Shi threatened with his eyes. Come on, fake kid. Fu Shi was lost all at once. No wonder Wu Lingyu didn't stop Hai Shi from approaching Sima Yu. It's no wonder he didn't let Sima Yu touch his head because although he looked like a child, he was still 250 years old. Boo-hoo, they didn't treat him as a child at all. Hai Shi, do you know where the Zhao clan is? Sima Yu asked. I don't know. Hai Shi shook his head, when we ran away, my sister used a few random teleportation arrays, so I don't know where the Zhao clan is or which direction it is, n/o/vel/b/jn.c/jn.c/om. Previous chapter. Hai Shi was just a 7-year-old kid, and he couldn't remember too many things, let alone in that situation, it was normal not to remember where Zhao clan was. However, she thought of a question and asked Hai Shi, were you at Zhao clan at that time? Hai Shi blinked, then shook his head and said, no. I think so too. If you get to Zhao clan, I'm afraid you won't even be able to get out of the gate, let alone run here. Sima Yu felt that something was wrong before, but now she wanted to understand it. You ran away halfway through, so you don't know the location of Zhao clan anymore. Yenya had a headache. I'm sorry. Hai Shi lowered his head reproachfully. I'm so useless, I don't even know where the Zhao clan is. Just like that, how can I save my sister? It doesn't matter, we will find out if we find someone to ask. Sima Yu comforted him. But we have all gone so far, there has been no one. Hai Shi whispered. There will always be someone. Sima Yu said, since we haven't met anyone yet, let's wait here instead. Wait? Will anyone come? Hai Shi didn't know about the Zhou clan chasing after them. It will. Sima Yu said. Guru. Hai Shi touched his belly. He hadn't eaten for a day and he was feeling so hungry. Hungry? Then let's get something to eat, and wait for someone to send us a message by the way. Sima Yu said. Yenya raised his eyebrows, what can I get here? Can you cook? Sima Yu directly took out the pots and pans, as well as the ingredients prepared by Little Spirit. Yenya leaned over and saw the grilled meat, fresh ingredients, and various seasonings. He exclaimed, you are really complete with this stuff, do you often make it? I used to cook a lot, but now I don't. Sima Yu remembered that when she was with Bei Gong Tang and the others, they all had to eat back then and loved the food she cooked. Later, because of the busy schedule, there was less time to do such things. Has experienced so many things, but those memories before are still so clear. I don't know how they are now in the human world. Here. Wu Lingyu put the ingredients in her hands, interrupting her brooding. Sima Yu pursed her lips then said to Fu Shi and Hai Shi, what do you two want to eat? Whatever you cook, we will eat. Hai Shi said. Fu Shi just wanted to say what he wanted to eat, and when Hai Shi said that, he curled his lips, but still agreed, well, what do you cook, Yu, that's what we will eat. It's right to think so, what if they order something that she's not good at and doesn't taste good? It's better to let her do it casually, as it must be her specialty. Sima Yu quickly prepared a table of delicacies, and the fragrance not only made Hai Shi's mouth water, but also Yenya and Fei Yi were attracted. After drinking and eating, Yenya touched his stomach. It's been a long time since he tasted the taste of food. Sima Yu takes all the tableware back into the spirit pagoda, and the little Lingzi will clean up all of them. She took out 2 more plates of spirit fruits and distributed them to everyone. She took one herself, sat with Wu Lingyu, and leaned against the big tree. I don't know when those people will arrive. She took a bite, appreciating its sweetness. It should be a while, I can't compliment the Zhou clan's speed. Wu Lingyu said, why don't you take a break? If I keep eating and sleeping, I will grow into a pig. She protested. I hope you can grow into a pig, so you don't have to do anything. Wu Lingyu said in a doting voice. You want to raise pigs, but I don't want to. Or let's try. Humph. They waited in place for a day, and the Zhou clan finally caught up to them. Unexpectedly, this time it was the second elder who came with someone. I didn't expect it to be him, so it might be difficult to ask for the answer now, Fu Shi said. What's the problem with this? Yu, since you are fine now, I will teach you another song. Yenya took out the jade flute, put it to his lips and blew into it gently. Before the second elder could speak, they heard the sound of Yenya's flute. No. Everyone, try to block off the sound. The second elder said while covering his ears. Others in the Zhou clan did the same, but it was of no use to Yenya. The sound of his flute still burrowed into their ears, impacting their spiritual consciousness. Soon, their eyes gradually lost focus, and people became in a daze. Yenya played 2 songs before the second elder was completely hypnotized. He put down the jade flute, looked at the second elder, and asked, which direction is the Zhao clan? How far is it? How to get there? The Zhao clan is in the opposite direction and has to go through 4 other family clans' territories. However, I have a teleportation array to the Zhao clan here, and I can go to the Zhao CLA's territory. The second elder said, and also took out a one-time teleportation array. Yenya took the teleportation array and handed it to Fei Yi. Fei Yi checked and found that this was indeed a good teleportation array, so he nodded and gave the teleportation array to Yenya. N/O/vel/B/forward/forward. Yenya proudly lifted his chin towards Sima Yu. Sima Yu did a thumbs up at him. What about these people? Yenya asked her. Sima Yu thought for a while, came to the second elder, and said, their willpower is very weak now? If I enter, will I be attacked? No, you will not. Sound attack was originally meant to control people's willpower, and those who were now controlled will naturally not resist. Sima Yu got a definite answer, came to the second elder's side, imbued her divine sense into his sea of knowledge, and got his memory. The Zhao clan, the Qian clan. Her breath changed slightly, and everyone knew that she was angry. What's wrong? Wu Lingyu asked. The Zhao clan and the Qian clan have sent someone over to deal with Hai Shi's affairs over the past 2 days. The Zhao clan had come to an agreement with the Qian clan. Hai Xing will belong to the Qian clan, and Hai Shi will belong to the Zhao clan. The two have long been embarrassed. So now Hai Xing is actually in the Qian clan's manor, not in Zhao clan. Sima Yu replied. Our next destination should be the Qian clan. Yenya stared at her and said, did you find out my enchanted music sect last time through this method? Why? Do you want to settle the accounts? I can't settle the accounts, but I finally understand where Chunyao and the others have lost. But your method is really good, you can get news that others don't want to say. Aren't you very good at this? So many people have been solved all at once. Sima Yu really admired his sound attack. This is also the credit of this flute. The better the instrument, the more powerful the attack. That's true. My own strength and weapons complement each other. It seems that I am half-hearted and I have to find a powerful instrument. Sima Yu sighed. If you want a good instrument, I can give you a great one. The bone flute, the divine artifact amongst the music artifacts. Unfortunately, it hasn't appeared for many years. When Sima Yu heard about the bone flute, she felt that the name was familiar. Yenya continued to say, this flute is made from the bones of a previous emperor. The material itself is very powerful. It was made by a great armament master. You can think about its power. If you use it to play, the song that comes out, even the simplest song, can explode with double the power. Like this one, you don't need to play for so long, and you can completely control these people in a few minutes, even if you are the one playing it. So amazing. Sima Yu took a breath, where is the bone flute now? I don't know. It hasn't appeared in hundreds of years. I guess it was put away. The people who possessed such artifacts would not have publicized it. Once the news spreads, it will cause endless trouble. So before, I only heard that it appeared again, not in the hands of so and so. Really? What does the bone flute look like? It looks like a long bone with a skull embedded on the head. It seems a bit familiar. Sima Yu tilted her head for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up and Blackie was called out. Woof. Woof. As soon as Blackie came out, he called Sima Yu several times, accusing her of her recent neglect. Sima Yu squatted down, touched its head, and said, "Don't be angry, haven't I been very busy these days?" Woof. Woof. Well, you will stay outside for a while, alright? Sima Yu touched its head and said, "Have you eaten medicinal materials recently?" Woof. Blackie barked, feeling very aggrieved. He, little spirit will give you food every day. He is doing it for your own good. Sima Yu calmed it with a smile. Woof. I've been very wronged. Haha. Fu Shi, who was on the side watching it all, twitched the corners of her mouth. He found that the way she touched Blackie was the same as when she touched Hai Shi. Fortunately, she did not do this to him although he was thinking about it before. Woof. Woof. No, it's good for you, you have to eat it every day. Sima Yu stroked her head instead. Well, I called you out for something. Can you let me have a look at your precious treasures? Woof. Woof. Hey, let me take a look. If you are not obedient, you will have 2 servings of the medicine tomorrow. Woof. Don't wanna. Take the thing out and show me. Sima Yu continued to poke his head. Woof. Yenya and all looked at Blackie. There was an ordinary dog beside her. It's fun to see them talk. I have never seen such a conversation with my own contract beast. I have to discuss something like this. Fu Shi shook her head, but what does she want from an underworld dog? Blackie reluctantly took out an iron block. Sima Yu shook her head, not this. Blackie took out a long sword again. Sima Yu still shook her head. Blackie took out a black stone again. N/O/vel/b//in.c. Sima Yu's face sank, her right hand made a fist, and a fist hit her head. If you are not obedient, I will be angry. Wu dash. Blackie had no choice but to take out a bone flute with a skull. When Yenya and Fei Yi saw what Blackie was vomiting, their pupils shrank. Bone flute? Is it really the bone flute? Yenya couldn't wait to go up to the ground, and wanted to pick up the bone flute and have a look. Sima Yu hugged Blackie quickly and comforted, don't worry, he won't grab it. Even so, Yenya was also shocked by Blackie's momentary killing intent. Woof. 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 Blackie barked at Yenya, still trying to rush over. That was its treasure, how dare this man snatch it? It is going to kill him. Kill him. He isn't going to snatch our treasure, he just wants to take a look and help us identify it. He will return it to us after that. Sima Yu pulled it hard to prevent it from running over. Your contract beast is really. Yenya's attention shifted from the bone flute to Blackie. It isn't an ordinary dog, right? You are very discerning. Sima Yu gave him a look of approval. I is not an ordinary dog. Alright, don't worry about my Blackie, look at it. Is this the bone flute you mentioned before? Yenya looked at the bone flute in his hand, put it to his lips and played it a few times, and said, it's really true. How could you have this treasure? Last time, the ghost realm opened the tunnel to Fair Eastern City, this is what I used. Then I ruined that thing, and everyone in the ghost realm died. Then I don't know where Blackie got this back from. I originally took it, but later it was put away as a toy. Sima Yu said, I also heard about that time. I didn't expect that the bone flute disappeared at that time. Yenya sighed, the 100 ghost banner is in your hand, and now the bone flute is here again. Your luck is really, you say, if you don't die, who will die? TCH, you are just jealous. When Fei Yi came over, he saw Sima Yu playing with the bone flute and said, your luck is indeed worthy of making everyone jealous. The bone flute is in your hands, which shows that you and Yenya are really destined. Huh? Why do you say that? The bone flute was actually owned by Yenya's sect. It was the bones found by their ancestors to make this bone flute. There are many songs that require a bone flute to fully exert its power. Fei Yi explained. Sima Yu stared at Fei Yi, then stared at Yenya before she turned her head and snorted, then your sect has already lost it, so it belongs to me now. I won't give it back to you. Blackie also barked at Yenya a few times and stared at him firmly. If he dared to grab the treasure, it would immediately go up and kill him. The atmosphere instantly became stiff. Hai Shi and Fu Shi looked at them and blinked, not knowing what to do for a while. Sigh, Yenya let out a sigh, I really want to get it back, but I don't want to be an enemy of you, that's very unwise. Woof. Count your lucky stars that at least you know your place. Fei Yi looked at Yenya in surprise, and then sighed, well, that's the case. It's up to you. He knew that Yenya had been looking for the whereabouts of the bone flute and wanted to retrieve it for his sect. Now he found it, but he couldn't get it back. He was still sad. It's alright. As long as I know where it is. It's good. It's fine if it's not used by bad guys to do bad things. Yenya suppressed the disappointment in his heart, smiled at him, and said that it didn't matter. Sima Yu could see Yenya's loss. She thought he might have been looking for the bone flute for so many years. But she was not happy to simply pass him her own treasure just like that. Fu Shi's eyes twinkled and said with a smile, actually, your problem is easy to solve. Sima Yu and Yenya looked over together. Fu Shi felt very satisfied. He stood up and said slowly, we can also see that Brother Yen, you don't actually want to have this for yourself, you just want to get it back on behalf of your sect, right? Yenya was silent and acquiesced to what he said. But you found this thing, so it belongs to her, and you can't let her give it to you. Then you can simply let her join your sect. Anyway, her sound attack is also a result of your guidance, and it can be regarded as imparting some skills of your sect. You're asking me to join the enchanted music sect. Cousin will be the first to kill me. Sima Yu was not happy. She didn't like the enchanted music sect, this kind of soul-eating method, she resisted it from the bottom of her heart. It's not the enchanted music sect, it's the hidden sect. Fei Yi felt that Fu Shi's method was feasible. The hidden sect is a great sect of the hidden world, and it is divided into many branches. The sound attack is the following branch. Yes. Yenya and I are both hidden people. There is such a sect in the soul region. Sima Yu sighed. It's not the soul region. The hidden sect does not distinguish the soul region, ghost realm, and the abyss of hell. Fei Yi went on to explain. As long as one is talented and can be selected, it can be a person from any place. Of course, after learning, one can also go back to their respective areas. Therefore, the people of the hidden sect are all over. There is such a place. The disciples are not required to stay in the sect, somehow, it feels more like cultivating talents. That's right. Fei Yi sighed, no matter what identity he was before he came, he will be a brother after he arrives at the hidden sect. As for after leaving the hidden sect, you are free to be an enemy or a friend. If I remember correctly, your cousin is also a person from the hidden sect. Huh. Dija is actually a person from the hidden sect? Wasn't it said that he used to have bad talents? How could he enter the hidden sect? Could it be that when his mother improved his physique, she gave him a super talent? Do you know what Dija is best at? Yenya asked. Sima Yu shook his head. Tracking. Yeah. No wonder Mo said before that he could find the soul race hidden at the border. Sima Yu said. Tracking is also a branch of the hidden sect, so he can come in, said Fei Yi. Of course, the various branches of the hidden sect are relatively independent. When we talk about martial arts, we usually talk about the following branches. How about, if you join the hidden sect, many powerful people will become your peers in the future. If you meet someone you are willing to admit, it will help you a lot. In this way, you can continue to have the bone flute, and so can Yenya. A wish for so many years. This hidden sect is not easy to enter, right? Sima Yu said, moreover, if I join in, won't this guy become my elder? That's not necessarily. Hidden sects also look at the time of entry, but they have special ones. Those who are super talented, if they are favored by an old guy, they will be regarded as apprentices, and that generation will be higher. Maybe they can still become him. Elders. But if I was rejected, wouldn't it be shameful? Sima Yu was still reluctant. If I go to the hidden sect, what should they do if they want to grab my bone flute? This is not impossible. The bone flute was made by their ancestors, and they have been looking for it all these years. Now that she knows that the bone flute is in her hands, how could she give up? This is not impossible. Fei Yi was frank. Sima Yu glanced at Yenya. He hasn't said much since just now, but the less-spoken bandit said more. I want to say that the relationship with Yenya is not very good, but after a few months, he also taught himself sound attack. Although, that was what she got in exchange for her life-saving grace. If the people at the hidden sect know that the bone flute is in your hands, they are different from Yenya, and I'm afraid they won't give up on it. As for the method, you can probably guess it. If you join the hidden sect and pass the test, you can also go to the array method and learn our array method. Fei Yi continued to seduce her. Sima Yu was a little moved. She wanted to see what the hidden sect was like, but she was also worried about the 4 directions God seal. She sighed and said, let me think about this. Anyway, there are other things to do now. Well, you can think about it. Fei Yi didn't say more. He doesn't like to say this, because Yenya has said so much. She still has to make the final decision. Then let's go to Qian clan's manor now, let's go and rescue Haixing first. Wu Lingyu knew that she had already moved, but she was still hesitating, hence he made this suggestion. The Qian clan is adjacent to the Zhao clan. We don't know the space coordinates of the Qian clan. Let's use this to go to the Zhao clan and then get them to lead the way to the Qian clan. Sima Yu put down the matters of the hidden sect aside for now and decided to deal with the immediate matter at hand first. What about these people? Fu Shi pointed to the Zhou clan. You can figure it out. She is not a bloodthirsty person, but she has no sympathy for those who chase her. They are here to kill us anyway, it's useless to keep their lives, so let me show you how powerful the bone flute is. Yenya tentatively suggested. Sima Yu handed the bone flute to him, and retreated behind him with everyone, watching him play, watching those people fall one by one to the sound of his flute. It was only a few minutes for this to end. Waiting for the last person to fall, he put down the flute, and the hand holding the flute trembled. After a while, he calmed down and handed her the flute. Sima Yu took the flute and sighed, this flute is really powerful. You will learn more in the future. Yenya said lightly, taking his gaze back from the bone flute. Sima Yu pretended not to see it as she put the bone flute away, sat on Blackie, and said, let's go. Yenya took out the teleportation array, activated it, everyone stood inside, and soon disappeared from their spot. After half a day, the people of Zhou clan came over and they saw corpses all over the floor. Patriarch, they are the second elder's entourage. Patriarch, the second elder is already. What about the rest? They all look the same. Zhou has been silent after seeing the second elders and them. It took a long time before he sighed and said, take their bodies back for a proper burial. Call back everyone from outside and don't participate in this matter any further. Patriarch? Retreat. The Zhou clansmen looked at his back and felt that he seemed to be many years older in an instant, and everyone was silent. Putting themselves against Sima Yu was really an outrageously wrong decision. Sima Yu felt that she was unlucky lately as she was traveling in space. She had actually encountered such rare situations where space collapsed twice in such a short period of time. However, this time it was only a problem with the constructed space tunnel, so when the tunnel began to shake, they tore out of the spatial tunnel. It's really depressing. Who are the old people fighting here? Don't you know that people of this kind of strength, you should be fighting in the void? Yenya spat out blood and said bitterly. Fei Yi succumbed to the air, and said, they were fighting in the void. It is estimated that they were just above this passage. Our luck is really good. We have encountered such a thing where there is only such a sliver of chance. Sima Yu was very depressed. She checked Hai Shi and Fu Shi. The two little children were protected by Wu Lingyu and Huan, so they weren't very hurt. I don't know where it is. Huan looked around and all he saw was the vast grassland, unable to tell where they were. According to the remaining space tunnels and the actual distance, we are still 1 day away from the Zhao clan. Fei Yi calculated it and pointed towards a direction. Indicating that it was the direction of the Zhao clan. However, we seem to be in a bad place, Sima Yu said. What's the matter? Are there any ferocious underworld beasts here? Hai Shi asked fearfully. No, but something more troublesome than that is coming. Hai Shi, they soon knew what she meant. Someone came over riding an underworld beast. PFFFF. The long arrow sliced through the air and flew towards them, straight to the center of Blackie's forehead. Sima Yu sat on Blackie with the two little guys. She originally saw the imposing arrow and planned to deflect it, but when she found out that it was aimed at Blackie, she no longer cared about it. Blackie was very angry when it saw the long arrow flying towards its forehead. It felt that it had been discriminated against. Otherwise, why are there so many people around but they had to shoot at him? It must be because he looked to have the lowest strength in the group. Humph. Blackie is very angry, and the consequences are serious. The long arrow flew over in a thunderous manner. Yenya and the others felt that this arrow was too powerful to be easily dealt with. Seeing that Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu did not move, they were surprised in their hearts. Did they believe in Blackie so much? Snapped. Blackie slapped the long arrow to the side with one slap, and the arrow plunged into the ground, unexpectedly smashing a large hole with a diameter of more than 1 meter. So strong. Yenya and Fei Yi weren't referring to that arrow, but looked at Blackie with wide eyes. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Fu Shi looked at Blackie, and his chin was about to fall to the ground. Wow. Blackie, you are so amazing. Hai Shi sat on Blackie's back, excited, and kept patting Blackie's back. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Blackie ignored their surprises and he was still very angry now. Sima Yu understood its anger, grabbed each kid with one hand, and took Fu Shi and Hai Shi off its back. Woof. 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 It ran towards those people. Everyone only felt that a gust of wind had blown in front of them, and Blackie had run out of sight. Don't kill anyone. Sima Yu shouted towards its departing figure. Everyone was sitting on an underworld beast. There was the underworld lion, the underworld leopard and the underworld wolf. 7 or 8 people never thought that their prey had not been killed, but had arrived so soon. Woof. 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 After Blackie arrived in front of them, there was only a momentary pause, and then it bit on the underworld lion that was standing proudly in the middle. Humph. Presumptuous. The people on the side sneered, and a small dog dared to confront their big brother. But the man dressed in black on the back of underworld lion flew up. As he left, his mount, the majestic underworld lion, fell down like that. How come? This. The others were stunned, staring in disbelief at the 10-meter-high underworld lion and the underworld dog with its legs only standing in front of it. What kind of dog is this? They cried. The underworld lion is a divine beast. A divine beast was just killed by a dog that had no spirit power fluctuations? How could this be? However, this really happened in front of them. The man in black fell down gracefully, standing on the back of underworld lion, staring at Blackie, his body exuding anger. Woof. Blackie barked at him, but they couldn't understand it. Big brother, where did this dog come from? Ah Liang's arrow was smacked away by it just now. What? Ah Liang's strength is second only to you. Even if we come to pick him, this is not an ordinary dog. Since this is not an ordinary dog, then grab it and study it. If you throw out your whip, your fate will be the same as that of the underworld lion. Meng Ku was so angry with Sima Yu as she looked at her with a scornful gaze. Kur, stop. The man dressed in black used his spirit power to grab Meng Ku's whip, and didn't let it get close to Sima Yu. Big brother. Meng Ku turned her head and shouted, "Greetings, I am Meng Fei, please forgive my ignorant younger sister." Big brother? The others looked at him in puzzlement, seeing his attitude so good. Big brother, what are you doing? We can talk. Sima Yu touched Black's head. Yu, are they bullying you? Wu Ling Yu put Fu Shi and Hai Shi down, and stood beside Blackie. Huan naturally stood on her other side. No. Sima Yu shook her head at them. Blackie, are you out of breath? Woof. Woof. Well, I know you were obedient and didn't bite. But this can't be treated as a condition for not taking medicine. Sima Yu said, but I can cook the barbecue you like. Woof. Alright. I'll grill one for you, and you can eat it alone, no one can grab it. Sima Yu said, I promised you all. Did your anger disappear? Woof. Black's cry was much more cheerful. Hey, you guys are too arrogant. Meng Fei was very calm, looking at Sima Yu and asked, are you the young princess, Sima Yu? She's that Sima Yu. She even pointed at Sima Yu with her mouth wide open. She remembered the recording stone she saw, and immediately retracted her finger. If she used lightning and struck herself, she couldn't bear it. Looking at it this way, she really looks a lot like that figure from behind. But her big brother was really so powerful, such a small figure yet he could still recognize her. Yes. Sima Yu admitted. Young princess, are you the outsider who has caused quite a stir and turned the entire Zhou clan upside down recently? It seems that the news has spread very quickly. Sima Yu said, however, how did it become that we are the ones that stirred trouble with the Zhou clan and even to the extent that we flipped it upside down? The news has spread throughout the Triangle District. Someone avenged their grievances and took a lot of benefits from the Zhou clan and killed their people. Meng Liang said. This news didn't come from the Zhou clan, right? The Zhao clan. Guess so. Sima Yu said, quick question, where is this place we are right now? The boundary between the Zhao clan and the Meng clan, to be precise, it's the hunting ground of the Meng clan. There are people amongst your prey? Yes. If it's just the beasts, then it is not so fun anymore. Sima Yu didn't want to preach on their superiority. Why did you show up in our hunting grounds? We were originally going to Zhao clan, but when we encountered two strong men fighting in the void and breaking the space tunnel, we came out early. If it was someone else, they would definitely say, what's the use of sorry, but for this young princess of the ghost realm, they still gave her some face. It's just a mount. Meng Fei didn't care about the dead beasts. Since it's a misunderstanding, let's say goodbye first. Are you going to Zhao clan? Yes. If you just leave like this, you won't be able to reach Zhao clan. Why? This place suppresses mental power and will make you lose your way. Meng Fei explained, because their prey were human, in order to increase the fun of hunting, something to suppress mental power had been laid here. Sima Yu looked at Fei Yi, he nodded. Indeed, he did feel it. Then can you help us? She didn't ask how they kept their direction here. This was a secret of others. Several people from the Meng clan looked at him. Meng Fei nodded and said, it's about time as well. Let's end today's session and head back to the camp. Your camp is next to Zhao clan. Some members of the clan went to the Zhao clan. We didn't want to go, so we set up camp at the border, thinking about hunting here and waiting for them. Do you have a good relationship with them? Ordinary, but this time the Zhao clan invited a lot of people over, and the invitations were sent over, so they just went over to see what was going on. So that's the case. Then we'll have to trouble you. We still have a few people, we'll have to wait for a bit until we call them over before leaving. These people are so nice. Sima Yu touched his head and smiled. Whether a person is good or not, it's also dependent on who the person is. Yu, what do you mean? You will understand later. Were these people good? They could not be considered good people because if they were really good people, they wouldn't just take people as prey and enjoy the fun of hunting. They were very polite to her, not because they were nice, but because of her status. Although Hai Shi had undergone great changes in his family, he doesn't know much about the complicated things of human nature. Hai Shi scratched his head suspiciously. Well, he will understand when he grows up. After a while, several people came over on their mounts, said something to Meng Ku and the others, and then nodded to Sima Yu and the others. Let's go. They galloped on the grassland for 2 hours before they arrived at the camp. It's dark now, and it's more dangerous to go there. We will send someone to take you there early tomorrow morning. Alright, then I will have to trouble you. Meng Fei nodded and left. Sima Yu and the others took out their tents, and quickly set up the tents. In Meng Fei's tent, big brother, that person is just the granddaughter of the Ghost King, why should we flatter them? Do you think that I am flattering them? If you aren't flattering, then what is it? Meng Lai, pay attention to your words. Why, did I say something wrong? We're finally back and I've endured all the way, so now I'm not allowed to say it? Meng Lai, if you don't understand, don't just speak casually. Meng Liang glared at him. Big brother did this for a purpose. What's the purpose? To fawn on the young princess of the ghost realm, and then rub elbows with the Ghost King? Meng Lai. Forget it, Liang, he is still young. What does this have to do with me? If you weren't trying to rub elbows with the Ghost King, why would you be so enthusiastic? You stupid kid. Meng Liang shook his head. What use is it to rub elbows with the Ghost King? He can't control us here. My real purpose is not on the outside. It's not outside, it's inside. Could it be the Zhao clan? Previous chapter. Your brain's finally working. Meng Liang snorted coldly. Really? Meng Lai's eyes widened, but what does this have to do with the Zhao clan? What do you think is the relationship between the Zhao clan and her? Meng Fei asked. What relationship can there be? The Zhao clan wants to arrest them now, of course it is a hostile relationship. Meng Lai said, since they are in a hostile relationship, do you want to? That's right. Meng Fei smiled. Although we don't understand the strength of this young princess, from the previous confrontation, her strength is not low, but the strength of the Zhao clan is not weak either. No matter how powerful they are, there are only a few of them. So what? Meng Fei asked rhetorically. This way, it won't have any influence on the Zhao clan. Meng Fei shook his head. In the future, you still have to go out with the family to get more experience. Meng Lai was not happy. Isn't that saying that he didn't have enough experience? TCH, still not convinced? Ah Liang, give him an analysis. Alright. Meng Liang nodded. If the young princess is strong enough, she can disturb the Zhao clan. If the young princess has an accident, who is behind her? That's the Ghost King. He loves her so much, and if he knows that she has an accident, would he just sit back and watch? After listening to his analysis, Meng Lai opened his lips slightly, then smiled and said, Big brother is still thoughtful. In the future, you have to restrain your emotions. Don't be so frizzy. Think about it when things happen. Yes, I got it. After knowing that he didn't want to curry favor with Sima Yu, Meng Lai's attitude was just fine. I have something to discuss with Ah Liang, retreat first. Yes, call me if you have any instructions. You kid, don't have a hippie smiley face, let people take you out to experience when you turn around. When he left, the two people in the room put away their smile. Big brother, will Sima Yu do what we want? Yes, if she doesn't do it, she can't help it. Then what shall we do? Nothing, we just need to bring them to the Zhao clan. In addition, we will pass the news to the elders. They are currently in the Zhao clan and naturally know what to do. Alright. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu strolled outside the camp, and Fu Shi followed. Just over the mountain and they would soon reach the Zhao clan's sphere of influence. Towards the Zhao clan, she really didn't have much thoughts. She was more worried about Hai Xing in the Qian clan. Although she had to wait for another 3 years for the bloodline to be activated, but if she encountered some perverts, she would not lose her life, but the result would be detrimental. Why don't we ask the Meng clan directly? They should tell us. No, they will only take us to the Zhao clan now. Why? Did you hear something again? No, but it's not hard to guess. Fu Shi thought for a moment, and guessed it. Judging from the affairs of the Meng clan, they were not kind people. How could they know her identity and agree to her request? They don't know the relationship between the Meng clan and the Zhao clan, but they don't think it is very good, or they would rather hunt here than go to the Zhao clan. They knew that the Zhao clan was chasing them, but they wanted to take them there. Since they have this purpose, how could they let them bypass Zhao clan and go to Qian clan's manor? Actually, you can ask about the location of the Qian clan's manor, and then go to the Zhao clan. Sima Yu thought about it, and felt that what he said was right. Even if they went to the Zhao clan, they might not know the location of the Qian clan's manor. What a shrewd idea. Do you often use your appearance to deceive others and then secretly do bad things? Why, I'm a good boy on our side. On the second day, Meng Fei found 2 guards to show them the way. Sima Yu took the opportunity to ask the location of Qian clan's manor. Meng Fei was startled slightly. Are you going to Qian clan's manor? Yes. Sima Yu saw that the face of a young man behind him changed, with the same smile on his face, and said, I'm going to Zhao clan first, and then I will go to Qian clan's manor after I have settled the matter. Zhao Jia and Qian clan, I have to go no matter what. A dim light flashed through Meng Fei's eyes, and he took out a map and said, this is a map of the Triangle District, with the location of Qian clan's manor on it. Sima Yu opened. The map was relatively simple, a bit like a country map in the previous life, but the scope and name of those forces were marked. But this was better than nothing. With this, she can understand the distribution of power here. Thank you. She put the map away and followed the 2 guards. Big brother, why did you even give her the map? What if she doesn't go to Zhao clan and goes directly to Qian clan? And you sent 2 people to settle this matter. It is too unreliable. I already sent a message to the elder last night. I've informed the Zhao clan that Sima Yu and the others will appear here. I asked them to take her on the grassland on the other side of the mountain for another 2 days, and, estimating the timing when the Zhao clan arrives, they are to take them to the Zhao clan territory. Sima Yu and the others didn't know the direction or the distance to the Zhao clan, so naturally they could only follow their people. They thought there would be no mistakes in the plan, but because of their arrogance, they only asked about Sima Yu's identity, and didn't ask about others, so naturally they didn't know that there was someone like Yenya mixed in. Although Sima Yu and Fei Yi didn't know the way, they didn't know the way they discerned directions, but they were very sensitive to space. When they found that these people were taking them on a detour, they let Yenya take action. Yenya played a tune casually, and the 2 Meng clan members were fascinated at once. Why do you take us around in circles? Yenya asked. Master ordered it. How long will you take us here? 2 to 3 days. Why? Wait for the Zhao clan to come over. It was not surprising to them when they got this answer. The Meng clan had such a plan, and it seemed that the Zhao clan already got hold of their news. What else do you know? Yenya continued to interrogate. I don't know, our task is to take you to the Zhao clan. Sima Yu and the others exchanged glances. It seems that the Meng clan didn't let them know too much in order not to make them suspicious. Take us out of this hunting ground directly. Yenya ordered. Yes. The 2 guards took them away for half a day and then left the Meng clan's hunting ground. Even at this distance, they had to take them for 2 or 3 days. Were they fantasizing or they really thought of them as stupid? You stay here for 2 days and then go back, and forget this memory, just remember that we followed you for 2 or 3 days. Yes, and the 2 people left. Sima Yu took out the map, studied it with Fei Yi for a while, and arranged a one-time teleportation array. After they left, the array stones were all turned to ashes. 2 days later, the Zhao clan rushed to the border, but after digging 3 feet into the ground, they didn't even see the shadow of a ghost. They were so angry that they were ready to go back and tidy up the people who passed the message. When Sima Yu and the others came out, they were already on the territory of the Qian clan. Because there were only areas on the map and no terrain, they fell into a river as soon as they came out. What teleportation array did you 2 make? You actually got the exit on the river surface. It's still such a short distance, so we don't even have time to react. We didn't know there was a river here. But Wu Lingyu himself got his clothes wet by water. Sima Yu came to the shore, and Wu Lingyu brought Hai-Shi and Fu-Shi up. Cough cough, cough cough. Hai-Shi thought as he coughed, Wu Lingyu was really kind to Sima Yu. Brother Lingyu, can't you even protect us together? I don't have that energy. Everyone. Only ghosts believe you. Huan was not wet either. It should be said that he was the only one who did not fall into the water. Before he came out, he had already felt that this place was not a good place, and he ran to try to pull Sima Yu, but when he saw Wu Lingyu went out to protect her, he stopped in the air by himself. Everyone cleans up first, and then we move on. When Fei Yi came up, he saw Yen Ya's resentful eyes, and said lightly, you should be thankful that this is just a river, not a mountain. If they were in the mountains, they would be stuck in it, and it would definitely feel more uncomfortable than falling into the water. After everyone rested for a while, as soon as Fei Yi pointed out a direction based on the direction when he came, and the map, everyone flew in that direction. After flying for 2 days, they met an underworld goose and when it saw them, it immediately pecked at them. I'll try it. They flew to its back and said, take us to the Qian clan's land. Honk honk. The underworld goose flapped its wings and led them to the Qian clan's land. The underworld goose took them to the Qian clan's land, but they weren't noticed even once, and they came all the way to the vicinity of the Qian clan's land. If they were to go any further, they would most probably be discovered soon. Let's get down here first and observe the situation before we go over. Alright. They found a secret place to land, the underworld goose flapped its wings and flew away. For safety, she threw Hai-Shi into Wu Lingyu's little realm. Originally, she planned to throw Fu-Shi in, but Fu-Shi said that he would also follow, and his strength didn't talk about hitting the enemy, but self-protection was alright. Mythical Dragon's defense is not as good as Xuanwu, but it can also rank second. After listening to his explanation, Sima Yu agreed to stay and only threw Hai-Shi to Little Realm. They found a place to hide, released the Scarlet Bees, and asked them to check the whereabouts of the Hai-Xing. Soon, the Scarlet Bees sent news, and it was still bad news. Qian clan's land. Hai-Xing, wearing a pink dress, was taken to a very large yard. Go in, the seventh elder is waiting for you. Why did you bring me here? The maid had no pity for her eyes were fierce, and her status had been declining with age, and so now seeing Hai-Xing, how could she not be angry? Hai-Xing was so frightened by her that she took 2 steps back. The maid was very angry, grabbed her clothes and pushed her into the room, yelling, you are not going in yet, are you trying to cause me to be scolded by the seventh elder? Go in. Hai-Xing was no match for her, she was pushed into the room, and then the door was closed. Soon other women came out, turning a blind eye to her horrified eyes. Hai-Xing was tossed by them all the way, and did not resist, because she knew it was useless to resist. She stood in the middle of the room, lowered her head, her small hands clenched and opened, and clenched. Growing up in such a family, she also knew what situation she was facing now. She knew that many people have abnormal psychology, and there were many indescribable perverts. She originally thought that these people would wait until her bloodline was activated. She closed her eyes and opened them again, with a decisive light flashing in her eyes. If he really wanted to do something to her, she had only one way to choose. Hai-Shi, I'm sorry, sister will go one step ahead first. Qian Ming, the seventh elder of the Qian clan, came in and saw the small body, so weak and fragile, it was as if he could crush her with just his palms. She raised her head, fawn-like eyes with fear, and she had on a firm determination in her eyes, unlike other children. I haven't activated my bloodline yet, it's useless for you to find me now. Hai-Xing spoke first, trying to calm herself down, but couldn't control her trembling body. Seventh elder with his hands behind his back, simply stared at her with a smile, it's alright, we can do those things in advance. Once your bloodline has activated, it won't be mine alone. Not knowing if his gaze was too hot, or what he said was too scary, Hai-Xing's legs softened and she sat directly on the ground. I will not succumb to you. She swallowed, holding back tears, if you do anything to me, I will commit suicide, so that none of you can get me. If she died, the seventh elder would not be able to explain to other people. This was her only trump card. Do you think you can die if you want to? Hai-Xing saw that he wasn't threatened at all and her heart felt cold. Also, someone as powerful as them can control her by just finding someone. Couldn't she even die? The tears in her eyes still fell. You don't have to feel so uncomfortable. Hai-Xing looked up at him, and clenched her fists tucked in her sleeves again. There was nothing on her, she couldn't even die. Hurry up, don't let me wait. Hai-Xing turned her gaze to the table, where there was tea delivered by the maid. Crash. The teacup fell to the ground and was not broken. Instead, it rolled on the ground for a few laps and then stopped at her feet. Do you want to break the teacup to commit suicide? What? Hai-Xing was scared by him, screamed, trying to escape, but was caught by him, and threw. There are many people who want to die in front of me, but are you the first one who can take action? Hai-Xing's body was trembling more severely, and her tears fell in large numbers. Rip. The brocade was torn apart, and she felt cold on her back. She wanted to move, but found that she could no longer move. You are obedient, so that you can suffer less. Soon, you will fall in love with this feeling. Qian Ming said mesmerized, his hands kept moving, tearing her clothes to pieces twice. Hai-Xing had never felt this sound so sharp, she thought, her life would be over. She was turned over by Qian Ming and lay down, staring blankly at the top of the bed, without even knowing that Qian Ming had deceived her. She wanted to close herself up and cannot die, then let herself be the living dead. Qian Ming felt that her breath was weakening, and knew that she was sealing her own heart. His anger grew from his heart, and he slapped her face with a resounding slap. Want to be a living dead? I want you to see with your own eyes how you were played with by me. Hai-Xing's consciousness was pulled back. She looked at Qian Ming's hideous face and found that she couldn't cry anymore. Qian Ming's hand went all the way down, and when he was about to reach the forbidden ground, she finally reacted with fear again. This reaction pleased Qianming very well. When he was about to continue when there was a sudden wave of fluctuation in the air. He keenly avoided it, and flew from the bed to the door. What a shameless person. Huan, take him under control. Hai Xing thought that she would not be able to escape today's nightmare, but did not expect for a turnaround in the situation. Those dirty hands were gone, and she was covered up, and there was a gentle voice comforting her, don't be afraid. Huan heard Sima Yu's instructions and immediately attacked Qianming. Qianming was not weak in strength and reacted quickly. When Huan attacked, he broke the house and escaped. They could approach him quietly, indicating that their strength is very strong. Huan chased it out. Sima Yu took out a set of dress and said, put this on. Hai Xing reached out for the clothes, but didn't move, but looked at her vigilantly. I promised Hai Shi that I will rescue you. Hai Shi? Where is he now? You put on your clothes first, you can't see him like this. Hai Xing took the clothes and quickly put them on. She said that Hai Shi had agreed to come to rescue her. Sima Yu turned around and looked at her, and said, this dress is made smaller with my clothes, so let's wear it. Hai Shi, is he with you now? Yes, but not here for the time being. As soon as Qianming got out of the house, the people outside immediately noticed him and rushed to surround Huan. Kill them for me. Those people attacked Huan together and the magic skills dissipated, but Huan was nowhere to be seen. Qianming saw Sima Yu at the door. Go, catch her. Hai Xing just walked up to her, and when she saw Qianming, her body trembled involuntarily. The scene from before flashed in her mind again, the despair, the begging for death. She felt cold all over when she thought of it now. Putting a cloak on her body, Sima Yu said, nothing happened just now, you are still you. The cloak still carried her scent, but it calmed her heart faintly. Seeing the guards coming, she screamed to remind her, they are here. Don't worry. Sima Yu stood still and didn't pay attention to those people at all. PFFFF. What? The guards ran halfway, and were penetrated by black mist. They all fell to the ground without knowing what was going on. What is happening? This woman has evil arts. Don't get close to her. They don't know where the black mist comes from, why it is so terrifying, but they are sure to find it after they went to her. So she must have done something. The black mist came out of the bodies of those people, put them together, and pieced them together to form Huan's body. Who are you? The Qian clan were all dumbfounded. Were they from the soul race? Huan did not speak, and flew towards Qianming again, dragging him to Sima Yu in the blink of an eye. The guards stood on the spot, trying to rush over, but were frightened by the inexplicable dead bodies on the ground. Young miss, what should I do with this person? Huan asked. Sima Yu looked at Hai Xing. Seeing Qianming, Hai Xing stepped back and hid behind her. Do you want to kill him? Sima Yu asked her. I do. Hai Xing said tremblingly, but it's too cheap to kill him just like that. Then, what do you want to do? We should castrate him so that he will never think about these things again. Hai Xing said. Then do what she says. Sima Yu said to Huan. Huan moved very quickly, and Qianming could only roll on the ground with his hands underneath. Those guards were dumbfounded. Their seventh elder really got castrated like this? All this happened too quickly. Let's go. Sima Yu stepped out. Hai Xing hesitated, but followed. Regardless of whether she had other schemes behind her kind facade, it would not be worse than the Qian clan. When they left Qianming's courtyard, Huan, who was walking behind, waved. Qianming's body rolling on the ground suddenly began to swell, and those people didn't know what was wrong with him. Qianming's body was getting bigger and bigger, and his belly was getting rounder and rounder, as if someone was blowing air into him. Boom! Qianming's body was directly blown into a puddle of flesh, and everyone saw a cloud of black mist floating out in the explosion, which looked very similar to the previous black mist. The seventh elder died just like that, and in front of that person, there was no power to resist. Sima Yu, the yard where they had just paid for the money, was surrounded by others again. Grab the cauldron, and kill the others. The leader waved, and those people immediately rushed to surround them. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. The speed of these people's arrival was really slow enough. If they hadn't waited intentionally, she would have already left before they came. I want to see your patriarch. She made her request. Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of seeing our patriarch? That is, if you want to see our patriarch, unless you step over our dead bodies. What are you guys standing there in a daze for? Come on. Huan was in front of Sima Yu, blocking the attacks of those people outside. Sixth elder, the seventh elder was killed by them. The guard in Qianming's courtyard ran out and shouted at the sixth elder, that man is weird, everyone must be careful. You said that Qianming is dead? Yes, they were killed by them. This person is too weird. There are a lot of people here, young miss, do you want to avoid it first? Huan said. No. You don't have to worry about me, just do yours. As long as he doesn't care about her, he can let go and do it. Huan doesn't have to worry about her safety. Since she has expressed her opinion, he will ignore her and deal with these people wholeheartedly. Hai Xing looked at those people, squeezing her hands tightly. There were nearly 100 people here, and there were only 2 of them. Could they defeat them? If not, will she be caught again? She looked back, weighing in her heart which is feasible to run with them or herself. After a comparison, she found that no matter which way it was a dead end. Following these 2 people, there might be some hope. Since they dared to break into Qian clan's manor with 2 people, it means that they should also have some strength, right? If you want to leave here, you can't last for more than 10 meters. Sima Yu didn't have any thoughts about her behavior. Although she was only 3 years older than Hai Shi, she was much more mature and didn't trust people casually. Hai Xing couldn't help blushing when her thoughts were exposed. I'm sorry. She apologized. And she didn't know how long she would stay here, and she only considered for a brief moment before calling out Mou and Black Shadow. They also knew the situation outside in the Spirit Pagoda, so as soon as they came out, Black Shadow joined the battle. Mou stood beside Sima Yu. Hai Xing looked at the two suddenly appeared, with some doubts in her eyes, but she didn't ask anything. Mou didn't see Wu Lingyu, feeling a little strange, and asked casually, "Where is he?" "Go and see if anyone else has been caught," Sima Yu said. "Will he be willing to leave you?" "No way. If she goes too, she will have to let someone else save Hai Xing. I'm afraid that only her corpse was rescued at that time." With the addition of Black Shadow, these people were quickly resolved. However, they didn't say anything yet, and the sound of fighting came from the other direction. "It seems that your other has also been discovered. I didn't intend to leave quietly," Sima Yu said. "If you just leave, the Qian clan will still continue their ways. The problem will be solved here once and for all." Mou raised his eyebrows. "Do you have a problem-solving attitude? You don't really want to kill everyone in this family, right?" "I wanted to talk to them well, but who asked their patriarch to not come out at all? Then they leave us no choice but to resort to this method." Sima Yu said, "When it's necessary, what if a Qian clan is destroyed? There is only one less force, and clean up the scum so there's less left to harm others. Young miss, shall we go over and take a look?" "Go ahead," Sima Yu said. Although she was not worried about Wu Lingyu's safety, she still had to go over and take a look. Those old guys should come out soon as well. Who dares to trespass into the Qian clan? When Sima Yu and the others rushed to Wu Lingyu's side, a deep voice imbued with a coercive rage resounded. This sent a shock straight into Sima Yu's heart. Hai Xing fainted due to the shock, and was thrown into the Spirit Pagoda by Sima Yu. "This person is not weak," Mou said. "It seems to be one of the old guys in the clan." Sima Yu took out a pill and tossed it into her mouth, and saw an old man with white beard and hair stepping forward from the void. It would be easy if there is only one. Mou felt that the strength of the other party and his own were similar, and it shouldn't be a big problem for Huan and the others. However, it was clear that the Qian clan did not have just one old man with such caliber. Soon, more than a dozen old men came over, all standing on each side of that person. Wu Lingyu and Yenya flew to Sima Yu and confronted them. "It deserves to be a nobleman in the Triangle District. This strength is indeed much stronger than the big clans outside," Mou said with emotion. Not to mention that the strength of these clansmen were relatively high, but that the number of them far exceeded those of the clans outside. It seems that it was a little troublesome to deal. "Who are you guys? How dare you come to my Qian clan's manor to make trouble?" The man heading them, the great elder of the Qian clan, Qian Feng, shouted. "Well, your Qian clan joined hands with the Zhao clan and chased us all the way. Don't you know who we are?" Qian Feng didn't know what was going on. "Great elder, they are those outsiders. They are here to grab the cauldron." "Grab the cauldron? That's the trouble. Where is the cauldron?" "It was robbed by them, and that woman also killed the 7th elder." "What? Ming'er is dead? You actually killed my Ming'er." "Great elder, these people also released those whom we had detained." "Humph. What arrogance. Just by thinking that you have some strength, to even dare break into my Qian clan." So, more than a dozen clan elders and so many clansmen, the situation suddenly reversed. "Speaking of which, I haven't really tried the power of those ancient battle souls yet." 100 Ghost Banner. The old guys all knew their goods, and immediately recognized that this was the long-lost 100 Ghost Banner. But they didn't care too much. Even if there were ghosts in it, they were just some small characters. It was absolutely impossible to rival so many of them. Many times, strength was not in the number of people. "You can finally let us see how powerful the ancient battle souls are," Yenya said. "Hurry up and call them out." Sima Yu controlled the 100 Ghost Banner and called out 100 ancient battle souls. At this time, the ancient battle souls, under her careful care, already had their own spiritual knowledge and memories, but in their consciousness, Sima Yu was their master. Because they had spent so long in the ancient battlefield, their evil aura and murderous aura were very strong. As soon as they came out, people immediately felt a chill. Ancient battle souls. The Qian clan elders gasped as they faced Sima Yu. With so many ancient battle souls, their fighting power was not weak at first glance. If she has any more. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shudder. It seems that everyone is very knowledgeable. Before coming to this Triangle District, I happened to be in the ancient battlefield and got these ancient battle souls. Immediately after, those ancient battle souls moved and immediately went towards the Qian clan. She didn't know how powerful the ancient battle souls were, but judging from the fact that with just a few waves of her hand, she could command such powerful figures, it was possible to deal with people like the Qian clan. "Arrogant child, do you think that just because you have these ancient battle souls, you've won? Humph, I'll just need to kill you first and those ancient battle souls would naturally be useless." The other elders also moved. Huan and Mou joined the battle, each of them held one back. "No one will come to help you anymore. Mi-er." Boom. The moment Mi-er appeared, that elder was sent flying. Mi-er patted its hand in disgust. "I actually touched that person, which was really a mistake. I will call you out earlier next time." "Well, you better do what you say." At this time, someone came over and attacked, and Mi-er turned around, angry at this behavior that didn't put it in his eyes, and slapped him into scum with one palm strike. Blackie and Little Roar didn't know where they came back from. They saw Sima Yu on the edge of the battlefield and hurried over. "Yu, we have found a lot of treasures." Blackie rubbed his hands on Sima Yu and was very happy. Someone saw her alone again. Sima Yu sneered, these people really thought that she has no fighting power and no power to bind a chicken? She condensed her spirit power, attacked the person who tried to sneak up on her, and threw little roar to Blackie. The two of them together would be fine and they could complement each other as well. As she was fighting, she realized that she hadn't fought seriously for a long time. After arriving in the ghost realm, her own strength was not high, but she always met with many powerful people, relying on her powerful companions and lightning to solve each time. Such kind of fighting based on one's own strength was rare. She suddenly felt that she had relied too much on Wu Lingyu and Huan and other external forces recently, and she had to adjust her mentality. Perhaps it was a good choice to go to the hidden sect to study and improve her own strength. Aim. Qian Feng was sent flying by Wu Lingyu and lost his life in front of the Qian clan. This time, everyone stopped. The Qian clan was stunned, their great elder was killed. Now, only the ancestor can save the Qian clan. Where is the ancestor? He's currently in seclusion, he can't be found. Previous chapter. The patriarch of the Qian clan, Qian Sun, was a guest at the Zhao clan when he got the news that someone had broken into the Qian clan. As soon as someone broke into the Qian clan's manor and rescued all the people in the Qian clan's custody, Qian Sun couldn't sit still and had to take someone back immediately. Are they those few outsiders? It's them. We are still searching here, but they ran to my house to make trouble. The last time the news came from the Meng clan, they might have been deceived by those people. They think that they can go to my Qian clan's manor at will? Then I will go with you. I am also a little curious about this outsider. Just by relying on the support of the Ghost King, they are too courageous. Alright, you can bring Haishi back as well, then I do not need to send someone over to deliver him. So, Zhao Lifeng took a few people and returned to the Qian clan with Qian Senator. It was too quiet. From the time he received the news to the present, not much time had passed and that could only mean that the matter had been solved. But if Sima Yu and the others were wiped out, the Qian clan wouldn't be so quiet. Old Qian, why do I find the atmosphere a bit weird? There is something wrong, let's go out and have a look. The location of the teleportation array was relatively remote, and they don't know what happened here. They had to go to the front to understand. They just stepped out and they were startled by the sight outside. Patriarch Qian, it took you long enough to come back. And the Qian clan was standing behind her, and they didn't dare to show one of them. Breathless? Do they dare? Even the great elder was killed by her people. You are Sima Yu, patriarch of the Zhao clan, you are surprised to see me alive. Sima Yu accurately recognized Qian Sen and Zhao Lifeng, thanks to the memory of the second elder. It's really surprising. People say that lowly things are deadly. It seems that this makes sense. I really don't know what the Qian clan is doing, so many people didn't even kill her. Also, what does it mean that they are all standing behind her? It is said that the patriarch of the Zhao clan is narrow-minded and low quality, which seems to be true. I just don't know, if such a patriarch is gone, will the Zhao clan be more upright? What do you mean? It means literally. You people always like to ask what this means. TSK, your IQ is worrying. Don't you dare think of provoking our relationship. Qian Sun scolded, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and kill them for me. Qian Feng, what is he doing now? Patriarch Qian, you don't need to shout, he won't be able to come. Sima Yu said, I have waited long enough here, so I will cut the long story short. Are you willing to give up chasing us? I don't like to do such laborious things such as exterminating clans, but if I had to choose, would definitely choose it for the sake of peace and quiet. Are you threatening me? No, I am discussing with you. Sima Yu said sincerely, it depends on whether you want to have a good talk. As long as you hand over Haishi, I can spare your life for the sake of the Ghost King. It seems that you are still on the Zhao clan's side. Sima Yu sighed, but this Haishi can't give it to you, I will take his sister Haixing too. Then you can only leave your life behind. As soon as Qian Sen's words were spoken, the Qian clan panicked. Want to fight them? Isn't that letting them seek death? Patriarch. The injured elders walked over. Seeing their appearance, Qian Sen and Zhao Lifeng were shocked. What's wrong with you? Patriarch, you can't fight her. Patriarch, Qian Feng was killed by them. 3 more elders died and several hundred clansmen have perished as well. We can no longer fight, or the whole clan will be over. Yes, Patriarch, can't fight anymore. What did you say? So many people died in the Qian clan? 4 elders were dead? Patriarch, it's true, our injuries were also caused by them. Qian Sen's gaze couldn't help sinking as he watched the elders who were seriously injured and had fear in their eyes. She has the 100 Ghost Banner and there are many ancient battle souls in the 100 Ghost Banner. Qian Sen was silent. If that were the case, the situation the Qian clan facing now would be dangerous. Sima Yu saw the elders talking to Qian Sen at the side anxiously, as she waited for them to discuss. Zhao Lifeng was in a hurry. If the Qian clan doesn't make a move, then Sima Yu and the others will run away? And they gave the Haixing to the Qian clan, but they haven't caught Haishi yet. If the Qian clan doesn't care, how could they catch Haishi back? The longer Qian Sen talked to the elders, the more anxious he became, ignoring Sima Yu's gaze lingering on him. After a while, Qian Sen came back. Seeing his expression, Zhao Lifeng knew that he had made a choice, or that he was worried about it. He calmly said, Old Qian, you can't let her go like this. Don't forget, there is an agreement between us. I'm sorry, Old Zhao, because I have to consider the family. Qian Sen said apologetically, I think I'll forget about the matter of the cauldron. Forget it? I spent a lot of money to get the 2 of them at the auction. Now, you're telling me this? You got Haixing, what about our Haishi? Stab. The long sword was inserted into the heart from behind. Zhao Lifeng was stunned, and Qian Sen in front of him was also stumped in a daze, staring blankly at the long sword that had turned into a black mist and was slowly dissipating. Zhao Lifeng died. Until he was about to die, he still couldn't understand, how could he die just like that? He was the patriarch of a big clan, he had the strength and he was just half a step away from reaching the ranks of an emperor. He had a lofty status, so, how could he die in such a situation? This was too awkward. No, he never thought that he would die, he was the one who wanted to reach the ranks of an emperor. As long as they had the cauldron, they could obtain spirit power through them, and they could multiply their offspring and make more cauldrons. As long as there were enough cauldrons, he could definitely advance into the ranks of an emperor. He seems to have seen the picture of himself advancing to the emperor rank, how could he die here? No matter how unwilling he was, he still died. His heart was pierced, and his internal organs were corroded by the power of black shadow. It would be nice if he didn't come to Qian clan's manor. This was Zhao Lifeng's last thought, and it is also the thing he regretted most in his life. He fell to the ground, and Qiansen saw black shadow behind him. Black shadow looked back at him, his gaze was faint, but Qiansen felt that he was surrounded by the aura of death. Hey, you actually did a sneak attack. Yenya chuckled. As long as the result is good, it's alright, the method or whatever, there's no need to stick to the trivialities. Sima you didn't feel embarrassed at all, besides, haven't you done anything like this before? I've been a villain all along. Yenya confessed and she rolled her eyes. Why did you kill old Zhao? Zhao? He is the patriarch of the Zhao clan. He died here, how are we going to explain to the Zhao clan? Qiansen returned to his senses and looked at Sima Yu and lamented. Of the Zhao clan. He died here, how to explain? That it is your business. You can say that we killed him, but I'm afraid they won't believe it. Sima Yu said. More than just not believing it, if they left here alive today but Zhao Lifeng died here, the Zhao clan would definitely say that they were fighting alongside her. Even if he really said that it was Sima Yu's people who did it, no one would believe it. But, could he even keep her? That's even more impossible. The Qian clan didn't even dare to look at her directly, so where was there any strength to fight her? Anyway, Qian clan had no choice but to carry this black pot. With this, the relationship between the two clans will change from an ally to an enemy. The Qian clan and the Zhao clan were originally quite strong. Although the Zhao clan had now lost the patriarch of the family, the Qian clan had also lost 4 elders. Not to mention, the many clansmen who had lost their lives. The impact they suffered was even greater. The only advantage was that they knew in advance that the relationship between the two clans would be bad and will be prepared. Qiansen knew for a moment that this was the pit that Sima Yu dug for the Qian clan. She just wanted the two families to fight. However, this was also an opportunity. As long as they could plan well, they may be able to eat the Zhao clan. Sima Yu saw Qiansen's face change again and again, knowing that he was thinking a lot. But these had nothing to do with her. If you have no objection, we will leave first. I will take Haixing. If anyone else knows about her being with me, I think you should be able to guess the result. Qiansen looked at Haixing, still a little unwilling. But no matter how unwilling he was, he couldn't reveal even a little bit. He cupped his hand towards Sima Yu and said, you are also injured, or why don't you rest in the clan for a few days before leaving? Sima Yu smiled, do you really dare to let me live in your clan? Qiansen coughed dryly twice, concealing his thoughts on being seen through. Sima Yu dared to stay, but he did not dare to take her in. Sima Yu and the others left. Huan opened the space tunnel and led everyone away, without even giving the Qian clan another look. Qiansen looked at the embarrassed Qian clan, and then at Zhao Lifeng on the ground, and felt a headache. Patriarch, now is not the time to have a headache, we have to come up with the preparations, otherwise we will be passive when the Zhao clan knows what happened today. That's what you said. Qiansen was upset, but had to deal with these things. First let the clansmen heal, and then all the elders will go to the chamber to discuss. What about the bodies of the Zhao clan? When Black Shadow killed Zhao Lifeng, Huan also killed the rest of the Zhao clan. Now, their bodies were still lying on the ground and had not been cleaned up. What else can be done? Of course they are to be destroyed on the spot. Is it impossible to send them back? Following that, the elders left as well, leaving a few people to clean up the remains of the Zhao clan. Sima Yu and the others left the Qian clan's sphere of influence, and then found a remote valley to settle down. Unable to find a hidden place, Black Shadow dug a cave at the foot of the mountain. Sima Yu lifted Haixing from Black's back, put her on the bed, checked her before she treated her and fed her medicinal pills. When she was done, the others came in. Seeing Haixing all treated and cleaned up, Yenya raised his eyebrows. Why are you so good to her? Is it because of their physique? What do you think? Sima Yu asked him back. It's not likely. Yenya felt that she was not such a person, or that she was not interested in these at all. Sima Yu smiled, it's just that they are pitiful. Yenya didn't think it was. Her smile seemed to imply something he didn't know. Actually, she just thought of the extermination of the Zheng clan as well as the Shiman clan. 2 kids who were still so little had faced such a disaster, and there was still such a difficult way to move ahead. Haixing had been in a coma for a long time in the spirit pagoda, and after she was treated, she woke up shortly, just in time to hear their conversation. Thank you for saving me. When Qian Feng released the coercion, she saw Sima Yu endure the discomfort by herself, taking care of her. When you wake up, take a good rest. Benefactor, where is Haishi? Wu Lingyu opened the little realm and brought Haishi out. Haishi, I promised to save your sister, and I have done it. You 2 sisters and brothers can take this time to catch up. After Sima Yu finished speaking, she went out with the others, leaving the brother and sister behind. After half a day, Haixing led Haishi out. The two came to Yenya, thumped onto the ground and knelt down, knocked their heads on the ground 3 times, thanking him for rescuing Haishi back. Then they got up and came to Sima Yuyu, knelt down and knocked their heads 3 times. Hai Xing looked up at her, with firm eyes. Young princess, please let us follow you. Sima Yuyu looked at the 2 small figures without speaking. Young princess, I know that we have no strength now, but as long as we are given some time, we can grow up. Then your family should have a lot of strong people. Why is it so easy to be annihilated? Yenya asked. We. Hai Xing bit her lip. Those people in the family were treated as cauldrons by others, and often some elders suddenly disappeared. My mother said that they were caught and used as cauldrons. She also said that she hoped that we would never activate the power of our bloodline. However, we have no choice. You can choose whether or not to activate your bloodline. Yes, the family has a secret method that allows us to fail when we open the bloodline. Hai Xing said, but in that case, the future talent would not be high, and one can only become ordinary cultivators. Some can't even cultivate anymore and can only be ordinary people. Does anyone choose not to activate it then? Rarely. Our physique allows us to cultivate fast and has fewer bottlenecks. As long as we can grow up, we won't be imprisoned by others. Compared to ordinary people, this temptation is too big. Indeed, facing such a choice, without knowing what the future will be like, it is indeed easy to choose the former. Young princess, please let us follow you. As long as we can grow up, we will be useful to you. Hai Xing kowtowed, and Hai Shi also followed. You want to take my shelter to grow up safely, so you can take revenge? Sima Yuyu said their thoughts. Yes, I think so. Hai Xing does not deny, but as long as we grow up, our lives are very long. Except for revenge, we are all the young princesses at all times. Sima Yuyu stared at Hai Xing's eyes. She did not dodge, her small face was full of determination. After a long time, she sighed. If you denied it just now, your sister and brother will have to wander in this area. Hai Shi still didn't understand what she meant. The Hai Xing had already knocked down hard, and wept with joy. Seeing her sister kowtow again, Hai Shi also kowtow. Thank you young princess for taking us in, you will be our master in the future, and we will never betray master and do anything sorry to master in this life. The next moment, the power of the oath fell from the sky and entered her body. Hai Shi saw that his sister had said so, and he followed suit. Sima Yuyu felt that Hai Xing was a sensible person, so she made an oath at this time to show her sincere heart. In this way, she could cultivate her with confidence. Even if they were not cultivated, as long as they could protect their siblings' safety, they could grow up. Get up. I will give you the time and resources. It's your own business how far you can go. Sima Yuyu said. Yes, master. Sima Yuyu smiled. In fact, she didn't want them to grow up to do anything for herself. She just wanted to see the way those people saw the grown-up sisters and brothers, but didn't dare to provoke them. Also, give them a chance to survive. Everyone had the right to live, but not everyone had this opportunity. Hai Xing pulled Hai Shi to stand up, and her heart that had been embroiled in fear recently finally calmed down. She will definitely grow up, and all those who have destroyed her clan will pay the price. Where are you going later? Yenya waited for her to accept the people before asking aloud. Let's rest here for a few days, let Hai Xing recuperate from her injury. Sima Yuyu said. Why, are you leaving? If you have to leave in a hurry, we can separate here. Thinking that Yenya was also the second master of a big power, there must be a lot of things to deal with. She didn't really care, she still wanted to walk around this area to see if she could find a way to the 9th underworld mountain. I'm alright, I don't care much about the sect anyway. If you want to stay, I will stay too. Yenya said. It seems that we will all be staying then. Sima Yuyu curled her lips. The same can be said. Sima Yuyu snorted, dare you say that you didn't stay here just to understand this area? Of course there are. Where is the hidden sect? I thought about it, and Fei Yi was right. No matter what, as long as they know the whereabouts of the bone flute, I won't be able to be free. Why don't I try and see if I can enter and see if I can learn from him properly? If you can enter, you won't regret it. Fei Yi assured her. Sima Yuyu smiled. She talked to Wu Lingyu after the battle at Qian Clan, and both agreed that she had been too anxious. As soon as she arrived in the ghost realm, she wanted to save her mother immediately, but she was not strong enough, so she was always anxious, and her heart became impetuous. If she could go to the hidden sect, she will devote her heart to learning and improving her strength. As for the Northern Divine Seal, now it was useless to know if it was real or fake. If it was a fake, she will find another way to save her mother. If it was the real thing, they will not tell her the whereabouts of the other seals until she breaks through the underworld paragon. So, it's better to wait for her to break through before verifying it. Where is the hidden sect? In the Soul region or the Ghost realm? It's useless to tell you the place. When you want to go, we will take you there, otherwise you won't be able to find it. Yenya said. Alright. If this is the case, then we have to follow you even more so that we can take you directly after you are done. It's up to you, I don't guarantee your safety. Sima Yuyu said. If you don't cause trouble, self-protection is fine. TCH. Hai Xing was touched when she came to know that they stopped here for her to heal. Hai Shi, we must repay Master well in the future. Master is kind to us, and we want to repay her. Sima Yuyu Wu Lingyu got together, head to head to study the map. I was in a rush when I was at the Qian clan's manor, so I should ask them for a detailed map. This blank area, Wu Lingyu pointed at the area in the middle of the map with his slender fingers, 9th underworld mountain should be here. But this area is too big, I don't know where 9th Underworld Mountain will be. And I don't know the terrain here. If you go straight there, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Sima Yu said, no one has found their place for so many years, indicating that the surrounding environment should be very bad. Do you really want to go to 9th Underworld Mountain? Wu Lingyu asked her suddenly. Previous chapter. Do you really want to go to 9th Underworld Mountain? Do you want to go, or do you have to go? Sima Yu was stunned for a moment before she shook her head. From the time Ancestor passed me all the power, I had no other thoughts, only that I had to go. I just didn't expect that it's here and we would arrive at such a time. So, no matter what, she was going to 9th Underworld Mountain. In this case, don't worry so much, just go directly. Wu Lingyu said, let's go, and when we arrive in the vicinity, we can then see how to proceed. This can only be done. I hope there will be no trouble all the way. The people in the Triangle District were too repulsive to outsiders. As long as they find their tracks, it will cause trouble. Fortunately, there were not many people, and they were strong enough. Do you plan to take those 2 children with you? Wu Lingyu asked her. Bring them along. Sima Yu said. Do you see Fenger and yourself in them? The same siblings, the same clan massacre and so many dangers, so you want to provide them with a good living environment. But if you take them personally, you will be embroiled in trouble. I also know that there are many people like them in the world, but if I meet them, I will help. Sima Yu said, as for taking them by my side, I want to see how powerful their physique is. If the danger they bring along is too great, I will also consider sending them away. Well, it's good if you have made a decision in your heart. Don't worry, I won't let myself be a bad person, and I am not a saint. Sima Yu smiled. To save anyone if she met, to be good to everyone, and to help everyone even if they were strangers, sorry, she was not such a person. Then they discussed the route again, and because they didn't know the terrain, they chose the nearest one. But even so, they have to bypass the turf of the 2 other family clans. And judging from the above, the strength of the 2 families was also very different. Because the closer to the center, it seems the higher the status. A few days later, Hai Xing had fully recovered, and they began to move towards the center area. There is a space ban, you can't use the space tunnel and the teleportation array casually. So, we can only pass by outside. This is the only way to go. That's no way, it can only be this way. Look for flying beasts. In the end, a goshawk was selected and used as their temporary transport after being hypnotized. With its lead, they avoided a lot of people and passed through the first clan without being found. But their good fortune only ended at the border of the 2 clans. On this day, they had just arrived at the border of the 2 clans, and they were about to change to a flying beast familiar with them, and they were discovered. The opponent's attack was fierce and they were caught off guard. They didn't want to attract more people, so they had to flee, and it took a long time to get rid of the pursuit. Wow, where did we get some snow lotus? Sima Yu thought this pure snow lotus was a bit familiar. We have been implicated by Su Yu. What? Before I heard from Su Yu and they said that they came here to get the pure snow lotus. So now it is possible that he got the pure snow lotus and then escaped, and we just came to this place. This is this karma and they had to pay it back someday. When they were in the Zhou clan stepped up their inspections because of their sudden appearance. Everyone. Then what shall we do now? Do you want to fight? What is there to fight? If we fight when we see people, then tomorrow we will encounter people from the entire Triangle District besieging us. Before they dealt with the Zhao clan and the Qian clan, it was because they had done something shameless and could only suffer from the dumb loss. Then we can only escape. There is no better way now. Sima Yu said, let's run first and play by ear. Someone is coming. Are they here so soon? We can't use the void to escape, we can only be outside. Stop talking about that, let's go. They left, pursuers hot on their trail, who quickly looked for their tracks. 2 months later. Looking for the pursuers who came after him, he rushed into the air again, and he was also very angry. These people are too cunning. We have been chasing after them for 2 months, but we haven't even caught up with them once. Are we going to chase? The person leading was silent for a while, and said, chase, we must chase. They stole the pure snow lotus, and we must chase it back. But if you provoke 9th Underworld Mountain, I'm afraid there will be trouble. If we can't get the pure snow lotus, we will be in trouble. That's right. Let's go first. I hope Medicine Elder is not at home recently. After that, a group of people continued to chase Sima Yu in the direction they were escaping. Sima Yu and the others are also very depressed. I don't know if they are at that location now, or if they were further away from 9th Underworld Mountain. They stopped under a cliff and caught some fish by the pool. Little girl, your grilled fish is done well. The sudden appearance of the figure made Wu Lingyu and the others vigilant. Don't be nervous, because I was just passing by to gather medicine and smelled the delicious aroma. Don't worry, it's not someone who is chasing after you. Previous chapter. However, when he said so, they became even more nervous. Sima Yu handed over the grilled fish that had just been roasted, and asked, did you see us being chased by someone? Those guys are creating a lot of ruckus outside, so now when I see you, a few outsiders, if it's not you guys whom they are chasing, who else would it be? Medicine Elder took a bite of the grilled fish, and it tasted good. Your barbecue technique is much better than your mother's. Sima Yu gave a hand, do you know my mother? That mischievous lass whose mind is always filled with odd ideas, often seeks treasures from me. Medicine Elder spat out a fish bone, you look so similar to her, of course it's easy to recognize you. Are you the Medicine Elder? Sima Yu guessed his identity after a little thought. Hey, little girl, you are quite smart. The Medicine Elder said with a smile, and ate the fish in a few bites. It turns out that the Medicine Elder is here. I have been disrespectful. Old Man Seven's disciple, where is the old man? The Medicine Elder asked him. Master has always been elusive about his whereabouts, so I don't know. But thinking about it, it should be about time he heads back to the sect. Grandfather, how do you know that he is the disciple of the old man 7? You give me your grilled fish, and I will tell you. Fu Shi gave him the grilled fish without hesitation, waiting for his answer with wide eyes. Medicine Elder took the grilled fish and ate it, and said, I don't know what kind of skills they are learning, everyone in the sect has a similar aura, which can be seen at a glance. That's all? That's it. The little girl followed suit, right? She smells like that too. Can you even tell this? Fu Shi looked at Yenya and then at Sima Yu. There was no similar aura between the two. How did he see it? You're still young, it's strange to see it. Medicine Elder said, when you grow up to my age, I guess it will be fine. That's still a long time. Fu Shi struggled for a while and then stopped struggling, and cast his eyes on the fish Sima Yu was grilling. Brother Fu Shi, let me eat it for you. Hai Shi handed him the half-eaten fish. No, you can eat it yourself. Fu Shi was not interested in the fish that had been dipped in other people's saliva. Seeing Hai Shi's lost eyes because of his refusal, he rolled his eyes in his heart, but he still comforted her mouth. Hai Shi, you are also very hungry. Eat this first, and you will bake it in a while. I will have it later. You can eat it quickly and don't be hungry. Hai Shi just smiled now, and his eyes curled into small crescents. Sima Yu roasted several fishes at a time, first divided one into Wu Ling Yu and Huan, and then gave the remaining one to Fu Shi and two to Medicine Elder. Then she took a few more to grill. Medicine Elder, why did you pass by here? Don't say you were attracted by the smell of my grilled fish. Then you think, why did I come here? Sima Yu took a brush and brushed some oil on the fish, and was silent for a while, and said, you came here for the pure snow lotus, right? Haha. Medicine Elder smile which could be regarded as acquiescence. That's a pity, the pure snow lotus is not here with us, and we are just carrying the scapegoat for Su Yu. Sima Yu said. Oh. You are so unlucky, it's more than bad luck. Sima Yu sighed, and talked about the things in Zhou clan's manor and all that happened here, and said with emotion, you can encounter such a thing, so there's always pay it back. Ha ha ha, you are out of luck. Medicine Elder laughed. Yeah, I think too. Alas, if I really get that snow lotus, not to mention being chased for 2 months, I will recognize it even after being chased for 2 years. But I have nothing, and I will be chased. 2 months, I feel depressed just thinking about it. The things you have to be depressed about now are more than this. Huh? Is there something wrong? Pure snow lotus is a saint herb, even this old man here will be attracted, you say, what will other people do? Medicine Elder stared at her and saw her frown, knowing that she had guessed it. Medicine Elder, you will come here, indicating that others will also come. We will meet more people to chase us. Yenya said. Yes. But this is not the key to the problem. Medicine Elder ate the grilled fish cheerfully, pointing out the problem, but not telling them. The crux of the problem is that we don't have that thing at all. Sima Yu said, when someone asks us for it, we can't get it out. Those people will definitely think that we are reluctant and won't believe it. Arg. This time I was really cheated by him. Medicine Elder glanced at her approvingly, her brain was quite flexible. If Su Yu is still here, things still have a chance to change. If he has left, it will be really troublesome. Fei Yi said. At that time, they had a hard time arguing. Medicine Elder, have they left? Sima Yu asked Medicine Elder. I haven't heard from them for so long, everyone only knows about you, but they don't know them. Medicine Elder said. So, they are very likely to have left. Even if they haven't left, it seems to be difficult to implicate them now. Sima Yu sighed, it's really troublesome. But what is the origin of pure snow lotus? Since pure snow lotus is called a saint herb, it has various effects. It is one of the things that can move the heart of old guys, which can increase the chance of advancing into the ranks of an emperor. Some people even say that if you get it, you will be half successful in advancement. He filled them in with his knowledge. How is this possible? Sima Yu shook her head slightly. One can't advance into the ranks of an emperor now because of the restriction of the way of heaven, and it can't be changed with just the saint herb. Oh, it seems that you even know about the changes in the heavens. Medicine Elder said in surprise, although everyone at their level knows, but as long as there is a glimmer of hope, they will want to try. If you really want to advance to the ranks of an emperor, then go to fight with the heavens and change the heavens. Sima Yu coldly snorted, people like them, who have a bad heart and a weak way, will never have the chance to advance to the ranks of an emperor. Medicine Elder, are you also here for this reason? The gaze in which Medicine Elder looked at Sima Yu became a little different. Hearing her question, he smiled and said, Emperor or whatever, I'm just a bag of old bones. I am called Medicine Elder, and naturally I am interested in medicinal materials. It is a pity that I am chasing you. I came, but I didn't get anything. Well, at least I heard some pretty good ideals and principles. Where are there any good ideals and principles? Sigh, I just feel emotional. Sima Yu said with a light sigh. If it weren't for knowing that Aunt Feng had advanced to the ranks of an emperor, she wouldn't know about the changes in the way of heaven from Emperor Qingdao. If she wants to pave a glorious path and blaze her way through, this must be changed. Thinking about the road ahead, she still had a long way to go. Medicine Elder, since we are facing such a severe situation, you can show us a way. Yenya said. I'm just a shabby old man, what kind of way can I show you? Medicine Elder said, I really want to say, you guys should leave here quickly, the world outside is vast, wherever you want to go, just go. Go. Isn't this just escaping with our tails clipped? What a shame. Yenya disagreed, it was too detrimental to his image. Then you have a better way? Medicine Elder asked. No. That's not it. Medicine Elder, I have come here now, I can't just leave like this. Sima Yu said, do you know where Ninth Underworld Mountain is? Go to Ninth Underworld Mountain. This is also a good way, but you can't go. Why? Because no one can go now. Medicine Elder said, those who approached it are dead. All died? That's right. So don't think about it anymore. Can no one survive? There was one person, now, it was your mother. But she didn't go all the way there either. When she finally came out, she wasn't in a good state and she seemed to have suffered some kind of blow. Medicine Elder recalled, I told her not to but she didn't listen. In the end. And, before even going all the way in, that expression, the look in her eyes, hey, that was the only time I ever saw her cry. Mother, actually cried. Sima Yu murmured. I have lived here for hundreds of years. I haven't seen anyone go in or come out, so don't think about it. You can leave as soon as people are here. If all the old guys come, I won't be able to save you. Medicine Elder persuaded. So, Medicine Elder, do you know the location of Ninth Underworld Mountain? Based on your friendship with my mother, please take me there. Sima Yu pleaded, as long as she found the Ninth Underworld Mountain, she should be able to enter the mountain and find the Ninth Underworld clan. You're just as persistent as your mother. This is not a good thing. Otherwise, she wouldn't. Medicine Elder paused and sighed, fine, since you are the same as her, you will definitely not give up if you don't go. I'll take you there. But when you go there, you definitely don't have time to escape those old guys. Medicine Elder, don't worry about those old guys. Sima Yu was not worried, even if she did come, she would still have a way to deal with it. The last time at the Qian clan, she learned about the strength of the ancient battle souls. She called out all the lowest strength amongst them, but these can also be tied with those elders. There were also some higher level ones, and they could be summoned out to fight those old guys. If they still needed to take another step back, Huan and Black Shadow could call people from the underworld. If that happened though, the existence of the underworld will no longer be a secret. Besides, she still has Crimson Flame, top-grade Purple Lightning, and can survive the catastrophe, there will always be a way to deal with those people. Although she thought about improving her strength and not to rely too much on external forces, but now the situation was peculiar and the enemy was too strong, so it doesn't hurt to use it again. Thinking of this, she felt frustrated. Obviously, it had nothing to do with her, but now she had been implicated. Suyu, let's calculate this later. Medicine Elder ate 2 more grilled fish before walking with Sima Yu to look at his shabby house. The medicine boy of that year has grown up, but he still worked as a medicine boy with him. Master, you finally came back. Why did you pick the medicine for so long this time? If you don't come back, we will all go to you to see if you have fallen under the cliff. The medicine boy in blue clothes saw the medicine elder and immediately came up to take the back basket for him, took it to the open space on the side, turned over the back basket and directly poured out a small pile of medicinal materials. Another man in a black looked at Sima Yu and asked, Master, who are these people? Master, this girl looks familiar, the medicine boy came over and said. Dark Princess? Daughter. Medicine Elder added, you two are here to watch me carefully, we are going out. Master, are you still going out? Didn't you just come back? Something's going on. After Medicine Elder finished speaking, he took Sima Yu and the others and left. Sigh, Master is really, he didn't even come in and sit and left just like that. Every time, he doesn't take us. The azure-robed medicine boy complained to the other dressed in black, and when she saw him ignoring him, he cried, why don't you speak, Master is going to Ninth Underworld Mountain again. The one dressed in black said. Master went again? The last time I went, it was because of Dark Princess, so he went again this time. It's so dangerous there. I'm afraid there are other things, it should be very urgent, otherwise Master will not even go into the broken house, and just lead people there. Then Master will be fine, right? Master will not, but other people may not. Medicine Elder took them to the Ninth Underworld Mountain. Only then did Sima Yu and the others know that although they had been evading the pursuit for the past 2 months, they were coming in the direction of the Ninth Underworld Mountain. Mountain. When they came to the foot of a snow-capped mountain, Medicine Elder pointed to the snow-capped mountain and said, Ninth Underworld Mountain is on the other side of the mountain. Over this mountain range, it is a place shrouded in cold mist. But no one can get through that cold mist right now, including your mother. How do you know my mother didn't go inside? Time, it was too short for her to have gone in. And she wouldn't have had the expression then, like how she had received a huge blow. I see. If you want to go up, you have to climb this snow-capped mountain first. There are space restrictions and air pressure. It is not easy to climb up. Medicine Elder said. Sima Yu went up to feel it, and when he stepped into the range of the snow-capped mountains, the space seemed to have some weight. She stepped back and said to Wu Lingyu, you can put them in the little realm first. Hai Xing and the others had no strength, so they could only go inside the little realm. Let's go. Sima Yu said. Little girl, you are going to die, first hand over pure snow lotus before you go. As soon as the voice fell, several people came out of the space one after another, seemingly unaffected by the space. It really turned out to be some old guys who can use the space tunnel here. She whispered in her heart, before she said anything, she saw many people sitting on flying beasts flying over. But in just a moment, Sima Yu and the others were surrounded by a large group of people. This fanfare did not lose to the situation at the Qian clan the last time. It should be said that this time round, it was bigger than last time. Not everyone in the Qian clan were powerful figures. However, the people who came this time round were all the top figures in this triangle district. It seems that they all wanted to grab that item. These people are not easy to deal with. Yenya compared each other's strengths in his heart. Do you have the confidence to fend against them? n/o/vel/b/in.c//in.c/om. If it's just the few of us, I won't be too confident. Sima Yu looked at those people, and there were more people arriving. It felt like all the top masters from the entire triangle district had come here. 100, 200, 1000, 2000. Even if all the ancient battle souls were all called out, they may not be able to win this fight. It seems that she underestimated the enthusiasm of these people for the pure snow lotus. Medicine Elder was also taken aback by this situation and became worried for Sima Yu. Sima Yu, hand over pure snow lotus. A woman with a childlike face looked down at her from above, with contemptuous eyes as if she was looking at an ant. I don't have the pure snow lotus. Sima Yu said. Sima Yu, we have already checked your details carefully. The granddaughter of the Ghost King, the young princess that he has recognized and is very fond of. You can trigger the lightning tribulation and there are many contract beasts. You also have 100 ghost banner, there are many ancient battle souls. Another square-faced old man added, however, these advantages of yours are useless today. Sima Yu, all of your ancient battle souls can't beat so many people here. Your guards can't resist so many people here, and won't be able to drag everyone into your tribulation. Sima Yu, you have nowhere to go now, so hand over pure snow lotus obediently. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I really don't have the pure snow lotus. Sima Yu said, we were chased by you as soon as we got here. We have also been implicated by this. The person who really stole the pure snow lotus is Su Yu. A bunch of nonsense. If you didn't snatch the pure snow lotus, why did you escape here for more than 2 months? Why didn't you say it at first? As soon as those people caught up with us, they immediately attacked us. We said it before, but they didn't believe it. If we knew it, we wouldn't have scruples and just kill all the people in pursuit. Sima Yu coldly snorted. At this time, you don't want to fight against these people. Obviously, there are many people against us. Yenya said. They won't believe anything we say anyway, so why bother? Sima Yu said. But we have to deal with them, delay some time, maybe we can think of some way. If you directly provoke people, isn't that self-defeating? Yenya felt that Sima Yu was still young at this time. When faced with this kind of crisis, there was still a lack of consideration. Fei Yi felt the space and said in a deep voice, they blocked the space here. Do you have no other way? Yenya asked. If there is no way in the end, I have to try that thing. Fei Yi said. What is it? Fu Shi asked when he heard him. Sima Yu and the 3 others also looked over. It is the treasure of my array sect. You can forcibly break the space blockade here to build a passage. You can't use that. With your strength, it is not enough to operate it and when it backlashes, you will be seriously injured. You will not be able to save even your own life then. Yenya said disapprovingly. If you can't save your life in the end, how can you consider this possibility? Fei Yi retorted back stubbornly. He didn't want to use that method now, but he had to use it as a way out. Yenya sighed, there was no other way. It's not that moment yet, so don't think about it. Sima Yu said, if you die, how can I ask you for advice? Although today's situation is more critical, it hasn't gotten to such a bad point. Are you not ashamed to say it? Do you think the Ghost King can come to save you? Sima Yu, we don't want your life today, we only want pure snow lotus. You only need to hand over pure snow lotus, and on the account of the Ghost King, we will spare you. Yes, our goal today is the pure snow lotus. If you don't want to die, don't hide it anymore. Sima Yu looked at them, pursed her lips, and said, I have also said that pure snow lotus is not with me. If you have to waste your time here, then I can't help it. You are all here, entangled in this matter with me who has nothing and even as we speak, Su Yu is leaving the Triangle District with ease. You will regret it. However, what I am more curious about is, if you really find the pure snow lotus, how are you going to divide it? There are so many of you, do you take one bite each? You don't need to bother about how we divide. You hand it over, we naturally have a way to decide. You say this is useless, you can't escape today. The old woman who spoke first snorted coldly, not letting her provoke their relationship. I really don't want to escape, I just thought you were a bit stupid. Sima Yu shook her head and sighed, instead of seeking the real pure snow lotus, you have to come to trouble me, and you don't even have a proper look at where this place is. Do you want to say, 9th Underworld Clan? Do you think this will be useful? The 9th Underworld Clan has disappeared for thousands of years. You want to rely on them to protect you, it's just a delusion. That is, if the 9th Underworld Clan is still or not on this continent, it's not necessarily true. People here have already perished. I think you should hand over the pure snow lotus obediently. Don't let us force our hands because if we do it, your life will be gone. Is it useful? Try it. Sima Yu said, condensing her power. When that power was unleashed, it did not attack these people, but flew into the air. No one knew that when she condensed her power, the black lotus on her back glowed with a faint gold light and it flowed from the root to the petals, outlining each petal. The power flew over the snow-capped mountains, disappeared into the cold mist, and did not cause any response. Ha ha ha, Sima Yu, do you think that if you attack the cold mist, you can make the 9th Underworld Clan come out? You are really naive. Someone laughed, we have already given you a lot of time, if you don't hand over pure snow lotus again, we will kill you now. Sima Yu shrank her neck, came to Wu Lingyu's arms, and said, you all threaten me, I'm so scared. With this fright, I suddenly remembered that I hid the pure snow lotus midway, using a special technique to seal and hide it. You can't find it without me. If you really want to kill me, come on. It's just a pity that the flower can only rot in the soil. Are you threatening us? When did I ever threaten you? I'm talking nicely to you. Sima Yu said. You said that you hid the pure snow lotus? Do you think that just by saying that meant that you really did it? Humph. We won't believe it. You don't have to believe it. Then why don't you come up and kill me and see if you can find the pure snow lotus on me? Sima Yu said indifferently. Humph. Then I'll try. The old white-haired woman said and immediately acted. Wait. Medicine Elder suddenly spoke, seeing the old woman ignore him and came to the front of Sima Yu. He caught the old woman's palm. The old woman didn't expect Medicine Elder to take action. She hesitated and stopped her attack, turned around in the air and flew back again. Coming to a stop in the air, she frowned at Medicine Elder. Medicine Elder, what are you doing? Do you want to fight us for her? Or, she has already given the pure snow lotus to you, so she has been reluctant to hand it over. Someone angrily accused Medicine Elder. If I really have the pure snow lotus, I should let you kill her. Medicine Elder reproached, and a single sentence blocked the mouths of those people. Then what do you mean? I'm doing this precisely to save you. Medicine Elder said. Save us? Don't laugh. Will we die if we kill her? Didn't you feel it just now? Was there any difference in her power? Medicine Elder asked. When he said that, they gave it a thought and said, it does seem a bit familiar. It seems a bit oppressive. You feel the coercion too? Me too, but because it is too short to feel anything, I thought it was my own illusion. It can make us old guys feel the pressure. It seems that her strength is indeed extraordinary. Sima Yu heard their conversation and couldn't help holding a touch of ridicule. Was too short to feel? Weren't they embarrassed to say this? A person like them could sense the slightest strangeness, not to mention such obvious coercion. These people didn't want to admit it just now, but they wanted to kill her without telling her. If it weren't for the Medicine Elder to uncover their fig leaf, they would definitely not admit it. Medicine Elder turned around, looked at her, and said, does your spirit power just now carry the aura of the 9th Underworld clan? That's right. Sima Yu admitted, I do have the power of the 9th Underworld clan. Impossible. The 9th Underworld clan has long since disappeared. How old are you? How can you have the power of the 9th Underworld clan? Yes. Impossible. Don't think that if you are here, pretending to be the 9th Underworld clan, we will let you go. I tell you, if you don't hand over pure snow lotus today, we will not let you go. Not to mention that the 9th Underworld clan has not come out for thousands of years. Even if they are still there, it is impossible to come out to help you. You can forget this little hope of yours. Medicine Elder, you let go. The 3 regions of the Ghost Realm, the 9th Underworld clan dominates them all. Have you forgotten that? The Medicine Elder shouted. Medicine Elder, why did you talk about this? The 9th Underworld clan has long since disappeared. I haven't seen a single shadow in these years. Can it still command the 3 regions of the Ghost Realm? Yes, Medicine Elder, the strength of the Ghost Realm is now the highest. Regarding people who have not emerged for nearly 1,000 years, are you still afraid of it? Have you gone senile? Yes. Medicine Elder, I heard that your shabby hut is in charge of guarding the 9th Underworld clan. Why, after so many years, your servility is still there. The 9th Underworld clan has not disappeared. They have always been on 9th Underworld Mountain. Just because some matters, they've not shown themselves, but this does not mean that there is no one. Otherwise, being so young, it is impossible to carry the power of 9th Underworld clan. The Medicine Elder said firmly, my shabby hut has always been the guardian of the 9th Underworld Mountain. It used to be, and it is now too. If you want to kill her, unless you step over my dead body. Sima Yu looked at the Medicine Elder in amazement. She didn't expect that he turned out to be the guardian of the 9th Underworld Mountain, let alone that he would stand up to protect herself at this time. Although this was because she had the blood of the 9th Underworld clan, it also surprised her. After all, the 9th Underworld clan hadn't been out for nearly 1,000 years, and he didn't need to do that anymore. Humph. Old man Medicine. Don't think that you have a high status so we will let things pass. We've not even brought up the fact that you brought them here. Well, if you insist on seeking death, we can also fulfill you. Although Medicine Elder has a weird temper, as long as his conditions were met, he was willing to refine medicine. If he died, it was also a great loss for them. After all, there were very few people who were as good at alchemy. You've been disrespectful to the 9th Underworld clan today, and you will definitely regret it. Medicine Elder stood in front of Sima Yu, not backing away because of their intimidation. He turned to her and said, I will hold 2 people back later and you let your guards hold as many as they can. You should hurry and rush in. As long as you can reach the cold mist, they won't be able to do anything to you. Sima Yu shook her head, let's not say whether I can escape without any problems. Even if I do manage to pull it off, you all will die. To be able to see someone with the bloodline of the 9th Underworld clan before I die, I am already very satisfied. The Medicine Elder said. Thank you Medicine Elder for your maintenance, but I am not used to living on other people's lives. Sima Yu said, Huan, I'm going to trouble you. Once he knows, he would surely scold me again. Thinking of that arrogant man standing in front of her, arrogantly telling her how weak she was, or not practicing the underworld techniques, she felt a little more headache. Huan nodded. It seems that the only way was to get in touch and get that side to send someone over. He took out a small round ball, imbued the ball with the power of the underworld and threw it into the air. The small ball was only the size of a walnut, but it made the old guys quiet and several people who were attacking before were blocked. What is this? The people exclaimed, watching the ball warily. This is not something from the ghost realm, nor is it the power of the ghost realm. The people present were all old coots, knowledgeable, and although they didn't recognize what it was, they were pretty sure this was not from the ghost realm. The small ball stopped in the air, emitting a faint black mist, and the black mist drifted around it, forming a circle, slowly forming a vortex. The blocked space seemed to have no effect, and the vortex turned into a spatial gate. Some different auras came out from the gate, with a death aura heavier than death. This is... Someone guessed the origin of these breaths, shocked, and even suspected that they had guessed wrong. Underworld, that is only a place that exists in legends, how could it appear here? Sima Yu was actually backed by the underworld? That's why she dared to be so confident. Those who didn't recognize it, only felt that she had used the secret method to open the space, and shouted, everyone, go and attack that little ball. She will use this to escape. The moment that they heard that she was going to leave, they were flustered. If she really managed to escape, then they would lose contact with the pure snow lotus forever. They had waited for such a long time for it to bloom. If they encountered other people who stole it, then it would be finders keepers. If this item went missing again, where would they go to find it? Would they ever have a hope again of using a pure snow lotus to help them advance to the rank of an emperor? Even if they guessed that this was an underworld-typed item, they suppressed their shock and apprehension, attacking Sima Yu. Sima Yu gave a thought, and countless ancient battle souls appeared. Once they encountered those people, the battle began immediately and the entire mountain started to tremble. It was especially so for those who refused to let Sima Yu out of their sights. That was why nobody went to the void to battle. Very quickly, the entire outside of the snow mountain turned into a bumpy terrain. Sima Yu thought that the snow mountain would be leveled since the battle was so intense, but it remained perfect and unharmed. When the attacks reached the snow mountain, it was swallowed by something unknown. What a powerful force! She exclaimed in her heart. This was the battle between people who were half a step into the Emperor's realm. It actually couldn't damage it at all. The 9th Underworld clan was really powerful. To be absent-minded now, is to throw your life away. Sima Yu had just dealt with the first person when the old woman came over, and it had taken her less than 1 second. It seemed like she had her eye on her the entire time. You dared to touch me, you really are bold. The flame burst out from Sima Yu's neck and wrapped around the old woman's arm. Her hand disappeared and her arm turned to ashes along with it. Such a powerful flame. The old woman was shocked, however, she reacted extremely quickly and chopped off her own arm at the moment the flame moved towards her shoulder. This is that flame. Those beside her could feel the heat that little birdie was giving off, and the battle paused for a second. Fu Shi was by Sima Yu's side. Although he couldn't fight, with the protection of the mythical dragon order that formed a protective barrier around him, he was able to remain uninvolved in the midst of the battlefield. Although there were people who had noticed his protective barrier, right now, nobody paid him any attention. As long as they managed to get rid of Sima Yu, they would be able to capture him as well. Fu Shi once again saw crimson flames fire and was incredibly excited. He wanted to reach out and touch it again but Sima Yu's glare sent him back. He pulled his hand back aggrievedly and pouted. He couldn't be blamed for this. Sima Yu focused again on the old woman. Although she had lost an arm, her complexion wasn't too bad. It had to be said that, in order to reach up to this point, they definitely had to be powerful. Someone half a step into the Emperor's rank is really powerful. It's just a pity that you're not an Emperor rank. Otherwise, you'd be able to suppress my flame. Too arrogant. One of the elders beside her raged. Too dangerous. He could sense that, if he had continued, the flame would have swallowed him whole. Just what type of flame was this? It was actually so powerful. Her flame is too powerful. We can't get close. Stay back. The old woman ordered, she doesn't dare to let her flame leave her now, so we will be fine as long as we don't draw close. Sima Yu's eyes dimmed. She was right, she really did not let little birdie leave her right now. Let's work together to kill her first. We'll discuss how to split the pure snow lotus later. Sima Yu sneered, so many honorable ones had come to fight her, it seemed that these people really did not have shame anymore. She looked at the little ball in the sky. Those from the underworld realm did not arrive yet, but these people had already started moving. However, at this time, if its existence had to be exposed then so be it. It was better than dying. When Wu Lingyu saw that Sima Yu had been surrounded, he wanted to rush over but Sima Yu stopped him. Sima Yu transmitted her voice to them and told him that she was going to the spirit pagoda. Wu Lingyu was enraged. However, he did not follow Sima Yu's plan. She shook off his own opponent and landed beside her in a flash. What are you doing here? Of course, I came here to accompany you. Sima Yu held onto his hands. Since you've come, I'll have no choice but to reluctantly bring you in with me. Wu Lingyu smiled, then you have to protect me properly. What was the situation now? These two actually dared to act so intimately in front of everyone. Seeing how confident she was, she probably had a plan to deal with these people, right? However, just thinking about it, they felt like it wasn't too possible. These old guys had locked them in. Even if they had some hidden cards up their sleeves, accept your deaths. More than 10 of those old guys attacked them together, and the boundless power seemed enough to split the world. Sima Yu also stopped along with it. Fizzle dash. A wave of spirit energy dissipated. Fizzle dash. Fizzle dash. Under everyone's shocked gaze, more than 10 waves of spirit energies were completely scattered. It was as if they had never been thrown out at all. Ji gone? Fu Shi's eyes went large as he looked around Sima Yu. You're actually so powerful? What did you do? You actually erased so many waves of spirit energy attacks? Sima Yuyu's expression was incredulous as well as she said, it seems like we've been hidden for too long. Right now, there are actually people who dare to come here to cause trouble. They even dare to kill one of our people from the 9th Underworld clan. They're actually so daring. 9th Underworld clan? Could it be that the attack just now was dispelled from the 9th Underworld clan? They couldn't see anyone and only heard voices, but they casually and easily dispelled an attack of such force. Was the 9th Underworld clan really so powerful? There was activity on the top of the snow mountain, and everyone lifted their heads to look. They saw a group of people dressed in ink-black robes on the summit. These people surveyed everyone with unconcealed arrogance in their eyes. 9th Underworld clan. To be able to appear here and to stay there so leisurely meant that they could only be the 9th Underworld clan. Those who were younger did not see the 9th Underworld clan before. However, the older ones definitely knew them. With their bloodline that would exude pressure and their domineering aura, the 9th Underworld clan was truly the real ruler of the ghost realm. When Medicine Elder saw them, his heavily injured body could take it no longer as he knelt to the ground. He was that devout. Tears of joy. He just knew that they were still here. He just had to guard this place for them. Medicine Elder, it's been tough on you. The man at the very front waved his hand, as Medicine Elder flew up from where he originally was and landed straight on the snow mountain peak. They could actually do that, disregarding space and gravity. They could just bring someone up just like that. Those who were here, even those who had never before seen the 9th Underworld clan, had also climbed the snow mountains here before. They knew what kind of environment this was. Just this single move filled them with respect for the 9th Underworld clan. Such powerful people. Chanjiu didn't understand why the looks in their eyes changed like that. He looked at Sima Yu and said, were you the one who released that bout of energy just now? Who are you? What is your name? Whose line do you come from? Sima Yu saw the cold look in his eyes and let go of Wu Lingyu's hand. She walked forwards by 2 steps and closed her eyes as she condensed the underworld energy in her body. The black lotus behind her burst forth with golden light that penetrated her clothes, surrounding her completely with a golden light. She looked incomparably holy. When the 9th Underworld clansmen saw the golden light shining behind her, their originally icy gazes changed when they looked at her. This is the golden black lotus. Only those from the pure set bloodlines could release such a dazzling golden light. Her underworld energy. Chanjiu suddenly shouted uncontrollably as he flew down the snow mountain and landed beside Sima Yu. He grabbed her hand and said, where did your underworld energy come from? Are you sure that you want me to say it here? Sima Yu asked as she withdrew her underworld energy. Chanjiu pursed his lips as he stared at Sima Yu, attempting to see through something. However, his gaze was level, and he didn't look down at all. Walk. He shackled her hands and pulled her towards the mountain. These people want to kill me. Sima Yu did not move as she said while pointing to those people. Scram dash. Chanjiu yelled at those people and simultaneously released a wave of energy, sending those completely unsuspecting people flying. Sima Yu's eyes grew large. This person was too powerful. Even though the others were unprepared, they were pinnacle-ranked experts who were even half a step into the Emperor's realm. They were defeated so easily. Our bloodline naturally suppresses them. Chanjiu explained. At the same time, he disdained her for not knowing how to utilize the power of their bloodline. These are my friends. Sima Yu pointed at Wu Lingyu, Huan and the others. She saw that Chanjiu did not want to relent, and said, I will give you an explanation, but you have to ensure their safety. You dare to negotiate terms with the 9th Underworld clan? Do you think that you are one of us just because you possess the bloodline of the 9th Underworld clan? Because I have a trump card. Sima Yu sighed. Chanjiu's eyes narrowed. If they are able to reach the summit, it would not be possible even if there were more of them. Then what about these people? Chanjiu merely glanced at them, then let them feel his pressure. Are you not leaving yet? Why don't you stay here forever? The younger ones were the first to think about retreating. This person was too powerful. With him protecting Sima Yu, they would not have any chance of winning today. However, those old guys were reluctant to leave. The draw of the pure snow lotus was too great. Without it, they would never have the chance to advance to the rank of emperor. However, since the 9th Underworld clan was a real existence and was even so valiant, if they killed them, they would probably be exterminated. Sima Yu watched as their expressions kept changing and said, I've already told you that I don't have the pure snow lotus. If you don't believe me, you can stay guard here. Before I go down the mountain, you can go and check it out to see whether or not outsiders have left. General Xiao He and his subordinate, Commander Su Yu from the Seoul region probably haven't even left the Triangle District. Exactly. Anyway, if Yu is on the mountain, she won't be coming down for quite some time. You guys can take the time to go and check it out. Fu Shi said, if it isn't there, then you guys can just wait for her here. Still not moving? Chanjiu glanced at them from the corner or his eyes, incomparably arrogant. They hesitated for a moment before they brought their people down. They only left a few people behind to keep a watch on the situation in the event Sima Yu escaped from this place. Sima Yu saw that these people had left and gave a sigh of relief. She hoped that they would check Su Yu. This way, she wouldn't need to be blamed unnecessarily anymore. Let's go. Chanjiu grabbed her wrist, but Wu Lingyu had gone to grab him. At this point the two were locked in confrontation. I'll go with them from here. Sima Yu said, why don't you bring them back together? Outsiders have to walk up on their own. He meant that there was no way to be flexible about this. Then you can wait for me at the peak. I'll be up shortly. Woman, don't take a mile when I've given an inch. They are my friends. I want to be with them. If you aren't willing to wait up there, then you can walk with us. In the end, Chanjiu still let go of her hand. He looked at the passage in midair and said, if those from the underworld do not wish to stir up any incident, it is better not to come out. After saying this, he returned to the peak of the snow mountain with a flash. Huan took the little ball back, and the portal in midair closed quickly. Those who had already reached here had no choice but to return. She just never thought that this man would be able to tell that this was hiding people from the underworld. Let's go. Sima Yu walked towards the snow mountain. Actually, you don't have to do this. Yenya said. Their eyes are too filled with arrogance. If I toss you guys aside like this, I don't know what will happen. Sima Yu was worried about Wu Lingyu, Huan, and the others. As for Yenya, she just casually brought him along. I really didn't think that the 9th Underworld clan would appear for your sake. That person seems to pay a lot of attention to you. You couldn't be one of the young matriarch that they left outside, right? Is there really someone who would treat a young matriarch the way they treated me? I just have information that they want to know, that's all. Sima Yu thought of the ancestor from Dragon Reflection Mountain and thought of her own grandmother. She wondered what that place would be like. At the foot of the mountain, this was a place where one was merely prevented from flying due to the pressures from the outside. Once they reached the top, the pressure would be even more intense and it would be difficult to raise even their legs. Also, the higher they got, the more difficult it would be to use their spirit energy. It seems like the top is even able to suppress our spirit energy. Yenya was so exhausted that he was panting. If you paid more attention to the regular training of your body instead of relying on your music attacks, you wouldn't find it so exhausting. Fei Yi was faring a little better. It was just a little more strenuous to talk. Exactly. Brother Yenya usually has too much fun playing. You have to train yourself more. Fu Shi wasn't panting as he said meaningfully. Yenya pursed his lips. Forget Fei Yi, was even this little guy looking down on him? Fu Shi was secretly laughing. One of the main reasons why his body was strong was because Sima Yu had tempered it with electricity. It had hurt a lot back then, but you could see the benefits of it right now. Another reason was because the mythical dragon's energy was tempering his body. Although it was slower, it accumulated over a long period of time and the strength of his body was something that the average person could not compare to. Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu were having an easier time. The both of them had soul bodies and also practiced soul arts. This amount of pressure was still not enough to tire them out. The one who had it the easiest was Huan, Black Shadow, and Mou. Mou seemed to have some way to get rid of the pressure surrounding him while Huan and Black Shadow were disregarding it completely. That was because this did not have a single bit of effect on them at all. When Yenya saw this, he was incredibly envious. The snow mountain wasn't high, but they spent a large part of the day before they finally reached the top. Chanjiu and the others were quickly losing their patience. If not because her underworld power was too familiar, they would have executed Sima Yu on the spot. A few bubbles were released from his palms and the bubbles grew bigger and bigger, enveloping Yu and the others inside. Let's go. With a wave of his hands, the bubbles flew into the sky. Sima Yu and the others were in the bubbles as they flew inside the cold mist. They couldn't see clearly inside, and it just looked like fog all around. She gave it a go and spread her divine senses out. She realized that this cold mist actually suppressed her divine senses and she was completely unable to penetrate more than 100 meters out. If there was nobody leading the way and they had to traverse this area of cold mist on their own, Yu, there are many bones below. Fu Shi saw the many bones on the ground and cried out to Sima Yu. They were not flying very high up, so Sima Yu lowered her head to take a look. She did see many bones scattered across the ground. All these people are those who tried to invade the 9th Underworld Mountain. Chanjiu said icily. Maybe these people were coming to you with real issues? Sima Yu thought of her mother. Did she almost become one of these? The cold mist can discern the intentions of these people. If they really came to seek help, they would lead them inside. If their intentions were not right, then they would have no guide. Whether they stay here forever or are able to leave will depend on their own luck. What about my mother? Sima Yu asked. Medicine elder said that my mother came here many years ago. Were you the ones who let her out? In previous years? Chanjiu thought about it and said, very few people have come within the last few hundred years. I do remember that there was a woman who came. However, it was Sovereign who went to meet her, we did not see her. Sovereign? Was that grandmother? You will meet her in a moment. Chanjiu said, Sovereign has sent information earlier on to take you to her once you came. Oh. Sima Yu replied as she stared at the bones below in silent contemplation. Based on what Chanjiu said, there was a 80 to 90% chance that the Sovereign was her grandmother. What she couldn't make sense of was how she had managed to marry the Ghost King and then leave the royal palace. They flew for a long time before they finally exited the cold mist and arrived at an enchanting place. The bubbles burst the moment they exited the place. It was a good thing that they reacted quickly and steadied themselves immediately, saving themselves from tumbling down. They continued their journey forward and flew past a large forest. They followed the river into a mountain and arrived at the foot of it. Chanjiu then brought them down. You cannot fly in the later parts, you can only walk. Sima Yu raised her head and looked at the mountain that stretched into the sky, saying, is this the 9th Underworld Mountain? Yes. Just looking at this mountain fills you with reverence. It's no wonder it's the 9th Underworld Mountain. Fei Yi looked at the 9th Underworld Mountain with deep respect. This was the place where the real rulers of the Ghost Realm lived, and it carried concrete details about the ancient times. It filled their hearts with awe. Let's go. Sovereign is waiting. Chanjiu said as he walked to the front. Those who had gone out with him dispersed now, and they all went to do their own things. They walked halfway up the mountain and spiraled up the back of the mountain where they saw many houses built on it. Chanjiu brought them to the house that was on the highest level, and the journey there was extremely silent. It was as if nobody lived in those houses at all. Everyone is usually cultivating or busy dealing with their own matters. Sima Yu glanced at him and realized that, although this guy was usually aloof, his heart was still in the right place. They arrived at the main palace where the palace maids that were standing guard outside bowed to Chanjiu, saying, "Right emissary, sovereign has said for you to lead them inside. Except for young miss alone, the others please follow me." Sima Yu nodded at them, and they left with the palace maid. The other palace maid brought them in. Sima Yu subtly appraised the place. It was imposing and simple. In the main hall, there was a black-robed lady who was burning incense. When she smelled its fragrance, she completely relaxed. The lady could sense Sima Yu appraising her and she lifted her head to glance at her. Sima Yu finally knew who her mother had inherited her looks from. The person in front of her looked a quarter like herself, but her makeup and arrogant gaze reduced their likeness by half. If you didn't look closely, you wouldn't be able to see their similarities. "Sovereign, right emissary and young miss have come." The servant girl said. "Greetings, sovereign. Those on the outside have already been dealt with." Chanjiu said. "It's been hard on you, right emissary." Chan Shan said. His voice was clear and arrogant. It was similar to the languid and willful way Feng Ruyen spoke. "It was my duty." Chanjiu replied before taking one step backwards. "Sima Yu, you should know who I am." Chan Shan asked as she looked at Sima Yu. "You should be my maternal grandmother." Yu greets grandmother. Sima Yu said as she took a bow. "I didn't think that you would be able to activate the power of your bloodline when your mother couldn't." Chan Shan beckoned to her. "Child, show me your black lotus." Sima Yu walked over, and Chan Shan looked at the servant girl standing by the side. She pulled a screen over, keeping Chanjiu outside. Sima Yu hesitated for a moment, before she began to undress, revealing her back. Its 9 petals had completely blossomed, and every single one was a lone individual, yet they were in complete harmony with each other. "It's actually a paragon black lotus." The servant girl by Chan Shan's side, Xiao He, saw the black lotus on her back and couldn't help but cry out. When Chanjiu, who was waiting outside, heard her cry, he subconsciously looked over. However, he thought it inappropriate, so he hurriedly turned his gaze away again. Chan Shan stared at the black lotus and stretched forth a hand to touch the petals, but Sima Yu immediately tensed up. She pulled her hand back and her expression was one of excitement. "Paragon black lotus. How many years has it been since you have appeared?" Sima Yu wasn't really used to having many eyes on her, so she turned around and asked, "Are you done? You can put on your clothes." Chan Shan's tone was a lot more intimate. Sima Yu put on her skirt as the servant girl put the screen away. "Sovereign, is it really the paragon black lotus?" Chanjiu asked excitedly. "It is." Chan Shan nodded with a small smile. "That's fantastic." Chanjiu wanted to tell this news to all the clansmen, but he remembered that there was something else he had not yet said, so he calmed down. "Sovereign, young Mrs. Underworld power is different." "How is it different?" "Sovereign, you should see for yourself." Chanjiu didn't know how to explain it, so it was best to let her see it for herself. Sima Yu released her inner underworld power, and that familiar aura and pressure caused Chan Shan to stand up from her seat. This is. She looked at the underworld power emanating from Sima Yu's body. How? "Sovereign, is this underworld power?" Xiao He's eyes grew large. "It couldn't be that our senses are mistaken, right?" No way. This is grandfather's underworld power." Chan Shan said confidently. She grabbed onto Sima Yu's hand and asked her, "How do you have grandfather's underworld power within you? Where is he now?" "You guys don't know where he is?" Sima Yu asked. Chan Shan shook her head. "Grandfather went missing back then, we couldn't find a trace of him anywhere. We even suspected that he is no longer on this continent, however, we couldn't find him even after going to other continents. Grandfather used to be trapped under Yilin continent's Dragon Reflection Mountain. Now, he is no longer there." Sima Yu replied. She told them about what happened back when she was young, where she had met her ancestor, as well as how he had saved her soul. She even told him about how he had given her his underworld power. Everyone in the house listened to the story, and they were so quiet that they had even forgotten how to breathe. After a very long time, Chan Shan finally sighed. "Although I had guessed it long ago, to hear it for myself is a completely different matter." "Grandmother, do not be upset." Sima Yu saw that she was so upset that even the aura on her body began to change, so she stepped up to hold her hand. Chan Shan patted her hand. "Since the ancestor has allowed you to inherit his underworld power, he must have left it to you to continue his legacy. Grandmother isn't upset. You have brought us a new hope, I am glad. Ancestor said that the 9th underworld clan will once again rise to glory." Sima Yu comforted her. "Ancestor placed his trust in you. Right now, our clan." Chan Shan hesitated before saying, "Let us not speak of these matters for now. Let me explain it to you in the days to come. Chanjiu, send word that the Paragon Black Lotus has appeared. All of the clan members are to return to welcome you. Understood." Chanjiu went out, and he couldn't wait to tell everyone this news. How many years had it been? The Paragon Black Lotus had finally appeared. All the members of the 9th Underworld clan had the design of the Black Lotus on their backs. The more petals it had, the purer the bloodline, the better the talent, and the better their potential. However, who knew how long it was since it began, but the 9-petal Black Lotus had disappeared. Even Ancestor and Sovereign only had 8 petals. He didn't think that she would actually possess the Paragon Black Lotus, and even had the underworld power of the Ancestor. With 2 of these, she would rise up quickly and glory would once again return to the 9th Underworld clan. "Sovereign, I will go and make arrangements for young Miss residence." Xiao he said. "Alright, then clean up the courtyard beside mine." Chan Shan instructed. Understood. Xiao He left after receiving the order. Only the grandmother and granddaughter pair were left in the house. Sima Yu sat upright on the seat. She really wanted to ask her some questions, but she found it hard to. Do you have something you want to ask me? Chan Shan could tell. Sima Yu hesitated for a moment, but she still decided to ask her, Grandmother, why did you marry Ancestor? Why did you leave my mother alone in the royal palace? Why did mother look distraught after she arrived at the 9th underworld mountain? Actually, it's not that you don't care about mother, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't know about what happened to her and wouldn't know my name the moment you saw me. Once she mentioned Yukuluo, Chan Shan's eyes were filled with remorse and desolation. Your mother, she did not manage to activate her bloodline, so we could not allow her to participate in the events. She was not someone from our world, so we could not let her participate. This was only right. Chan Shan said. Mother was definitely filled with hope when she came, which is why she suffered a deep hurt. Sima Yu said. Although she had to leave after she was born, we have always kept an eye on her situation. Seeing that Ghost King cherishes her so much and lets her do whatever she wants, it is enough to know that she is living well. Chan Shan said emotionally. She only had Yukuluo, one daughter, in her entire life. How was it possible for her not to miss her? However, she had her own thing she had to do, so she had no choice but to leave her. The 9th Underworld clan has not emerged for close to 1,000 years. Grandmother, how did you and grandfather give birth to her? Sima Yu asked. These are all things of the past. The 9th Underworld clan once made a pledge, so I went there to fulfill that oath. Without me, there would have been others. She did not speak much about this. At that time, she had merely gone there for the sake of an exchange. Chan Shan walked outside and Sima Yu followed her. The duo walked up the 9th Underworld mountain. Then why has the 9th Underworld clan disappeared for almost 1,000 years without appearing? The main reason was because your ancestor had disappeared. On one hand, we wanted to find him, and we always wanted to defeat the enemies above. The spirit was willing but the flesh was weak. Also, you heard it just now. The Paragon Black Lotus had not appeared for so many years, so our position had fallen quite a bit. Chan Shan watched her. If you were like your mother and were just an average person, would not have told you these things. However, you have such talent, and you have also inherited Ancestor's underworld power. Thus, you are fated to walk this path. I know, Ancestor is the one who saved my soul. My power is also one he has accorded me. That is why I have no wish to escape my responsibilities. Otherwise, would not have come here either. You are an obedient child. The way Chan Shan looked at her now was different from the aloof way she did just now. It was a little more tender now. This road is difficult. It is filled with dangers and difficulties. You have to be prepared. Are you talking about the ancient clans? Sima Yu asked. She saw that Chan Shan was watching her, and she pursed her lips, saying, actually, I've seen them. Chan Shan stared at her and knew that when she said she had seen it, she was not talking about the average item. What did you see? The origin. The origins of the 9th Underworld clan? More accurately, the origin of life. Sima Yu stood on the mountain peak and looked into the distance. She saw the river that flowed out of the 9th Underworld mountain where the black lotuses swayed. What I saw was how life was born from that river. I watched how they evolved and how they disappeared. Of course, I also saw the black lotuses grow in the river. Chan Shan was surprised. Where did you see that? Chaos World, by the river. Sima Yu said. Huan said that there is where life was birthed, where life originated. It's just that it left the Chaos World after that, and very few people can go there. I didn't think that you would actually go to Chaos World. It seems like you are really a person with a lot of fortune. Chan Shan was happy for her luck, but her heart ached at the same time. I know, there is an even more powerful world up above. Although those ancient clans have left, they still had to find a place to rest. I wonder why they wanted to leave, and I'm guessing that the people from this time have already forgotten that life began from Chaos World. Sima Yu said emotionally. You're right. The ancient clans truly live in another place. Very few people know where that is. In the past, my clansmen had a place as well, but now. Chan Shan's aura changed. Even without her saying it, Sima Yu had already guessed what it was. However, a skinny dragon is still bigger than a horse. That is why those houseflies can be irritating, but they can't really do much to us. That is why you don't have to do anything now. Just grow up properly and become our future hope. Sima Yu knew that she was too powerful right now and she didn't need to do anything else. It was just that there would be a lot of trouble in the future. Just stay in the clan in the future. If you're here, you will be able to get better resources for cultivation. I have Ancestor's underworld power, so I don't need too much experience when it comes to cultivation. Right now, the most important thing for me is to improve my realm. Sima Yu said, if I can't keep up on the cognitive level, my realm will not be able to improve. It will be a huge block to my cultivation in the future. You are very clear on your current situation. Also, I have to rescue mother. That is why I cannot remain here forever. Sima Yu said. Your mother is doing alright right now. The more important thing is for you to become stronger. Grandmother, you've met mother? Sima Yu was very surprised. Didn't they say that mother had been suppressed in a place where nobody would enter? In that case, how did she know that her mother was still okay? 10 years ago, I returned to the ghost realm and saw her. Chan Shan said, she is my daughter. How could I really not find out about her? Then, how is mother doing now? Her spirit has been dashed quite a bit. She was talking about the difference in her mother between the last time she saw her, and the most recent time. Perhaps it is also because she has become a mother that she has become more restrained. Then, is she injured? Has she been hurt because of the seal? No. It's just that she has lost her freedom because she is locked in there. She hasn't suffered much elsewhere. Your grandfather changed the seal, so she's doing alright. Grandfather went there? Didn't he say that he couldn't meet mother? At that time, one of the conditions that they had set when her mother was imprisoned was that he was not allowed to rescue her mother. Didn't that mean he had violated it? He went secretly. He wanted to go there, so the side of the abyss of hell also closed one eye. Chan Shan said, but he couldn't do anything about the ancient seal. He could only make it a little easier on her. Grandfather pretends that he doesn't care for mother, but he isn't too bad. Sima Yu smiled. Yin Lin said that only I would be able to rescue mother. Grandfather said that I would need to gather the cardinal points divine seal in order to break the seal. That is why I want to go and look for the cardinal points divine seal. The cardinal points divine seal is an ancient divine artifact. Based on your current strength, you have no way to utilize its power. You also have no way of getting close to the place where your mother is imprisoned. That is why grandfather said that he would not tell me where the cardinal points divine seals are until I break into the rank of underworld paragon. Sima Yu said, however, I feel like I have become strong too quickly since I have come to the ghost realm. My realm cannot keep up. Right now, I want to properly stabilize myself. I initially wanted to focus on cultivating, but I ended up in this area by accident. Tell me, what have you gone through since coming to the ghost realm? Sima Yu told her about all the things she had gone through. She had become this powerful in the short span of 10 years, which was really too fast. Chan Shan smiled when she heard about her adventures. It is really a little quick. After all, it is your ancestors' underworld power, so it is a lot quicker than most. Furthermore, when you were in the human realm, your strength had not reached its peak. Your realm was lacking, which has had a huge impact. I plan to go to the hidden sect to learn and stabilize myself. Sima Yu said, if they are willing to let me enter. Hidden sect, it isn't a bad place. Chan Shan knew about the hidden sects as well. It seems like you have already planned what you want to do in the future. You are truly as they describe you to be, you have strong views and plans. I had my reservations before, thinking that mother would be imprisoned for a longer time if I did this. Knowing now that she is not suffering there, I can rest assured and go. Sima Yu said. I will arrange for people to protect you from the shadows. Sima Yu wanted to tell her that it wasn't necessary, but figured that it wouldn't be possible. Since they knew that she had awakened such a powerful bloodline, the 9th Underworld clan wouldn't possibly stand by without doing anything. Stay in the clan for a while. Alright. The duo stood on the mountain peak, and the initially quiet 9th Underworld mountain started to become lively. One could even hear cheers. It seemed like they had found out about Sima Yu. It has been a long time since the clan has been this lively. Chan Shan said, you have brought new life to everyone. NOV, I almost thought that everyone was as aloof as the right emissary. Sima Yu teased. Chan Jiao cannot go to that place, he can only remain here to protect the 9th Underworld mountain. He doesn't usually interact with others. That is why his personality is rather cold. Chan Shan said, actually, he was a lot more carefree before. It's no wonder I feel like his personality is arrogant but warm. Sima Yu laughed. Let's go, they're all here. We'll head down to greet them. Chan Shan said. Alright. Sima Yu followed her down the mountain. Before she met her clan members, she suddenly asked, Grandmother, can we go to the continent above from the 9th Underworld mountain? There is. But this route can only be taken by you alone. Those without the bloodline of the Black Lotus have no way of passing. Chan Shan said, if the others wish to go, then the male by your side can. He is someone from that place. Fu Shi was someone from that world, that was something Sima Yu knew. However, she didn't think that the world he was from was the place that Chan Shan was talking about. That young child is the master of the mythical dragon order. He has a very important position at that side. Chan Shan said, it's rumored that he cannot live for much longer, but he seems to be doing pretty well. Were you the one who solved his problem? Yes. It seemed like Fu Shi was a very famous person over there, which proved that he was in a high position. Otherwise, the people there would not turn a blind eye toward such a major thing like the mythical dragon order and let him live till now. However, she did not wish to care about what was happening over there. Right now, what she had to do was to steel her heart to improve herself. Sovereign. Sovereign. Those from the 9th Underworld clan came running over as they surrounded them in excitement. Does young Miss truly possess the Paragon Black Lotus? She does. That's fantastic. There is hope for our clan again. Earlier on, I thought that the right emissary was messing with us. I didn't think that it would be true. Sovereign, young Miss is your granddaughter, right? Will she be our young Miss in the future? You will be our clan's young sovereign in the future. Chan Shan said, do you have any objections? No, of course not. Not only do we not have any objections, neither will a single person in our clan. After so many years of hoping, we finally found hope. That's right. Young Miss will be our young sovereign in the future. Sovereign, can we sense the power of the Paragon Black Lotus? Sima Yu realized that when the clan gathered together, while Chan Shan looked cold and arrogant, her eyes carried a trace of tenderness. She loved her clansmen, it was just that she had too many things she needed to do, which is why she allowed herself to be seen as cold. When she heard their request, Chan Shan lifted her head to look at her, seeking her agreement. Sima Yu was affected by their excitement and she smiled, why not? She moved her spirit energy and the black lotus on her back began to burn again. The golden light burst forth, dazzling everyone. It really is the paragon black lotus. I felt it. I felt it. This unadulterated power. It really is. Many were ecstatic. They had waited for such a long time and their hope had finally arrived. Young sovereign. Young sovereign. You guys, don't be like this. You'll scare her. Chan Shan said, Yu is already here, so we can talk later. Sovereign, let's throw a celebration. We have to celebrate our new sovereign. Alright. That night, they threw a party under the 9th underworld mountain. Sima Yu could feel their passion and had fun with them. As for Wu Lingyu and the others, they were welcomed as the friends of their young sovereign. When half the night had passed, Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu snuck away. Did you see the looks on their faces when they found out about our relationship? They couldn't wait to get rid of me. Wu Lingyu looked at her with grief. Huh, they really wanted to cut you up into pieces. Sima Yu laughed till her stomach hurt. They feel like I'm not good enough for you. Wu Lingyu sighed, sigh, I've been disdained. Didn't they accept you in the end? That's because they knew that I ran over here with you, so they feel bad chasing me away. The ending was fine, so the process doesn't matter. Sima Yu smiled as she wrapped her hands around his neck. NOVLB //. It was also because they knew how much he had done for her that they had finally accepted him. The most important reason was because she liked him and accepted him, so they couldn't do anything about it. Furthermore, he was very powerful. There were some guys in the clan who were dissatisfied about it and challenged him, but he won in just 2 or 3 moves. Later on, when she asked him why he didn't hold back, he raised his eyebrows with surprise. If they didn't see how powerful I was, would they be willing to hand you over to me? Fine, only the strong were respected. How long do you plan to stay here? Wu Lingyu held onto her waist and the two of them faced each other. Around 2 months. I just met grandmother, so I want to spend some time with her. After leaving, I don't know how long it will be until we will be able to meet again. Sima Yu said, but, if the hidden sect doesn't want me, then I don't know. We are so talented, there's no way they won't want us. We're the ones who are choosing which hidden sect we want. Wu Lingyu said narcissistically. Pfft, narcissist. Sima Yu laughed, I'm going to study music attacks. How about you? Whichever is the closest to you. Wu Lingyu said. Alright. With you by my side, I have nothing to fear. Sima Yu said as she took the initiative to seize his lips. Later on, Sima Yu slowly familiarized herself with the 9th Underworld clan issues, history, arts and so on. When Chan Shan had the time, she would chat with her. At other times, she would walk around the clan. Compared to the Feng clan grounds, the 9th Underworld clan was smaller and did not feel like a big clan. No matter what the clansmen were doing, they would stop whatever they were doing when they saw her. They would greet her warmly. Sima Yu would also stop to talk to them for a moment to find out more about how they lived. Yenya saw the people living peacefully and said, I always thought that the real rulers of the ghost realm would be extremely arrogant people who would place themselves above the commoners. Now that I see them, they seem even more down to earth than the average person. They really are different from how we used to think of them. Fei Yi said, but there's something that we didn't get wrong. These people are extremely powerful. Even the average clansman cultivates quicker than average. The bloodline of the 9th Underworld clan is really powerful. We didn't end up empty-handed by coming out this time. Although we didn't manage to obtain those ancient battle souls, we saw the Bone Flute and the 9th Underworld clan. That's not too bad. Yenya said. Yu said that we would head to the hidden sects after leaving this place. To be honest, based on the environment in the hidden sects, I'm afraid that it will be quite chaotic once we head over. The sect doesn't care about what happens to the members. We should tell her about this first. Fei Yi said. Relax, she guessed it long ago. Yenya wasn't worried, she's a smart person, so she'll know these things even without us telling her about it. However, she doesn't care about it all the same. Even if it was us, we wouldn't necessarily win if we fought her alone. Much less those from the sect. If they dare to provoke her, then we'll just wait for her to abuse them. That's true. Sigh, it's a pity that we've already graduated and don't spend much time in the sect. Otherwise, we'll be able to see how she completely overturns the sect. Fei Yi chuckled, what do you think, how could a person like her exist in this world? There are some people who are born at the right time. These types of people are made by heaven. Yenya pointed out. After saying this, they fell silent and just watched as Sima Yu chatted with her clansmen. After 2 months, Sima Yu bade farewell to Chan Shan and her clansmen as she prepared to leave. Those clansmen sent her to the teleportation array unwillingly, asking her to come back often. Chan Shan walked over and placed a box into Sima Yu's hand. This is something I've prepared for you. I've recorded the methods of using the items inside as well. Chan Shan said, feel free to use the other things as you wish, but there is one that you cannot lose. Inside this is an array that will take you back to the clan directly. No matter where you are, no matter the circumstance, you will be able to use it to bring you back here directly. Sima Yu took the box. She didn't know what was in it, but she knew that that array was definitely precious. No matter where she was, no matter the situation she was in, she would be able to use it. That meant that this was extremely powerful. Even if someone sealed the space, it would still work. That just showed how powerful it was. If she encountered another situation where more than 10 old guys surrounded her, she wouldn't have to go to her spirit pagoda, she could just use this to return. This was like a gift of life. Furthermore, she said that inside it contained the methods to utilize the things, which meant that there were many things inside. Then again, the last time she went to the treasure pavilion, she had seen many treasures. Just taking a few of them would make it very heavy already. Thank you, grandmother. She kept the box away. The hidden sects do not walk amongst the common world. I will not ask you where it is, either. The teleportation array will take you to the Triangle District, you can go to the hidden sect from there. Chan Shan said. Alright. This act of hers made Yenya and Fei Yi comfortable. If she had asked them where their hidden sect was, they would have been forced to answer. In this way, although they had to go over on their own, it helped to avoid making things difficult for them. Changjio will be your guard in the future. He will ensure your safety. Sima Yu recalled the scene where Changjio had merely shouted once to force all the old guys to retreat, and thought of how he would stay by her side as a guard. Pursing her lips, she tactfully declined, asking the right emissary to become my bodyguard. Isn't this a waste of his great talents? Changjio is strong and powerful in battle. If he is by your side, I will not have to arrange for more people by your side. Chan Shan said, or are you saying that you would prefer that? Sima Yu opened her mouth, but finally replied, as long as right emissary does not feel aggrieved. It is of the utmost importance to ensure the safety of young sovereign. Changjio said. Alright, this meant that he wanted to come as well. To make such a powerful person her bodyguard was just something that she felt was a waste. After warning her again, Sima Yu and the others used the teleportation array to take them out of the 9th underworld mountain, and Changjio was now a new addition to their group. After they exited the teleportation array, they figured out a direction and headed to the closest city to find out where they were. I'm leaving. Mou said before they entered the city, you're going to the hidden sect to study. I'm not going with you. The reason he came along with her was primarily to look for Fu Shi. Later on, it was to protect her in the little realm. Now that she wanted to study, he no longer needed to accompany her. Alright. If you return to the imperial capital, let my elder cousin and the others know that I'm safe. Since the little realm collapsed, he'll definitely be anxious. Sima Yu said. Leave me a sound stone. I'll just pass it to him. Mou said. Alright. Sima Yu ran to a corner and left what she wanted to say inside a sound stone. Then, she handed it to Mou. The people from hidden sects have complicated backgrounds. There are people from all 3 regions in the ghost realm. After going in, if you run into trouble, don't bother keeping the peace. It's a good thing that you're also the granddaughter of the Ghost King as well as the young sovereign of the 9th Underworld clan. I know, aren't you familiar with my personality by now? Sima Yu never once thought of making herself suffer. As for these 2 children, just toss them to someone else to care for if they're troublesome. Ghost King and the 9th Underworld clan will take good care of them. Don't invite trouble just for the sake of a little curiosity. I understand. Also. Mou nagged her for quite a long time before he finally opened a spatial portal and left. Sima Yu felt like he was a lot more naggy than her own clansmen. Hai Xing and Hai Shi were very silent after that, afraid that Sima Yu would suddenly send them away. Although they would still be able to cultivate somewhere else, they really wanted to stay by Sima Yu's side. They could only trust her alone. However, they knew that they were troublesome, so they did not dare to hope that she would take them with her forever. That was why they merely waited for her to make a decision. It was a good thing that Sima Yu did not mention about them leaving at all, which allowed their anxious hearts to rest. How are we going to head to the hidden sect? Sima Yu asked, by teleportation array? That's too far away. We would need to use up too many array stones. Furthermore, the spatial area gets increasingly chaotic the closer we get to the hidden sect. We can't take the teleportation array. Fei Yi said, we have to take a teleportation array close to the place, then fly over. We have to go through that much trouble? Then isn't it inconvenient for your sect members every single time they want to return? What happens if they're in danger and can't make it time to rush back? Yenya and Fei Yi laughed when they heard what she said. In the ghost realm, nobody will go to the hidden sect. It has a lot of power over the ghost realm. If they provoke them, it will be equivalent to making an enemy out of the 3 regions. Fei Yi said, also, for a place that can produce people from so many different sects, can they really be taken advantage of? That's true. However, I still have a lot of respect for your sect members. With these kinds of practices set in place, it's like one of the top academies. On one hand, the ghost realm had nurtured many talents. On the other hand, it also caused the hidden sect to have an unparalleled position in the ghost realm. After they entered the city, they took a few teleportation arrays before they finally arrived at the place that Fei Yi told them about. At this time, Mou had returned to the imperial capital and had gone to see Dija. When he arrived back at the general's residence, Yuan was there as well and was crying miserably to Dija. It was all her fault. Why did she tell Sima Yu about the ancient battle souls? If it wasn't because she had run off to look for her, she would not have gone, and she would not have been there when the space collapsed, and now nobody knew whether she was dead or alive. You're all here, that's great. I can let you all know together. Mou came out from the spatial portal as Dija and Yuan looked over. Where's Yu? Yuan stood up from the chair, her expression taut with anxiety as she looked at Mou. She was afraid that he would bring her bad news. Even Dija did not even care that he had directly run to his general's residence. Here, the brat left this for you. Mo took out the sound stone and tossed it to Deja as he found a seat and sat down. Deja imbued his spirit energy into it as Sima Yu's voice played. Cousin, I'm doing well. I was sealed inside the Triangle District when I came out from the spatial area, but I'm out now and preparing to head to the hidden sect to see if I can enroll there to study. N/O/Vel/B. Cousin, how is Cousin Wanwan doing? I don't know whether she managed to leave before the spatial area collapsed. If she's fine, tell her that I'm doing well when you see her. I've kept all the ancient battle souls. Now that I mention it, it was only with Yenya's help that I got them so smoothly. On the other hand, I also absorbed Xie Hun, the one under Xiao He. He's inside my 100 ghost banner now. Actually, the one who worries me most is grandfather. The last time I went to the Mo clan, I gave him some water that I got from Chaos River, but I don't know if it was able to help him achieve enlightenment over the heavenly law. I didn't get to see him the last time that I returned. If anything happens to him, you have to contact me. You should know how to find me. Time is of the essence, you can ask Mou if you want to know anything about me. He'll tell you. She did not say much, but she gave a pretty clear summary of how she had been doing. From her voice, they could tell that she was doing pretty well, and probably wasn't in any trouble. Did you guys leave before the spatial area collapsed? Yuan asked. No, it shattered when we were almost at the exit. Mou replied, it was a good thing that the exit was right there, but the spatial area in the little realm was already very weak, so everyone suffered serious injuries and landed in the Triangle District. Mou gave a pretty general summary of what happened later on as well, and his explanation of each event was pretty simple. However, it still allowed them to understand how hair-raising it was when they were trapped inside there. Right now, she is going to Yenya and the others to their hidden sect. She wants to stabilize herself. Based on what she said, she improved too quickly when she came to the ghost realm and her region can't keep up. Hence, she's too reliant on external power. She needs to be able to slow down her tempo to be able to improve her realm. It wouldn't be a bad idea if she really was able to enter the hidden sect. Yuan said. She hasn't stopped thinking about rescuing Little Ant ever since she came. She's wound herself up too tightly. Deja was supportive of her decision, however, Yenya from the Soul region isn't a good person. Fei Yi doesn't have a good reputation in the Soul region either. If they follow Yu, will it cause any problems? Are you seriously afraid that they will be a bad influence on her? Mou wasn't worried at all, it would already be a good deal if she wasn't the one being a bad influence on others. The people from inside the hidden sect have complicated backgrounds. I say, are you her cousin? Why do you feel like her mother instead? Mou interrupted him with impatience, you're worried about this and worried about that. You're even more unbearable than an old lady. Deja had to swallow the rest of his words, and he was so infuriated that his face turned scarlet. Mou, don't think that I'll acknowledge you just because you're Yu's friend right now. If you dare to come to my general's residence just like you did today, I'll kick you out. He hollered. Pfft you? Can you beat me? Mou snickered without holding back. N/O/Vel/B/in.C//om. Try me. Deja slapped the table, fuming so much that smoke was about to come out of his ears. Deja, do you think that I can't do anything to you because you're a general? Mou's eyes were filled with disdain. If you didn't acknowledge me, would you let Sima Yu get me to join you here? When did I get you to join me here? I just didn't want you to be on Ghost Concubine's side. Isn't that the same thing? Can it possibly be the same thing? Of course. Yuan watched as these two actually fought in a place like this and was very surprised. His Highness Mou was a lot different from the rumors. Oh, Deja also seemed different from his usual self. The fact that two grown men were actually capable of fighting like this was pretty amazing. She saw that they were coming to blows soon, so she stood up and left. Sigh, such childish men. Di Wu stood at the door and saw her coming out. He asked, Princess Wanwan, are you leaving? I'm leaving. Now that I know that Yu is doing well, why would I stay? Am I supposed to stay behind to watch them fight? Sigh, they won't. Di Wu laughed, not worried for his master at all. Are they always like this when they meet each other? That's right. In the past, before young princess arrived in the ghost realm, they had this kind of relationship. With young princess in the middle, they would never fight. Although master is incredibly infuriated with his Highness Mou every time, with the difference in their powers, he loses even before they come to blows. That is why it is still his Highness Mou who gives in to my master. Di Wu teased his master without holding back in the least, blackening his name completely. Yuan saw Deja standing at the door and looked at Di Wu with compassion. She wished him well with a laugh before leaving. Di Wu noticed that her gaze was unusual when she left and felt the icy aura even before he turned his head. Finished. He was caught in the act. Di Wu wanted to cry, why was he so unlucky? And that Princess Wanwan was a piece of work. Why didn't she give him a heads up? Master. Di Wu turned around and looked at the fuming Deja carefully, wanting to cry but lacking the tears. He thought that Deja would give him a harsh scolding, but Deja merely glanced at him before leaving with large stride. Did master undergo a personality change? He actually didn't scold me. Di Wu watched puzzledly as Deja left. Weren't the two of them fighting a moment ago? How did he end up coming out just 1 second later? This isn't like master's usual self. He saw Mou come out and he was even more bewildered. He had just left Mou here and gone off. It was even more unlike him. Mou looked at Di Wu and praised him, not bad, not bad. What was not bad? Of course, it was his, speaking on behalf of justice. He actually dared to sell out his own master. Di-Wu looked pitifully at Mo, asking, Lord Mo, where has my master gone? Would he return in a moment to get rid of me? Relax, he doesn't have the energy to deal with you right now. Mo calmed Di-Wu down quite a bit, but at the same time, it also caused him to worry. Could something have happened? I merely told him that if he had the energy to quarrel with me, he might as well take a look at how the king is currently doing. Then, he left. Just like that? Just like that. After Mo spoke, he sauntered off. Just like that? It was probably not simple at all. Who would have thought that this girl would actually dare to do something like that, to allow the Ghost King to use Chaos River water to defy the heavenly law? Did she know how big of a commotion this would cause the Ghost Realm? It would probably change the entire situation in the Ghost Realm, or it could also be said that this would change the world. Emperor rank. It would no longer be an unattainable dream. She really was a daring brat. Sima Yu followed Yenya and Fei Yi as they traveled on flying spirit beasts for around 10 days before they finally arrived at a small town. We're here. Yenya got the flying spirit beasts to descend as the few of them stopped outside the small town. This is the hidden sect? Sima Yu looked at the small town. At most, it would contain a few hundred to 1,000 people. Were hidden sects that small? This is just the main entrance. Fei Yi explained, later on, we cannot just casually take these flying spirit beasts. We can only take the flying spirit beasts from this place. Also, those who just have dealings here can only wait for information. Then, do we also have to wait for information here? In short, yes. Alright then. The people here won't bully me, right? Who would be able to bully you? Fei Yi smiled lightly, but there's something I have to tell you. The sect will not involve itself in internal conflicts. However, if outsiders bully those from the sect, even if it is not permitted here, they will gang up to attack the outsider. You aren't someone from our sect right now, so you cannot cause trouble here, alright. Sima Yu pursed her lips. She wouldn't provoke others, so it would be fine as long as nobody provoked her. This way, everyone would have peace. The way she thought was great and simple. However, she knew that, even if she did not look for trouble, trouble might still look for her. That was why, when trouble did come to find her, she did not find it strange. She was just helpless. She had laid very, very low, which is why she had rented a room in the only inn here. She was waiting for Yenya and the others to return to make their report before coming to pick them. They said that the round trip would only take 2 or 3 days, so she just had to wait in the inn for a while. Who would have thought that trouble would come knocking on their door the moment Yenya and Fei Yi had left? The reason was simple. It was not trouble brought about by Hai Xing and Hai Shi like they expected. It was because a pervert had taken a fancy to Sima Yu and saw that they were outsiders, so he had wanted to try and take advantage of Sima Yu only to be sent flying with a kick by Wu Lingyu. The little town that was initially quiet and peaceful, immediately erupted into chaos. Damn, are there actually people who dare to beat up our sect members here? How long has it been since this happened? Are there really people like that? They're too daring. Not bad. Go on, let's take a look. If our sect members can't defeat them, will you go help them out? TSK, the one who was sent flying was that pervert from the Beast Tamer sect. Who would help him? Then you're planning on helping the outside? That's not possible. That's against our sect rules. Then why are you going? I'm going to watch the show. I want to see that pervert get beaten up. Let's go. Aren't you not going? When did I say that I wasn't? Then why did you ask me so many questions? For fun. This man was too hateful. It was only after the 2 people left the tea house that the others who had come to drink tea realized that they were there. Isn't that Jia Nan Xian and Mu Yiqi? It's been a long time since they appeared. What are they doing here? It's been a long time since I've seen these 2 fools. I miss them. That's not right. Mu Yiqi is the only fool. Jia Nan Xian isn't. He's the one all the women in our sect pine after. Based on Jia Nan Xian's personality, he should have already crushed all the dreams of you young ladies, right? Pfft. Although he's so aloof that nobody can draw near to him, it won't hide how charismatic he is. We just have to watch him from afar. You're all just love-struck girls. Sigh, I'm really jealous of those females from the sect. They can watch him anytime. I can tell that you're just a love-struck idiot. The man of your dreams has already left. Aren't you going to chase after him? Idol is too cold. I'd better watch from afar. That's why I called you an idiot. Sima Yu felt a headache coming on as she saw the scene before her. The one who had been kicked down had yet to crawl back up when everyone around them had already surrounded them. She glared at Wu Lingyu. He just had to hold it in a little bit just now, didn't he? If I had held in it, that man would have placed his disgusting claws on your body. Wu Lingyu huffed icily, not feeling like he had done anything wrong at all. Exactly. If Big Brother Lingyu did not kick him away, I would have let him eat the dragon's breath attack I learnt. Fu Shi had also learned how to huff icily as he said, it's not like we can't defeat these people. This isn't a matter of defeating them or not. It's troublesome. Sima Yu protested helplessly. Don't worry. You're not a person who's afraid of trouble. Fu Shi waved his fists. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I don't like it either. Sima Yu's head hurt. There are so many people. Am I supposed to beat them all up? What if that causes more people to come over? Are we supposed to tell them then that we want to join them? Perhaps we will be sent flying before we even manage to speak. How are we supposed to say that we want to join them then? You're right. Forget it. We'll just beat them up then. She didn't like trouble, but she didn't fear it. Then again, she would have sent him flying had he really touched her. Wu Lingyu merely did what she would have eventually done. That fatty crawled up from the ground and there were people who surrounded him immediately, expressing all sorts of concern. Looks like we've beaten up someone with a very strong backing. In this sort of place where all sorts of talents gathered, only those talents who had a strong backer would be able to get them to curry favor. Especially so for those whose position in the sect were rather high. As expected, after those people had helped support that fatty to stand, someone immediately threatened Wu Lingyu. Qing Kai is the grandson of Qing Fu's sex master, but you dared to beat him up? You must be tired of living. It looks to me like they're all tired of living. Young Master Qing Kai, do you want us to kill them all? Why would he need us to do it? He just has to call out his underworld beasts to turn them all into mincemeat. That's a good idea. The last few people who were trampled into a paste were fun to watch. As expected, those who love to nitpick are the younger generations of those sect deputy masters, sect elders, sect stewards, and the like. Those people wouldn't stop talking and Sima Yu shook her head. Could it be that there's no other standard? That's because it's only those types of people with this kind of backing who dare to do whatever they please in a sect. Wu Lingyu hit the mark. That's true. However, there are the outliers. There are many good people as well. Fu Shi felt that he was an outlier. Look at how obedient he was. He would never do things like kidnapping beauties and things like that. Neither had he ever taken liberties with a woman. Right now, he saw with his own eyes how this kind of fatty with huge ears relied on power to bully others and sexually assault them. That made him feel like a real treasure. Sima Yu saw his narcissistic face and couldn't help but poke his forehead, scolding him, with that tiny body of yours, what could you possibly do to women? If you want to commit a crime, you must have the body to commit the crime, got it? I will have it. Humph. Fu Shi was teased and suddenly had a thought. What if, after his body had grown up, he also started to kidnap beautiful ladies? He wondered if that man would chase him across the world if he snatched the woman by his side. Qing Kai was enraged along with the people from his Beast Tamer sect. They had already revealed his identity, these people had ignored them and were having fun amongst themselves. This was provocation. Blatant and clear provocation. At the same time, this also showed that they didn't care about them or the hidden sect at all. This was also humiliating them. Call out the divine beasts that we had contracted just a few days before. Let them see how powerful they are. Alright. Qing Kai took out a little cage. Inside it was an underworld beast in camouflage. When it saw Qing Kai, it subconsciously shrank back. Go, trample those people into mincemeat and I'll stop your daily burning at the stake. When the underworld beast heard what he said, he ran out without hesitation. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. Divine beast? Seems like we're being looked down on. They wanted to defeat them with a single divine beast. If they weren't looking down on them, then what were they doing? Yu, just leave this little asterisk. Qing Kai's group burst into laughter. Brat, don't think that this divine beast won't kill you just because you're small. That's right, kid. You'd better step aside obediently. Fu Shi was very upset. It cried out loudly and looked at Qing Kai. Qing Kai's group didn't expect that the divine beast would actually attack them. Those from the hidden sect watched this unfold and their first reaction was shocked, followed by great bouts of laughter. This was a thorough embarrassment to the Beast Tamer division. The beast that they had tamed not only did not attack their enemies, but turned around to attack themselves. Fu Shi was puzzled as well. He turned around to look at Wu Lingyu and the others, wondering if they had secretly done anything. We didn't do anything. These people have been cruel during their taming of the beasts, so this divine beast has not been completely tamed yet. Roar dash. The underworld beast released an enraged roar as it lifted its feet and charged at Qing Kai and his group. Qing Kai and the others were on the ground trying their best to hide. Sima Yu watched the scene and said, it looks like the hidden sect isn't like it's rumored to be. I've heard that the masters of the different vocations are a little weaker in physical strength than the average person, but they shouldn't be unable to defeat a single divine beast when there are so many of them. Too weak. Wu Lingyu agreed. Earlier on, it didn't need to use much strength to trample on Qing Kai and even managed to send them flying. Qing Kai is merely a piece of trash from the hidden sect. He doesn't represent our hidden sect. I see. That's more like it. Otherwise, it would be too disappointing. What, do you have high hopes for the hidden sect? After all, I want to study there. Then you might as well give up. Mu Yiqi said, after beating up one of our own, you've made enemies out of our hidden sect. Nobody will agree. That's no problem. Your opinions don't matter. Oh my, brat. You have quite a mouth on you. After bullying our sect members, even if you manage to join us, your days will be filled with trouble. I know. So what? The young really do not know how to fear. How bold. Now, I really hope that you'll be able to join our academy. Mu Yiqi praised her. This way, there will be fun times ahead. Then you should first help me to solve this problem in front of my eyes. Otherwise, if I beat up everyone in here, wouldn't you have less things to look forward to if I'm unable to enter your hidden sect? Pfft, you just want me to help you, right? Nope. Aren't you the one who wants to watch a fun show by letting me enter the sect? If you want something fun to watch, how could you not put an effort for it? Hehe, when you say it like that, you make a little sense. Preposterous. Jia Nan Xian huffed icily. Don't you think it'll be interesting? If someone like that can join us, it'll definitely be fun later on. Mu Yiqi said, also, I really don't like that fatty. The incident this time has already shamed the Beast Tamer division. If you involve yourself, you'll be their new target. Dash, Mu Yiqi laughed lightly, you say it as if they won't make life difficult for me if I don't do this. In any case, Heng Shu and the others already dislike me. Go easy. I got it. Ah dash. Sima Yu's attention was grabbed when she heard Qing Kai's cry of pain. Evil animal. A loud cry was heard from the front, followed by the shine of a sword. That shine brought about an icy aura. Roar dash. The divine beast raised its head and roared loudly, its voice filled with resignation. Dash. Fresh blood poured from its body, then the divine beast fell backwards. Its body was split completely into two. Sima Yu and the others retreated backwards, avoiding its carcass. What a powerful sword aura. The sect members cried out, but Qin Kai is already injured. I wonder what will happen. Those people are in trouble. The elder of the Beast Tamer sect is here. It'll be hard for them to avoid death. It's a pity for that stunningly beautiful girl. Those from the Beast Tamer division flew over and could not help the excitement brewing in their eyes. Fourth elder, you're finally here. Young Master Qin Kai is hurt. Fourth Beast Tamer division's elder saw the badly mutilated Qin Kai lying on the ground and his eyebrows furrowed. How did you end up hurt so badly? It's those people. They sent young Master Qin Kai flying, so he wanted to use the divine beast to attack them. In the end, he was attacked by the divine beast instead. Fourth elder, you have to find justice for young Master Qin Kai. Fourth elder saw Sima Yu and the others and saw how beautiful she was, so he pretty much guessed what had transpired. He took out his sword and wanted to kill them. However, he also saw how Wu Lingyu had dispelled his sword aura and knew that he would be a tough bone to swallow. Fourth elder, if I were you, I would take the fatty back to treat his injuries first. Mu Yiqi voiced out, killing them is a small matter. If Fatty Qing dies, wouldn't you be hard-pressed to give an account to sect deputy master? Mu Yiqi, are you protecting them? Fourth elder said solemnly, I'm obviously on your side. Mu Yiqi said seriously, do you feel like you are strong enough to defeat them? Previous chapter. Those from the Beast Tamer division wanted to vomit blood when they heard what Mu Yiqi said. How was this him speaking up on their behalf? He was obviously looking down on them. What do you mean by this? Are you looking down on us? Someone just had to point out what he was insinuating. It had to be said. Qin Kai was an idiot, and so were those around him. Fourth elder was enraged and was about to brace himself to fight when Jia Nan Xian's voice sounded lightly, Qin Kai can't hold on much longer. Fourth elder, let's hurry and bring young master back. Qin Kai's little servant was about to cry. If his young master died, he would be dead for sure as well. Fourth elder had found his excuse as he got his men to pick up Qin Kai as he led the Beast Tamer division back himself. Mu Yiqi stood on the rooftop and waved his hands towards those who had come to watch the show. All right, everyone can disperse. You really want to help them? They're people who beat up our sect mates. Someone said. Mu Yiqi raised his chin at that person. Then are you saying that you want to be on Qin Kai's side? I'm leaving. That person said as he turned around to go. If it was anyone else, they could still go up and beat them up. However, it was Mu Yiqi. They could not be bothered to go head to head with him. He thought this way, and so did everyone else. Hence, everyone left. It settled just like that? I thought that there would be a huge brawl. Fu Shi said rather disappointed. Child, it's not good to enjoy fighting. Mu Yiqi said from the rooftop, I hope that you really will be able to join our sect. Otherwise, would have yelled for nothing. I'm going back. Jia Nan Xian said as he flew out the back. Mu Yiqi hurried to chase after him. That person left just like that? He didn't even leave his name. It looks like these two are out of the ordinary. Their words carry some weight. I'm guessing that they're quite highly ranked in the hidden sect. If we can enter it, we will naturally find out who they are. If we can't join the sect, then it doesn't matter even if we know who they are. That's true. They're probably thinking the same way. Let's go back to the inn. Although these people did not come to cause trouble for us, we did beat them up after all. I'm guessing that they won't want to talk to us anymore. They waited in the inn for 3 days, but before Yenya and Fei Yi managed to come, a few of the sect members came. We are members from the music division. Little martial uncle got us to come and take you to the mountain. Are you here to pick us up? Sima Yu appraised the few of them and nodded. All right, wait a moment. She returned to her room then left with them. The only waiter of the inn came to the front of the desk and tossed the cloth from his shoulder to the desk. He grit his teeth as he said, are we really not going to warn them? Warn them about what? The shopkeeper touched his chin with one hand as he closed his eyes. He nodded his head apathetically and it seemed like he had fallen asleep. The waiter was too familiar with his attitude as he directly ignored him and said, those people aren't from the music division. They look like they're from the Beast Tamer division. They definitely are up to no good since they came to pick her up. Yu has gone with them, won't they be in danger? The shopkeeper opened his eyes and yawned. He even stretched extremely ungracefully. Then, he took the cloth from the desk and tossed it onto the waiter's shoulder, berating him, how many days have they lived here? Every time you open your mouth, you talk about Yu this, and Yu that. Are you guys very close? You can tell at a glance that those people aren't simple. If you have the time to worry about them, you might as well work harder. Have the rooms been cleaned? Have the courtyards been swept? Have the tables been wiped clean? If not, then you'd better go. The waiter took the cloth off his shoulder and retreated slowly. This inn hasn't had any customers in months. What's there to clean? You just sleep here all day, but you sure know how to criticize my hard work. I could be cultivating. If you keep on mumbling, I'll toss you back to the mountains. The moment the waiter heard that he wanted to toss him back, he immediately changed his expression, took his cloth and went to wipe the nearest table, chuckling as he said, oh shopkeeper, look how hardworking I am. How could you bear to toss me back? I don't know about diligence, but I definitely realize that you're lazy with a lot to say. If you don't work harder and keep chatting blindly, just get the hell back. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The waiter heaved a sigh of relief. To follow him was something that so many in the sect dreamed of doing. However, he really did like that group. Sigh, he hoped that the shopkeeper was right and that they were very powerful. Sima Yu followed them out of the small town and headed towards the back of the mountains. The hidden sect is huge, and every division has their own area of influence, like the edge of the mountain peaks. They followed these people and journeyed for half a day. The music division is doing so badly. Every sect is powerful, this is just because strength speaks. The person explained with a smile, sect master, little martial uncle and the others are in the main peak. Sima Yu and the others entered without hesitation. After walking a few steps, they felt a weak force and ended up entering a barrier. Ha ha ha, these people were so easy to fool. Those people even told us to be careful. Those people burst into laughter, those people exaggerated too much. Exactly, now that they've entered the great desert mountain, they'll never be able to leave. The underworld beasts in there will take good care of them. Underworld beasts? Are you guys from the Beast Tamer division? Sima Yu asked. You know that we're from the Beast Tamer division? I knew from the moment you came. Sima Yu said, it's just that I was bored outside and wanted to see what you were up to. I didn't think that it was just some pointless game. Pointless game? Do you know what kind of place the Great Desert Mountain is? It's a forbidden area in our hidden sect. The previous generation left a barrier here. As long as you enter it, you have no choice but to wait in there and die as long as you do not have the secret arts of our Beast Tamer division. There are piles of divine beasts and sacred beasts in there. You can just wait to die. You're saying that we can't leave this barrier? Sima Yu said as she walked out of the barrier. How could it be? How are you able to leave? Those from the Beast Tamer division were incredibly surprised when they saw her walk out. How is this difficult? Sima Yu said as she took a step back, entered it, then left again. This barrier was completely useless against her. What did you do? Why can you disregard this barrier? The Beast Tamer division members asked as they looked at her. I'm not the only one. Sima Yu turned around and glanced at Chanjiu, who walked out as well. So I'm saying that this is useless. Immunity against barriers. This was something that she had learnt in the 9th Underworld Mountain. With the Black Lotus bloodline added on to this method, all barriers were useless against her. Humph, even if the two of you can leave, it's useless. Those people will still die. You might as well all die together. Your idea lacks creativity. I don't even feel like playing with you anymore. Sima Yu said. Suddenly, she disappeared and immediately appeared behind them. Kicking one person with each foot, she kicked them all into the barrier. At this moment, Little Roar had opened a hole in the barrier, allowing Fushi, Huan and the others to leave. A wood dash. Cries of the underworld beasts got closer, and the Beast Tamer division members' expressions changed. In order to get the underworld beasts to deal with Yu and her group, they had placed things here to attract the underworld beasts. It would cause them to go crazy and lose their intelligence, attacking on sight. Now that the underworld beasts had come, wouldn't they attack them instead? Let's hurry and leave. This barrier can't do anything to us. The male at the front yelled to the others as everyone headed to the edge of the barrier. However, their secret arts did not seem to be working. No matter what they did, they had no way of exiting. How could this be? The barrier seems off. Fear was infectious. In the beginning, he was probably the only one who was afraid. However, after he said that, the others started to become fearful as well. If they couldn't leave this place, wouldn't they die right here today? Try again. See if there's something off with the method. If it were just one person, then it might be an issue with the method, but we all can't leave this place, so how can it be a problem with the method? Despair and terror spread even quicker when they saw the silhouettes of the underworld beasts. They did not care about anything else as they desperately tried to get out again and again. You can stop wasting your efforts. This barrier isn't the barrier from your sect. It's one that Ling Yu just made for you. You can enter but you can't leave, so underworld beasts can go in too. Sima Yu looked at them, saying, you'd better focus on the battle ahead. What? How dare you? You dare to plot against me, so why can't we retaliate? Very quickly, the underworld beasts arrived. They entered Wu Lingyu's barrier and they watched as the Beast Tamer division members all attacked. There were so many underworld beasts and they were strong and powerful. These few people were completely not worth watching, as they were torn into pieces in no time at all. Haixing and Haishi were so afraid that they turned pale when they saw this, but they still forced themselves to watch. If it were not because they were powerful, and not because Sima Yu had Little Roar who knew how to open barriers, they would have been the ones who ended up like that. That was why they could not pity these people. They had to watch and see how they would end up if they were not powerful. Who dares to act wantonly in the hidden sect? A group of people mounted horses and flew over. When they saw the mangled limbs in the barrier, their pupils shrank. You guys sure are bold. You actually dare to commit such violent crimes so openly in our hidden sect against our own sect disciples. We will definitely capture you today. Sima Yu looked at the few tens of them. They weren't weak, and a few of them wore clothes in the same design that Qin Kai and the others did. What do your Beast Tamer division want to do? You got your men to lure us here and tried to kill us. In the end, you found out that your own people died, so you want to get the hidden sect members to come out and settle this? It looks like your Beast Tamer division is too useless. No matter what you say, you killed our sect members, so you are antagonizing our hidden sect. Guard Liao, you cannot let these people off. I suggest we execute them on the spot. I do not care what grudges you had before. This is the hidden sect. To kill the sect members of our hidden sect here is to set yourself against our entire hidden sect. Guard Liao, was it? Could it be that you can't see things clearly? How does it look like we've killed them? The ones who killed them were obviously the underworld beasts. Liao Congming furrowed his eyebrows lightly. She did make sense. Stop quibbling. If not because of your machinations, how could they have been killed by the underworld beasts? Guard Liao, sect deputy master, said that these people cannot be left alive. Liao Tsongming was rather tempted. He had been thinking of obtaining a sacred beast recently, but they were difficult to tame. Even if they managed to tame one, it would never reach him. However, these people were right. Guard Liao, you don't have to worry. No matter how things transpired, our Beast Tamer division members did die because of these people. Sima Yu could tell that Liao Tsongming was having an inner battle. Guard Liao, you should execute them on the spot. Liao Tsongming glanced at them, then changed his order, execute them on the spot. When the guards heard his order, they knew that they were very powerful and attacked them all together. At the end of the day, we came here to study, so we didn't want to blow things up. They just refused to budge. Huan and Black Shadow received the order and those guards were beaten to the ground in no time at all. Every single one lay on the ground, unable to move, but none of their lives were in danger. Clang dash. The sound of a stringed instrument came from everywhere. When they heard the sound, everyone's expression changed. Sima Yu and the others looked up to see a white silhouette appear on the cliff beside them at some unknown time. He sat at the peak with a long zither lying across his knees. They only saw him, but Liao Tsongming and the Beast Tamer Sect, 1, members were rather cowardly. Sect Master Lu, what are you doing here, senior? Liao Tsongming bowed courteously to Lu Yen, secretly cursing that this old man had come. Liao Tsongming, I obviously look charming and elegant, so why do you greet me like I'm some old man? This old fresque loved to act cultured, and disliked anyone referring to him as senior, but his position was high. Sect Master Lu, I definitely did not mean that. You are young and handsome, how could you possibly be old? Lu Yen did not wish to waste any words on him as he looked at the cliff across him. Vice Sect Master Qing, why are you hiding there? Since you're here, you should come out and chat with everyone. Everyone turned to look at the opposite cliff as a man who looked very much like Qing Kai appeared. Sect Master Lu, this is the place where my Beast Tamer Sect tames beasts. What are you doing here? Vice Sect Master Qing was not embarrassed because he had been exposed. Instead, he threw a question back at him. I heard some activity so I came over. These people have harmed my son. I hope that you, Sect Master Lu, do not intervene. These people have harmed your son. Didn't your son get injured by the divine beast that he failed to tame properly? As a Beast Tamer Master, he was actually injured by his own tamed underworld beast. That's so embarrassing. If I were you, I would do my best to cover it up. How could I have the time to run over to cause trouble for others? Vice Sect Master Qing's expression was as dark as it could possibly get. This incident had already become a huge joke in the hidden sect. Those whom he couldn't get along with would take every opportunity to jibe him with this. Now, the entire Beast Tamer sect was unable to raise their head in the entire hidden sect. That was why he was itching to kill Sima Yu and her group. If not for them, his precious son would not have gotten injured and his Beast Tamer sect would not have to endure such shame and humiliation. Qing Kai had thrown a huge tantrum after he had awakened and the pill sect disciples had happened to see it when they sent some pills over, so rumors had spread. Lu Yan's words had well and truly hit the nail on the head of Qing Kai's doting father. My child's situation is none of your business. Vice Sect Master Qing huffed icily, although these people were brought in by Yenya from your clan, they killed my sect members right in front of us. Could it be that you want to ignore the sect rules and protect them? Sect rules? What do the sect rules say? No matter what the relationship is between sect members, if an outsider bullies our sect member, we definitely have to protect our sect member. Exactly. Lu Yen stood up and hugged his zither. This matter is between sect disciples, so what are you interfering for? Let them deal with it. They're obviously not. When this incident happened, she was already a member of my sect. Lu Yen said, that's why this incident is between sect members. Us old folks shouldn't get involved. How is that possible? How could she be one of your sect members? Vice Sect Master Qing didn't believe him. Even if you want to protect her, you don't have to use this type of excuse. This is against our sect rules. Earlier on, Yenya was the one who substituted me to teach her the arts, so she is my disciple. Lu Yen said, if you don't believe me, Yu, play a note for them to see. You don't have to put in much effort. Sima Yu guessed his identity the moment he appeared. Since she wanted to join the hidden sect, then it would be more convenient for her to become the direct disciple of the sect master. As such, she took out her flute and blew a light note. Although she was not too familiar, you could tell that it was one of the arts of the hidden sects. I will demand an explanation from the sect master for this matter. Vice Master Qing left after speaking, without taking a single look at the others. Those from the Beast Tamer sect saw that their vice sect master had left, so they hurried to take their leave as well. They left the corpses behind for the underworld beasts to finish eating, and eventually, not even the bones remained. Liao Tsongming was embarrassed as he apologized to Sima Yu and the others. My apologies. I did not know that you were members of our hidden sect and have offended you. You said that you didn't know, and ignorance is not a crime. Sima Yu did not plan to make an enemy out of everyone. Anyway, Huan and the others had already punished those people. Liao Tsongming had a better impression of Sima Yu as he cupped his hands in salute as he took his men and left. In the end, only Lu Yen and the others remained behind. Does this mean that I appeared for nothing? Lu Yen said lightly. Without Master's intervention, it would have been troublesome today. It would have also been harder to enroll. Sima Yu said. You change your words quickly. However, you should know why I did this. Lu Yan's smile dropped a bit. Let's continue this conversation back at the sect. Sima Yu naturally knew the reason why. Why else if not for the bone flute in her hands? She followed him back to the hidden sect. Earlier on, although she harbored some doubts towards those people, some things they said weren't bad. They passed many mountain peaks on the way, and everyone was very lively on those mountain peaks. Yenya was outside the mountain. When he saw them traveling behind Lu Yen, he nodded at them lightly. Where are the others? They're waiting in the discussion hall. Let's go to the discussion hall. He walked in front of them while Yenya and Sima Yu and the others followed behind them. How did he end up being the one to come? I went with Honorable Master to the small town, but when we knew that someone had taken you away, Master said that he would go and got me to go back and wait. Honorable Master? Is he your master? That's right. When I entered the sect, Master made an exception and took me in because of my talent. Then if we go by rank, shouldn't you call me Little Martial Uncle? He actually took you as his disciple? That's right. Hurry up and call me Little Martial Uncle. Yenya looked at her puzzledly. He knew that she would not lie, so he felt rather depressed. He had thought about it before, and thought about it again, but at most, his master or the people from his master's generation would take her in as a disciple. That probably wasn't it. The question was, why? Sima Yu didn't know Lu Yan's personality, but he did. He didn't care about the matters of the sect and didn't care for matters outside the sect. He focused solely on research into sound attacks and his personality was insipid. Many people had asked to hail him as their master before this, and there were many talented ones among them. However, he didn't care about them at all. Now, he had accepted Sima Yu as his disciple just like that, so he was extremely curious. However, he dared not ask him why. He could only wait to see whether or not he would be able to find out later on. Sima Yu saw him zone out and asked, "Why are you in a daze? Is it that scary for me to get you to address me as Little Martial Uncle?" "No, I was just thinking of something." Yenya said, "Little Martial Uncle, let's hurry and catch up to them. Otherwise, Honorable Master is going to get angry." They caught up to Lu Yan and followed him into the discussion hall. A few tens of people sat in the great hall and Sima Yu took a general count. There were around 70 to 80 of them. "Greetings, Sect Master. Everyone, let's sit down." Lu Yan walked directly to the main seat and sat down. Yenya went to his own seat as well, leaving Sima Yu and her group standing in the middle. All the sect members sat down and subconsciously took a second glance at Sima Yu when they saw her. "Sect Master, did something happen?" Moa, the vice sect master who was sitting right beside him, asked. 2 days ago, when Yenya returned, he had met Yenya and then asked the vice sect master to arrange for all the important people of the sect to gather for a meeting. She even had to call out those who were in seclusion. This kind of rush and importance was something they had never encountered before. In the future, she will be my disciple," Lu Yan said as he pointed to Sima Yu. "What? You actually took a female disciple?" Moa cried out, "Why would you?" After Lu Yan glanced at her lightly, she swallowed the rest of her words. "Sect Master, what is so good about this disciple that you want to take her as your disciple directly? Yu, show them that item." Lu Yan was too lazy to waste his words, so he just asked her to show them the reason with actions. Sima Yu took out the bone flute. The moment they saw the bone flute, the entire hall erupted. "This is the bone flute? Is it really the bone flute? The bone flute has been found? Heavens! It really is." Everyone saw the bone flute and every single one of them was shocked. If not because Lu Yan was there, they would not have been able to stop themselves from snatching it. "Is that really the bone flute?" Moa asked. "Yes, I inspected it myself. I understand. Did she use this as a condition for you to take her as your disciple?" Moa looked at Sima Yu with a touch of disdain, "But even if you want to take the bone flute back, you don't have to take her as your disciple. The music sect has many different ways to express their gratitude." Sia Yu could sense that this pretty but pretentious lady held some sort of enmity against her. Could it be because she was jealous that she had become his disciple? However, the way she put on such an arrogant expression made her look very unlike. "The bone flute is mine." Sima Yu spoke, interrupting Moa. "I came here because Moa said that the music sect merely wants the bone flute to return to the sect and does not have to take it back. If not because of that, I would not join the music sect. She did not come here for charity. She did not like it and disdained it. She speaks the truth. The bone flute is hers." Lu Yan said. "What? Are you not going to take the bone flute back?" Moa cried out with shock. How could that be? The entire hall suddenly fell silent. Nobody had managed to regain their calm yet from the joyous news of having found the bone flute before they heard this explosive piece of news. "Sect Master?" They looked at Lu Yan, hoping that they had misheard him. Just as she said, "She has no obligation to return us the bone flute." Lu Yan said, "The bone flute has already gone missing for too many years. Although our forefathers were the ones who created it, what right do we have to force others to hand it over? But the bone flute has always been a treasure from the music sect. It needs to stay in the music sect." Moa said resolutely. "That's right. That is why she is now my disciple. Since she is my disciple, she is naturally from the music sect." Lu Yan said lightly, "Then again, my acceptance of disciples is my own issue. Vice Sect Master, don't you think you are overreaching?" Moa was rendered speechless. However, he was right. His acceptance of disciples was his own prerogative. Nobody could interfere. "Sect Master." The others still wanted to persuade him. Not because of his acceptance of a disciple but the issue of the bone flute. The bone flute was of utmost importance. How could they not take it back? "You all do not have to speak anymore. The issue has already been decided." Lu Yan said, "Yenya, take Sima Yu and the rest down. Arrange a place for them to stay." Yenya was a little surprised. How could he leave this kind of thing to a person like him, who had left the sect compound for such a long time? However, thinking about how Yu and the others were not acquainted with anyone else, and that it was in order, he took them down. Once they left, Moa could hold it in no longer. "Lu Yan, you didn't take the bone flute back and even took her as your disciple. Is it because she looks like Ji Xian?" When he heard Ji Xian's name, Lu Yan's body instantly turned stiff. He said lightly, "She is her. Ji Xian is Ji Xian. Is that so?" Apart from this reason, I cannot think of any other reason that would cause you to undergo such a huge change and accept her as a disciple. You don't even care about the many years of effort that the sect has gone through and allow her to possess that bone flute. Oh. Then you tell me, what do you think should be done? Lu Yan smiled lightly, but everyone knew that he was extremely upset. However, Mo Wei was incensed by the fact that he had taken a disciple, so she did not see his rage. Or maybe she saw it but ignored it. She huffed icily, she merely wanted to join the music sect, so we could have just found someone to take her in as their disciple. The bone flute is our treasure. We should take it back. We should not fear taking the necessary action sometimes. Necessary action? Isn't that how you used to do things? The past you would have done whatever it took for the sect, no matter what. Not like you now, who does whatever you please with a stranger. Mo Wei enunciated the word stranger, highlighting his inconsistency. Seems like you've thought everything through. Lu Yan said, then do you know who she is? How powerful she is and what kind of background she has? Did you not used to care about this in the past? Mo Wei sneered. Then do you know who she is? The others could tell that there was something he was hinting at and asked, Sect Master, what background does this lady have? The Ghost King's granddaughter, Yuko Luo's daughter. Sima Yu. Even if she is the daughter of the Ghost King, we have no need to fear her. If the Ghost King appeared, we would still have her hand us the bone flute. They were the hidden sect. Even the Ghost King could not casually offend them. I have not finished speaking. Apart from being the young princess, kin of the princess that the Ghost King sealed, she is the young sovereign of the 9th Underworld clan. They just came down from the 9th Underworld Mountain. 9th Underworld Mountain? Are you really talking about the 9th Underworld Mountain? The people from the music sect did not believe it. The 9th Underworld Mountain hasn't appeared in a long time, right? Mo Wei said. Yes. If you don't believe me, and don't wish to live anymore, you can try to find Chanjiu who's always by her side. Lu Yan said. Should they go? If that was really the case, then how would they deal with the aftermath? If she really is the 9th Underworld's young sovereign, then we would really need to consider this carefully. Someone agreed, I didn't think that she had such a strong background. Furthermore, she has 2 guards by her side. You saw them just now, did you feel a difference in their aura? Lu Yan asked. Although they kept their aura away and prevented anyone from sensing it, we could feel that something was different. Why? Is there anything wrong with them? Nothing is wrong with them, but they do have a high status. They are the Underworld's king's right and left men. Since she arrived in the Ghost's realm, they have been protecting her. Just a gentle reminder, Chanjiu is also one of the 9th Underworld's right emissaries. Everyone took a deep breath. Their silence had made them overlook them, but the 3 people that were by her side actually had such identities. Master, is this the truth? This is too mysterious. How could someone have such a strong backing? You can go and verify it for yourselves. Lu Yan said, if any of you would like to attack her, you don't have to worry on my behalf. But if anything happens, she will also not show you mercy on my accord. Everyone was speechless. Go and verify it? Was there a need to? Lu Yan had never lied to them, moreover, he did not need to use this to lie to them. Taking in disciples is my own matter. But because you've put in so much effort into managing the clan, I am explaining this to you today. However, I hope that you will not forget about my previous rules. Alright, everyone is dismissed. Lu Yan left after he finished speaking, leaving the music sect's members to look at each other in dismay. Mo Wei's expression was ugly. The people from the sect knew that she was not in a good mood, thus, nobody dared to agitate her. She left everyone and hid far, far away. Mo Wei did not care about how the others thought of her. She left with a dark look on her face. After she left, the atmosphere in the chamber calmed down. Vice Sect Master Mo's anger really is unbearable. Hey, it's because she is feeling really upset. Great Elder, why is Vice Sect Master so against the Sect Master taking in disciples? Someone asked something that everyone was curious about. There is a reason behind it. Great Elder Jing Fu sighed, she doesn't feel reconciled. Great Elder, stop leaving us in suspense, what exactly happened? Fu Jing touched his long bread and said faintly, that year, when the Vice Sect Master joined us, she was young and wild, and insisted on challenging Sect Master. Sect Master won against her, so she wanted to hail Sect Master as her teacher. At that point of time though, Master was not the young sovereign yet and he was not willing to accept any disciples. Naturally, she could not force him. Moreover, in the eyes of others, the Vice Sect Master had a noble status. Naturally, only the Elder Master would take her in. So the 2 of them became brother and sister. This happened so many years ago. The Vice Sect Master need not hold on this grudge for so long, right? It's not over yet. Fu Jing said while laughing. Master refused to take in Vice Sect Master as his disciple. It would have been alright if things had ended this way. However, who knew that after he rejected her in the beginning, he would take in a girl disciple afterwards? Yes, it was Ji Xian. The Vice Sect Master's ego could not take it, therefore she would always place Ji Xian on the spot behind Sect Master's back. Actually, we all know that she likes Sect Master, which is why she was jealous. But this is a lady's nature, so there is nothing weird about it. What happened afterwards? Afterwards, Ji Xian went out on a mission and died. That mission was ordered by the Vice Sect Master, so Sect Master placed the blame onto the Vice Sect Master. This was the reason why after so many years, our Master and Vice Sect Master still don't get along. Fu Jing touched his bread, laughed and said, isn't it melodramatic, everyone? Great Elder, you have the highest status apart from the two of them. You should keep your image in mind. It's no wonder that they haven't been getting along all this while. Sect Master and the Vice Sect Master do not get along, so it will be hard on you to carry out your duties. Fu Jing felt sorry for those in charge. Great Elder, if you really feel sorry for us, you should help and manage matters that happen in the sect more often. You shouldn't leave everything to us. From then on, Sect Master did not accept any other girl disciples. However, he suddenly took Sima Yu in as his disciple today. Moreover, she even shares some similarities with Ji Xian from back then. That is why the Vice Sect Master is throwing a tantrum with him. But from what I see, the Vice Sect Master is used to it. Even though he did not show concern towards her back then, he did not care about anyone else either. Now, with the sudden addition of a girl disciple, her heart could not take it anymore. Fu Jing said while radiating with delight, as everyone's impression of him changed. Great Elder, we really couldn't tell that you're still into all the gossip even at such an old age. Why didn't we realize that you had such potential in this field? Or are you just more interested in boy-girl relationships? Sect Master does not care about what is happening in the sect, yet the Vice Sect Master is acting this way, so we will have more drama to watch in the future. You want to watch drama involving other people, but I bet that it probably won't take long before people from other sects come to watch our drama. Understood, understood. Many thanks to the Great Elder for the reminder. Alright everyone, go ahead and do your duties. Fu Jing waved his hands impatiently at them and chased them away as he hummed in his heart, what a bunch of gossip-loving people. Yenya brought Sima Yu and the others to handle some matters, and he only remembered that they were still having a meeting in the council's chamber after arriving. Even after looking for those of lower rank, they weren't able to tell him where they had arranged for her to stay. When Lu Yen returned, he saw them waiting outside. Didn't I ask you to go to the place arranged for you? Sect Master, I have not stayed here in a long time, how would I know which place is vacant? Isn't the person responsible for these matters inside? I could only bring them here. You can go by the small mountain peak. Lu Yen said. He looked at Wu Lingyu and the others, and asked, do you want to join us? We'll go and register in a moment if you do. Most people are not allowed to bring guards in our hidden sect. I will not join the music sect. Wu Lingyu said. We will conceal ourselves. Huan said. If the three of them hid, who would be able to discover them? So it didn't matter anymore. In any case, others had also brought along hidden guards. What about these three, and don't all talents have servants? Then it should be alright if I bring along 2 servant maids, right? Sima Yu asked. Previous chapter. Lu Yen had no comment on what she said, so he didn't say anything. He just got Yenya to bring them to the mountain peak. This little mountain peak was different from others. Although it had a mountain tip, it was connected to Lu Yan's main mountain peak, so it was considered as one. Nobody has stayed on this mountain peak before. You are the first. Yenya brought them to look for an open area and prepared to build a house there. The Vice Sect Master seems to have something against me, do you know why? Sima Yu asked him. What else could it be? She's jealous of you. Yenya did not like the Vice Sect Master's martial uncle. She likes my master. Quick. Tell me what happened. Sima Yu blinked her eyes were filled with curiosity. Why are you so curious? Yenya gave her a faint glance. Everybody is interested in gossip. Not only me, I'm sure you do too. Otherwise, why would you know about this? Sima Yu said, alright, quick. Tell me about what happened. I only know it because I heard Sect Master mentioning it previously. That year, what Yenya said was similar to what the Great Elder had said. The only difference was, he had never seen what Ji Xian looked like, so he did not know that the two of them looked alike. How dramatic. Sima Yu sighed, this woman is really something. Once blinded by jealousy, she'll be too frightening. I'd better avoid interacting with her. Otherwise she may scheme against me, then I'll be in trouble. That's possible. In the past, Sect Master did not accept any female disciples, so we do not know to what extent she can be provoked. We also do not know what she is capable of doing. Yenya said, you should avoid her in the future. Alright. She came here to learn, not to deal with such petty matters. But what she didn't know was that, when Mo Wei knew she was staying at the mountain's peak, she was so angry that she broke the teacup that was in her hands, making her palms bleed. Vice Sect Master, you can't do this to yourself. Mo Wei pulled her hand out coldly and faintly said, you don't have to bother. Vice Sect Master, you can be angry, but you can't take the anger out on your hands. Aren't your hands the most important things to us? That's Sima Yu, why does she have such good luck? Why does she look so alike to that woman? That woman. It's been so many years and yet I still cannot remove her from his heart. I have done so much all these years, but he did not notice any of it, he was not moved. Were all the things that I have done wasted? Lu Su had followed Mo Wei for many years, but she had never seen her so angry before. Even when Sect Master had treated her badly, she had never gotten this angry. That woman. She has been dead for so many years and now someone similar comes to disgust me. Lu Yen is doing this on purpose. He is trying to tell me that he will not be able to forget her in this lifetime. Mo Wei was losing control and her body was trembling along with her screams. Vice Sect Master, since she has already come, it will not matter how angry you are. Why don't we do something? Do something? What can we do? How would I dare? Do you know her background? Mo Wei was the most angry about this. If she was just an ordinary lady, she would just think of ways to kill her. However, she has such strong people backing her, making her afraid to even touch her. She thought about how this woman would be living right under her nose, about how he actually allowed her to stay at the mountain peak, and she was so incensed that her entire body hurt. Could it be that her identity is higher than yours? Lu Su asked with astonishment. Mo Wei's expression was terrible. She told her about Sima Yuyu's background and Lu Su had no time to react to what she had heard. There was actually such a person in the ghost's realm. It was no wonder that her own master dared not to do anything to her despite being so angry. Truly, hearing about her background filled her heart with despair. How could they use methods that they used to deal with others, on a person like her? The house was silent for a while. Lu Su said, Vice Sect Master. Actually, if you want to do something, it is not completely impossible. Did you think of something? You are always busy, so I haven't told you about other matters that are going on in the sect. However, when I went out today, I heard that she and the Beast Tamer sect master had some conflict. Lu Su said, I heard she injured the Beast Tamer sect master's son. Mo Wei's expression eased a lot and her eyes showed a hint of a smile. What happened? Tell me more. Lu Su heaved a long sigh of relief when she saw that she was not so irritable anymore. On this side, they were incredibly enraged. On the other side, Sima Yu's situation was like a wildfire. Everyone in the sect knew about her identity, so all of them rushed over to lend a hand. Although they did not know about the details, since even the vice sect master had to put up with her, she must be incredible. Seeing so many people coming to fawn over her, Wu Lingyu had a dark expression. This isn't your first time seeing something like this, haven't you gotten used to it? None of your business. Why don't you not leave, and just stay here? Learning sound attacks isn't bad. Black Shadow continued to tease him. Wu Lingyu walked off immediately, leaving him with a faint back view. Black Shadow chuckled and watched as he walked to Sima Yu's side. He didn't know what Sima Yu said, but his gloominess disappeared and it changed to a bright and clear sky. Indeed, she knew him better. She knew how to appease him. Fei Yi brought 2 people with him and walked up from the bottom of the mountain. He saw her house for the first time and said, You built this quite quickly. This is all thanks to the help of my fellow sect members. Sima Yu said with a smile, What are you doing here? I heard that you were staying on the mountain peak, so I came to visit. Fei Yi explained, You don't know this, but the news that someone is staying on the mountain peak has spread throughout the clan. Master Lu has never had a female disciple before, so everyone is curious about what kind of person can attain his favor. He's even letting you live so near him. You're not someone who is into gossip. Sima Yu laughed, Are you here to fetch Ling Yu? This is also one of the reasons. I've already spoken to Sect Master, he wants to see Ling Yu. As for you, I don't think you will be going over so fast. Fei Yi said as he turned to Wu Lingyu, Let's go. Previous chapter. Wu Lingyu followed Fei Yi and left, while Huan, Black Shadow and Chanjiu hid themselves away. In a moment, only Fu Shi, Hai Shi and Hai Xing were left by Sima Yu's side. The music sect members saw that she only kept 3 people by her side and said, You only kept 3 children with you. Are they taking care of you, or are you taking care of them? Why don't we send a few more people here? What do you mean send a few more people? I think you guys just want to send yourselves here, right? Great Elder Jing Fu patted the shoulder of the person who spoke, The few of you, hurry up and go to practice your skills. Your master ancestor is about to surpass you guys. Master ancestor's position is higher than ours. There is nothing embarrassing about her surpassing us. Still talking back to me? Do you want to go back and reflect while facing the wall? Jing Fu master blew on his beard, and those people immediately ran away. Sima Yu felt that this old rascal was quite interesting. Yu, we did not introduce ourselves properly that day. I am the music sect's great elder, Fu Jing. You can call me martial uncle in the future. Great elder or Fu Jing, is also fine. Fu Jing said. Martial uncle, Sima Yu chose to call him with a more intimate title. I came to see how things were going. Fu Jing said. It is almost done. We just need to decorate the interior a bit and we'll be done. Sima Yu answered. Initially, it would take a few days. However, many people came to help her out, so the house was built quickly, but it was better if they didn't interfere with the decorations of the house. That's good. If you need anything, just let the sect know. Oh, you can tell me. If I am able to arrange it for you, I will. Fu Jing said. Thank you, martial uncle. For the time being there isn't anything I need. If there is, I will be sure to look for you. Sima Yu said politely. That's good, then. Fu Jing nodded his head, you've already been here for a few days. Have you seen the vice sect master? Sima Yu understood what he meant. Was this martial uncle here for gossip? Yenya said that he was a busybody, and it looked like it was really the case. The vice sect master has to manage the matters in the sect. She is very busy, and I had also just finished building my house. How could we have had the time to meet one another? She laughed in reply. Oh. Sima Yu could hear the disappointment in his voice along with anticipation. I also heard what happened between you and the Beast Tamer sect master. The Beast Tamer sect master is petty, and you put him in such an embarrassing situation. He's sure to cause trouble for you. Fu Jing said, We don't bother ourselves with issues involving those of the same generation, but if anyone else from the Beast Tamer sect finds trouble with you, you can tell us. Great Elder said. Alright, I will. Sima Yu nodded her head, showing that she had heard what he said. The hidden sect is very dangerous, you have to be careful if you want to go out. Fu Jing warned before leaving. This rascal is so old, yet he doesn't act his age. How old is he already, yet he is still curious about everything. Fu Shi scorned. Martial uncle is still alright. That cheap master of mine has yet to even visit once. At least he came to visit. Sima Yu said, Alright, each of you can go ahead and pick a house. If you need anything let me know. If we're missing anything, let me know. We can get those from the sect to help us buy whatever we need. Alright. The three of them went to pick their own house and took out the items that they already had. Sima Yu gave them a few items. The remaining things they needed were reported to the sect, and someone quickly delivered the items. She had finally finished packing up her house when Lu Yan finally thought of her, his disciple. He arranged for someone to ask her to go over, and to bring those three rascals with her. Master, Sima Yu went to Lu Yan's training room. Lu Yan had his hair down lazily as he sat behind the instrument stand dressed in a white robe. Once they entered, Lu Yan stopped playing the zither, looked at the four of them, and said, "Have you decided to keep them by your side?" "Yes, I have already decided." Sima Yu responded. "People from the High Clan. You should already know what troubles you may encounter, since you've made such a decision. In that case, I will not ask you further about it." Lu Yan said, "As for the other one, although I do not know what his identity is there, you should not let it affect the safety of the hidden sect. Otherwise, I will not protect you." Since he said it this way, it meant that he had agreed to let them stay. "Many thanks, Master." Lu Yan got the three rascals to leave before he spoke to Sima Yu. "Today, I asked you to come to test your talent in this area. I will be playing a tune, and you will tell me what you can hear from it." After talking about it, he started playing the zither. This is Sima Yu's second time hearing him play the zither. It was different from the previous time where the sound was broken and had a sharp aura. His tune was much softer this time, letting the people who hear it feel relaxed. It had been a long time since the people in the sect had heard him play his zither. He had always used other instruments. Although he always carried the zither with him, he rarely let others hear him play. This was a gentle piece that carried a sense of joy. After one tune was finished, everyone who heard his tune had calmed down as they went to do their own things happily. Lu Yan could feel the reactions of the people outside. He had intentionally let them hear it so that he would be able to have a source of comparison. However, Sima Yu was not relaxed. Instead, she furrowed her brows slightly. "What did you hear from the tune?" The two of them looked at one another. He wanted to see her reaction. Although he already took her in as his disciple, this was already set in stone, he still wanted to gauge her talents. He hoped that she would not be too bad. However, judging from the way that she furrowed her brows, could it be that she couldn't grasp what the concept was behind the tune? "You can say anything you want, even if you didn't manage to get anything from the tune, it doesn't matter." "Then I'll just say it." Sima Yu took a glance at him, and said carefully, "Master, you chose this piece that carried happiness within the gentle tune. No matter how restless the heart is, after hearing this tune, one would be able to calm down. But what? Is my playing not good enough? How could I comment on Master's skills? I just feel that when Master was playing, you included a bit of longing in it. In the beginning I felt happy listening to the tune, but towards the end, it made me feel a little sad." Lu Yan was stunned at that moment. She could actually hear the longing in it, that extremely slight and faint hint of longing. "Very good. You could actually hear all the feelings that were in the tune." He looked at her with approval. "Anything else? N/O/vel/B forward. I feel that the feeling of longing was separated from the other feelings. The other feelings were meant to be in the concept of the tune, but the feeling of longing came from Master's own feelings." Sima Yu said, "Master, were you thinking of somebody?" Lu Yan fiddled with the strings twice and said, "I thought of your senior sister. At that point of them she also sat in front of me casually just as you are now, with both hands supporting her cheeks. Even the look in your eyes is very similar." They even looked alike, causing him to feel rather dazed for a moment. "Master, are you talking about senior sister Ji Xian? I heard Yenya mention it before." Sima Yu said, "Master has always dwelled on her death, and you've been blaming yourself, right? You could tell all of that from the tune I played on my zither. Mostly, but the rest was just my guess." Sima Yu said, "Master's longing did not possess that touch of emotion that lovers do, so I doubt that you liked her the way others say you did. Senior sister has already died for so many years, yet Master is still unable to let go. The biggest possibility would be self-blame." Lu Yan let out a soft sigh. "Back then, I knew that Mo Wei was restless, yet I still allowed her to follow everyone out. If she had stayed behind in the sect back then, that incident would not have happened. I don't know what happened back then, but Master, the matter has already passed for so many years. You should move on. The way you comfort people is different from others. Others always say that this matter had nothing to do with me, that there is no need to blame myself, asking me to not think too much about it. Why do you ask me to move on instead?" The way she comforted him was as if what happened back then really was his fault. This was not the way to comfort someone. Yes, everyone has been comforting you this way, that's why you blame yourself even more. On the contrary, it traps you. No matter what the reason was back then, no matter whose fault it was, so much time has already passed. You should let it fade away with time. Let it fade away with time? That's right, time is most capable of containing anything that happens in the world, especially the vicissitudes of what life permits. We will not know what will happen in the future, but for what happened in the past, we should just let the years take it away." Sima Yu's voice was charming, as if she had seen the transformation of the world. But it was true. She had even seen the origin and change of life, which could be considered as the transformation of the world. Moreover, she had experienced a few near-death experiences, so she was more open-minded toward such things. She realized that Lu Yan slowly entered a spiritual space, so she set up a barrier and retreated carefully. She told the guards outside, "Master has an enlightenment, do not allow anyone to enter and disturb him." The guards were rather doubtful. Why would he have an enlightenment after talking to her for just a while? One of the guards was shocked when he went to the door to take a look. He saw that Lu Yen had truly entered a spiritual state, and that there was even a barrier over the house. He came out and nodded his head at the other guards, so everyone immediately entered a state of emergency, ensuring that from that moment onwards, no one was to enter the house until Lu Yen came out on his own. Sima Yu took her 3 kids and returned to her own courtyard. She did not even have the time to rest before a group of people came rushing in like a group of bees. Fu Jing asked her the moment he came, Yu, what did you and Master talk about? We just had a casual conversation. We didn't say much. Sima Yu didn't think it would attract so much attention, even causing everyone to come and ask her about it. Casual conversation? Will a casual conversation lead him to have an enlightenment after he hasn't done so for decades? That he just happened to fall into a state of enlightenment today? Mo Wei said sarcastically. Sima Yu felt angry. Was she not insinuating that something happened between her and Lu Yen? She laughed icily. According to what Vice Sect Master is saying, I must have said or done something to Master. You guys. Mo Yu swallowed the words that she almost blurted out. If she really said what she wanted to, how would the others view her? There were some words that she could think about, but could not say it out loud. What did we talk about? Sima Yu asked. At the moment the both of you were alone. What you guys said, or did, of course only the 2 of you would know. Mo Wei said with a cold expression. If that is the case, why did the Vice Sect Master not believe me when I said that we were just talking casually? Sima Yu said. I just feel that if you just had a casual conversation, how could it cause such a big effect? Mo Wei defended herself. Vice Sect Masters, you can't say it like that. One can often fall into contemplation during a casual conversation. One sentence, one word, or even an image, a tree, a blade of grass, can lead to someone feeling emotional. Instead, it is when you try to force it that it may not have much effect. Sima Yu is right, a state of contemplation often happens inadvertently. Fu Jing agreed with her view. But can you tell us what you 2 were talking about? Sure. Sima Yu told them what happened, starting from when Lu Yen played his zither, and repeated the conversation they had. Once everyone heard about what happened with Ji Xian, all of them showed an expression that showed they understood what happened. It has been a long time since Lu Yen had advanced in rank. It was not because he lacked spiritual energy, but because he still had knots in his heart. This was something that everyone in the music sect knew. In the beginning, nobody showed an interest in what happened with Ji Xian. However, over time, everyone started realizing that something was not right. As time went by, the more Lu Yen was unable to let go, up till now, it had become something that could not be removed from his heart. If he could not untie this knot in his heart, he would not be able to advance in rank. Lu Yen did not say much in the past, but they could guess, so they said a lot to him. They had also tried to advise him many times, but it was all of no use. After so many years, it is still because of Ji Xian. Fu Jing stroked his bread. Although we guessed it, we were unable to help Sect Master untie the knot in his heart. I'm ashamed to even speak about it. Isn't it because she looks similar to Ji Xian, that he listens to the things she says? Mo Wei said, not wanting to admit the mistake she made in the past. Sima Yu was a little shocked. When she saw the reaction of Fu Jing and the others, she knew that this was true. No matter what, as long as the Sect Master is able to untie this knot in his heart, all is well. If he manages to advance in rank, that would even be better. Fu Jing changed the topic. Even if he didn't manage to advance in rank today, as long as he was able to untie the knot in his heart, he would have a chance to do so in the future. That's right. We should go guard outside Sect Master's house and see if there is anything we can do. Sima Yu couldn't wait for them to leave, so she didn't even ask them to stay as a polite gesture. Yen Yet stayed behind and said that he would be going back. Didn't you say that you were going to stay in the sect for a while? The magic music sect has asked for my return. I am the second master after all, I can't not care about them. Yenya said. Speaking of the magic music sect, Sima Yu remembered about the incident at the Immortal Hex City and said firmly, although we now belong to the same sect, if something like what happened at the Immortal Hex City happens again, and I find out about it, I will not show mercy. I know. Yenya said, after I return, I will call everyone in the ghost realm to return. They will not be expanding in that area anymore. This means that you still have people in the ghost realm? This, I cannot tell you. Yenya laughed, if I told you, they wouldn't be able to live anymore. Alright, don't tell me. Sima Yu didn't expect him to tell her more either, but be careful when you go back this time, Xia Hun's matter will only bring you problems. If you can't handle it, just tell them that he is with me. Anyway, I am here in the hidden sect, they can't do anything to me. Yenya heard what she said and raised his eyebrows. Little martial uncle wants to protect me? You are already calling me little martial uncle, so of course I have to protect you. Sima Yu said, however, I can tell that according to your personality, you probably won't do that. Xia Hun won't do anything to me just because of him yet. Yenya said confidently. What about the people backing him? The fact that he could rely on his connections meant that his background was very strong. They are not aware that he was together with me anyway. If they knew, I would just mention your name. Anyways, it was you who defeated him. At most, I would be at fault for not being able to protect him. Yenya said jokingly. Sima Yu knew that he had the ability, and he was able to adapt, so there was no need to worry about him. When will you be leaving? I plan to leave after telling you. Is Fei Yi leaving with you? Yes. Be careful on the way back. Asterisk. You too. Many dangers still lurk in the hidden sect. I know. Yenya left together with Fei Yi. She now knew 2 less people in the sect. Lu Yen was in seclusion. Since she had no one to teach her, she brought the 3 little ones to the yard to practice. The members of the hidden sect were all eager to see her, the one who caused so much trouble, but they didn't think she would not come out at all. She was actually not interested in the sect at all. She had already been here for 2 months, yet she had not left the mountain. Was she really as cold as ice? Even her 3 little children had yet to be seen. Really, at such a young age, why did she act like an adult? She was not curious about anything at all. You tell me, why isn't Sima Yu coming out? Is she scared of being attacked by those people? Mu Yiqi bantered as he lay in Jia Nan Xian's courtyard. The sect had been too quiet lately, and those who usually started drama were not around, so there was nothing fun to watch. Do you think she is someone like that? Jia Nan Xian asked. Mu Yiqi thought for a while, and said, judging from the situation that happened previously, no. But she hasn't come out in a long time, so people have no choice but to think this way. Xian, what do you think? If it was you, could you stay in the mountain for so long? Of course not, I will lose my mind. Unless I'm in seclusion, where I don't know how much time has passed. You have a happy-go-lucky personality, so you won't be able to tolerate training day after day. That's why, not leaving the mountains for months may be due to her timid personality, but it could also be due to her calm and mature personality. Anything else? You think that she is like the second type that you mentioned? She has just reached the music sect, but was immediately accepted by Sect Master Lu as a disciple. Did he accept any female disciples in recent years? Nope. So, Sect Master Lu must have had his reasons to have accepted her. Jia Nan Xian analyzed. I heard that Sect Master Lu managed to sense an advance in rank after having a conversation with her for a while. This seems to be true. Everyone has spread this rumor around. Tell me, how do you think she managed to do it? I don't know how she managed to do it. You and I both know about Sect Master Lu's matters. Although we do not know the reason behind it, he has knots in his heart. They're stuck in his heart, unable to let go, so he has been unable to enter a state of contemplation, preventing him from advancing in rank. Jia Nan Xian continued, under this type of situation, she only had one conversation with him and he managed to enter a state of contemplation. This only shows that she is incredible. A person like that, do you think she would be someone to hide in the mountains just because she is afraid? Alright, since you've analyzed it this way, it doesn't seem to be the case. Mu Yiqi said, sigh, if she doesn't come out, those people will not be able to find trouble with her. If you wish to meet her, you can look for her directly. Jia Nan Xian said, if you're here, you won't be able to see her no matter how much you sigh. Why would I want to see her? I was just saying, do I not know you well enough? Jia Nan Xian's one look was enough to make him surrender. He pouted, saying, let's go then. Since he knew what he was thinking, then he should know his motive too. Jia Nan Xian stood up and walked out. They were not the only 2 who were curious about Sima Yu. Everyone in the hidden sect were all very curious about her, but they had no connections with her, so they had no reason to visit her. Sima Yu was taken aback when she heard that Jia Nan Xian and Mu Yiqi had come to look for her. After that, she let the informant bring them in. Sima Yu, why are you cooped up here and not going out? If you don't go out, there will be no drama for us to see. Mu Yiqi complained as soon as he saw her. Sima Yu thought about how this rascal had helped her in the small town all because he wanted to watch some drama unfold. However, nothing happened after such a long time, so he came to visit because of this? So it is the 2 geniuses of the array sect who have come. She fetched the 2 of them from her yard and waved her hand to show the 2 the way to the living room. In front of Wu Lingyu, we wouldn't dare to bear the title of geniuses. Jia Nan Xian said. He saw a tea set in the yard's pavilion and asked, you were drinking tea? Yes, I was talking to the little rascal about some cultivation matters, it made me thirsty. Then we should sit in the courtyard instead. He was already walking in that direction by the time he finished speaking. Sima Yu had no choice but to bring the 2 of them to the pavilion. She kept away the tea from earlier, and brewed a new batch of tea for them. Mu Yiqi saw that she was personally brewing the tea and asked, don't you have maids or the like here? Nope, it's just me and the 3 kids. Sima Yu said, with 3 children, it will not be them taking care of you, it's you taking care of them. Mu Yiqi had never seen someone like her. Normally, people would bring maids or servants, or they would just come alone. But bringing 3 children along? She was the first. But, the tea isn't bad. If I had a servant girl, you wouldn't be able to drink this tea. Sima Yu said, the 2 of you came today just to ask me about this? Yes. If you don't go out, no one will dare to come find you here. Or else, it would be like looking for trouble, which is looking for death. Mu Yiqi said, you have been here for more than 2 months, are you not curious about the hidden sect at all? A little. Then why don't you go out to take a look? No rush. I'll go when I have the time. Are you waiting for your master to exit his exclusion? Even if your master successfully advanced in rank and came out, he wouldn't care about your matters too. It is not because of that. I came here to learn, so of course I will first have to study. When I'm tired from learning, I'll start going out. This is called striking a balance between work and rest. You have been studying for more than 2 months. Aren't you tired yet? I just started, so I'm very interested. Actually, Sima Yu knew these were all excuses, she just didn't want to go out. It was not that she was afraid of the troubles that would come, but that she did not want to deal with it now. It would be wasting her time. Unless she had no choice, she would not want to go out. You are obviously so young, so why is your mentality like an old woman's? Sima Yu smiled without saying a word. There were some things that she couldn't explain. At that moment, there was a sudden fluctuation in the spiritual energy in the air. Then, it swarmed towards the direction of Lu Yan's courtyard, and a whirlpool entered the house he was in. There was a huge commotion over here, and the whole hidden sect was shaken up because of it. After so many years, he has finally advanced in rank. The hidden sect's master, Ning Tianya, said emotionally as he looked at the small mountain peak. That's right, after so many years, he has finally let it go. An old man was analyzing the chess game that was on the table. He raised his head and took a glance at the little mountain peak. That person was the boss of the inn in the small town. I heard that it was the new disciple that he took in that untied the knot in his heart. Ning Tianya asked. Yep, it is that little girl. She is a spirited child. The shopkeeper said, I thought that it would be pretty good if she could help him to get past that incident. I didn't think that she would even manage to help him sense his rank advancement. This means you've seen her before? Yes, she stayed at my place for a few days. The shopkeeper said. A girl that even you are complimenting. It seems like I should meet her too. Ning Tianya was starting to have an interest towards Sima Yuyu. What are you going to do? You're scaring the little child for no reason. The shopkeeper said faintly. I'll just not invite her here. Ning Tianya said, I can just meet her anywhere outside, can't I? Sure, then you should act as an old cleaner. This way, you definitely won't scare her. The shopkeeper teased him. This is not impossible either. You must be bored. Are you not the same? Why else would you run out to act as some shopkeeper? We are the same, so we should not talk about one another. Ning Tianya looked towards the little mountain peak again, looks like he has already succeeded. General. Sima Yuyu looked at the commotion, and the corners of her lips lifted. She didn't think that he would actually advance in rank. I still have some matters to attend to, so I will not be able to host the two of you. They had come for any particular reason to begin with. Judging from the situation, they knew that Lu Yen was about to advance in rank, so it was better for them to go. They said their goodbyes and left. Sima Yuyu went to Lu Yan's courtyard. The most important people from the sect had all come. When they saw her, everyone greeted her. Even if she did not help Lu Yen advance in rank, she was Lu Yan's disciple, so her rank was higher than most. She came to Fu Jing's side, and asked, Martial Uncle, based on Master's current situation, will he be able to succeed? Seeing the situation now, I think he has already succeeded. Fu Jing said, he has enough spiritual energy in his body, more than enough, actually. It is only because of the knot in his heart that he hasn't been able to level up. The energy that he accumulated previously just happens to give him enough power to attack that rank barrier. The whirlpool of spiritual energy is a result of his body being filled with power from his advance in rank. It's good that he succeeded. But we are also unable to confirm that he has already succeeded. There are many who reached this stage but went back down. He needs to. Fu Jing felt that his words were cursed. He had yet to finish his sentence before a situation arose. The energy that was previously strong was beginning to waver. The swirl started to shrink and even showed signs of dissipating. Martial Uncle, what's going on? Sima Yuyu asked. The master needs too much energy to level up, the spiritual energy here is unable to replenish it, so it's not enough to follow through. Sima Yuyu understood what would happen if the spiritual energy was not enough for the follow-up. If the energy that Lu Yen absorbed could not be replenished sufficiently, his attempt to advance in rank this time would fail. The amount of energy that he absorbed just now was enough for him to level up, so why is there still a situation where there is not enough spiritual energy? Don't think so much yet. Quickly, think of how to help the master replenish his energy. Fu Jing shouted, if we could suck the spiritual energy over here that would be great. Sima Yuyu looked at the swirl that was becoming smaller and smaller. She only hesitated for 2 seconds, then she took a leap, and reached directly on top of the roof, which happened to be at the center of the swirl. Why did she go over there? She doesn't think that she can attract the spiritual energy over here, right? No one knew why Sima Yuyu flew there at such a time. Other than getting the surrounding spiritual energy to gather over here faster, doing anything else would not be of use. What is she looking at? She is at the top, will it affect the master from advance in rank? Should we pull her down? Damn! Is the master's advance in rank something she can interrupt? The situation is critical now, it's not a time where she should fool around. Mo Wei said coldly, wait. Fu Jing called Lu Su who was preparing to pull her down, she's doing something. They watched as Sima Yuyu took out an array stone and threw it towards the surrounding area of the house. Many could tell that she was setting up an array. Mo Wei turned towards Fu Jing, and shouted, Great Elder, what are you doing? She is fooling around, and you're letting her do so? She is not affecting the spiritual energy by being on top, so why not just see what she wants to do? Fu Jing said, or are you saying that you have a way to help the master to draw spiritual energy? Mo Wei was speechless, how could she have any solution now? The spiritual energy would not be gathered here just by listening to her tunes. Since you don't have any ideas, we can only place our hopes on her. Fu Jing looked at Sima Yuyu, hoping that she really had a solution. Mo Wei had no choice, Fu Jing had already said it this way. It was true that there was not much effect from Sima Yuyu standing there, so she could only let her be. A spirit-gathering array. She had set this array up many times. Back then at the vast region, she struggled to set it up. Now that she had gotten better at it and knew the array by heart, she managed to set it up quickly. Soon after, she took out a spirit-gathering bead and inserted it into the center of the array. Once the spirit-gathering bead was in position, the whole array started to activate. The people who were present could feel the spiritual energy that was in the surroundings start to gather here. The swirl slowly began to grow bigger. Spirit-gathering array. An exclamation came from outside the yard, followed by 2 people coming out from a space. Sect Master Hu, why did you come over here? Mo Wei greeted them. She knew them both. They were the Array's sect master, Hu, and Seeker Spirit sect master, Zhu Ni Lu. We could feel that he was lacking some spirit energy for his rank advancement, so we came to see if we could help with anything. But it seems like we will not be needed. Hu said. Many thanks to the two of you. I didn't think that such a perfect gathering spirit array would actually be set up by such a little girl. The speed at which she set it up was very quick. The array is stable and it seems like her array skills are much like what Fei Yi said. Her foundations are excellent. What, are you trying to snatch one of our people? Fu Jing was not pleased, the guy's look was not right. There is no set rule that says anyone who joins the music sect could not join the array sect. Since Hu said it this way, it meant that he indeed had the intention. After Sima Yu set up the array. She stopped in mid-air and realized that although there was more spirit energy, it is still not enough. Having reached this stage, if he still failed, then all these thoughts would have been wasted. Previous chapter. Honor? What do you want to do? I believe that she will help master no matter what she does. Jing Fu was confident in Sima Yu and knew that she wouldn't have any problems. Ni Lu squinted his eyes while looking at her ore. Hu saw his subtle reaction and asked, is that very rare? Based on the appearance of the ore, it looks like it came from the ancient mine. In order to know what's inside, we have to go closer to see it. Sima Yu's sudden movement shocked him as he almost cursed. Who opened ores like she did? She didn't use any tools and directly used her spirit energy to open it. Wouldn't that turn it into garbage? Any seeker spirit master would be mad if they saw it. Sima Yu threw the ore's skin away and a perfectly fine spirit stone was exposed which extinguished Ni Li's anger. Wow, she opened the ore stone just like that. It's my first time seeing a person open an ore like that, so awesome. The music sect members then realized that Sima Yu excelled at so many times. Ignoring her proficiency with sound attacks, her array and spirit-seeking skills were enough to earn the respect of others. What's the point of opening a spirit stone now? Isn't she trying to show off? Lu Su's voice was neither loud nor soft as he seemed to talk to himself, but it was for everyone to hear. The sect master of the Seeker Spirit sect was here. If she could obtain his approval, she would be able to study there as well. That was why Lu Su said that. She wanted everyone to think that way. However, nobody thought that way although they were curious why she did that at that point of time. Only Ni Lu knew. Sima Yu pushed the spirit stone into the middle of the whirlpool of the array and boundless spiritual energy poured out from the spirit stone as it blended into the spiritual energy in the air and got absorbed by Lu Yen. Although the spirit stone was just the size of 2 fists, it was filled with endless spiritual energy. This spirit stone. Needless to say, it was priceless. Sima Yu flew down from the air. It should be sufficient as she had the spirit gathering array and this spirit stone. Did you know what was inside the ore stone? Ni Lu asked her. Sima Yu didn't know who he was but since he came over at this time, he should be someone close. Yes, I've researched about this ore for a long time now. She answered. Do you know that you might damage this ore stone by opening it just like that? Won't you feel sorry if you treat a spirit stone like this especially when you're a seeker spirit master? I know that it might be damaged, but I'm also surprised that it opened so well. Sima Yu was surprised at the results too. I was thinking that it might be a little damaged, but even so, spiritual energy will be gathered in the spirit gathering array and wouldn't leak out. So it turned out that this was her plan. They actually thought that she was very confident with herself. With Sima Yu's help, Lu Yen successfully advanced in rank and was able to get out 2 days later. Congratulations to the master for advancing. Music sect's members were keeping watch outside as they congratulated him as he came out. Lu Yen nodded to them and turned his gaze towards Sima Yu. Sima Yu smiled at him. Congratulations, master. Thank you. He was grateful to her for solving his problems and doing all these without him knowing. When he was advancing in rank, he felt that his spiritual energy wasn't enough. Just as he thought it would be a failed advancement, he felt something from the outside and knew that Sima Yu was doing something for him. It was due to the spiritual energy that she absorbed for him that allowed him to advance successfully. So, he was very grateful towards her. It wasn't something that could be described. I'll talk to you later. Lu Yen told her. This meant that he was going to talk to her alone. Sima Yu nodded as she stood behind him, watching as the others congratulated him. The music sect had a celebration as the other sects sent some gifts as well. It became quieter 2 days after the music sect celebrated. Lu Yen was going to chat with Sima Yu but the master went to look for him before he even began. Before he left, he told Yu that the Array sect and Seeker Spirit sect's master invited her over. Lu Yen went over to where Ning Tianya was, as she went back to her courtyard and saw Wu Lingyu, who was waiting there. What are you doing here? She smiled and leaped over. I came here under orders. Wu Lingyu pinched her cheeks. You made such a big move and successfully attracted the attention of all the sect masters. I want to talk to you. I didn't want to either. Who knew that something like this would happen? Sima Yu smiled. My shield will be more powerful if master advances. Sect master Ni was attracted to you, so he wanted to invite you over. Those who came were chased away by me. Wu Lingyu said. How did they respond? Needless to say, those who came were definitely men with good looks. But there was no point in calculating all these. Go when you're free. Then we'll go when we're free. Sima Yu continued, are we going over to your side now? Yes. They left the entrance of the mountain and went to Array sect half a day after they agreed. After discussing with the sect master of the array sect, she didn't agree to join immediately, but she could go to array sect to study arrays whenever she wanted. Wu Lingyu wanted to send her back after coming out from array sect, but Sima Yu rejected him. I'll go take a look at the seeker spirit sect. She continued, it's been long since I came out, some of them are waiting eagerly and think that I'm scared of them. We should give them a chance. Alright, be careful. Wu Lingyu went back after sending her to the entrance of the mountain. She went freely and leisurely alone to look for the seeker spirit sect. Ni sent someone to guide her in when he knew that she was here. We thought that you weren't coming here today. Ni said. How can I not show myself when sect master Ni has invited me? Sima Yu smiled as she greeted him. Aren't you afraid of trouble? Trouble will be here and won't disappear, regardless of whether I come out or not. The Beast Tamer masters would not give up on causing her trouble just because she didn't appear. They would only hate her more. Sounds philosophical. Ni continued, it just happens that I have some ores today that have yet to be evaluated, do you want to come with me? Sure. Sima Yu accepted his invitation and followed him to the place where the ores were. The Seeker Spirit sect kept their ores in a very huge hall with many small cubicles. The cubicles didn't have any doors and all the ores could be seen. Sima Yu took a glance and noticed that there were quite a few good things. How is it? Ni asked. Not bad, some of them are top grade. Are you interested in joining us? If you do, we'll let you evaluate these ores. Sima Yu laughed, I've only been a disciple for 2 to 3 months, my master told me to learn well. Yes, you're still young. You have a lot of time on your hands. Ni was not angry despite her rejection. I want to learn many things as well, but I don't wish to take on more than I can chew. It is better to take it slow. If there's a chance, I will learn other things in the future. Sima Yu said. If you wish to learn in the future, you can come anytime, as long as I am still the master here. Ni said. Alright. Sima Yu said. Come and take a look, these were moved back today. Ni brought her to a small compartment, and said while pointing to the ores in this shape. Although it was known as a small compartment, one of it was already as big as a soccer field. It was also 10 stories tall. The floor was filled with many ores, with the big ones almost reaching the top of the room, while the small ones were only the size of a fist. A few Seeker Spirit Masters were verifying the ores. Sima Yu thought that Ni had only said that the ores had just come today out of formality. She didn't think that it was actually true. The quality of the ores had a big difference, they also did not have the labels of Seeker Spirit Sect. So, these had all just come back, and they had not been classified yet. The people in the small compartment saw them, stopped immediately and bowed, greeting, Sect Master. Continue to do your work. I brought you to come and have a look. Ni said. Grand Master, is this Lady Yu, the one who recently caused an uproar? A male in a green shirt asked while staring at Sima Yu. She is. Ni nodded her head, and introduced to Sima Yu, this is my disciple, Lian Cheng. Lian Cheng cupped his hands towards Sima Yu in greeting and said, I've been very curious about you opening a stone with bare hands. Those people even said that you were better than the people in the Seeker Spirit sect. Since we met today, can we get to know each other? Sima Yu raised her eyebrows. Was he trying to provoke her? The Beast Tamer had yet to find trouble with her, instead, she met one here first. Haha, about that, your name recently has been too outstanding, so these little rascals in the sect have been dissatisfied. Ni laughed, you can ignore them. Grand Master, even you say that her seeking spirit skills are better than ours are. Since that is the case, it wouldn't be much for her to show us her skills. Why don't we have a competition? Lian Cheng said. You. Ni glared at him. This little rascal was young and full of vigor. He just couldn't control his own temper. You've already said that others were the ones who said it. You can't simply believe in rumors. Sima Yu did not come here to show off. She did not want to crush other geniuses in their own territory, but she also did not want to lose. So, it was better to not do anything. Furthermore, what do you mean that I opened a stone with my bare hands? It was only because the situation was critical, there was no time for me to try and do it slowly. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sect Master Ni if that was the case. I have already used your argument, but Grand Master said that, although the situation was critical and there was also the idea that the spirit energy would still be gathered by the spirit gathering array if you failed to open it well, the technique you used to open the stone was very accurate. It was not opened randomly. Lian Cheng said, is it because you think that if you won here, would be embarrassed? Is that why you're unwilling? Sima Yu's lips twitched. She couldn't stop herself from saying something to ridicule him, child, there's no need to say what you can see. Even if he knew what she was thinking of inside, he did not need to say it out loud. Why did seeing his serious expression cause her to feel like she was looking at a baby bear? You don't have to show me mercy, just do it like you usually would. If I lose, it will be due to my lack of skills. I will not blame it on you. Lian Cheng said. You should just let go and compete with him. Ni said, this kid is pretty talented, he is just a little too arrogant. If we don't dampen his spirit, who knows what kind of troubles he will cause in the future. Sima Yu hesitated for a while, then nodded her head and said, all right. This Lian Cheng had been provoking her rudely since he came. He was indeed a little arrogant. Ni did truly look a little worried. So how shall we compete? Lian Chen laughed while asking. We'll compete in something simple. We'll choose one or each, and see whose has the higher value. Sima Yu said. Let's go according to what you said. Lian Chen agreed, it just so happens that the new batch of oars just arrived today. We shall choose one from here. Alright. She and Lian Chen walked to the small compartment. They scanned through the oars once, then they went to the small compartment beside it. It turned out that there were many more here. Lian Chen brought her to take a look at all of them and said, all those that came today are here, ladies first. Sima Yu originally wanted to pick one randomly, but after some thought, she brushed it away. If she lost to the opponent this way, he would feel that she did it intentionally. If she won, he would also feel that it was based on luck, it showed no respect to the opponent. Hence, she walked 2 rounds back and forth, then chose an oar that was around the size of a basketball. Your turn. Lian Chen had already scanned through the piles when he accompanied her to pick hers. Now it was his turn. He took out the few pieces that he had chosen and compared them with each other before he picked one out. The two of them took around the same time. When they saw how quickly they had selected their oars, the people who had come to watch were very curious as to who had chosen the one with the higher value. Let's open the stones. Ni said, who wants to go first? Let me. Lian Chen said. When betting on stones, as a sign of respect, one would choose to open their oar first. Of course, there were those who were just very confident in themselves. Sima Yu looked at Lian Chen. She saw the confidence in his gaze with no sign of disdain, so it seemed like both reasons applied to him. Then you can open yours first. There was no need to fight over something like this. They took their oars to the stone opening area, where the person who was in charge of opening the stones carefully cut them out. Blackwood spirit stone, not bad. Ni nodded with a smile, let's open the next one. Someone placed Sima Yu's spirit stone in front of the person who was opening the stones. With a single cut, rays of light burst forth. Everyone who was present widened their eyes, even Lian Chen got even more annoyed. Do you still wish to continue opening it? Master raised his head and asked. With what they saw during the opening of the stones, there was no need to specify who had won. Just open it. Lian Chen ordered. Even after knowing the results, he still had his air of arrogance and he couldn't stop just like this. No matter what, he had to see it to the end. Very quickly, the stone that Sima Yu had chosen was opened, and its level exceeded his by 2 ranks. I've lost. He admitted frankly. Choosing stones is something that involves probability. Just doing it once or twice may not be accurate. Sima Yu said, Sect Master and I've been out for quite some time, I shall take my leave now. Alright, I will get someone to send you back. Ni said, do come if you have time in the future. Alright. Sima Yu turned to leave. Sima Yu, can I see you open a stone with your bare hands? If you fail to do so, it'll be on me. Lian Chen took out an oar, which was one of his own. Sima Yu looked back, smiled at him and said, if you do not make me angry the next time around. Lian Cheng's face fell. He had seemed to provoke her. Sima Yu came out from the Seeking Spirit sect, thanked Ni for his kind intentions of getting someone to send her out. Then, she walked slowly towards the direction of the music sect. Verdant hills and limpid waters, birdsong and fragrant flowers. She felt that the scenery here was really decent. That was if it did not have the presence of an eyesore roadblock. Sima Yu, you are finally willing to come out from beneath your turtle shell. I thought you were going to hide in the music sect for the rest of your life. Qing Kai sat on top of the body of a huge beast as he looked scornfully at Sima Yu. The way he saw it, Sima Yu did not come out for such a long time because she was afraid of him. Even with the rumors that were spreading around the sect, he did not believe them. How could someone be that good? They must be lies. You still dare to ride an underworld beast you tamed? Are you not afraid that history may repeat itself? Sima Yu could tell with just a look that the beast that he was sitting on was merely tamed. It had no contract with him. Qing Kai had been trampled upon and he was almost killed by a beast that he had tamed. That was the most humiliating thing that could happen to a beast tamer master. These 3 months, those people did not dare to say anything to his face, but they were all mocking him behind his back. He knew all about it. And all of it was caused by Sima Yu. If it was any average person, he would not hesitate to smash them into pieces. However, she was his opponent after all, so he could let it go. Sima Yu, if you're willing to follow this little lord, then I can forego what's happened in the past. In the end, his perverted thoughts took over to the point where he could even ignore the humiliation. Sima Yu laughed when she heard what he had said, as the saying goes, those who have worms in their brains will die earlier. The beauty has yet to die, so why would I? Qing Kai's heart was about to fly when he saw her smile. His arrogance from before turned into a wretched perverted look. Sima Yu was disgusted by the way he looked and furrowed her eyebrows in disgust. You really are charming. Even when you frown, you look so seductive. Qing Kai's eyes were glued to her, drool flowing from the corners of his mouth. Sima Yu spread her hands wide as a flute appeared in her palm. She toyed with the flute and said, I'll give you 10 seconds. Disappear from my sight right now. Or else, don't blame me for not giving face to the Beast Tamer sect. Ah, you look so charming when you're angry. Qing Kai felt like he could no longer wait. He had only seen her the previous time and they did not have any interactions. He didn't have a chance to talk to her before he was beaten up by Wu Lingyu. Today as he talked to her, he watched as she smiled and got angry, causing his heart to itch. He waved his hand to the people who were behind him, you guys go, capture her. Sima Yuyu's name had spread widely in the hidden sect during the past 2 months. Those who were still following Qin Kai were all his loyal followers. They would all obey his orders, so once he gave the command, these people immediately attacked Sima Yuyu. Before they came, Qin Kai had already mentioned that as long as they didn't die, it would not be a problem. Even if they were injured, he could use pills to heal them. So, they had nothing to worry about. They only had to capture her. However, just as they were about to touch her, she suddenly disappeared. Looks like you have chosen a path of no return. Her voice echoed from the surroundings, not allowing them to identify her location. Then, a melodious flute tune surrounded them. They were unable to see her, but their subconscious automatically listened to the sound of the flute. Listening, they felt sad, so sad. Their tears rolled down and they could not control them. What's the point of living this way? Qin Kai's servant had a face streaked with tears. He condensed his spiritual energy and attacked his spiritual energy, causing his skin to split apart as he collapsed to the ground. I've done too many evil deeds in this life. I have no way to make it up to those people. I can only repay my sins in my next life. Another servant took out a knife, and pierced it through his heart. Then, the others started hurting themselves. The people that Qin Kai had brought along had not even managed to touch her before they died. Qin Kai's eyes started to blur. Just as he was about to deal with himself, a hidden weapon knocked away the sword that was in his hands. I wouldn't do that if I were you. The cold voice was familiar. Sima Yuyu came out from the spatial area and looked at Jia Nan Xian, who was standing on top of the side of the mountain. I couldn't tell that you had such a good heart. I just don't know if the Beast Tamer sect will share the same sentiments. Sima Yuyu smiled lightly, but there was no sign of laughter in her eyes. We are helping you here. Don't be so ungrateful. Mu Yiqi said, do you know who this perverted guy is? The Beast Tamer sect's vice sect master's son. I heard that he is the single heir of many generations. Sima Yuyu said, but, regarding those who covet me, a few decades of single generations means nothing. He doesn't belong to the Beast Tamer's sect. His grandfather is the sect's general elder. If you kill him, you will have a lot of troubles in the future. Mu Yiqi said. Didn't you say that the sect will not care about the matters of the people in the sect? Seems like it only applies to those with no background. Sima Yuyu laughed. Why would there be absolute fairness in this world? Mu Yiqi said, let's say you killed him. The Beast Tamer sect will not do anything on the surface, but under the table, they will create problems for you. They won't assign a beast to you. What will you do then? It's not like I need it. Sima Yuyu didn't care. A Beast Tamer sect like this? She was afraid of how the beasts that they tamed would turn out. Even though you are learning sound attacks, you will still need a contracted beast. You can't fight alone forever. Mu Yiqi said. I meant that I wouldn't need them to tame my beast. It's not that I don't need a contracted beast. You don't want a beast trained by the Beast Tamer sect? Then what will you do about your underworld beast? Tame it. I know how to tame it on my own. Why would I beg them for it? Sima Yuyu turned to leave, since you saved him, then send him back. Qin Kai has been dazed at his spot since the flute stopped playing. Yuyu walked past him, took a pill and stuffed it into his mouth before she left. She. Mu Yiqi pointed to her as she left, stuttered a few times, but he couldn't finish what he was saying. She is a Beast Tamer master, I heard it. Jia Nan Xian said. How did she? Apart from being an array master, she was also a spirit seeker master. Now they knew that she was a Beast Tamer master as well. Seeing how confident she was, it looked like her Beast Tamer master rank was not low. They felt that it was unbelievable, but they just believed the things that she said. It's impossible that a person like that doesn't have a reputation in the ghost realm. It looks like it's been too long since we've gone out, that we don't even know what is happening outside. Jia Nan Xian muttered. Both of them flew to the foot of the mountain. Qin Kai had yet to sober up. His surroundings were filled with dead bodies. This Yuyu has only been here for so long, so how did her music attack get so incredible? Mu Yiqi sighed with surprise. They had personally witnessed how these people had hurt themselves. This scene filled them with anxiety just by looking at it. She had only come to the music sect for 3 months, yet her sound attack has already advanced to such levels. No, she used poison. This is the effect of the two factors working together. Mu Yiqi said, go and wake him up and, sure. Mu Yiqi walked over and slapped Qin Kai's face, making him wake up. As Qin Kai was getting sent back, he had already regained consciousness. However, was completely confused and he kept on muttering, terrifying. Kaier, what's wrong with you? Qin Kai's father, Qingshi, saw that his precious son had turned into an idiot and he cried out with heartache, what's going on? Why has he become like this? Those from the Beast Tamer sect who carried him in answered, we don't know what happened either. It was Mu Yiqi and Jia Nan Xian from the Array sect who carried him back. What about the people by young master's side? Tell them to get their asses over here and tell us what happened. Qingshi glanced at Qin Kai again. There was the dumb look on his face again. He didn't really become an idiot, did he? Mu Yiqi said that they have all died. What? How could they have died? Who did this? They did not say. They merely sent young master home and left. However, we have already sent our men out to investigate. They should be back with the information soon. A short while later, those who went to investigate returned. Sima Yuyu's fight with Qin Kai and the others was not a secret. There were many who saw what happened, so it was not difficult to search for information. Sima Yuyu. That's Sima Yuyu again. Qin Shi gritted his teeth with frustration when he heard what happened. He couldn't wait to kill her. When Qin Kai heard Sima Yuyu's name, he started to tremble from head to toe as he called out, terrifying. Terrifying. Hurry and invite doctors and those from the alchemist sect to come over and check on Qin Kai. Qin Shi roared. I've already sent men to investigate. They should be here soon. Vice sect master, just who is this Sima Yuyu? She been in the music sect for such a short time but is already capable of using such powerful music attacks? Could she have already learnt them before entering the music sect? Qin Shi's guard said. I don't think so. Qin Shi thought about it, then rejected his notion. The last time when she entered the music sect, I saw her music attack. It wasn't that powerful that it would cause everyone to commit suicide. But many people saw it. Her bone flute caused those people to commit suicide. She definitely used another method. Qin Shi said with certainty, are those dead bodies still around? If they are, then get someone to investigate. Understood. Someone left after receiving the order and another person entered. Vice sect master, the doctor is here. Hurry and let him in. Two people dressed in doctor's robes walked in from outside. When they saw Qin Shi, they cupped their hands in greeting. Before they managed to speak, Qin Shi brought them in front of Qin Kai and said anxiously, look, how is he? Mu Ji was the favorite pupil of the 9th elder of the doctor sect. The art of healing had quite a reputation in the hidden sect. Because he had quite a good relationship with Qin Shi, he usually called on him to help with things on this side. The last time Qin Kai had been injured by underworld beasts, he was the one who had treated him. Mu Ji saw Qin Kai's condition and was rather surprised. Qin Kai was considered as the devil incarnate in the hidden sect, and he was the one who would torture others into this state. He had never seen him terrified into this state. Hurry up and examine him. Qin Shi urged him. Mo Ji examined Qin Kai and said, he has been given a scare. The opponent has used some method to strike terror deep into his heart. The rest of his body is unscathed. Qin Shi heard that his body was fine and heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. As long as his body is fine, that's good. As long as he's fine. Vice sect master, you cannot be early prematurely. Although he has no physical injuries, it's more troublesome now that he's in this state. Mu Ji said. Is it very serious? If you don't settle it well, it will become an internal demon. Mu Ji's expression was serious, a testament to how serious this situation was. Didn't he just see his own people commit suicide? How could he have ended up in this state? He's seen worse things before. Qin Shi felt like it was possible that he was exaggerating. How could it be that serious? I said it just now that the other party has used some unknown method to implant a terror deep into his heart, causing it to fall apart. Otherwise, based on Qin Kai's personality, he would not be frightened to this extent. Mu Ji explained, right now, you have to help him expel his internal demons. This Sima Yuyu. Sima Yuyu? Is she the one behind this? That's right. Tell me exactly what transpired. Let me see if I can find the root cause. Qin Shi told him about what happened today, even the sequence of those people who died. So you're saying that her music attacks have already reached such a level? Didn't she join the music sect not too long ago? Furthermore, it's only been 3 months, and Lu Yan has been in seclusion for 2. Who taught her, then? That is indeed the case. That is why I'm guessing that she used another method. Can you figure out any peculiarities from Kai's body? Peculiarities? Are you talking about poison? It's just a guess. Mu Ji felt like this guess could be possible. After all, Sima Yuyu had only joined the sect for a short amount of time. To cause those people to lose their intelligence and kill themselves was not an easy feat. I can't find anything. He replied, but I am not an expert in poison arts. There are many poisons that are difficult to detect. Why don't you call someone from the poison sect to come and take a look? Qin Shi got his men to go out once again to invite someone from the poison sect. The Beast Tamer sect's position in the hidden sect was a little higher than the average because there were many multi-specialist masters in the hidden sect, who were physically much weaker than spirit masters. However, they had a strong mental strength, so they could form contracts with many beasts and use them to make themselves more powerful. That was why most people would give a certain level of social respect to the Beast Tamer sect. The only one who came was called Ling. She was the femme fatale of the poison sect and her relationship with Qin Shi wasn't bad. When Qin Shi had sent his men to invite someone over, she came. I heard that your kid has been scared. If he's scared, then you should find someone to comfort him. Why have you called for me? I don't know how to treat the illness of the child. Her fiery red silhouette said without holding back the moment it came in. If that were really the case, would not have gone to look for you either. Qin Shi said, I wanted to invite you to take a look and see. Does Kai's body contain any traces of poison? He's been poisoned? Just a guess. Mu Ji checked earlier, but he did not find anything. Mu Ji is familiar with some poison arts, but he didn't manage to find anything? He didn't. Then why do you suspect that he has been poisoned? Qin Shi explained his guess to her and Ling gained some interest in Sima Yuyu. Merely a young child who has entered the sect not too long ago, but she has actually caused you to place such importance on her. Regardless, since even you have said so, I will help you to take a look. She came to Qin Kai's side and saw his blank look, which was truly a lot more unusual than before. She examined Qin Kai's body, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Everyone knew that this was how she looked when she was interested. How is it? Your guess is right. He has been poisoned. With two, in fact. One will cause him to lose his intelligence, while the other. What is the other one? Qingshi asked when he saw that she wasn't talking. The other one, if my guess is right, will cause your young child to never again be able to raise his little brother. Never raise his little brother? You don't mean, he won't be able to have intercourse? Qingshi's pupils shrunk. Can you cure it? This poison is very strange. At this moment, I do not know if I can find the cure for it. Oh, Yu Ling said tentatively, I wonder who concocted this poison. It's actually so strange. Hee, how interesting. Yu Ling, you have to help Kaier treat his poison. You know that my clan has only had a single lineage for dozens of generations. If he cannot have intercourse, then my clan will die out. Chansher begged her solemnly. I told you long ago that with your child acting that way, he would eat a huge loss sooner or later. However, you never took my words to heart. Oh, Yu Ling was still rather sharp with her words as she spoke. What did you say to me back then? Oh, you said, my child has the ability to be domineering. Since he likes to be this way, I'll let him mess around. In any case, I am here to take care of it if anything should happen. Look, now he's poisoned and did not really die. If not because of Jianan Xian, all you would have been able to do today was to receive his dead body. Qingshi was rendered speechless by what she said because he truly did think that way before. Who knew that someone would actually disregard him completely? It's all because of Sima Yu. If not for her, Kaier would not have landed up in this state. TCH, your own son lacked the ability but had to provoke others. Now, you want to push the blame onto a young lady. Do you have any shame left? Qingshi, you're getting worse day by day. Oh, Yu Ling was heartless as she scolded him. Even though he was the vice sect master of the Beast Tamer sect, she scolded him without holding anything back. Qingshi knew this fact as well, but when he saw his son in this state, he was endlessly incensed. However, he could not reason with Yu Ling because she had a weird temper. If he argued with her, she might leave in the next second. You're right. I will teach him a good lesson in the future. He replied, can you treat his poison? You've already asked me this before, and I told you that I'm not sure. I've never encountered this poison before, and its composition is very strange. Whether or not I can figure out an antidote will depend on my research later. Oh, Yu Ling said, but you don't have to be too concerned. He won't die yet. I've already inspected him, so I'm going back first to find a cure. I will send you the antidote for the first poison. As long as you cure that poison, you can get someone to brew some medicine for him to calm his heart. His internal demons probably won't remain. As for the second one. For the second poison, you can only pray that I will be able to research and find an antidote. If I can't do it, then I will tell my sect mates. If none of my sect mates can find a cure, then you can only look for Sima Yu to get an antidote. As for whether or not she holds a grudge and cures your son, it will depend on your abilities. Oh, Yu Ling walked off, leaving behind an ashen-faced Qingshi. Vice Sect Master, about Sima Yu. Should we leave her alive for the time being? If the poison sect was unable to solve this problem and Sima Yu died, his Kaier would never be able to find a cure. That slut. Once his Kaier was healed, he would deal with her. Half a day after Yu Ling returned to the poison sect, she got someone to send a pill over. After Qing Kai ate the pill, he improved a lot and was not as dazed as before. However, a deep sense of fear still tinted his eyes. That's Sima Yu, she's too terrifying and too scary. I don't want to look for her anymore. When he thought of that image, he couldn't help but tremble. Kaier, did you see something? Dad, corpses. So many corpses. I was trapped inside there and I couldn't see anything else. There was only an endless sea of corpses. Those beauties all melted into piles of bones, some were even crawling with maggots. There were many underworld beasts feasting on those corpses as well. They surrounded me as if I was a dead body as well. They wanted to eat me. Dad. Those underworld beasts were so scary. Qing Kai cried out, get them away. Go away. Kaier, this is the Taming Beast sect. You are already out of there. You're safe. No underworld beast can hurt you. Look, you are in your house. Qingshi assured him. Qing Kai opened his eyes and took a good look around. When he was sure that he was in his own home, he finally calmed down. Let Mu Ji examine your body, alright? Qing Kai did not refuse, so Mu Ji went forward to examine him. He said, I'll prescribe some medicine for him. As long as he can calm down, he will be fine. Alright, you can go. Mu Ji left, and someone sent the pill over shortly after. Qing Kai fell asleep after eating it, but he would occasionally get nightmares. The Beast Tamer sect members were suffering, but Sima Yu was enjoying a great rest. She took this opportunity where nobody was harassing her to finally take a good walk around the hidden sect. She wasn't not curious about the hidden sect. After coming to a new place, she had to familiarize herself with her surroundings. She walked around the place, and by the time she got back, the dead bodies on the ground had already disappeared. Even the blood had been washed clean. It was just that the nauseating scent of fresh blood still lingered in the air. An old man dressed in tattered clothes was holding a broom and was sweeping the floor. She wanted to walk past him, but that old man stopped her. Kid, you have a death aura around you. He said. I just killed some people. Sima Yu admitted it. Did you kill these people? That's right. They wanted to capture me, so I killed them. Kid, you don't need to be so bloodthirsty. They just wanted to capture you. Why did you have to kill them? There are some people who, after they offend you, you can forgive them because they will no longer bring you any more trouble. However, there are some people whom you should not. If you let them go, you are merely releasing the tiger back to the mountain. They will just cause you more trouble in the future. In that case, you might as well end it with one strike. But those were dozens of lives. They sent a few dozen men to bully a little lady like me. Those kinds of people deserve to die. Sima Yu said, if it were not me today but some weak person, the narrative would be different. At that time, what would you say? You would say that she was not strong enough and deserved to be bullied. That is why, although I killed those people, there was nothing wrong with it. Ning Tianya watched Sima Yu. The killing aura around her was actually extremely faint. It did not seem like she had just killed dozens of people at all. This world preys on the weak. Your words carry some sense, but if your bloodthirst is too strong, it will affect your heart. Your inner demons will be difficult to manage in the future. Just like the sect master of the music sect. It has been a long time since he has managed to advance in rank. I only do things I believe to be right. If I follow my heart, how would my inner demons form? Even if I really had them, then I would first have to survive up till that point. If I do not fight back, I will be dead before my inner demons form. Regardless of how well she would do in the future, she first had one crucial condition, which was to survive. Ning Tianya understood that she was resolute. No matter what she encountered, she would survive. She would survive and accomplish her life mission. In the future, what will you do if inner demons appear? He asked her. I'll think of a way to get rid of them, then. Look at my master. Although he was stuck for so many years, didn't he rid himself of his internal demons and advance in rank smoothly? Sima Yu was not worried. In this world, everything has a conclusion. If I really end up in a deadlock, then it will be because of my own actions and I will have to accept the result. Even if so, it is better than dying early, don't you think? A rarely seen ray of light shone down and landed on her, causing her to look rather ethereal. Although the way she spoke was rather messy and she contradicted herself here and there, Ning Tianya could understand what she meant. There are 3,000 ways of the Tao, and you have chosen one true to your heart. That is great. However, the moment you doubt yourself, you might have a dark shadow forever that you can never shake off. His words were earnest and sincere. Sima Yu looked at Ning Tianya and smiled, saying, Grandpa, have you ever heard of the saying? We choose our own paths and will walk it to the end even on our knees. Since I've chosen this path, I naturally cannot turn back. We choose our own paths and will walk it to the end even on our knees? Ning Tianya raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had ever heard of this saying. Grandpa, I don't know why you want to tell me these things, but thank you. You have reminded me that I must press on. Sima Yu said, also, I don't know who you are from the sect, but if you wish to speak to me in the future, you do not have to make yourself look this way. Did this mean that he had been exposed? How did you know? You chose the wrong spot. Also, your broom is too clean. There was so much blood here. If you were the one who had cleaned it, how could your broom have remained spotless? Sima Yu explained, in the future, you have to choose an older broom. Goodbye. After speaking, she walked past him and left. She left Ning Tianya behind, who was examining the broom in his hand with furrowed brows. It was really too new and did not look like it had ever swept a single thing. However, this brat was rather intelligent. There were not that many youths who could clearly see their paths. Sima Yu returned to her courtyard. News of her massacre had already spread throughout the place, and the way the sect members looked at her when they saw her was strange. Why are all these people looking at me? It couldn't be because I used poison so they feel ashamed of me? Or did I break some sect rule? No way, right? She muttered to herself. When Fu Shi saw her, he had to call out to her twice before she answered. They just feel like you've only entered the sect for a short time and your master has always been in seclusion, but you already know music attacks, so they feel rather beaten. Fu Shi explained. How do you know? I heard them talk about it. Fu Shi said, why have you come back so late? News had already spread such a long time ago, but she had only just returned. That was too slow. Since I had some free time today, I went for a spin. Sima Yu said, did any news come from the Beast Tamer sect? Yes, I heard that they're looking for people from the Doctor sect and Poison Master sect. It was a complete mess earlier, but it's quieted down since. It's possible that that guy, Qin Kai, has already calmed down. Fu Shi said, Yu, they won't look for you to cause trouble, right? I heard that that guy has quite a background in the hidden sect. Are you talking about the Vice Sect Master? Sima Yu was not worried at all. If he wants his son to be infertile for life, then he can try. Fu Shi subconsciously squeezed his legs together. How was she capable of doing something like that and even speaking about it so casually? Sima Yu saw his reaction and said apologetically, you're just a child, why do you have such a big reaction? How am I young? I'm a man as well, okay. Fu Shi retorted, I'm already 250 years old n/o/vel/b/, but you are still a child. Sima Yu said, once your body has grown bigger, you can defend yourself again. Fu Shi wanted to continue debating with her, but she already left the house and ignored him. Very quickly, Lu Yan's men came to call her over. She went over and met him in the highest level of a small house. Lu Yan was standing in front of the banister. He was dressed in white with his long hair flowing casually behind him. When the wind blew, it danced in the wind. This was the second time they had met in private. Master. She bowed towards his back. Lu Yan walked over and said, are you injured anywhere /? No. Sima Yu shook her head. Do you know why I have called you here? Lu Yan asked her. Sima Yu examined his expression. He was neither happy nor angry, so she said, I do not. I know that you are intelligent and know how to fuse music attacks with other methods. Lu Yan said. When he saw that Sima Yu did not look proud of herself, the anger in his heart dissipated a little bit. In the future, do not do something so dangerous again. Huh. Sima Yu did not think that he was praising her when she said those words. He thought that he was angry that she had killed them in this manner, which is why she had prepared herself to be criticized. However, his later words did not seem to be hinting at that. You intentionally did not allow anyone to send you off to let them look for you, right? There are countless numbers of experts in the hidden sect. Your methods allowed you to defeat only those people, but what if you had met an expert? I know my mistake. I will not go out alone in the future. Sima Yu admitted to her wrongs. In the future, cultivate more in the sect. I will help you to settle your issue with the Beast Tamer sect. Lu Yan said. Thank you, master. Sima Yu smiled at him. The Beast Tamer sect will not do anything for the time being. What did you do? Before I left, I poisoned Qing Kai. He's Qing Shi's most beloved son, so before he manages to force out a solution, he will not do anything to me. Unless he has decided to give up on that son and make another one. Lu Yan knew what she had poisoned him with. Are you so confident that they will not be able to find a cure to your poison? Of course, I am the one who refined that poison myself. There are some ingredients that only I know of. If they want to find its complementary antidote, difficult. Sima Yu said confidently. After your battle, you said that you were a Beast Tamer master, and now you are a poison master as well. Tell me, what else do you know? I want to know what kind of disciple I have accepted. Lu Yan said. The ones I am most proficient in are medicinal arts and alchemy. Next are arrays, beast taming and being a seeker spirit master. I'm the worst at armament refinement, I spent the least time on that. Sima Yu replied, oh, now I know music attacks as well, so that is my weakest. Medicinal arts, alchemy, arrays, beast taming, seeker spirit master, armament refinement. You know all of the different vocations, is there anything else you do not know? I don't know many things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to the hidden sect to learn. Also, what I know isn't at its peak, so there is still a lot left for me to learn. Lu Yan liked her attitude. She was neither proud nor satisfied, and just wanted to study more. As a talented youth, it was hard to find someone with an attitude like she did. Very few youths thought like she did. From today onwards, I will begin teaching you sound attacks. Saying this meant that he had officially taken her as his disciple. I will teach you different skills. If you want to learn it well, you will have to practice. I understand, master. Sima Yu replied. Then, let's begin from today. I hope you will be worthy of the bone flute sooner. For the rest of her days, Sima Yu spent most of it studying and practicing. Occasionally, she would hear others talk about the things happening outside. When Wu Lingyu came over, he would study arrays with her. When she was alone, she would go into her spirit pagoda to study other things, not letting herself fall out of practice. Just like that, half a year went by peacefully. If one included the time spent up till now, then she had been here for a year. Every time she practiced her sound attacks, she would set up a barrier, so nobody on the outside knew how she was doing with her music practice. However, from Lu Yan's satisfied expression, you could tell that Sima Yu's improvements were definitely huge. Also, she had been famous recently. It wasn't because of what she did, but it was related to her and caused everyone to focus their attention on her. Qing Kai had murdered a female disciple from the alchemy sect, and someone happened to see him prepare to burn the body. Usually, one single person dying in the hidden sect would not be a huge deal. However, the person he killed just had to be a woman who was the granddaughter of an elder in the hidden sect. One who he had personally brought here. Furthermore, it was rumored that he had tortured her to death slowly while she was still alive. Her body was mangled beyond recognition, infuriating the alchemy sect. Qing Kai had a backer. His grandfather was an elder, but the lady who died also had a grandfather who was an elder. Their backers were equally ranked. That was why the two sects were embroiled in conflict. Initially, this had nothing to do with Sima Yu. However, later on, it was discovered that the reason Qing Kai had killed that girl in such a malicious way was because of the poison that Sima Yu had inflicted him with. Right now, he had no sense of empathy for others, which was why he was able to do this kind of inhuman thing. Sima Yu's poison actually stumped the entire poison sect for an entire half a year despite their countless research. This shocked the entire hidden sect. What was the poison sect? They possessed the poison geniuses under the heavens, but they were helpless against a single insignificant poison. Someone went to ask Sima Yu why her poison was so powerful, and she smiled. It's not that my poison is powerful, but that they just cannot think of the antidote. This ingredient is actually something that everyone possesses. When the poison sect heard this, they racked their brains but could not figure out what she was referring to. You'd look at me, and I'd look at you, but they couldn't figure out what she meant when she said that everyone had it. Sima Yu felt like the answer she had given was obvious enough, but those people could not figure it out. Even Lu Yan had gotten curious and taken the time during her lesson to ask her about it. N/O/vel/b forward. When he heard her answer, he grimaced, and regretted asking her that question. Why did you think about using this item? His words were filled with disdain. He. Sima Yu snickered. For a person like that, you have to use other methods to teach him a good lesson if you can't kill him. Otherwise, I'd never be able to get rid of this anger. You're pretty bad yourself. Lu Yen was disgusted when he heard of her plan, but he changed the topic. Let's end here today. You can go back and revise properly when you're back. Yes, master. Sima Yu left, but Lu Yen still felt rather disgusted. It was only after playing his zither for a while that he calmed down. He stopped and smiled helplessly, really a devious brat. After another month passed, those from the poison sect still hadn't figured out the antidote, and everyone in the sect was upset. They wanted to ask Sima Yu, but they couldn't put their pride down. Also, if she didn't leave the music sect, even if they wanted to do something to her, they dared not go to her. The Beast Tamer sect members and alchemy masters were locked in conflict while those from the poison sect racked their brains every day. Although those from the music sect did not know what was so attractive about Sima Yu, they were happy just watching them suffer. Didn't they look down on them in the past? Right now, their little martial uncle and young master ancestor had given them a good slap, didn't she? When they thought about how they looked so constipated, they felt really good. As for their little martial uncle, their young master ancestor, she was even such a powerful poison master. They were cocky wherever they went. This kind of attitude was broken when a certain few elders personally went to the music sect. Sima Yu followed a servant to the music sect's discussion hall. There, Lu Yen, Mo Wei and Yong Fu he were talking to two others. Qing Shi was talking to another woman inside. Master, Vice Sect Master, Master Uncle. Yu, this is Qing Cheng, the 5th elder of sect operations, He Lan, the 6th elder, as well as the Beast Tamer sect's vice master and Yu Ling from the poison sect. Lu Yen introduced them and she bowed in greeting to each one. Then, she stood where she was without speaking. She knew why they had come without thinking. They couldn't take it anymore, so they came to ask her for the antidote. However, she would not take the initiative to talk about it. Yu, the reason why you've been called here. Earlier on, you poisoned Qing Kai, and the poison sect has not managed to find an antidote after half a year of research. So, they are here today to beg you to tell them the antidote. Qing Kai and Elder Qing Shi's grandson, and he has personally requested for it too, so just tell them the antidote. Lu Yen said. Sima Yu was very satisfied that Lu Yen had used the word beg. Especially when she saw that most of the people there had fallen expressions, yet dared not refute it. She was extremely pleased in her heart. Elder Qing Shi, Vice Sect Master Qing, actually, if not because the situation demanded it and I had to protect myself, I would not have poisoned him. After all, he is the sole heir of your dozens of generations. Sima Yu said, as a woman, it is too scary to be faced with a situation like this. Qing Kai was truly in the wrong in this situation. However, you have already poisoned him for such a long time, so your anger should have abated by now. Qing Shi said, please, tell us the antidote now. Actually, there are many antidotes for this. I'm guessing that it should not stump the poison sect. Sima Yu said. We did figure out 2 different antidotes, but they did not have an effect. Every time he ate it, he would be fine for a few minutes, but then he would return to his original state. We've thought about the medicinal catalyst you talked about, for a very long time, but could not figure anything out. Can you tell us what it is? Oh, Yu Ling was not ashamed when she talked about their failure as she asked her candidly. Didn't I already say it? It's something everyone has. Sima Yu said, I've already made it so obvious, so why couldn't you guess it? Something that everyone has. We tried hair, fingernails, and so on. However, they were all useless. That's why, you should just tell us directly what it is. Sima Yu touched her nose sheepishly and said in a small voice. It's not something that grows on a person. It's that. When she spoke up to this point, she seemed like she really was embarrassed. When Lu Yen saw her acting this way, if not because he knew how she really thought beforehand, he really would have thought that she was embarrassed. Qing Shi hated Sima Yu to the core. If not for her, how would his precious son have turned into this state? Seeing her hesitate now, he really wanted to go up and slap her twice. Just what is the missing ingredient? Just tell us. What are you hesitating for? He said impatiently. Actually, it's human urine. Only if you use that in the ingredient list will you be able to activate the cure. Sima Yu sighed, that is why, after letting him eat the antidote, he needs to drink 2 bowls of that immediately and he will immediately return to his normal state. Everyone there was stunned. The missing part of the antidote was actually human urine? And it even had to be drunk directly? This was too nonsensical. Rubbish. Qing Shi roared, how could human urine be used as an antidote? We have already lowered ourselves to come and beg you, but if you cannot tell good from bad. I'm telling the truth. Sima Yu trembled as if she had really been given a fright. If you don't believe me, you can ask Senior O whether or not this can be used as part of an antidote. I am of the same generation as you, so do not call me senior. Oh, Yu Ling said, it's not that urine cannot be used, it's just that it's a little too crude. Let me just say this first, this was not specifically created for Qing Kai. Sima Yu raised her right hand to swear, that poison is something I kept on me for emergencies. I did not plan to use it on Qing Kai. If he did not provoke me, I would not have fed it to him. When she said it this way, it did make sense. At the very core of it, if Qing Kai had not gone to provoke her, how could this have happened? However, thinking about her particular ingredient for the antidote, they felt like it was a little disgusting. 5th elder, she has already spoken. That poison was not specifically created to attack your grandson. The antidote has nothing to do with him either. You should not direct your cold aura towards a young brat. He Lan, who had been silent up till now, finally spoke. Sima Yu looked at the beauty with an otherworldly aura and smiled at her gratefully. So she was not on their side. Take a look and see if the method for this antidote is right. If it is, then we will go back and let him try it out. Oh, Yu Ling took out a recipe for her to take a look at. Sima Yu took a look at the method that she had given her and nodded, this is the one. When you head back, you just have to follow this method and then add that medicinal catalyst and it will be done. When they thought about that medicinal catalyst, they felt a chill in their hearts. If it doesn't work, I will come to look for you again. Oh, Yu Ling said. Alright. If it doesn't work, you can just come back and look for me. Sima Yu replied with a smile. Qing Shi led the group away without a single polite remark. He Lan was the only one left. Based on what your master said, you know alchemy? He Lan asked her. Mo Wei was a little stunned, she actually knew alchemy as well? A little. Sima Yu replied. Your master didn't seem to have said it that way. He Lan said. She looked at Lu Yen, did this guy sell her off? I had no choice either. She ran over saying that the poison had indirectly killed her granddaughter, so I had to accompany her for an entire day. Lu Yen was helpless as well, but what could he do? He couldn't really hand Sima Yu over and teach her a lesson, right? Kid, do you want to come to my side? How boring is it to play the zither with him all day? He Lan asked. Go to the alchemy sect? Sima Yu didn't think that she would be the one whose granddaughter had died, and that would even come and try to pull her over. But I just joined the sect and haven't managed to learn much. It wouldn't be good for me to be distracted, right? So you're saying that you're not willing? He Lan's smile vanished as she threatened with rage. Mo Wei was rather pleased. As long as she offended the elder, even if she didn't interfere, Sima Yu would not have a pleasant end. It's not that I don't agree, it's just that I really have to learn properly from my master right now as well. Sima Yu looked with her gaze directed at Lu Yen. Hurry up and speak on her behalf. Lu Yen had sold out his disciple and was really sheepish right now. Seeing her look so pointedly at him, he couldn't not speak up, I didn't finish what I was saying earlier. The Array sect and Seeker Spirit sect is also waiting for her to learn under them once she is done with me. Even if you want to pull her over, you have to queue up. They want her as well? Why? He Lan frowned. Of course, it's because she does well in those areas as well. Lu Yen said, that's why you shouldn't scare her. She's timid and scares easily. TCH, then why did you sell her to me in the first place? He Lan was really infuriated right now. Isn't that because you're attracted to talent? Even if I didn't tell you, how much time would I have to waste to block you from it? Lu Yen spoke candidly and it was clear that he had a pretty good relationship with He Lan. Sima Yu had come to this conclusion and subconsciously looked at Mo Wei. As expected, her expression was terrible. Sect Master, there are still things that I have to settle within the sect. I will take my leave. Mo Wei stood up and said, leaving before Lu Yen said anything. He Lan did not have a good impression of Mo Wei and waited for her to leave before sneering, I just don't understand why you indulged that woman so much. If you liked her, then that's acceptable. However, you obviously. I promised her father. Lu Yen said. TCH. I couldn't tell that you were a person who prioritized friendship. He Lan said before turning to Sima Yu, your master said that you perform alchemy well. If you really are that great at alchemy, I will not harp on what happened before anymore. Sima Yu secretly rolled her eyes. What did those things have to do with her? She wanted to leave, but Lu Yen stopped her. If you can catch her interest, the alchemy sect can look for her in the future. He Lan did not refute him. He merely said, then we shall have to see whether or not she is up to standard. Sima Yu secretly made her estimations. Since He Lan was able to become an elder, her strength went without saying. If she wanted to go to the alchemy sect to study, it would naturally be better to go with her. It turns out that Lu Yen wanted to use the opportunity to find a master for her. You want me to refine it right here? She asked. Alchemists are able to refine pills no matter the environment. He Lan said. Sima Yu nodded and took out a table full of herbs. Then, she turned both palms upwards as flames started to emit from her palm, and created a fireball in the air. She tossed a few herbs into the fire, directly using the flames to refine pills. He Lan knew what pill she was going to refine from the moment that she took out her ingredients. In the beginning, she was a little disappointed because this pill was not difficult to refine, and could not be considered as a top-tier pill. However, when she saw how Sima Yu directly used flames as her cauldron, the look in her eyes changed. By the time the fully refined pill was placed in her hands, her corners of her eyes were tinted with smiles. He Lan's smile was faint and there was not a noticeable change in her expression even as she smiled. However, He Lan knew that she was satisfied. Turning fire into her cauldron yet still able to produce a pill of this rank at such a fast speed. How about it, I didn't speak in error, did I? This was the first time that he was so cocky because of a disciple. Passable. He Lan said, however, she's not too familiar with her methods. Without continuous efforts, she will not be able to rise to the ranks of a great master. Isn't that why I'm letting you teach her? Humph. It was a simple huff, but it was proof that she had agreed. He Lan thought about it, then said, when I head back, I'll let them take her in. No way. The one who spoke was still Lu Yen. What's wrong? He Lan glared at him, extremely displeased at how naggy he was. She's my disciple, but you want someone from the younger generation to take her in? Wouldn't I be one rank lower than you then? Lu Yen rejected her, if you want her, then you take it. Otherwise, don't. Lu Yen, you jerk. He Lan was so incensed that she almost flung the teacup in her hand at him. Her mythical aura immediately turned to rage. Even Sima Yu pursed her lips. How did she never realize how annoying her master was before? Or should she say that he became this way in front of her? Suddenly, didn't it feel like she had discovered something? She blinked her eyes, deciding not to say a word. Lu Yen wavered under her rage, but he refused to budge on this point. What are you going to do? Are you going to take her in or not? Lu Yan's attitude was really stretching it. You're forcing a disciple on me. He Lan refuted. She's such a talented individual. Those below you would never be able to teach her. Lu Yen said, even if you let them come, she'll just exceed them. At that time, you will still have to step in personally. Why go through all that trouble? You have too much confidence in her. He Lan didn't believe him. Oh. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. How old she is, what rank she is, what she knows. Lu Yen said, all I've said was not just bluster. I said that they won't be able to teach her anything, and they really won't. Instead of letting them lead her astray, she might as well remain here to learn sound attacks. Didn't you not allow her to enter the alchemy sect? Didn't they already say that she would focus on studying sound attacks? Aren't you the general sect elder? She can go to learn from you once in a while. Whenever you have the time, you can also come here to teach her. Sima Yu lowered her head and looked at her skirt, trying to make herself invisible. She lifted her head a little to peek at Jing Fu, who looked like he deeply regretted not leaving earlier. The two of them exchanged glances, and their gazes were both filled with helplessness. Finally, He Lan did end up accepting Sima Yu as her disciple. However, she said that they would have to set a date to officially hail her as a master, so she had to go back and make preparations. Once He Lan left, Jing Fu hurriedly took his leave. Sima Yu and Lu Yen were the only two left behind. Master, do you have a very close relationship with Sixth Elder? Sima Yu asked. We've known each other for a long time. Oh dash. She dragged her reply, and it was impossible for Lu Yen not to know what she meant. He said a little distractedly, her skills with alchemy are excellent. You. I know, I will learn well from her. In the future, Master, if you need me to speak well of you, just let me know. You just have to teach me those tunes of yours as well. Sima Yu, you're really daring, aren't you? Lu Yen put on a serious expression in an attempt to mask his guilty conscience. Master, I'm timid. I get scared easily. Sima Yu threw his own words back at him. When she saw Lu Yen being shamed into anger, she said, Master, if you have no other instructions, I'll take my leave and head out. Lu Yen wanted to say something else, but when he saw her curious expression that was just waiting for him to say something else, he couldn't continue. No matter what he said, wouldn't they all transform into something else to her? That was why he might as well not say anything. Go ahead. If anything happens with the Beast Tamer sect, I will get someone to inform you. Understood, Master. Your disciple will take her leave. Sima Yu released a few scarlet bees after she left. The bees flew 2 rounds around her before heading over to the Beast Tamer sect. She could imagine Qing Kai drinking that additional ingredient, and that picture was so beautiful that she dared not picture it. The grudge with the Beast Tamer sect is set. Oh, well, it would be the same even without this. At least I'm happy now. She returned to her courtyard happily. In the Beast Tamer sect, Qing Cheng and Qing Shi's face were deathly ashen. Those standing beside them did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Oh, Yuling took out 2 pills and said, this is the antidote that I have made following her methods. She said that the method was correct, so just try feeding this to Qing Kai. Are we really going to try it? Qing Shi could nor bear to let his own child suffer such a travesty. Oh, Yuling was upset now and she put the bottle down on the table, saying, if other methods worked, would we have ended up here? Bring him over, then prepare 2 bowls of. Qing Cheng didn't finish his sentence, but everyone knew what he meant. Hence, they immediately got someone to prepare urine while someone else went to call for Qing Kai. Qing Kai was still in his courtyard at this moment, faced with 4 half-naked women, who were smiling coquettishly at him. However, it didn't rise at all. He smashed all the things on the table in frustration, and those women were frightened as they all knelt on the ground. Scram, scram, useless trash. He roared after them. These women were his favorite dancing concubines, but no matter what they did, his little brother would not react. He wanted to look for Sima Yu to make her pay, but every time he thought about it, his mind would be filled with that terrible scene, and he would immediately go weak. However, he really missed his past days. The 4 dancers hurriedly left, afraid that he would change his mind and kill them all. Young Master, Sect Vice Master and 5th Elder have returned. They have retrieved the antidote and are inviting you to go over. The servant called out from the main gate. They've got it? Qing Kai's eyes shone as he immediately jumped up from his seat. He rushed hurriedly to the great hall and even cried out loudly before he entered the door, Father, Grandfather, have you really obtained the antidote? Qing Cheng saw his grandson and his eyes turned gentle. When he thought of what happened, his hatred for Sima Yu intensified again. Kaier, this is the antidote. This is the medicinal catalyst. Once you've eaten the pill, drink this and your poison will be cleared. Qing Cheng said. Qing Kai walked to a seat and sat down. He saw the 2 pills prepared for him along with a bowl of yellow liquid. He smelled the foul smell and his eyebrows furrowed together. Did I not eat this before? Why have you brought this again? And this bowl? Is it filled with urine? This is your medicinal catalyst. Just close your eyes and drink it all. Qing Shi said. Father, Grandfather, do you really want me to drink this? No way, I won't drink it. I'd rather die than drink this. Qing Kai refused to drink it. No matter how Qing Shi advised him, he refused to drink it and insisted that there would be other ways to treat his poison. He even said that Sima Yu had done this to him on purpose, and that it would not have any effect even after drinking it. If it has no effect even after you drink it, I will naturally look for her again. Qing Cheng shouted, if you don't drink it now, nobody will pay you any more attention. Qing Kai quieted down in the face of his grandfather's rage. The one person that he was afraid of was his grandfather. The moment he got angry, his entire body would tremble. Also, he was afraid. He was afraid that they would really not bother about him anymore. As such, even though he was extremely unwilling, he could only agree. After taking the antidote, there was still that medicinal catalyst. However, it was a medicinal catalyst that was many times more disgusting than before. After eating the antidote, he drank the first bowl of urine. After drinking it, he almost vomited. Grandfather, I feel that there is no difference from before. There is absolutely no difference. He held back his disgust and cried out. There's one more bowl. Oh, Yu Ling reminded him. Drink the other bowl as well. Qing Cheng said. Qing Kai could only hold back his disgust and drink the other bowl. He wanted to vomit the moment he drank it. You'd best not vomit. If it affects the efficacy of the medicine, the one who loses out the most will be you. You will have to take it again. Oh, Yu Ling's words forced Qing Kai to swallow the vomit that already rose in his throat. He already did the disgusting thing. If he had to do it again, it would be too much of a waste. After waiting a moment, just as Qing Cheng had lost his patience and was prepared to go to Sima Yu to make her pay, Qing Kai had a reaction. His little brother that had been dead for half a year finally rose to the heavens again. Grandfather, father, it really does look like there is an effect. That feeling had returned. Qing Kai cried out. At this moment, he could feel his body heating up and the pain below intensified. He could not help himself and wanted to immediately find someone to relieve his ache. Yu Ling, take a look and see whether or not Kair's poison has really been cured. Qing Shi said. He still didn't believe it. How could drinking 2 bowls of urine be enough to cure it? Oh, Yu Ling found it strange as well, so she examined Qing Kai. She said confidently, he really has been cured. What is the reason? It was just 2 bowls of, how could that solve it? I'm guessing that it activated a secret ingredient in the antidote. Oh, Yu Ling said. I don't care why it works, as long as it does. Qing Kai finally smiled, grandfather, father, my swelling is painful, I'm going to relieve myself. No way. Oh, Yu Ling stopped him. Why not? I'm going to die of pain. Before we left, Sima Yu said that it will rise for 3 days, but you cannot do that for these 3 days. Otherwise, all your efforts will have been for naught. Also, your poison has already been cured, so whatever happens next will have nothing to do with her. It will also have nothing to do with me, and you will remain that way for the rest of your life. Oh, Yu Ling said, if you don't believe me, you can go ahead and try. Try? Did he dare? Did he dare to gamble his entire line just to try? The most important thing was, based on Sima Yu's personality, since she said this, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was true. Lock up all the women by young master's side. For 3 days, he is not to get close to any woman. Qing Cheng ordered. You can't use your hands either. Oh, Yu Ling emphasized. Basically, he could not release. He could only hold it in. Tie the young master up. Qing Cheng ordered, if you cannot manage yourself, then get the hell out of the Qing clan. Qing Kai was depressed. He had never had to suffer so much in his entire life. Every single minute and second was torturous. That Sima Yu was simply a demon. He was tortured to the point where he did not have a shred of anger left in him. If you said that he kept on thinking about revenge in the past, after going through this, he dared not think about her at all. It was with great difficulty that he managed to survive those 3 days, and he had finally regained his freedom, but his little brother had gone down. As for him, he had been tortured for 3 days and collapsed from exhaustion. He didn't take a single look at the beauties that his father sent his way as he just fainted directly. The Beast Tamer sect had once again suffered a crushing defeat as they got someone else to examine him. Nobody knew what happened, but the fact that Qing Kai had drunk urine to counter the poison had been spread. Later on, everyone avoided Qing Kai whenever they saw him. It was as if he was covered with the stench of urine. He was so infuriated that he grit his teeth, and he locked himself inside for a long time, refusing to come out. Sima Yu was aware of what was happening in the Beast Tamer sect as she laughed herself silly. Fu Shi told Hai Xing and Hai Shi, see that? In the future, if someone provokes you, you don't necessarily have to kill them. Just find a way to punish them. That will be the best. This was what he said, but he couldn't help but curse inwardly that this woman was too malicious. Whether it be by her actions or because of the medicinal catalyst, it was clear that her heart was dark black. Sima Yu thought that she would be able to pass the rest of her days peacefully, but she didn't expect that even before news of her getting Qing Kai to drink urine had died down, new rumors spread of Helan accepting her as a disciple. The entire sect flared up once again. Who was Helan? She was the sect's general elder. Besides the fact that every single one of her disciples were extremely talented, they had to be extremely powerful for her to consider them at all. Now that she had accepted Sima Yu as her disciple, didn't it mean that Sima Yu's alchemy ability had exceeded even those from the alchemy sect? This Sima Yu is simply a she-devil. Many cried out, when the time comes, we definitely have to take a look at her capabilities. Is she even human? Can such a crazy person exist? I heard that she's beautiful as well. I wonder what person will be able to tame a woman like that. You guys don't have to worry about that. She already has someone in her heart. Furthermore, the person has joined the hidden sect for her sake as well. He's a disciple of the array sect master. Are you for real? Is this information reliable? Of course it is. The array sect and music sect spread this information. What a pity. I thought that I could give it a shot. Go ahead. Seduce her, I believe in you. Hey, don't speak too soon. There's no wall that can't be moved. There are only tools that aren't hard enough. Who knows, I might be able to get her. You would have to be alive to do that. Ha 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 dash. Right now, everyone in the sect was talking about Sima Yu. They even started a gamble to bet on whether or not she knew skills from their sect. Even the Beast Tamer sect quietly opened one. Although she had said that she knew how to tame beasts, since they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it was still possible to bet on it. When Sima Yu heard Fushi talk about all these things, she couldn't help but purse her lips. These people are extremely bored. Who knew? I even heard that those from the alchemy sect are extremely displeased and want to cause trouble for you before you officially hail your master. I don't have the time to play around with them. Sima Yu said. She knew that she would never be able to reconcile with the Beast Tamer sect, so she didn't mind blowing things up to that extent. However, those from her alchemy sect could be considered as her sect mates. It would be a waste of time to involve herself in this. Young master ancestor, Yu Ling from the poison sect has come to look for you. Someone from the younger generation said from the door. Sima Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. What was this woman doing here? Previous chapter. When Yu Ling met Sima Yu, she spoke her intention straightforwardly. I came this time because I wish to ask you to instruct me in the poison arts. Although Sima Yu didn't have a bad impression of Yu Ling, and even knew that she had spoken out a few times on her behalf, she still didn't have the best impression of this woman. Who asked her to be someone on Qin Shi's side? My skills in the poison arts are insignificant. I just play around with it sometimes. How could I possibly teach you? She rejected her. So you are admitting that you know poison arts? Yu Ling said. N/O/vel/b /. Sima Yu was puzzled at her reaction. It seemed that she cared more about this answer. The poison sect has started a gamble, guessing that you are not a poison master and that the poison was not one that you had refined yourself. I came for the answer. Yu Ling said. Sima Yu cursed inwardly, but she could not show it on her face. If she could, she wanted to throw her out. You brat, you're angry but you can still hold it in. Yu Ling looked through her, making it so Sima Yu was unable to maintain her straight face. Shouldn't she pretend not to see it even though she did? Right, I have another question. Yu Ling said, those 3 days of turmoil that Qin Kai went through, was it legitimate? After the poison left, I examined his body but there was nothing out of the ordinary. You want to hear the truth? I will not tell anybody. Nope. Actually, he would have recovered if he released it immediately. However, if he didn't, then it would last 3 days. Yu Ling. Because of the incident regarding the medicinal catalyst, they thought that she had intentionally targeted him, and didn't know whether or not to believe her. However, they dared not gamble with it and had no choice but to choose to believe her. She didn't expect that she had just said it casually. Aren't you afraid that I lied and will go tell them the truth? She asked. So what? In any case, everyone knows that Qin Kai and I will never get along. It will be normal for me to mess around. If you tell them, at the very most, others will find that I'm a little more devious. Qin Kai has already experienced it anyway. Sima Yu didn't care about it at all and paid no heed to whether or not she would expose her. You've been rather popular lately. Have you ever considered joining the poison sect while you're at it? Yu Ling asked. Join the poison sect? That's right. I heard that you wanted to join the alchemy sect, array sect, seeker spirit sect. So, it's not a big deal to join one more. Sima Yu rejected her immediately. If Qin Shi knew that you let me join the poison sect, what would he think? My relationship with him is my relationship with him. Your relationship with the poison sect is between us. It's not the same. Yu Ling said, in any case, we're not very close to one another. It's just that there are some things in which we are linked. Actually, I didn't join the array sect or seeker spirit master sect. It's just that the people outside are spreading rumors. Sima Yu said, I've just been focusing on learning music attacks in the music sect recently. The only reason I will hail 6th Elder as my master is because Qin Kai killed her granddaughter. Yu Ling saw how resolute she was and knew that she would not join the poison sect right now. Hence, she didn't say anything further and merely said, if you ever change your mind, you can look for us directly. Yu Ling left and Fu Shi came to ask Sima Yu, why didn't you agree to her? Didn't you want to improve your poison arts? The highest tree is always the first to be blown down. I am too outstanding now. If I join the poison sect, I'm afraid that it will be a curse instead of a blessing. Sima Yu said, also, I don't want to bite off more than I can chew. I don't have to learn them all at once. Cultivators like us have a bit more time. Once this all blows over, we can talk about it again. That's true. True. A few days later, Lu Yen brought her to the general sect to hail Helan as her master. When she saw the elder in the great hall smiling at her, she finally knew that the one who had pulled her that day was the sect master of the hidden sect. The process of acknowledging a master was simple. Sima Yu offered her tea and changed her greeting to master. Helan would then tell her of the sect laws, send her a gift, and the process was done. For the next few days, she rarely went outside. Apart from learning sound attacks and going over to where Helan was to study arrays, she would teach Haixing and Haishi occasionally. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 years passed. This period was the most peaceful time in Sima Yu's life. In the past, she had never had such a long peaceful time just to study. After slowing down, she realized that she had gained a lot more. This stable time allowed her to free herself and pursue her dreams. After letting her soul relax, her realm soared. The danger of her unstable realm as a result of her intense growth was solved. Zap dash. Rumble dash. On a mountain far away from the hidden sect, Sima Yu was scorched black from a lightning strike. She lay on the ground, not wanting to move at all. Cloud Spirit said that it was a great tribulation and it dared not strike her. Hence, Sima Yu was struck from head to toe. If not for Little Purple, she might have passed away right there. Many watched from outside the area of the lightning tribulation. Some of them had come over the moment they sensed something happened, while some of them had come here with her. When they saw the lightning tribulation fill the skies, everyone was given a huge shock. Many even went weak in the knees. Some of them were cautious about it and left. The young princess of the ghost realm. So her power wasn't all bluster. Wu Lingyu went forwards and cradled her. Although Sima Yu was not heavily injured, she was in so much pain that she did not want to speak. She just leaned into his embrace. Yu, how are you? Fu Shi ran over. At this time, his body had already grown and matured into an adult. He looked to be a youth in his 20s. When he saw Sima Yu looking so weak, he had some lingering trauma. It turned out that compared to hers, the electric shocks that he had endured were like baby sparks. Master. Haishi and Haixing had grown up as well, and both of them had grown rather quickly in strength. Adding on to that the nurturing that Sima Yu had given to them, their ranks had exceeded their peers by a few ranks. I'm fine, I'm just in a little bit of pain. Sima Yu said. Such a huge bolt of lightning struck you. The fact that you're only in a little bit of pain is really decent. Mu Yiqi said softly by the side. All these years, because he would chat with her occasionally about arrays, he had grown closer to Sima Yu. Seeing her go through this tribulation honestly gave him quite a scare. He never thought that there would actually be someone who would endure getting struck. Sima Yu saw that there were so many people, so she pulled on Wu Lingyu's clothes. He got the message, and directly disappeared with her. I've finally broken into the ranks of Underworld Paragon. We should leave as well and look for grandfather to fulfill the promise. You've been in seclusion for these 2 years, so you do not know how the outside world has been. News has been circulating outside that the Ghost King is no longer around. What happened? It probably is because the Ghost King has not appeared for so many years, so this kind of rumor spread. Otherwise, someone has released this rumor. Sima Yu's gaze turned cold. Ghost Concubine has always been restless. With grandfather locked away for so many years, it's a given that she wants to gain some benefit from it. Hasn't she been this way all along? She sneered. She probably really thinks that, compared to the previous concubine, she's more suited to becoming the Ghost King. She hasn't taken a look at herself to determine whether or not she has the ability. Aren't you worried about your grandfather? There's no need to worry. Sima Yu said, grandfather actually left a soul imprint on me. He's doing well inside my sea of consciousness, so he's completely fine. I see. Wu Lingyu hooked her nose. Why didn't you tell me so earlier? I made you worry. Because I never thought about it, so it slipped my mind. Sima Yu wrinkled her nose. Wu Lingyu really suspected earlier that something had happened to Ghost King. They were so far away, and they hadn't seen him for such a long time that he really could have believed it. Then we don't have to worry about rushing back. Wu Lingyu thought about rushing back once her wounds were healed. Now, they still had to return, but they didn't have to rush anymore. My leaving examinations are already passed. Once you've healed, you can take the leaving examination. Wu Lingyu said. Leaving examination. Every person who wants to leave the hidden sect will have to take a leaving examination for the subject they have learnt. Because you've always been rather famous the past few years, according to everyone's wishes, your examinations will be made public. Huh? My masters agreed? Sima Yu saw the smile on Wu Lingyu's face and pursed her lips. My masters really don't think on my behalf. When they heard that you were going to take the examination, many people have been returning recently. Wu Lingyu continued. Seriously? That's why you have to be prepared. During your examination, many people will be watching. Like they did today? Sigh, it had been more than 20 years, why did they like to watch her so much? She felt like an animal in the zoo these few years. However, since her masters had already agreed, there was no use to her fighting against it. Those in the sect had been chasing after her for more than 20 years. She might as well fulfill their wishes for once. In any case, she was about to leave. No matter what they wanted to do in the future had nothing to do with her. Someone had recorded the scene of Sima Yu going through the lightning calamity. Just watching it made them tremble. They saw how Sima Yu did not avoid the strikes. Instead, she went to face them. This caused a deep sense of respect for her bravery and strength to rise from the depths of their hearts, as expected of the legend of the hidden sect. Nobody will ever be able to surpass her. Sigh, there are some who exist merely to defeat others. Isn't that so? When you compare yourself to her, this year, we've simply been, sigh. While Sima Yu was tending to her wounds, news of what she had done circulated around the hidden sect. Meanwhile, they were anticipating her examination even more. While she was recovering, Mu Yiqi and the others continued to come and see her. However, she had chased them all out, refusing to see anyone. She wasn't an idol and she wasn't a monkey. Why did each and every one of them insist on running over to see her? Lu Yen was in his own courtyard when he heard the sounds of people coming and going beside the little mountain peak. It was a lot noisier than before, but he didn't hate it. Sima Yu lay in her music room eating spirit fruits and listening to him play the zither. Master, you play so well. Sima Yu supported her chin with a single hand. It's a pity that I won't be able to hear it for long. You've decided as well? Lu Yen asked her. Sima Yu nodded. I told you before that the day I broke through the rank of Underworld Paragon, I would leave. It was already a rare opportunity for me to be able to stay here for such a long time. It was rather surprising indeed. I thought that you would let yourself break through it earlier. Lu Yen knew the condition of her body, which was why he was rather puzzled that she would choose to drag it out for such a long time. That would have gone against my original intentions in coming here in the first place. Sima Yu smiled. It's just a pity that I won't be able to participate in the wedding feast of my masters before I go. What a pity. Although her two masters had, under her machinations, developed mutual affections for each other over the past few years, they had not yet decided to be together. Lu Yan's expression stiffened a little and refused to continue the topic, saying, I've arranged for your examination to be conducted in half a month. Your wounds shouldn't pose a problem to you when that time comes, right? No problem. Sima Yu knew that her master had a thick skin, and did not continue to tease him. With regards to the public exam, the sect members would also like to have a legendary figure to excite those in the sect to surpass. Lu Yan took the initiative to explain it to her. I know. Sima Yu said, however, before the exam, you should still let me hide in here. Lu Yan smiled and let her go. She stayed here to recuperate, and who knew how many people went to the little mountain peak with intentions to find her only to be faced with Hai Xing and Hai Shi, who helped her keep them out. Once they left the small mountain peak, they headed directly to Mo Wei's courtyard. How is it? I didn't lie to you guys, right? Mo Wei said. Vice Sect Master Mo has always been sincere, it's just that we would like to guarantee that the people are genuine. One of the males said in a low voice, now that we've seen the people, we can confirm it. I've already told you about the person. Whether or not you can bring them out has nothing to do with me. Mo Wei said, you'd better not forget what you've promised me. How could we forget? As long as she leaves the hidden sect, we will immediately hunt her down. Now that the Ghost King is no longer around, we won't have to pay heed to so many things. That's good then. Mo Wei didn't tell them that Sima Yu was from the 9th Underworld clan. It was fine as long as they could kill her. She didn't care about anything else. When do you think is the best time for us to act? Too many people have been coming to the little mountain peak lately. It's too much of a commotion if you act now. You will be discovered easily. They definitely couldn't rush it, or else they would drag her down as well. We understand. We will think of a way to draw her in. I hope that you really do have a way to do so. Alright, we'll leave the hidden sect first. After those people left, Lu Su stepped forward to say, Master, are we really going to do this? An icy chill emanated from Mo Wei. If we hesitate any longer, she will leave this place. Those people know about the High Clan and are interested in those two as well. It's extremely suitable to use them to act on our behalf. But she wanted to say how powerful Sima Yu was, and how she shielded her own. If she knew that they were setting up obstacles in her path, who knew what she would do? However, Mo Wei was not one who would change her mind after having decided on something. Her heart pounded anxiously, especially on the day of Sima Yu's examinations. When she received the news, a wave of terror rose in her heart. Within the cluster of mountains, the North Plaza was the largest empty plot of land. It also had many viewing platforms. Usually, it was rarely opened. This time, they had opened it because of her, which was something unprecedented. Hai Xing and Hai Shi sent Sima Yu to the North Plaza before going to the viewing platform. Before the examination began, they said that Sima Yu would be waiting below on her own. Hai Xing, Hai Shi and Fu Shi were incredibly excited as they waited on the viewing platform. At this time, a male stranger walked to Hai Xing and Hai Shi, saying, Hai Xing, someone asked me to pass this to you. Hai Xing and Hai Shi saw the jade token of their clan in his hand and their breathing hitched. Waiting for you in a little town outside. Suspicious? Hai Xing and Hai Shi exchanged glances, saying, no, one of our clan members has probably found us, we will go to meet her. So it is one of your clansmen. In that case, since I've brought you the news, I'll take my leave. Wait. Hai Xing called him, I've never seen you in our sect before. Did you come from a small town? The person hesitated for a moment before replying, yes. Since that's the case, wait for us. We'll leave with you. Hai Xing said, when the time comes, we still require your help to point that person out to us. Alright. Then you can wait for us at the exit. We'll leave once we've made our greetings. Alright. The person left and waited for them by the exit. Hai Xing said something to the man behind her, but nobody knew what she said. Based on their personalities, they probably won't tell anyone about this, right? He guessed. After all, the existence of the Hai clan was a secret, so they wouldn't be so foolish as to tell someone. Hai Xing told Fu Shi about what happened, then said, this jade token belongs to my little aunt. At that time my clan was exterminated, she went missing. Now that we have a trace of her, we want to go and take a look. You should know that this is probably a trap. Fu Shi said, I know. However, this is the first trace of my little aunt that we have ever gotten. Hai Xing said, although there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is a trap, we can't just ignore this. Alright then, go ahead. Fu Shi nodded. When he saw that person look over, he said, you guys go on. Hurry back, I will tell you about this. Then we'll have to thank you. Hai Xing knew that he said this for that person to hear and nodded her head at him gratefully as she went over to that person with Hai Shi. That person read Fu Shi's lips and heaved a sigh of relief when he heard what he had said. Although he had said that, he would wait here until Sima Yu was done with her examination. He headed out with Hai Xing and Hai Shi, leaving the noisy North Plaza. The area beside it was much quieter. On the way there, they asked him about what was going on in the small town, but he couldn't give them an answer. Just before they entered the small town, the person said, "I suddenly remembered." She said that, if you were unable to arrive in half a day, she would be waiting for you in the Eastern Mountain. I heard that Eastern Mountain is a little far. That's why I said that person was acting suspicious. Since that's the case, do you still want to go? Hai Xing and Hai Shi hesitated for a moment, saying, "We'll go. However, we've never been to the Eastern Mountain. Can you take us there?" That. We don't know what the person who passed you that jade token looks like. When the time comes, we won't recognize her even if we see her. Hai Xing said, "Alright then. It's my fault for taking this up in the first place. But I have to head back to let the steward know first." "Alright, then you can go ahead. We'll wait here for you," Hai Xing said with a light smile. After that person left, he secretly thought about how these two had grown up in an environment that was too nice, and were too naive. He walked around the small town before returning to the both of them. "My steward said that it was alright for me to take you there, but I have to hurry back to work. So we should hurry up and head there so we can get back soon." "Alright." They rushed to the Eastern Mountain and arrived very quickly. "This is the place. I don't know where the person is hiding either. Should we split up to look for her? I think we should stay together. If we split up, we won't recognize her even if we see her." Hai Xing said, "We will help to put in a word for you with your steward once we return. He will not blame you." "That's great then. I can slack off for half a day. Let's go over to that side to take a look." He led the two of them one round around the mountain, then, he walked towards the prearranged place. They had been discovered. "You guys took so long." Fu Shi sat on an underworld lion and walked over. He had both hands crossed over his chest and complained, "By the time we return, I wonder whether or not use examinations will already be over. Isn't it because we wanted to see whether or not he had something else up his sleeve?" Hai Shi said, "Who knew that he just wanted to take us for a spin?" "Alright, after we capture these people, we can rush back." Fu Shi took out a few strings of rope and gave them a light shake. The rope tied every single one of them up. Hai Shi went forward and put a poison pill into their mouths. Even if they wanted to commit suicide, they were no longer able to. Fu Shi ordered the underworld beasts, "You guys can head back. It's been tough on you today." The underworld beasts bowed to him respectfully before they dispersed. "You guys knew long ago?" The one who had communicated with them glared at Hai Xing. His eyes had lost the compliance from earlier and he was filled with anger. "That's right. We were suspicious the moment you appeared," Hai Xing said, "but in order to capture you, we had to let you lead the way. When you returned to the small town to notify the person hiding in the Eastern Mountain, we contacted Fu Shi as well. We can speak more once we return, about why my little aunt's jade token is with you. Let's go, let's go," Fu Shi urged. He wanted to return to see Sima Yu take the examination. He wondered how much he had missed already. Sima Yu was in the plaza and looked over to where Hai Xing and the others were. When she realized that the three of them were missing, she furrowed her eyebrows lightly. However, she had no time to go and look for them because the general elders of the sect had come along with the various sect masters and vice sect masters of the different divisions. This was the biggest event in their sect. When they appeared, she initially wanted to contact them, but had to stop. She raised her head and saw Wu Lingyu sitting in the area of the array sect. Wu Lingyu saw that she had seen the 3 empty spaces in the music sect and knew what she was trying to tell him, and nodded at her. Ning Tianya led the group of them to the platform and sat down. Sima Yu walked in front of them. "Yu, are you certain that you want to take the leaving examinations today?" Ning Tianya asked her. "Yes." Sima Yu replied. "Alright, what will happen next is that your masters will provide the topic that you will be tested on. You have to complete them before you can leave the hidden sect," Ning Tianya said. When they heard that Sima Yu was going to leave the hidden sect, the sect members were not surprised. All those who took the examination had intentions to leave the hidden sect. It was just that they felt a little disappointed when they heard Ning Tianyan bring it up. In the future, the hidden sect wouldn't be so interesting anymore. Who wants to go first? Ning Tianya turned to the various sect masters and asked. "Let me go first. It just so happens that these two sects have taken in a sick person. Their illness is rather strange and they haven't managed to find a cure for him yet." The doctor sect master spoke, causing the entire plaza to quieten. The sect master of the doctor sect said that he wanted to test her. They never heard that she knew medical skills. "Oldly, isn't your test rather unfair?" Helan protested. "You guys don't have any solution either. If you make her do it, what if she can't solve it either? What happens then?" "Of course we have thought of that situation." The sect master of the medical sect touched the beard going past his chest. "If she gives up, we have a backup test. As long as she can pass that, she will have passed as well." "Master, in that case, let me try," Sima Yu said. Oldly clapped his hands, and someone immediately brought a sick person forward. "This is the patient who came to us 2 days ago for help. His life force has been weak, but he did not receive any injury. There are no other factors either. Try it out. See if you can find out the cause." Sima Yu walked to the sick person. He was already very weak and his eyes were lifeless. His vital organs were failing and his skin was yellow. His body was frail and he looked extremely malnourished. "Let me take your pulse." She got the medical aide to put his hand on the armrest of the chair and took his pulse. Sect Masterly walked to her side when she took his pulse, wanting to see if she would be able to diagnose the cause. "His pulse is weak and his energy is sparse. The other symptoms are because of his lack of vitality, not the cause of his illness. No matter how I see it, the symptoms appear common." Sima Yu said, however, if it were any ordinary circumstance, there would be no reason for his lack of vitality. That is truly the case. Sect Masterly said, that is the reason why it is strange. Master, have you managed to check whether or not there is any parasite inside his body that is eating away at his life force? Sima Yu asked. We have. There is none. Sect Masterly said. His life force was depleted constantly, so a parasite would be their first guess. However, after checking a few times, they could not find anything out of the ordinary. No injuries and no parasites, but his life force keeps depleting. Sima Yu touched her chin as her mind raced, trying to think of the reason why this kind of situation would occur. Just as Sect Masterly wanted to ask if she wanted to give it up and take the backup examination, she walked behind him, took out a needle and stabbed it into the back of his neck. Ah dash. The patient who did not speak for so many days suddenly cried out as if he was going through a torment. What's going on? Shouldn't that be a place that usually doesn't have any reaction? The doctor saw what Sima Yu did and knew what she had done. Sect Masterly brushed the patient's hair away and saw his neck. The area around the needle had begun to swell and he understood immediately. I see. I can't believe I didn't think about that. Sect Master, what is going on? There are some people who, during cultivation, will form their own pathways in their bodies. Under normal circumstances, this will not affect the body. However, if a cultural deviation occurs during cultivation, the pathways will swallow the person up instead. Sect Masterly explained, this kind of situation is extremely rare. That is why very few people know about it. Even I didn't even think about it. Now that you mention it, I do recall it. This is very rarely mentioned in the medical texts and is pretty radical. I didn't think that you would actually know about it. She is really worthy of respect. The other doctors agreed. She knows so much at such a young age. She really makes me blush with shame. How do we cure this then? Someone asked, does she have to finish treating him for it to count as a pass? Nobody has managed to find a cure for this before. She has managed to find the cause of it, so she can be considered to have passed. Because this is too radical, so she passes directly. Sima Yu saw the person sitting on the chair, completely lacking any life in him. She heard the doctors tell his family that he was incurable and saw the pain in the eyes of his family. She said in a small voice, why not let me try, I'll see if I can. Her voice was very soft, and barely audible in the cacophony of voices that were praising her and discussing amongst themselves. However, his wife heard her. Great Master. Great Master. Can you save him? We beg you, please save him. She ran in front of Sima Yu and knelt down, grabbing onto the edge of her clothes. When they heard her cry out, the others heard her as well and looked over with shock. Great Master, you said earlier that you would be able to save him. The woman raised her head and cried out. Sima Yu pulled her up and said, you should get up first. She was not used to letting others kneel to her, especially in front of so many people. Yu, do you have a way to cure this? Sect Masterly asked. I can't guarantee it, but since he is already waiting to die, I might as well try. Sima Yu said. Thank you, Great Master. Thank you, Great Master. The woman who was kneeling on the ground kowtowed to her non-stop. Don't rush to thank me yet, I can't guarantee that I will be able to save him, didn't want to raise her hopes too high. I know, Sect Masterly has already said that this is a hopeless situation. I am already grateful that you are willing to try. The woman calmed down and did not want to make Sima Yu too nervous. Since you want to try, then go ahead. Who knows, you might be able to save a life. Sect Masterly said. Then, he got some men to set up a temporary treatment room and sealed the place, preventing the others from watching the process. Oldly, do you have so much confidence in her? You should be familiar with this child. She doesn't bluster. Since she took the initiative to say it, she should be rather confident. Even if she fails in the end, it's not a big deal. The treatment method had to be kept a secret, so only Sect Masterly went in with her. Those who were outside did not know what they were doing inside. They could only see their faint silhouettes moving, and there was also Sect Masterly's occasional shouts of praise. I really never thought that she would actually have such powerful medical arts. She's only been in the sect for more than 20 years, so how did she manage to learn so many things so well? She already knew these things before she entered the sect. Right now, it's just an improved version of what she already knew. Sigh, she really is so powerful. She exists merely to defeat others. Right now, even if you told me that she knows every single thing in the sect, I wouldn't be surprised. Me neither. Because they couldn't watch the process of Sima Yu treating him, everyone felt like the process was rather slow. A few hours passed before the temporary screen was opened from inside. Your acupuncture methods are truly amazing. Sect Masterly was still praising her even as they exited. The wife, who was waiting outside, rushed up and looked at the two of them expectantly. You're rather lucky. You met her and she actually managed to use a method like this to stabilize the pathways in his body. His life force will not be drained anymore, and his life is preserved. Sect Masterly said with a smile. Thank you, Sect Masterly, thank you Great Master. The woman thanked them emotionally. Don't thank me. I was not the one who found out the cause of it, and I wasn't the one who saved him. Sect Masterly was not greedy for glory. Once you head back, nourish his body well. He suffered greatly this time and will need a bit of time to recover. Also, he shouldn't put pressure on himself too early, and his cultivation should return slowly. Yes, yes. I will definitely tell him these things. He will not make this kind of mistake again. Alright, he can leave after resting here for 2 days. You can follow them down. Those from the doctor's sect took away the screen and the patient, and the plaza was empty again. Sect Masterly announced with pride, "You have passed the doctor's examination." "Thank you, Master." "Not bad." Ning Tianya looked at her, saying, "Who's next?" "Let me." Seeker Spirit Sect Master came forward, saying, "Our test is simple. Select 50 ores from these 100 stones. Not a single blank can be drawn. Also, after you reveal it, the value of the selected stones will be compared to the remaining stones. It cannot be lower than 5 of them." Heavens, they call this simple? She needs to have a 95% accuracy. And the higher the number, the higher the risk. How is this simple? When did the Seeker Spirit Master exam become so difficult? Maybe it depends on the person being tested. Even so, that's still too difficult. The others were discussing this spiritedly. Those from the Seeker Spirit sect were also lamenting how difficult the exam was this time, which was unprecedented. However, no matter how they protested, the examination had already been decided and nobody could change it. The Seeker Spirit Masters placed 100 ores onto the plaza and arranged them neatly into 10 rows. Right, we forgot to mention the time limit. It has to be done within 4 hours. Dash. His final instruction caused them to choke. She had to select 50 ores within 4 hours, and she even had to have 100% accuracy. 4 hours was 240 minutes. To select 100 ores meant that she only had around 2 minutes to examine each ore. She was selecting ores, not cabbages along the street. How was this an examination? This was simply making things difficult for her. Sima Yu was calm. When the time started, she walked around the ores. They saw that she merely took Yupan ore and gave it a few glances. In less than 10 seconds, she would decide whether it was within her choices. So quick. Is she selecting the stones or is she just basing it on luck? With this speed, she probably isn't selecting the stones, right? Did you see anyone select ores so quickly before? She's definitely doing it randomly. But if she is really doing it randomly, her expression is way too calm. This is called remaining calm in the face of death. Even if she has no certainty, she has to sway others. You speak as if you really know. Someone turned up his nose at his explanation. I believe that she is selecting the stones seriously. You aren't believing in her ability at this point, you're just blindly worshipping her. That's right. I worship her, and I believe in her ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't make this sort of test for her. That's true, since this is an examination, and such a difficult one at that, it proves that she might be able to complete it. We should wait and see. 2 hours passed and she had split the ores into 3 piles. One of them was her chosen pile, one was rejected and the remaining dozen or so were those that she had no way to ascertain for the time being. She had already chosen 43 of them. Hence, she had to select 7 stones from the remaining pile of 15. She examined every single one closely and only put it down after examining it again and again. Finally, she chose the last 7. Master, I've finished my selection. She said to the Seeker Sect Master standing on the viewing platform. Alright, open them. The masters from the Seeker Spirit Sect began. Some of them opened the ones she had selected while the others opened the remaining ones. The Seeker Spirit Masters who were opening the stones she had selected were rather nervous. The moment they revealed a single blank. She would not be able to pass the examination today. It was a good thing that they did not reveal a single blank the whole way. At least she passed this part of it. The other group who were opening her rejects revealed 10 blanks. There was a 10% chance but she didn't select a single one. 50 ores without a single blank. Completely accurate. The one in charge of inspecting was Lian Cheng, the one who had competed with her before. Announcing her results with his own mouth made him feel a little complicated. She was actually so much more powerful than he was. She really got them all. She's too powerful. Looks like she wasn't blindly guessing. Otherwise, how could she not have chosen a single blank? So that means that it really is her ability. Heavens. Ni sat in his seat and chuckled. These stones were ones that these guys spent 7 to 8 days to determine. If it were me, I would also need an entire day to examine them. So you're saying that the students are past the master. How does it feel to be outdone by your disciple? Very proud. Ha ha ha. Ni guffawed. We begin the comparison phase. Liang Cheng announced. The old folks from the Seeker Spirit sect immediately came to estimate the value of every single one. They then wrote the value on the piece of paper before arranging them in order. Finally, there were 3 of them whose value surpassed the ones she selected, which was less than the stipulated 5. Hence, she passed the examination without a hitch. The plaza burned with passion. Everyone looked at her as if they were looking at a deity. Who's next? Ning Tianya asked. Let me. Array Sect Master Hu said. When they saw Hu step forward, nobody was surprised. She was excellent at arrays, which was something they knew when Lu Yen had advanced in rank. Seeing him give her an examination, they believed that she would have no problem. In the end, Sima Yu almost faltered here. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Comment. This round was especially hard and the content of the examination was something that she didn't expect. She thought that this master had overestimated her when she learnt about the content of the examination. Hu came to the platform and said, "The requirement is very simple. There is a trapping array where you are, and you'll have to get out of there. However, it will become a killing array if you activate a hidden array while you're trying to break it." She understood the combination of the arrays. It wouldn't be hard as long as she managed to find the pattern. However, she became depressed right after the array activated. It's the imitation trapping array of the 10 great ancient arrays. "Master, do you really think that I'm that powerful?" She couldn't help but curse. Those on the outside couldn't hear what she was saying, but they could read her lips along with her expression, and from there, they knew she was gloomy. "Old Hu, how can you use the imitation of ancient arrays? Aren't you overdoing it?" Helan frowned as she felt it was unfair for Sima Yu. If she can't get past this ancient array, what would she do if she got into one in the future? Hu continued, "Moreover, you know about her problems. If she goes to that place in the future, how can she protect herself if she doesn't have the ability to? She will have to stay here and continue studying if she can't pass it." When he said it like that, everyone else felt that it was reasonable as well. But she has to leave urgently. Although she didn't look like she was in a rush as she had stayed and settled herself in, deep down, she was in a rush to save her mother. This wasn't a secret within the higher ranks of the hidden sect. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to let her take the examinations in such a short time. At that time, they had a private discussion regarding Sima Yu about her situation, background, growth, and the things she did in human realm and ghost realm. They came to a conclusion that she should be the one that they had been waiting to bear the mandate of heaven. As people from the upper class, they had the duty to nurture her growth, so they had let her study in all sectors of the sect. They also knew that she had a treasure that could slow down time, so they let her study many things in a short span of time. 20 years was 200 years in Spirit Pagoda, so learning was easy in addition to her talent and foundation. Also, they had predicted that she would have to leave when the chaos arrived, as there were still a lot of things that were waiting for her. Just the thought of being able to nurture her filled them with pride. But before then, she might not even be able to pass the array sex examination. Sima Yu was walking around inside the array, and she felt that she was walking towards one direction, but in the eyes of outsiders, she was just walking to and fro in a small area. She felt that the imitation of Ancient's array was intractable, as it was altered from the ancient arrays. It had the power of ancient arrays, but it had more changes, which might make it much more powerful. Hence, this was a combination array made by Hu. She would be in trouble if she activated the killing array. She was trapped and was in the danger of being killed. Just the thought of it made her want to vomit blood. It was just an examination, but her master seemed like he wanted to kill her. Whoosh! The sound of wind swept past. She dodged and a spiritual energy swept past her ear, which damaged the skin on her ear. Her ear would be gone if it had been just a little nearer. She actually activated the killing array. Sima Yu wanted to vomit blood. She was just figuring out the method to break the trapping array when she activated the killing array. There was an uproar when they saw the attack of the killing array. The attack was too ferocious. It was impossible to withstand it with Sima Yu's level of strength. "Old Hu, aren't you overdoing it?" Those on the main platform started to worry as the attack was too ferocious. Hu laughed, all the worries he had were swept away. "How can you laugh when Yu is injured? Just watch." Hu didn't want to explain much, but his face was filled with smiles. "Are there any tricks?" They turned their attention back to Sima Yu as they watched her being attacked with cuts and bruises all over her body as she tried to escape. Those on the platform felt sorry for her. Their goddess was battered with serious injuries while trying to escape. All her reputation was all gone. Pop! She couldn't dodge in time, and a metamorphosed long sword pierced into her shoulder just 2 fingers away from her heart. If it went a little lower. "Old Hu. Nilo was anxious, she will die if this continues. Shut the array down quickly. If that was the case, she would fail her examination. Don't be anxious." Hu's smile didn't change. "It will be alright in a while." "Alright? What would be alright?" They didn't see the chance of her breaking the array. "Watch, the form is going to reverse soon," Hu said. They wouldn't play with Sima Yu's life, they could only wait since he said that. They waited anxiously with their hearts in their throats. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait too long. Otherwise, their lives would have been shortened. Sima Yu was injured again as she was pierced on the other shoulder in the same place. She had a long sword on each of her shoulders with some broken arrows on her legs, with wounds everywhere on her body. However, she smiled when she was pierced on her shoulders. Her smile was so confident and bright that it looked like nothing could stop her. She would keep going to the level where no one ever had. "Array, rise." With her frail voice, an array lighted up around her. The array wasn't huge, but it protected her as it weakened the trapping array a lot. She actually fixed up an array while she was escaping. Everyone shouted in surprise. No one could tell that her messy steps were actually to draw an array. "Old Hu, you knew about it all along," Nilo said. Hu smiled silently. "Can this array resist your trapping array?" The damage seemed to have dropped a lot. Lu Yen asked. "I think so too, it seems to be weaker." Helan said. "It's not that it could resist the trapping array. She just made an array with the pattern of trapping array and used some of the power of the trapping array to her advantage. With that, she could protect herself while weakening the attacks. After she rests a little, this array will be nothing to her," Hu explained to everyone. Sima Yu felt like she had come back to life as if she could breathe again. She laid down unglamorously on the floor while taking her pills as she waited for her body to recuperate. Everyone suddenly became quiet. Sima Yu was omnipotent and was held high up above in the hearts of everyone. At the same time, they thought that a person like her merely had good talents and a good environment. However, now they knew how hardworking she was. Apart from being talented, she was very hardworking. No. Hardworking was an understatement. They probably should say that she was hardworking to the point of sacrificing her own life. If they were in her shoes, they would have surrendered long ago, as they would not have been able to preserve till the end, not to mention that they wouldn't have the mind and energy to fix up an array to get themselves some time to breathe. She was capable and worked hard. That was the reason why she could grow to this height. At this moment, no one thought that she looked bad. On the contrary, in their hearts, she looked even better than she usually did. Many of them told themselves that they should work harder next time. The pills quickly stopped the bleeding while her spiritual energy recovered. She was weak as she lay on the floor, and she looked up at the blue sky, trying to wrap her head around how she should break the array. She did not care how others saw her or thought about her. Time passed slowly, and she finally sat up after resting for a long half an hour. The attacks were still there. Although it was weakened, it was still difficult for her as she had some serious injuries on her body. She sat in her own array as she took out some array stones and slowly arranged them. The image of a body that was filled with blood and malevolent scars slowly imprinted itself in the hearts of everyone. From then on, no one would be more beautiful than her. After a while, she tightened the corner of her lips and got up. Many people smiled along with her. Sima Yu took the array stone and went to the edge of her array. The moment she removed the array, she disappeared. She disappeared and appeared, disappeared and appeared again. Even though the attacks hadn't lessened, she didn't get injured, and it was much easier than just now. Hu laughed. She found the pattern of the killing array. Not bad, not bad. Ning Tianya praised her ability and unwavering determination. After Sima Yu walked around in the array for a while, she hit the array stone and the attack suddenly disappeared. Then, she walked out of the trapping array. She finally passed this round. Sima Yu lifted her head as she looked at Wu Lingyu, who was on the platform, and smiled. Wu Lingyu replied to her with a smile as the tightened fist in his sleeve finally relaxed. Jealousy. Many people felt their hearts turn sour. Her smile was for Wu Lingyu alone. They envied him badly, but what could be done? What were they to do even if they felt like beating Wu Lingyu up? Sima Yu came to the platform and said, "Master, I'm out." Hu nodded with satisfaction. "Not bad, you have passed my test. It's been 2 days. We will continue with the other tests after you recuperate." Ning Tianya said. "It's fine, Sect Master." Sima Yu continued, "These are just superficial wounds, there's no need to rest." Even though she said this, everyone gave her half a day to rest. Also, everyone was willing to wait for her right here. Sima Yu took some healing pills. There were also pills for mental energy. She made use of the time to get changed to get some rest in Spirit Pagoda. Half a day later, she appeared in front of everyone again with much more energy. "Sect Master, let's begin." "Alright. Which one of you is next?" Ning Tianya asked. "I'll go." Lu Yen continued, "In view of your condition, our sect will test you on something simpler. You'll just have to perform a tune. There is no need to attack, as long as you are able to get everyone here into your mirage." Everyone threw up blood together. When he said that his sect would test her on something simpler, they thought he would cut her some slack and test her something easier. They didn't expect that he was a fraud similar to the ones before. She was already tired, and he still wanted her to enchant everyone present. Their minds were all conscious and well, so how strong of a sound attack did it have to be in order to enchant everyone? Many of them were wondering if they would be caught if they just acted like they were enchanted. They would just put on an act if they wouldn't get caught. Sima Yu didn't have any objections as she took out a black instrument. She tested the sound to make sure all the tunes were right. "What instrument is that? Why have I not seen this before?" This sounded like a flute, but it also sounded like pipes. It sounded nice. Let's see what melody she can play. I'll be enchanted in a while regardless of what melody she plays. I'll definitely be enchanted as well. They were so sure of themselves that everyone knew what they meant. They would definitely be enchanted. Their actions wouldn't be able to trick those old folks on the platform. These bastards, don't they know that they can't pretend to have that effect? Ni Lo was amused. "I haven't seen the members in the sect so united before." Hu continued, "There wouldn't be so many problems if they were always so united. It's good like this too." He Lan laughed. Sima Yu didn't know to laugh or cry after hearing them say this, but at the same time, she was grateful for their kindness. "Let's begin." Lu Yen instructed. Sima Yu placed the flute on her lips as the melodious tune echoed throughout the northern arena. "Her instrument is simple with little adjustments to the tune, will this work?" He Lan asked Lu Yen. "I don't know, you'll have to see how she improvises." Lu Yen continued, "Also, this is the first time I've heard this melody from her. She is taking some risks." He Lan said. "Don't you know her well enough? She's not afraid of taking risks. If she was, she wouldn't have been able to pass the array test earlier on." "That's true." The melody that Sima Yu played was a melody that she always played in the past, before she set out on a long journey for a mission, which would put her in her homeland scenery. It always calmed her down. The melody wasn't long. No one thought differently when the first verse was played. They thought it was a nice melody and followed the simple tunes which gave them a faint homesick feeling. On the second verse, their minds no longer thought about other matters as they followed the tune. Once the third and fourth verse played, the homesickness disappeared and a scene of a vast world with fog appeared in front of their eyes with a long river flowing alone. Slowly, a living creature came out from the water. The living creature reproduced continuously, from the waters to continents as it multiplied into different kinds of breeds. Previous chapter. The sound of the flute echoed but everyone was unaware of it. It was as if they didn't really hear it because their attention was thrown to the scene before them. In a flash, the world transformed. The melody stopped, and nobody knew how long they were there for, as they thought that the scenery was too realistic. It was as if it really happened. The elders on the platform came to their senses first as they looked at Sima Yu with confusion. Yu, what you just showed us was. Ning Tianya didn't finish his sentence as he thought it was unfathomable. Yes, that is the origin and departure of Chaos World and its situation. Sima Yu said. Really? The elders were all experienced. Although they did not go to Chaos World nor saw anything there, they could guess from the scenes. You've been to the Chaos World, N/O/Vel. Although there was some power of the sound attack in it, no one would be able to show those images if they hadn't seen it for themselves. Yes, I've been there twice. Sima Yu continued, that scene was also seen in that river. No wonder. I didn't expect that you'd been there, you're indeed. Ni sighed without finishing his sentence. Master, did I pass this round? Sima Yu asked. You passed. Yen Lu nodded. The rest hadn't come back to their senses yet as their visions were still blurred. Thank you, Master. She kept her flute away. After passing this round, nothing else would be harder than this. I'm up next. Helan calmed herself down as she said, you may refine a pill that is equivalent to the 11th grade. The rest slowly came out from the mirage. They blurrily heard their conversation of going into the next test before they managed to discuss what they saw in the mirage. It wasn't that hard. Although it was a little difficult to refine an 11th grade pill, those who came from the hidden sect had to know how to refine a 10th grade at the very least. But before they could be happy for her, Helan gave her another condition, which was that it had to be refined in less than 8 hours. 8 hours? How is that possible? Even the fastest 11th grade pill would take at least a few dozen hours, how is it possible to refine it in 8 hours? Don't be so quick to worry. She should be able to fulfill this if it was requested of her. Didn't all of you think that it was impossible for her to complete all the tests previously and she passed it too? Seems like it. She's going to start soon, let's watch and see. Sima Yu placed her medicinal ingredients on 3 tables. The time given was short, so she chose the pill that she specialized in, as it would give her less pressure. She checked all of the medicinal ingredients thoroughly, making sure that she didn't miss out anything before she started refining the pill. Purifying, fusing, congealing pills. She memorized all the steps deep into her bones. As it was an advanced graded pill, she would need to purify a lot of medicinal ingredients. And this was the part where it consumed the most time. She took out the furnace as she ignited the fire and started to purify the medicinal ingredients. She threw in 10 different types of medicinal ingredients at once, while those who were watching on the platform were surprised. She can actually purify 10 different medicinal ingredients at once. I remembered the most powerful alchemist in the alchemist sect could only purify 7 or 8 medicinal ingredients at once. Only elders could purify over 10 different types and she actually purified 10 to 20 different types at once. If she does this, the purifying stage alone could save a lot of time. So it turns out that the 6th elder would come out with such a request knowing her ability. Even so, it's still a little rushed. Most of them were veterans in the alchemist sect and someone immediately calculated the amount of time she would need. She doesn't seem flustered. She must have planned out the timing. They quickly learned about Sima Yu's plan. While the medicinal ingredient was purifying, Sima Yu quickly took out another pill furnace and placed the essences that she had purified and started fusing them. It was the first time that they witnessed purifying and fusing being carried out at the same time. How can she do that? What if she can't purify it in time for the fusing? Won't this furnace of pills be wasted? The audience felt uneasy as well, this was too reckless. Even the elders on the platform frowned in disapproval. 6th elder, isn't the time too short? Ni Lu protested. It's double the amount of time as compared to the 4 hours you gave her. Helan said. Ni Lu was provoked by her, but she couldn't provoke her back because she was indeed demanding on the timing she had previously given. Why are you worried when Yu isn't even worrying? Lu Yen was confident in Sima Yu. She would become the hidden sex legend that no one ever was, if she passed the examination. That's right, I'm the only one who knows how capable Yu is in refining pills. The rest should just watch quietly. Helan smiled as she was in a good mood. She had already realized that Sima Yu could purify 10 to 20 over medicinal ingredients at once, and she also knew that she had tried purifying and fusing at the same time. So, she knew that the 8 hours she gave her was enough. It was just that it would require a strong mental strength. However, it was nothing to her. As it was a pill that she had refined many times, she knew how to control the timing for purifying and fusing while she refined. The process went exceptionally smoothly. Fusing, congealing and absorbing the pill's thunder went smoothly. When the pill was handed to Helan, there was still half an hour of time left. Helan examined the pill. The end result and quality was not bad. Great, you've passed my test. She returned the pill to Sima Yu. Thank you, master. Sima Yu said gratefully. She wouldn't have been able to advance so smoothly if Helan had not taught her so much in recent years. The audience was happy for her. She would be able to leave Hidden Sect if she passed all her examination. However, those on the platform didn't utter a word. It was as if they didn't plan to leave. I'll give you half a day to recover your mental power. We'll continue on with the next one half a day later. Ning Tianya said. Yes, Sect Master. Sima Yu took a pill and went to the side to adjust her body and rest to recover her mental power. What's the next test? Could it be the Poison Sect test? It should be. I heard that the Poison Sect has invited her to join them a long time ago. That must be it. Half a day later, Sima Yu was recovering well and went back to the arena to prepare for her next test. But what surprised everyone was that the one who stood up to test her was not the sect master of Poison Sect. It was the one who she had a conflict with when she just entered the sect. It was Qing Cheng, whose grandson was tortured by her for half a year. Qing Cheng looked at Sima Yu and asked, Yu, are you ready? Previous chapter. It was Qing Cheng's turn to test her. Since when did she hail Ding Cheng as her master? Didn't they argue badly previously? How did they become a master and disciple now? Everyone subconsciously looked at Qing Kai. Qing Kai wasn't angry or happy. Instead, he was actually proud. What happened? Did he forget that Sima Yu made him drink that medicinal catalyst? Everyone thought that he would use this opportunity to settle the score with Sima Yu. It seemed like she was really a Beast Tamer master. What do you guys think? Once she completes this, will she still have any other examinations to complete? Who knows? I wouldn't be surprised if she had to take all the examinations today. Same here, nothing can faze me now. Sima Yu's mental power was very strong, and that was what Beast Tamer needed the most. The examination went smoothly without any problem. Just when everyone thought that there was another round of examination, Ning Tianya announced that her examinations were over and that she passed all of them smoothly. Aren't there any examinations for Poison Master? Right, didn't she get into the Poison Sect? Many of them were speculating on the stage, which Ning Tianya couldn't ignore. She has interacted with Poison Sect members, but she did not officially become an apprentice, so there was no need for an examination. Alright, everyone is dismissed. Sima Yu left with her masters. Some of them wanted to look for her, but did not dare to face the sect master, so they could only watch as she left. It went without saying that the start of the examination gave everyone a huge shock. They couldn't help but to check where they stood. They always thought that they were talented, but they seemed useless after comparing themselves to her. Go, they had to cultivate more. Sima Yu and the few masters were having a conversation when she walked out and saw Wu Lingyu, Hu Shi, and the others. Where did you go? Sima Yu asked. Something came up and by the time we rushed back, we'd already missed your examinations. Fu Shi said. After knowing him for so many years, she knew Fu Shi's character. Since he said that something had come up, it wasn't because it was a small matter that he didn't bother saying it, but it was because it was an important matter that couldn't be said right now. You must be tired, let's go back and rest. Wu Lingyu said. Alright. When she got back to the courtyard at the little peak, Sima Yu found that something was amiss. Her courtyard's energy was filled with many people's aura. As many people were interested in her life, her courtyard was always protected by a spirit barrier. No one could get in if they didn't know how. Similarly, anyone who was inside wouldn't be able to get in if they didn't know how. After going into the courtyard, she asked Fu Shi and Hai Xing, who are these people? What happened exactly? Fu Shi told her what happened before taking the credit. If it wasn't for me, these two rascals would be in danger. Then I'll have to thank you. Sima Yu scoffed as she walked over to them. She kicked one of them in the leg. Who are these people? Have you gotten any information? Not yet. You haven't dealt with them even after so many days? Sima Yu was surprised. This isn't your usual level of efficiency. We didn't have the time to interrogate them. Fu Shi continued. We brought them back and tossed them here and went to watch your examination. Sima Yu. Wasn't interrogating them more important to these rascals? She turned her gaze to Hai Xing and Hai Shi as Hai Xing smiled. Watching the master's examination is more important. Most importantly, they had to wait for her before they interrogated them, so they might as well watch her first. Sima Yu knew what they were thinking and she shook her head helplessly as she turned around and walked out, saying, let's begin now. I'll go wash up for a bit. I hope you get something when I come back. She had been tired for a few days and needed a good bath so she could rest. While she was taking a bath, those people were abused. Even though Hai Xing and Hai Shi always followed her, Wu Lingyu was the one who had been training them all along. They learned many things as they followed Sima Yu and Wu Lingyu, so they knew exactly how to deal with people. In fact, Hai Xing and Hai Shi had always been cultivating in the spirit pagoda all these years, so their power was not like what other people saw from their appearance. Fu Shi knew that she had a place for both of them to cultivate and he thought it was a little realm, so he wasn't surprised when both of them disappeared occasionally. He helped the both of them not because they couldn't defeat their opponents, but because he had promised that he would take care of them when Sima Yu wasn't around. He wouldn't be able to explain to her if they were captured by others. By the time Sima Yu finished her bath and came back with Wu Lingyu, they had already finished their interrogations. Did you get anything? They said they were commissioned by the vice sect master, so they knew that both sister and I are here. They also said that they wanted to capture us first and assassinate you while you were on your way to look for us. Hai Xing said angrily. They have such nerves. Sima Yu faintly continued, which force are they from? They actually dared to think about capturing Hai Xing and Hai Shi, and even thought about killing her. She really had to give it to them for their boldness. These people are from the black market. Hai Shi clenched his fists as the memories of this name rolled over. The underground marketplace that auctioned the both of you? Yes. I guessed so too. It is only people like them who are not afraid of anything. Sima Yu continued, what about the jade token? They said that the jade token is something that they are auctioning away and belongs to someone else. They're merely the runners, so they have never seen her before. They said that their higher ranks got them to come here with this, so here they came. Hai Shi said. Master, this jade token belongs to Little Ant. We suspect they are auctioning her away this time. Hai Xing said. Sima Yu saw that she seemed to stop despite wanting to continue speaking. You want to go? Yes. Hai Xing admitted. She lifted her head to look at Sima Yu. When she saw that she wasn't angry, she continued, the High Clan was in a great catastrophe, those who were not blood-related were killed and those who were blood-related were captured. Little Aunt's age is similar to us, and we were auctioned together, but she went missing when we got to the Triangle District. We can't turn a blind eye to this after not hearing from her for so long. Alright, we'll go and have a look. Sima Yu continued, but you have to remember, a lot of your clan members must be alive but it's impossible to find all of them. You can only save those that you come across. Don't try to execute any plan just because of that, do you get it? Thank you, Master. They didn't expect that she would agree to it so easily. Before we go, let's return them a big gift. Sima Yu grinned as her eyes filled with smiles. Previous chapter. Sima Yu brought them to Ning Tianya. All the sect masters and sect general elders were still with him. They were surprised when they heard that Sima Yu was coming. N/O/vel/b/. Why is this girl here again? Wasn't she eager to leave just now? Ning Tianya laughed, let her in. Sima Yu brought Hai Xing and Hai Shi as she dragged those people in, giving everyone a shock again. Who are these people? Lu Yen questioned. Hai Xing will tell you. Sima Yu continued, before that, let's get the vice sect master here to hear it together. Wei? Why do you need her here? Everyone will naturally know when she's here. Sima Yu said. Ning Tianya sent someone to get Wei. She quickly arrived since it was the sect master who invited her. Seeing those people kneeling on the floor, her eyes flashed, but she did not react. Alright, Wei is here. What is it, can you tell us now? Sima Yu didn't want to delay it any further as she bowed in greeting to Ning Tianya and said, Sect Master, please be the judge. Everyone felt odd as, they had never seen her like this before. What is it? Tell me. I'll definitely get justice for you if you have been wronged. Sima Yu glanced at Hai Xing. Hai Xing told them about how she had been sold and interrogated. Everyone was angry when they heard that these people had the nerve to come to the hidden sect to kidnap them and even thought of killing Sima Yu. How dared they even thought about it? Sima Yu was someone who they nurtured into who she was today. If it was not for Fu Shi who was vigilant and saved them, I would have gone to rescue them after my examinations. I'm only afraid that I would not have been able to walk out of hidden sect alive even if I passed the examinations. Sima Yu continued after Hai Xing was done, Sect Master, from the day I stepped foot into the sect, Vice Sect Master has always objected to me and purposely made things difficult for me behind Master's back. I'd tolerated it and didn't tell my masters as she was an elder. However, she actually asked the black market sellers to capture my people and even to kill me. I can't take this any longer. Sect Master, please find justice for me. The hall fell silent, everyone's gaze was on Wei. Especially Lu Yen, as his eyes were cold, causing her heart to tighten. However, she wasn't someone easy to deal with. She said without a single change in her expression, you've been in the sect for more than 20 years, you can't slander me although we aren't close. I have nothing to do with these people. Do they have any evidence since they say that I asked them to come here? These people are already here. What other evidence does the Vice Sect Master want? These people are nothing. Anyone can make them do such things. They can accuse me, but I can say that I'm being set up. It seems like the Vice Sect Master has already thought of a way out. Sima Yu sneered. I'm just stating the facts, you have no evidence and blame it on my dislike for you these few years. This is too sloppy. The Sect Masters wouldn't think that I'm the one behind it just because you said that. Indeed, maybe the words these people have said are useless, but what about your servant, Lu Su? Why isn't she here with you? Sima Yu questioned her. Lu Su has been helping me deal with some matters regarding the sect. Of course, she's out to settle some matters. Wei said. Is that true? Sima Yu said faintly, are you sure that she's not out looking for these people? Wei clenched her fist slightly and denied, of course not. So, would it be evidence if she wasn't really dealing with matters regarding the sect? Sima Yu asked. She is alone and will have other things to tend to after finishing her tasks for the sect. Do you think this can be evidence? Wei retreated and said angrily, what's the point of you slandering me? Sect Master, do the sect rules state that the disciples can slander sect masters so casually? If I'm slandering you, you can ask the sect master to throw me out of the sect. Or you can kill me, it's up to you. Sima Yu sneered, but if this is not slander, then it means you have collaborated with people on the outside to kidnap my people and kill me. Are you not the same? Sect Master, may I ask how would you find justice on my behalf if this is true? This. Ning Tianya hesitated, what do you intend to do? I have always killed whoever tries to kill me. Sima Yu continued, let me deal with the Vice Sect Master if I can prove that she is behind all this. Ning Tianya looked at Wei and asked, Vice Sect Master do you accept her condition? Sure. She couldn't hesitate as there were many people watching. After all, she was meticulous in every step and made sure that she didn't leave any trace of evidence. What evidence do you have? Just take it out. To all the masters, Sect Master, please wait a moment. I need some time to get the evidence. Do you need time to get it or do you need time to make it? Vice Sect Master Wei, don't rush. You two have to meet. Sima Yu said. Wei's heart tightened when she heard her, but she felt it was impossible. A while later, Sima Yu got some information and told everyone, Sect Master, all masters and Vice Sect Master it's time I present my evidence. Vice Sect Master take a good look to see if I made up this evidence. As she spoke, she congealed a spirit energy in the air as a scene appeared. Judging by the environment, it looked like some mountains and the main protagonist was Lu Su who was handling some matters. Lu Su was searching in the mountains and saw a lot of bodies on the floor along with some critically injured men dressed in black. Lu Su clearly knew that person. She frowned as she looked at her, frowning. What happened? Didn't we discuss that you would kidnap the both of them while she was taking her examinations? What are you still doing here? Kidnap? You and Mo Wei are liars. That person sat on the floor and said, you called us over and said that the others were easy to deal with as long as Sima Yu wasn't around, but the others weren't like what you said. The men we brought are all dead and both of them escaped. If you had told us the truth, we'd be more prepared. Your men were all killed by them. You have so many men but you can't deal with 2 children? Useless. Lu Su remembered something important after she was done lecturing them. Do they know we are the ones behind it? Mo Wei's face turned deathly pale from the moment Lu Su and the person met. Because that person was the same person kneeling here, since that person was here, who was the one that Lu Su was talking to? The clothes that Lu Su was wearing were the ones she had put on today, so this could not be a recording. Then what was going on with that person? As their conversation, it made it impossible for her to deny anything. Listening up to this point, everyone understood now that Mo Wei was the one who was behind all of this. Of course they don't know. That person said, they forced us to tell them but we didn't say anything. However, they guessed and said it was from one of the sect members and wanted to go back to investigate. I wouldn't have been able to survive if I didn't pretend to be dead. So you're saying that they don't suspect us? Lu Su faintly said as she walked behind her, eyes filled with murderous intent. Yes. You did great. I'll bury your bodies as a reward for not selling us out. Lu Su said as she congealed a ball of spiritual energy to strike her head from the back. However, her hand was stopped in mid-air as someone who was on the ground came over to grab her arm. You're such a vicious woman. From the cold and hateful voice, Lu Su understood that this person was not injured at all. Who are you? Lu Su asked coldly. She did not dare to attack casually as her wrist was in his grip. You'll know who I am in a while. Go. Mi-air gripped both her hands as they disappeared from the spot. The pile of corpses disappeared as well as the mountain regained its previous tranquility. The hall was filled with dead silence. Sima Yu didn't have to explain much as everyone understood now. But the one who broke the silence was Mi-air and Lu Su. Yu, I've brought her here. Mi-air told Sima Yu as he pushed Lu Su on the floor. Her face happened to land right in front of the person lying on the ground. Identical. She looked at the person in horror and turned to look at Mi-air. They looked identical. Thank you for the trouble. Sima Yu nodded to him. Mi-air transformed into Sima Yu's appearance and stood beside her. One elder and the other younger, one male and another female. However, they seemed to be in complete harmony. This. Lu Su blanked, the others were startled too. Mi-air is my contract beast. Sima Yu continued, Mi-air is good at nothing else but transforming. Vice Sect Master, do you still need any other evidence from me? Huh, well done Sima Yu. I didn't expect that you would be so scheming. If I knew earlier, I would have killed you when you just entered the sect. To stop you from being an eyesore for so many years. You really suffered so many grievances. Sima Yu sneered, Sect Master, we spoke earlier on, as long as I could produce the evidence, she will be mine to deal with. Can I take her with me now? This. Ning Tianya knew about Lu Yan and Mo Wei, so he glanced towards Lu Yan. Lu Yan was silent, which was a tacit consent to Sima Yu's request. Mo Wei got anxious when Lu Yan didn't speak and shouted, Lu Yan, what did you promise my father? Why are you so quiet? Have I not done enough these few years? Lu Yan questioned her, do you think you could have done whatever you pleased in the music sect for so many years if it wasn't because of what I promised your father? So you're saying that you'll abandon all responsibilities now, right? Mo Wei asked, Lu Yan, don't forget that you once said that you'd save me if I was in danger, to return my father's favor. You're not done as long as you haven't repaid this life debt. Sima Yu knew there were reasons why Lu Yan tolerated Mo Wei, but she didn't expect that she would drag her father in. Although she didn't know what happened, she could guess. So you're saying that I still can't kill you today? You can try if you want your master to fall into eternal damnation. Try. Sima Yu glanced at Lu Yan and said, forget it, I'm not like you. On the outside, you appear as if you like my master, but actually you're just narcissistic. You said that my master owes you a life debt? In that case, we'll take it that he has paid it back today. Get lost. Yu. Lu Yan's face sunk, disagreeing with her actions. Master, there's a saying. A teacher for a day is a father for life. There is also another saying, a father's debt is paid by his child, so it's right that I paid for your life debt. Sima Yu continued, but Mo Wei, I'll take your life the next time I see you. We won't know who will win yet. Mo Wei glared at her with hatred, knowing that she couldn't stay in Hidden Sect anymore. She had no choice but to choose to leave. Haha. She had been in the music sect for so many years and done so much for the Hidden Sect, but in the end, she couldn't even be compared to someone who just came into the sect for slightly more than 20 years. She saw that no one was willing to speak up for her even when there were so many people. Most of them were probably on Sima Yu's side. So, she felt that it wasn't worth it to stay in this kind of sect. Lu Su, let's go. She was used to calling Lu Su with her, but Mi-air stopped her. Master only owes you your life, not hers. So you can leave by yourself. Sima Yu said, and you. Or are you saying that you have such a strong master and servant relationship that you're willing to give your life for hers? Give her life for hers? How was that possible? She was just a servant. If she died then so be it. Mo Wei looked away from Lu Su as she left with large strides. As she passed by Sima Yu, she stopped and glared at her with a pair of blade-sharp eyes that couldn't wait to tear her to shreds. Wait and see. She said those words with gritted teeth, and she left the hidden sect without turning back. Thank you, sect master, for granting me justice. I'll go back since the matter is resolved. Sima Yu bowed in greeting and ordered Hai-Shi, bring them back, we'll slowly settle the scores with them. Hai-Shing went up and pulled on Lu Su, who was paralyzed on the floor. The master and servant left the hall just like that. As for those elders, they didn't have a chance to speak. The problem was resolved even when they didn't open their mouths. Ning Tianya saw that Lu Yan's expression was dark and said, I was just saying that, based on her personality, I couldn't understand why she would escalate the situation here. Now we know it was because of you. She wanted to solve an unsolvable problem for him before she left and return him to a peaceful life. One which would return freedom to his soul. She had always known that his heart was imprisoned. Lu Yan laughed, I'm obviously supposed to be the master. The news of Mo Wei leaving the hidden sect spread quickly. Everyone in the sect sighed. In the end, talent was still needed. Otherwise, once their actions caught up to them, someone would deal with them. Otherwise, why would the hidden sect set up a rule that stated that they wouldn't care about any grudges that the sect members had amongst themselves? Sima Yu felt great after chasing the irksome Mo Wei away. For more than 20 years, she and Lu Su had been giving her problems from time to time. They purposely did just enough that the sect couldn't do anything to her. Yu had waited for her to take action for a very long time, and this time, she finally did something so ruthless. They went back to the courtyard and Lu Su was handed to Hai-Shing as they knew how to deal with her and also knew what to get out of her. She went back to the house with Wu Lingyu and asked, when are you planning to leave? In the next 2 days. Sima Yu continued, Hai-Shing is worried about her little aunt, so it would be good to go there earlier to check. I need to leave after the problem here is settled. Wu Lingyu said. Did something happen in the devil realm? Sima Yu asked. Wu Lingyu smiled as he caressed her hair. He really couldn't hide anything from her. Nothing much, they will deal with it. He didn't intend to tell her all the problems as she didn't need to worry about it. Then I shall let the masters know that I'll leave tomorrow. Sima Yu continued, would have said it earlier back there if I knew. Knowing that each of the sect masters went back, she could only say her goodbyes to them one by one. The hidden sect members couldn't bear for her to leave, so they wanted to see her off. Didn't she say that she will wait for us to say our goodbyes before leaving? There will still be chances to see her in the future. Our clan has already summoned us, so how could we possibly have the chance? Did you forget about that man beside her? Are you talking about Fushi? That's right. Jia Nan Xayan said. They were both shocked when they saw Fushi at first, as they didn't expect to see him here. The higher-ups knew he couldn't live past a few years, but they saw him grow slowly, which meant that his problems were already solved. Needless to say, it must have been Sima Yu who solved it for him. He must be thinking of kidnapping her to the higher-ups since he's not going back even till now. Jia Nan Xayan continued, I heard that he was stubborn and will never rest if he hasn't reached his goals, you'll see, he will bring her up soon. But Yu still has a lot of things to do, she told us that. Mu Yiqi continued, it will be a long time after she finishes her stuff. Will Fushi wait for her that long? It won't take that long. Time passes differently here and on top. It won't feel like a long time after you go up. Jia Nan Xayan said. But I'm still uncomfortable. Why did she leave without saying goodbye? Mu Yiqi was hurt, he saw them as friends, but they didn't even say their goodbyes before they left. Mu Yiqi, Jia Nan Xayan. Lu Yan's servant called out to both of them from the side of the mountain peak. Is there anything that I can help you with? Yu left this for both of you. He passed 2 boxes to them and said, Yu said, see you up there. She. Jia Nan Xayan was stunned as he recalled what Mu Yiqi said. He kept the box away and left with him. While they were walking out music sect, Mu Qi couldn't take it anymore and said, how did she know that we're both from up there? Jia Nan Xayan felt that it was odd as well, did Fu Shi tell her? We know who he is, but he doesn't know who we are. How would he know our identity? Mu Yiqi said. How did she know then? Maybe there are some things that we don't know. Jia Nan Xayan opened the box she gave him and there was a small array inside. They didn't need to use it, so it wasn't for their use but to keep it as a souvenir. Since she has already said to meet up there, that means she has plans to go up. We can go back then. Let's go prepare for the leaving examination. At this point of time, Sima Yu was already far away from hidden sect. They sat on the flying beast and flew towards the underground auction. Be back. Mu Yiqi and Jia Nan Xayan were actually from our side? Fu Shi cried out in surprise after Sima Yu told him. Didn't you know? Sima Yu glanced at Fu Shi thinking that he knew but just didn't reveal it. We do have a Mu Yi clan and Jia Nan clan, but how would I recognize them when I haven't seen the 2 of them before? Fu Shi couldn't be said to be arrogant, but his sights were set high. Why would he bother about other people? I thought you were helping each other to keep it a secret. Sima Yu said. Are you saying that they know me? Fu Shi asked. What do you think? Sima Yu continued, who doesn't know who you are, given your reputation? That's true. It's tiring to be famous. Fu Shi sighed as he sounded cocky. I couldn't even tell, how can you tell? Chuanjiu could tell. Sima Yu continued, he had stayed up there in the past and happened to see them, so he came to tell me. Oh, I see. Mu Yiqi knows that you're going up, so he won't keep whining about you not saying goodbye. I couldn't help it either, it would be troublesome if we waited for them. We might as well leave in secret. Sima Yu continued, they will understand. When we get to the underground auction, are we going to participate or are we going to kidnap her? Fu Shi asked excitedly. He liked it regardless of which she chose. It's not practical to kidnap her. Wu Lingyu said. Indeed. Let's come up with a good plan. Sima Yu said. This time, the underground auction was very careful. Every auction would take place at a different location. Location. They're regular customers, and only those with invitation cards could participate, and the locations could be anywhere, in the mountains, bottom of the river, underground bunkers and such. Even these places weren't the exact location, so even if someone followed them, the place they went to wouldn't be related to their auction location. Sima Yu always felt that describing them as a crafty rabbit with 3 burrows wouldn't be enough. It was more like switching a gun with every shot. Fortunately, those people knew the next location for the next auction, otherwise, we wouldn't have known where to look. Sima Yu continued, you both are not allowed to act rashly when we're there.